Luo-san, if you need money just tell me. 10 billion, 20 billion, I Kaido can afford it. Why did you steal? In the grand hall of Ghost Island lights were blazing. Kaido was coiled on the main seat, his face full of pain and disappointment, his voice so loud that even the underlings outside the hall could hear clearly. These words coming from the mouth of an emperor didn't sound like a judgment, but more like a big brother drowning his sorrows after being stabbed by his own brother. Luo-san didn't say a word, but stood straight. The three calamities stood beside Kaido, each with a different expression. Jean stood with his arms crossed, his eyes unreadable behind the mask. Kuei-in was puzzled. He couldn't figure out how the warehouse manager who had kept perfect accounts for a year suddenly embezzled 3 billion. Jieku scratched the back of his head and shouted, "Brother Sin, say something. If you were coerced, go cut that person down now." The Flying Six were also puzzled. They couldn't understand why Luo-san, who had always treated money like dirt, would suddenly embezzle 3 billion. This was no small amount. Among them, the most anxious was Run-T. She rushed directly to Luo-san, crouched down, and said, "Brother Luo-san, quickly admit your mistake. Admit your mistake, and old man Kaido will forgive you. It's only 3 billion, maybe we can go rob a celestial dragon. Those lackeys of the heavenly tribute have plenty of money." Pei Ji-wan nodded vigorously behind her. Luo-san smiled slightly, looking around at these simple-minded monsters whose eyes were filled with reluctance. A year ago he had transmigrated into this world, full of monsters completely defenseless. Even the lowest gifters in the beast band could kill him with a single punch. But he knew arithmetic, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, cost accounting, warehouse management, etc. These skills, which were common in his previous life, became rare treasures in this pirate crew, where even Kaido could only count on his fingers. Kuei-in could do arithmetic, but he was busy creating viruses and strange inventions, so he never did such work. Thus Luo-san went from being an outsider almost eaten as rations to becoming the manager of all the beast band's warehouses and finances. In 1 year he had organized the beast band's accounts, clearly calculating the cost of each artificial devil fruit down to the last digit, and increased warehouse turnover efficiency by 3 times. Kaido had once patted his shoulder and said, "Kid, you're better at calculating than Kuei-in. I hit the jackpot." He had never wasted a single berry. Until this time he had embezzled 3 billion without telling anyone. Now seeing everyone's reactions, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Satisfied. These people were not worth nothing. Just then Kaido noticed Luo-san's curled lip and became furious. "Kid, you dare to laugh?" Haki burst out uncontrollably. The candles in the hall all bent low and a few timid underlings collapsed directly to the floor. What a disappointment. Kaido slowly rose from his throne, walked to Luo-san, and looked down at this audacious warehouse manager. "Luo-san, I Kaido value talent. But 3 billion. You cost me a whole year's worth of artificial devil fruits. How many more ability users could I have had this year? When will my beast legion trample this world? Don't think that just because you can count I won't kill you." The sound waves echoed in the hall, hurting people's ears. Run-T grabbed Luo-san's sleeve, her voice already tearful. "Brother Luo-san, say something quickly." Jieku stepped forward directly to plead for Luo-san. "Big brother. Brother-son must have a reason. He'll go rob. He'll rob 10 islands. No, 100 islands. Just spare him this time." Kuei-in walked back and forth muttering to himself, 3 billion. A devil fruit costs at least 100 million good ones, 500 million, or a billion. Luo-san, if you wanted to buy a fruit, you could have told us, we would have robbed it. Stealing our own money is just. Jean finally spoke, only 2 words, silence. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes landed on Luo-san. Luo-san took a deep breath. These people really couldn't do without him, damn it. He gently removed Run-T's hand from his sleeve, patted her head, then turned to Kaido. The entire hall fell silent instantly. "Boss Kaido, let me ask you a question." Kaido frowned. This kid had been kneeling for a long time without saying a word, and the first thing he did was not admit his mistake, but ask him a question. "Speak quickly. 3 billion isn't." Luo-san waved his hand to interrupt him, instead asking, "Are artificial devil fruits really worth it?" Kaido was stunned, then listened as Luo-san continued, "The cost of an artificial fruit is indeed low, but what about the success rate? Of 100 people who eat it, less than half can awaken their abilities. Among those who awaken most are the kind of gifters with a lion head on their belly and elephant trunk on their shoulder. Looks intimidating, but can't even beat a Marine Rear Admiral on the battlefield. The unstable side effects go without saying: laughing uncontrollably, crying uncontrollably, losing all expression forever, growing animal faces on parts of the body that are completely uncontrollable. Kuei-in knows these numbers better than I do." Kuei-in opened his mouth, then closed it again. Every word Luo-san said was true. And the side effects of smile fruits, they deprive emotions. Those who eat them lose the ability to laugh and cry, becoming expressionless living corpses. Can such people, even if they awaken an animal ability, still be considered complete humans? Can they truly fight for the beast band with all their hearts? Luo-san looked around, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the Flying Six. "Instead of wasting money on this trash, why not give it to me?" Before he finished speaking, Kaido thought Luo-san had repented, but he was still thinking about the money. He was about to explode again. "Give it to you." Luo-sun you. Suddenly Kaido's words caught in his throat because Luo-sun took a fruit out of his pocket. Purple patterns, a spiral stem, and an indescribable pressure emanating from the whole body. It was completely unlike the cheap luster of artificial fruits. It was a genuine devil fruit. Kaido leaned in to look. Where did you get a devil fruit? Kuwait-in was also surprised. Jin's mask finally showed a flicker of emotion. He tilted his head slightly, knowing that Luo-sun wouldn't embezzle 3 billion for nothing. Jiaku scratched his head and asked the question on everyone's mind. Brother Sin, don't tell me you spent 3 billion on this. Luo-sun nodded. Everyone gasped. Then he shook his head. To be precise, it was a trade. A trade? Kaido's brows knitted into a knot. Explain clearly. Luo-sun played with the purple-patterned fruit in his hand, as if displaying a work of art, his voice unhurried, yet every word struck the hearts of everyone present. Yesterday I saw with my own eyes an apple turn into a devil fruit right in front of me. I ate that fruit, and immediately a flood of information entered my mind. Later I learned it was called the system fruit, but that's not important. What's important is that my ability is to randomly exchange equivalent devil fruits with berries. The more money you spend, the stronger the— no limit on the number of times. As long as I have enough money, I can exchange infinitely. The hall was so quiet that the sound of candle flames burning could be heard. Wait, is this right? If you're going to spend, why make such a— However, the devil fruit in Luo-sen's hand was real. Could it be? Jiaku was the first to snap out of it. Although his brain was not very sharp, his intuition was always keen. Brother Son, your ability is so powerful. But what if you spend 3 billion and end up with a trash fruit? Like a common Zoan cat fruit or dog fruit. Then it's better to buy artificial devil fruits. At least artificial fruits are cheap in bulk. At these words the Flying Six all nodded. Jiaku is right. Timu spat out a fishbone. 3 billion is no small amount. If we draw a dud, won't we suffer a huge loss? Fuzi-fu also nodded. From a risk control perspective, this ability has huge uncertainty. Hey Malia chuckled, but if we can really draw something good. Everyone's gaze returned to Luo-san. Luo-san played with the devil fruit and smiled. What if I said that the lowest I can draw is a mythical Zoan? The lowest is a mythical Zoan. These words exploded like a bomb in the hall. Kaido's pupils sharply contracted. Quinn directly jumped up. What did you say? The lowest? The lowest is a mythical Zoan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jin's expression also changed. As the first to follow Kaido the Flame Calamity, he knew better than anyone what a mythical— he had seen with his own eyes the phoenix of Marco from the Whitebeard pirates, so troublesome. And now Luo-san said the fruits he exchanges are at least mythical Zoan. It was truly unbelievable. Jiaku was dumbfounded, looking at Luo-san with adoration. In his simple mind, everything Luo-san said was right. Run-T jumped up from the ground, grabbing Luo-san's arm. Brother Luo-san, are you serious? Really? Pei Ji-won was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. After a brief silence, Kaido threw his head back and laughed. Euro aro aro aro. I knew it. I knew I didn't misjudge you, kid. You regard money as dirt, so how could you steal the lowest mythical Zoan? Huh. 100 times better than artificial fruits. 10,000 times. 3 billion for a mythical Zoan. Worth it. Damn worth it. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I wouldn't have asked a damn thing. Take his— wait. Jiaku shouted to get everyone's attention. He also scratched his head. The iron law of the sea: one person can only eat one devil fruit. Won't eating a second cause an explosion? Brother Sun, won't we blow ourselves up? Luo-sun shook his head and smiled. This is the key to my ability. As long as it's a devil fruit exchanged by my ability eating, it will overwrite your original fruit ability without exploding. What? These words were like a thunderclap over everyone's heads. Directly overwrite the original fruit ability. That's too insane. Doesn't that mean each of us has a chance to get a mythical Zoan? In theory, yes. Luo-san nodded, confirming again. The crowd instantly became restless. Run-T grabbed Luo-sen's arm. Brother Luo, you said the lowest is a mythical Zoan, and it can override original abilities. Really? Then what is this one? Tell us quick. Kaido's eyes were also full of shock. A devil fruit that can override original abilities sounds top-notch. That's right, Luo-sen boy, first tell me what kind of mythical Zoan this one is. I spent 30 billion, so it should at least have a name, right? Luo-san looked down at the fruit in his hand. The moment he had obtained it, the name of the fruit had come to him. Bird fruit, mythical Zoan Horus form. Horus form. Kaido frowned, searching his mind, but finding no concept of the name. Never heard of it. Is it strong? How does it compare to my fish fruit, mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form? Luo-san did not answer immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to explain clearly. Boss Kaido, my ability is like this. First, the amount I spend determines the tier of the prize pool. The prize pool has 6 levels, and the tire pool drawing a devil fruit costs 100 million, and so on. Tire 500 million a tire, 1 billion steer, 3 billion S tier, 5 billion SS tier, 10 billion. The more money spent, the higher the prize pool, and the stronger the fruit. After a pause, he continued, second, I don't know exactly what's in each prize pool. Before drawing, I only know the tier range and price, but I don't know what fruit will come out. Third, the moment I draw it, I will know the fruit's name. Just like this one, he looked at the purple patterned fruit in his hand. When I got it, the name bird fruit Mythical Zoan Horus form automatically appeared in my mind. But I don't know its specific ability. It won't be revealed until someone eats it. These words caused an even more dramatic reaction in the hall than before. There's also 10 billion. A scream pierced the hall's dome. Run T covered the sides of her mask with both hands nearly jumping up, and even the gifters standing farthest away could hear it clearly. Brother Luo-san, you said 10 billion. One draw costs 10 billion. SS dear, what kind of monster fruit would that be? Her eyes behind the mask were wide as saucers. That could buy 10 of me. No, 100 of me. Pei Ji-won muttered beside her. Big sis, your bounty isn't that low. Shut up. Run T slapped her little brother on the back of the head, but her excitement didn't diminish. The reactions of the others were. Timu started counting on his fingers. 100 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. Wait, is the 100 million one also a mythical Zoan? 100 million berries can buy a mythical Zoan. His eyes suddenly lit up. A mythical Zoan for 100 million. Even if it's the lowest tier, it's still a mythical Zoan. Sell it outside, and you can easily flip it 10 or 20 times right. This is the most profitable. No matter how you draw, you win. Timu grew more excited, spittle flying. Brother Sun, why don't you try drawing a few 100 million ones first? It's a sure profit. Hey Ma, Leah covered her mouth with a light laugh. Timu, your mind is completely focused on calculating money. Fu Zifu adjusted his glasses, showing a rare look of agreement. From a return on investment perspective, drawing a mythical Zoan for 100 million is indeed a huge profit. Even the lowest tier can easily sell for over 1 billion in the underground black market with huge profit margins. Moreover, this fruit can be eaten by those who already have abilities, meaning it can be repeatedly replaced. Such strategic value cannot be measured by berries at all. Jieku directly slapped his thigh. That's right. Even if the fruits Brother Sin draws are useless to us, we can still sell them. A crate fruit drawn from 100 million can sell for 10 to 20 billion. 10 fruits would be 1 to 200 billion. Then use that money to draw higher grades. The more you draw, the more you get. Brother Sin, your ability can not only make you stronger, but also make money. The crowd grew more and more excited. The entire hall turned into a chaotic mess filled with voices discussing how to use this ability to get rich. Just then, Kaido laughed uproariously, shaking the candles violently, and several timid henchmen directly covered their ears. Sell my ass. Kaido looked around the room, his gaze sweeping from the three calamities to the Fei Liubiao, finally landing on Luo-san. I'm not that desperate for money. Sell fruits. I can't afford to lose face. And I don't have the brains to do business. He waved his hand grandly, a grin spreading across his face. If I need money, you'll just go and rob. There are plenty of valuable things on this sea. If I Kaido want something, you'll just go and take it by force. Worororo. Amidst the laughter, he patted Luo-san's shoulder again. Luo-san, listen to me. From today on, you still manage the warehouse keys, but I'm moving your position. He'll add a chair for you among the three. Every penny the Baisho pirates loot will be sent to you first. He leaned in close to Luo-san, revealing a smile that rivaled a demon god. I want to see if your SS level prize pool can draw something even more powerful than my Azure Dragon. He straightened up and swept his gaze over the three calamities. Jean was still silent, but his eyes were no longer cold. He nodded slightly at Luo-san. Kuei-in threw an arm around Luo-san's neck, his belly squeezing Luo-san until he could barely breathe. Luo-san, you kid, you've been hiding it well. Later take out that Lu-si fruit, he'll study it thoroughly. And class Mythical Zoan, this is a priceless treasure, even in Vegapunk's lab. Jieku was the most straightforward. He strode to Luo-san, his honest face full of seriousness. Brother Sun, from now on your safety is my responsibility. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on your head, he'll crush their entire family. The Fei Liubiao whispered among themselves, and everyone's gaze towards Luo-san changed. Run-T even pushed Kuei-in aside, sweetly hugging Luo-san's arm, and announced triumphantly, Brother Luo-san is under my protection from now on. No one is allowed to bully him. Pei Ji-won muttered quietly, sis, you've been running to Brother Sun every day since he started managing the warehouse. Xiao Pei, shut up. Amidst the hall's cheers and astonishment, Luo-san looked down at the fruit with purple patterns in his hand. Niao Niao fruit Mythical Zoan, he Lu-si form. Class, 30 billion. He knew the name, but didn't know the specific ability. Someone would have to eat it to find out. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd in the hall. Kaido already had the Azure Dragon, no need to replace him for now. But the three calamities, Jean, Kuei-in, and Jieku, their fruits are all trash. Especially Jean. What use is that pterosaur fruit? It's complete. This fruit would be good for Jean. He Lu-si is also a birdman. Perhaps Jean can unleash its full potential. As for himself, no rush, there are better ones later. Luo-san lifted his gaze from the fruit in his hand and swept it over the crowd. So, this fruit, who should it go to? The lively hall instantly fell silent. Everyone present exchanged glances. This question was more practical than any. In class Mythical Zoan worth 30 billion berries is not a seashell picked up by the roadside that anyone can just pocket. This is an extremely precious devil fruit in the history of the Baisho pirates, second only to Kaido's Azure Dragon. Who to give it to? Everyone looked at each other. Everyone wanted this fruit, especially since the original fruit ability would be directly overwritten without the risk of body explosion. In the silence, Luosen's gaze stopped on Jean. Luosen spoke. Jean's mask turned towards him, but he said nothing. If I'm not mistaken, your fruit is the long fruit ancient Zoan Pteranodon form. That's right. Jean's voice was low. Pteranodon ancient Zoan mediocre. Luosen's tone was calm as he analyzed. But let me ask everyone a question: how much of Jean's combat power comes from his fruit, and how much from his physical techniques, haki, and racial talent? When this question was posed, Kaido raised an eyebrow. Kuei-in stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. Hey, Luosen's words hit the nail on the head. Luosen continued, Jean is a Lunarian with innate physical abilities, regeneration, flight, and flame manipulation that far exceed ordinary people. The reason he can become the flame calamity on the battlefield is not because of that Pteranodon fruit at all. On the contrary, that ancient Zoan fruit provides extremely limited enhancement to Mr. Jean. The Pteranodon can fly, but Mr. Jean can already fly. The Pteranodon has claws and a beak, but Mr. Jean's physical techniques and swordsmanship far surpass it. What that fruit brings to Mr. Jean, to put it bluntly, is just a change in size and a slight increase in power. And its weaknesses, fear of seawater and sea stone, Jean bears all of them. Luosen paused and looked at Kuei-in. Kuei-in, you're a scientist, you tell me, am I right? Kuei-in nodded vigorously. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. That bastard Jean clearly has the flame talent of the Lunarians, but he ate a Pteranodon fruit. There's almost no chemical reaction between the two abilities, they're complete. Sometimes he even has to accommodate the fruit's fighting style, which suppresses his own swordsmanship and flames. Calling it a burden is an understatement, it's a waste. Jieka scratched his head and digested this for a long time, then finally slapped his thigh. I was wondering why Jean doesn't transform much during fights. So transforming is worse than not transforming. The bluntness left Jean speechless. Fu snorted, it's a trash fruit. The Pteranodon form clearly conflicts with his own combat system. Hey, Ma Lia nodded gracefully. Jean, they're right. Everyone's eyes turned to Jean in unison. Beneath the mask, a hint of helplessness flickered in Jean's eyes. He knew Luosen was right. Over the years, he had indeed rarely used his fruit ability, relying mostly on haki and swordsmanship in battle. That Pteranodon fruit was truly dispensable to him. But with so many people eyeing this fruit, how could he take it for himself? No, this fruit is too precious. 30 billion sklas. It should be given to someone who needs it more. The hall fell silent again. Luosen smiled and comforted the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. This he Lucy is the first mythical Zoan of the Baisho pirates, but it is definitely not the last. The bird fruit Mythical Zoan model Horus. Class is 100 million, class is 500 million, a class is 1 billion. This money, not too much, not too little. Jack was right earlier. As long as the capital flow doesn't break, we can keep drawing. The more we draw, the more fruits we get. The more fruits, the stronger the crew. The stronger the crew, the more money we steal. The more money we steal, the higher the grade we draw. This is a virtuous cycle. He then handed the fruit to King. Today we give King the Horus, and tomorrow who knows, we might draw an even stronger Mythical Zoan for Jack. The day after we draw for Altai. The day after that for Sasaki Black Maria, Who's Who page 1. Everyone will have their own Mythical Zoan. And Sklas fruit is just the beginning. His gaze swept across everyone, finally resting on King's mask. So King, don't refuse. This Horus is yours. 3 seconds of silence. Aro. Kaido pointed at King, laughing so hard tears nearly came out. King. You hear that, brat? Rossen said he's gonna give every single one of my beast pirates a Mythical Zoan. If you refuse again, you're disrespecting everyone. Queen chimed in, yeah. King, hurry up. I want to see what a 3 billion berry Sklas Mythical Zoan looks like. Jack slammed the table. King. Take it. Brother Son said everyone will get a share. Altai jumped up. King, if you don't take it, he'll be furious. Black Maria covered her mouth with a light laugh. King, since everyone says so, stop being so reserved. Sasaki mumbled vaguely. Eat this one first, and later we can ask Brother Son to swap it for a better one. Who's usually stern face finally showed a hint of a smile. If you don't want to, give it to me. Facing the hall's persuasion and teasing, King took a deep breath and nodded fine. He took the fruit Lawson handed him. The purple patterns shimmered with an otherworldly luster in the candlelight. It felt warm to the touch, like holding an egg still radiating residual heat. He lifted the lower part of his mask, revealing a sharply defined face. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit down. The juice exploded in his mouth, an indescribably nauseating taste surging straight to his skull. A trait common to all devil fruits, the taste was absolutely vile. King's expression twisted for an instant, but he did not spit it out, he forced it down. Then he felt it. A switch inside him was suddenly flipped. The power of the ancient Zoan Pteranodon struggled, as if resisting the impending override. But the new power was too immense, like the rising sun breaking through the night, effortlessly drowning the old form. He felt his wings transform, his bones reshape, his blood burn. Golden flames surged from within, racing through his veins to every inch of his skin. He instinctively spread his wings. The golden-red plumage unfurled with a wingspan nearly twice as wide as before. Every feather radiated a sun-like brilliance, the edges glowing with a platinum luster. Feathers covered his arms and back, forming a sleek, streamlined feather coat that clung to him like armor. His legs transformed into hawk-like talons covered in dark golden scales, 3 toes forward and 1 back, the tips sharp enough to rend steel. But the most stunning change was his eyes. What were once ordinary pupils had become golden vertical slits with a circle of deep blue appearing around the iris. Suddenly, in the center of his forehead, a vertical slit slowly opened, revealing a new eye that emitted an undying white light like the brightest star hanging in the night sky. A halo emerged. A golden sun disk slowly coalesced behind his head, its edges burning with pale white flames. Wherever the light touched, the temperature in the hall soared, and all candle flames dimmed, for in the presence of this radiance, any fire was merely a foil. He hovered in the air, his wings gently fluttering. The hall fell into dead silence. Everyone looked up at King, suspended in midair, exuding an awe-inspiring dignity and sanctity. The Tobarapo all rose to their feet, not a single person speaking, because no one knew what to say. King hovered, gazing down at his hands. The backs of his hands were covered in fine golden feathers, and each fingertip glowed. He felt the surging power within perfectly fusing with his own Lunarian bloodline. The flames were purer. His flight was lighter. His vision, 360 degrees. Even with his eyes closed, he could see Kaido's hand trembling slightly as he held his sake bowl behind him. Moreover, he vaguely sensed deeper powers sleeping within, waiting to be awakened. He descended slowly. The moment his feet touched the ground, his talons left deep holes in the stone floor of the hall. He retracted his wings, but the sun disk behind his head still radiated a soft light, and the heavenly eye on his forehead slowly closed, leaving only a faint golden vertical scar. He turned to Rossen, his expression almost reverent. "Brother Rossen, I, King, will remember this debt." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kaido's laughter erupted again. Aro. Kaido's eyes were fixed on the sun disk behind King's head, and the heavenly eye on his forehead, his gaze burning with fervor. 3 billion. And Sklass Horus. King's combat power has at least doubled. He smashed the table before him with a single palm, fragments of wood flying as he roared, "Lawson, keep drawing for me. Tomorrow I'll go rob the Celestial Dragon's heavenly tribute. 50 billion. 100 billion. I want to see what's in that SS-class prize pool." The entire hall erupted into revelry. Queen rushed up to circle around King, almost wanting to draw a vial of blood on the spot for analysis. Jack grinned widely, repeating that King was too cool. Ulti clung to Lawson's arm, bouncing and shouting, "Draw for me next. Draw for me next." The Tobarapo whispered among themselves, each one's eyes burning with the same anticipation. King had changed. Who would be next? Amid the clamor, Lawson kept nodding in agreement, affirming that everyone would get a mythical Zoan, and the crowd was finally satisfied. Then King. Kaido roared, shrugging off the coat draped over his shoulders to reveal his muscular torso. "I can't hold back anymore." King had just retracted his wings and was momentarily stunned. "Kaido, boss. Aro. No more talk." Kaido grabbed the spiked club at his feet, waited for a moment, then casually tossed it aside. The heavy iron club smashed into the wall, embedding itself 3 feet deep. No hockey, no weapons, just raw physical strength. "You've just eaten the Horus fruit. I want to see how much a 3 billion berry Sklass Mythical Zoan can enhance your physical abilities." As soon as these words were spoken, the revelry in the Great Hall was instantly replaced by a different atmosphere. Then Kaido went out first to the outer plaza. The Sanzai and Fei Lu Bao followed closely, standing at the edge to watch. No one knew better than them what Kaido's sparring meant. Relying solely on his physical strength, he was still the most terrifying monster on this sea. Jean also came outside, equally filled with battle intent. He too wanted to know how far his combat power had reached. Good. He removed his mask. His facial contours were distinct. The iris of his right eye had turned into a golden vertical pupil. Although the third eye on his forehead was closed, it left a faint golden vertical mark. The sun well behind his head shimmered briefly, then retracted into his body. He did not unleash his full power right away, intending to adapt first. The next moment, golden red wings burst open. The air hummed from the compression. The wingspan was nearly twice as wide as before, each feather radiating warm light, with faint white flames at the edges. As he rose into the air, the gravel on the ground was swept up by the wing wind. The feathers contracted and adhered to the outer sides of his arms, forming natural armor. His legs transformed into eagle talons covered in dark golden scales, with 3 toes forward and 1 backward, leaving shallow claw marks on the stone slabs. His figure was more slender and fluid than before, muscle lines faintly visible under the feathered coat. He exuded an indescribable sense of pressure. "His aura has changed," Fu Zifu said with a grave tone. "It's not just changed." Hey, Malia's eyes lit up. "It's completely different. Previously Jean gave people a feeling of coldness, but now it's like the sun." Timu murmured, "Damn, it's like he's a..." Kuei-in's eyes nearly bulged out. "Is this just physical strength? It looks almost as good as my laser cannon." Run T grabbed Luo Sen's arm. "Brother Luo's son. Jean is so cool. Is that Lucy fruit really that powerful? I don't know. We'll need actual combat to find out, Luo-san replied honestly. But glass is glass, so cool. The 3 billion was well spent. Kaido stood on the other side of the clearing looking at Jean, in midair his grin stretching to his ears. Wu luo 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 luo. Good. Good aura. Just this pressure alone is already a huge improvement over before. That's more like it. This is worthy of my lead performer. He slightly bent his legs and the stone slabs beneath his feet exploded. It was purely a burst of muscle power, without any hockey enhancement. The enormous recoil launched his body like a cannonball, his right fist accompanied by a shrieking roar as it tore through the air, smashing straight toward Jean in midair. Take this punch. Jean did not dodge. Facing Kaido's straight punch that could split mountains and shatter rocks, he simply crossed his arms in front of his chest, the golden red feathers instantly tightening to form a natural shield. Boom. The collision of two forces exploded into a visible shockwave. All the candles around were extinguished by the shockwave, but the next second they were relit by the golden light radiating from Jean. Where the shockwave swept, the weaker gifters were thrown to the ground. Even the Fei Lu Bao had to slightly lower their center of gravity. The smoke cleared. Jean was still in midair, and in the air in front of his crossed arms a faint golden ripple was visible, the residual glow of the sun will defend. He withstood Kaido's punch without moving an inch. Kaido's eyes widened. You're something, kid. That strike just now had at least 30% of my strength, and you didn't even flinch. He withstood Kaido's punch without moving an inch. Kaido's eyes widened. With a flap of his wings, his body traced a golden arc in midair, appearing behind Kaido in the blink of an eye. He raised his right leg high, and the eagletalon foot stomped down fiercely toward Kaido's shoulder with a sharp wind sound. Boss Kaido, watch out. Kaido instinctively turned and raised his arms to block. Thud. With a dull thud, the stone slabs under Kaido's feet cracked into a web of patterns, and a shallow white claw mark was left on his arm. Although it didn't even break the skin, the mark was clearly visible. You can leave a mark on me. Kaido looked down at his arm in astonishment. All the Fei Lu Bao stood up. Timu, a casual kick can reach this level. Pei Jiwan's mouth was wide enough to fit a fist. That's Admiral Kaido. Jean can actually leave a mark? And he didn't even use haki. Fu Zifu's voice tightened. Kaido didn't use haki either. This is a pure physical strength duel. Jean's physical strength has reached this level. Kuei muttered as he recorded data. Skin hardness has increased at least 3 times. No more than 5 times. Muscle strength has increased significantly. The attack power in Eagle Talon form far surpasses that of the toothless pterosaur. No, it's not even on the same level. The He Lu Sea Fruit's transformation of physique is a total enhancement. Jieku was the most direct. He strode to Luo-san and grasped his hand. Brother son. You are my real brother from now on. Whatever you say, Jieku will do. Brother Jean ate in S-class and became like this. I dare not imagine what monsters S-class and SS-class would be. Kaido rubbed the white mark on his shoulder, then burst into laughter. Wu luo 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 luo. Well done. 3 billion. Worth it. Damn worth it. That toothless pterosaur fruit before. I've long looked down on it. Ancient Zoan is nothing. Compared to Mythical Zoan, it's trash. Jean said with a hint of apology. Mister Kaido, I didn't unleash my full power just now. Kaido paused. What? Jean pointed to his forehead, where the faint golden vertical mark was pulsing slightly. The triple abilities of He Lu Si. I only used the most basic first-level Sun Will defense. The other 2 levels, Heavenly Eye and Sunlight, I haven't used yet. And after that toothless pterosaur fruit was replaced, my original Lunaria tribe talent seems to have been enhanced as well. Kaido was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Wu luo 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 luo. Jean. This place is too small to fight fully. Come up with me and let loose. Sure. As soon as the words were spoken, Jean's figure turned into a golden red arrow shooting into the sky. Everyone looked up, seeing the golden red light piercing through the clouds and straight into the sky. Wu luo luo luo. Kaido leaped up, his form expanding in midair. Blue scales surged from under his skin like a tide. His arms turned into sharp claws. His spine extended into a long tail covered with bone spikes. His dragon head rose, fangs jagged, and dragon whiskers rustled in the wind. Fish fruit, Mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form. The blue dragon soared into the sky, chasing the golden light point straight into the clouds. The 2 figures, one after the other, tore through the clouds and vanished from sight in an instant. Quick, go outside to watch. Kuei strode out. Above the land of Wano, the sky was a vast cloudless expanse. The sun, like a colossal sphere of fire, hung at its zenith, pouring down its scorching rays without hindrance, heating. Above the land of Wano, the sky was a vast cloudless expanse. The sun, like a colossal sphere of fire, hung at its zenith, pouring down its scorching rays without hindrance, heating the stones on the ground until they were faintly warm. In the sky, Jean hovered 10,000 meters high, the noon sun directly above him, its brilliant white light pouring unsparingly onto his form. Then he felt it. A power surging from the marrow of his bones. A steady, unceasing amplification. Every ray of sunlight that struck his golden feathers transformed into a warm current racing through his veins to every inch of his skin. His crimson gold wings grew even more radiant under the sun, the white flames at their edges blazing fiercer. The solar disk behind his head manifested automatically, greedily absorbing the sun's energy. This is... Jean looked down at his hands, golden light flowing between his fingers. The passive of the fruit ability, Scorching Sun Enhancement. During the earlier battle the sunlight had been too weak and this effect had not triggered at all. But now, standing beneath the clouds bathed in the purest noon light, every feather crazily absorbed light energy. His body temperature soared, his strength steadily increased, and even his breathing grew smoother. I see. Horus is the god of the sun, the god of the sky. The high altitudes and sunlight are his true battlefield. Jean, what are you dawdling for? A colossal Azure Dragon burst through the clouds. Come! Kaido's dragon roar scattered large swaths of clouds. Jean slowly turned, spreading his wings wide, his entire form bathed in the most intense noon sunlight. He gazed at the Azure Dragon rushing toward him, and in his eyes there was no longer the reverence of old, only pure battle intent. Kaido-sama, the high sky is the territory of the sun god. Then Jean moved. With a single flap of his wings, his body transformed into a golden flash within the sunlight. The teleportation effect of Dawn Wings was amplified to the extreme by the noon sun, its range greater, its speed so swift that even observation hockey could barely lock onto it. When he reappeared, he was already behind Kaido. His right leg, wreathed in golden flames, slammed down with brutal force. Kaido turned to block. Azure scales clashed with golden eagle talons, exploding a ring of shockwaves. He felt the force in his arm, more than 30% stronger than in the Great Hall earlier. On the surface of his scales, a faint golden scorch mark appeared, the trace of solar fire. Though fleeting, it was enough to shock him. This power. In the Great Hall you weren't going all out. It's not that I wasn't going all out. A hint of excitement, which even Jean himself hadn't noticed, crept into his voice. It's this sun that went all out for me. He raised a hand and pointed upward. Kaido followed his finger and glanced at the blazing sun, his pupils contracting. Your fruit becomes stronger under the sun. Not just that. The flames behind Jean burst forth, but this time his innate racial flames resonated with the fruit's light-based power. The color shifted from orange to a fusion of gold. The tongues of fire grew more intense, like a sword retempered in a forge. My racial talent has also been amplified. Kaido stared at the new flame in Jean's palm. His eyes brightened, and then he burst into wild laughter. You're good. Then let's go all. Without another word, he unleashed his full dragon might, wrapping himself in gale and thunder, and lunged at Jean once more. The two figures clashed violently 10,000 meters above the ground. One was a thunderbolt deep as the ocean, the other a golden blaze like the noon sun. Every collision burst a ring of shockwaves, every exchange tore the clouds apart, only for them to mend again. No one used hockey, it was a pure contest of physical strength. Yet the intensity of this duel surpassed any sparring session since the founding of the Beast Pirates. Dragon claws ripped through the air, leaving shallow white marks on Jean's wings. Eagle talons wreathed in solar fire branded scorch after scorch into the Azure Dragon's scales. Both of them ascended higher, from 10,000 meters to 12,000, then to 15,000. The higher they went, the stronger Jean became. The higher they went, the more difficult it became for Kaido, because he discovered that Jean's recovery rate under the sunlight far surpassed his own. Those white marks healed within seconds under the sun's rays, while the scorch marks on his own scales accumulated slowly but surely. Above the clouds beneath the blazing sun, the duel finally came to an end. Kaido threw his head back and laughed. Uroro. What a thrill. What a thrill. His arms and shoulders were covered in dense scorch marks. Though none had truly wounded him, their number and depth were enough to show the ferocity of the bout. What a thrill. His arms and shoulders were covered in dense scorch marks. Though none had truly wounded him, their number and depth were enough to show the ferocity of the bout. The sun has elevated your Horus to a height I never imagined. Jean, you are now the true scorching calamity. Jean slowly descended to Kaido's side. The heavenly eye on his forehead fully closed, and the solar disk behind his head dissipated into specks of golden light. He too bore wounds, but he smiled. A smile of pure, exhilarated joy. Kaido's mouth twitched, and he waved a hand. No rush. You've only just eaten it, there's plenty of time to develop it. I just want to ask you one thing. Kaido's mouth twitched, and he waved a hand. No rush. You've only just eaten it, there's plenty of time to develop it. I just want to ask you one thing. This glass Horus, do you accept it? I accept. One word, crisp and decisive. Good. Kaido turned and dove downward. Let's go. Back. The two landed one after another on the plaza of Onigashima, which was already crowded with many people. I accept. One word, crisp and decisive. Good. Kaido turned and dove downward. Let's go. Back. The two landed one after another on the plaza of Onigashima, which was already crowded with many people. All members of the Beast Pirates hear my command. The crowd, still immersed in shock and murmurs, instantly fell silent. They all turned to Kaido, standing straight and reigning in their auras. It had been a long time since they had seen the Governor-General so serious. Kaido's gaze swept across the assembly. From this day forward, Luo-san shall serve as the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, second only to me, Kaido, and above the three lead performers. Throughout the entire crew, seeing Luo-san is like seeing me myself. His voice echoed across the plaza. Anyone who disagrees. The three calamities were the first to react. Jean placed his right hand over his chest. This man who had never bowed to anyone now did so without hesitation. I, Jean, the scorching calamity, acknowledge Luo's son as vice captain. This vow I swear by my name. Queen was the second, speaking solemnly. I, Queen the Plague, acknowledge Luo's son as the vice captain of the beasts. Anyone who opposes, ill use them as my first experiment. Jack was the third, his voice deep and resolute. Brother son as vice captain. I, Jack, accept. From now on, whatever brother son says, ill charge and first. The three calamities all submitted. Who among the flying six would dare to oppose? Who's who knelt on one knee? Fei Liubao. Who's who acknowledges Luo's son as vice captain? Black Maria knelt gracefully, her voice soft, yet resolute. Fei Liubao. Black Maria pays respects to the vice captain. Sasai strode forward and knelt. Sasai. I'm convinced. From now on, brother son is my big brother. Run Ti shrieked and lunged to wrap her arms around Luo Sen's waist. Brother Luo san is the vice captain. Run Ti is the first to support. Pei Jivun knelt immediately after. Pei Jivun supports vice captain Luo san. Beyond the Fei Liubao, hundreds of officers and gifters in the great hall knelt in unison, their voices surging like a tide. Pay respects to the vice captain. The hall was filled with kneeling supporters, not a single voice of dissent. Because no one had any reason to object. A man who could produce infinite mythical Zoan fruits, who had transformed King the Wildfire, and who had been personally appointed vice captain by Kaido. Who dared to refuse? Luo san stood amidst the crowd, his expression still calm, but his hand clenched slightly within his sleeve. He knew what this moment meant. From warehouse manager to vice captain, from a bookkeeper to the second-in-command of the Beast's pirates. This was not the end, it was the beginning. Luo san raised his hand, signaling for silence. The cheers gradually subsided, and all eyes once again focused on the new vice captain. He stood beside King, a full 2 heads shorter than the Wildfire, yet no one felt him insignificant. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you. Luo Sen's voice was not loud, but it reached every corner clearly. The Scrade bird fruit Mythical Zoan model Hualu C that King consumed cost 3 billion berries. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Above Scrade there is S-Scrade costing 5 billion each, and there are definitely more powerful Mythical Zoans. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. And beyond that, Luo san lowered his voice further, as if revealing a secret. There is SS Scrade. 10 billion berries each. I cannot describe the power of these fruits, for they surpass everything I know about devil fruits. I can only tell you this: if Scrade could transform Mr. King, then imagine what SS Scrade can do. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Almost uncontrollable breathing came from every corner of the hall. 10 billion for one fruit. Make money. Someone shouted those two words first, and then the entire hall exploded. Make money. Make money. Make money. Wave after wave of shouts, as if they would tear through the dome. The Fei Liubao were shouting, the headliners were shouting, even the underlings outside the hall. Make money. Make money. Make money. Wave after wave of shouts, as if they would tear through the dome. The Fei Liubao were shouting, the headliners were shouting, even Sasai was the first to jump up, full of momentum. Raid the celestial dragons. The heavenly gold. At least 5 billion a haul. Whose eyes glinted coldly. The underworld also has plenty of fat sheep. Doflamingo's business chain Tesoros, Grand Tesoro, Big Mom's, Whole Cake Treasury. Any of them is a target worth tens of billions. Black Maria chuckled. One by one, you're all so good at arithmetic now. Where was this cleverness before? Jack slammed a fist into his palm. I don't care who it is. If brother son says to rob them, I'll rob them. SS Scrade. 10 billion. I'll rob 10 billion for brother son. Run T screeched and raised her hand. I want S Scrade. No, I want SS Scrade. Brother Luosen, you promised me. Next one, let me draw. Kaido laughed heartily, mixed with irrepressible excitement. Yororo. 10 billion. SS Scrade. A fruit stronger than my Azure Dragon. I want to see what kind of monster that is. Just as the frenzy reached its peak, Luo's son raised his hand again. But these two words were like a bucket of cold water, not to extinguish the flame, but to turn a wild blaze into a controlled fire. Everyone must understand that devil fruit abilities are endless, but what suits you is most important. The crowd was stunned. Luo's son looked at King. Mr. King's Hualu C is a bird-type mythical Zoan, perfectly matching his Lunarian heritage and swordsmanship. This is a rare and fateful encounter. But if Mr. Queen had eaten Hualu C, the effect might not be the same. What he needs is not flight and light-based attacks, but abilities that aid his research and combat. Queen rubbed his chin. That's true. If I grew wings, I couldn't even get into my lab. Luo-san continued. Similarly, if Jack draws a mythical Zoan that requires complex control, the effect might not be good. Everyone has their own fighting style, their own talent, direction, their own role. No matter how powerful a mythical Zoan is, if it doesn't fit the user, even the highest grade is weight. He looked around, his tone calm. So don't just focus on the grade. Grade has its own uses. Grade has its own space to shine. If a grade fruit perfectly matches someone's combat system, it's more valuable than an unsuitable grade fruit. Grade sets the ceiling, but compatibility sets the floor. A crew isn't built on one person. When everyone has a mythical Zoan that suits them, the beast pirates will truly become an unstoppable pirate crew on this sea. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Then Kaido nodded slowly, his frenzy not diminished, but a gleam of clarity in his eyes. Luo-san is right. King and Horus are a match made in heaven. That's luck. But luck can't be this good every time. Choosing fruits for everyone requires thought. Can't just look at the grade. Queen also dropped his playful expression. Speaking seriously makes sense. He'll make a list later, compile everyone's combat data and ability tendencies, and well distribute accordingly. Jack scratched his head then. Brother-san, what do you think suits me? Luo-san glanced at him. You excel at frontal charge as a power-type fighter. A mythical Zoan that focuses on close combat and strength is 10 times better for you than one that requires delicate control. Jack nodded in sudden realization. Good. Whatever Brother-san says goes. Run-T tugged at Luo-san's sleeve. Brother Luo-san, pick for me. I only trust you. Pei Jivan muttered. Sis, that's cheating. Xiao Pei, shut up. Amid the discussion that had returned to rationality, Kaido suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh. Luo-san, how much money is left in the warehouse? Draw more. King Aiden scrayed and became so powerful. I want to see you draw again now. Luo-san looked at him expressionlessly. Captain, there's no money left in the warehouse. What? Luo-san spread his hands. I spent all 3 billion. Otherwise, why would I have waited until now? Just this, one Horus. The current cash balance in the warehouse is 0. Kaido stared wide-eyed for a full 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. Uroro. We're broke. Huh. The beast pirates have not a single berry left in the treasury. Ridiculous. Who would believe it? Uroro. Jack slapped his thigh, laughing. Boss-son. You're ruthless. You managed the treasury for a year without wasting a single coin, then emptied the whole place. Queen, I told you he didn't steal for himself. He really left nothing. Ultai clung to Luossen, laughing so hard she could barely stand. Brother Luossen, you're amazing. The first person in beast pirate history to empty the treasury. Luossen remained expressionless, waiting for the laughter to subside before speaking calmly. So the priority is making money. Kaido stepped onto the platform, facing the entire crew, his voice like thunder. Spread my orders. The beast pirates are now at full combat readiness. All fleets, both main and affiliated, set sail at dawn tomorrow. There's only one goal: make money. Steal money. Get money by any means. Gold, jewels, devil fruits, underground deals. Anything that can be turned into cash, bring it all back. Every single berry earned goes to Vice Captain Luossen. I want the entire beast crew to have mythical Zoans. I want to pull an SS grade. I want the whole world to know from today there's only one king in the new world. He took a deep breath and roared to the sky, beast pirates. Make money. A thunderous response echoed from inside and outside the hall. Make money. Make money. Make money. Luossen stood in the midst of the fervent crowd, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The treasury was empty, but the future of the beast pirates had only just begun. The next day at dawn, the morning mist of Onigashima had not yet dissipated, but the harbor was already bustling like a boiling cauldron. The beast pirates' fleet was ready to set sail, sails flapping in the morning breeze, cannon muzzles gleaming coldly through the haze. The island had never been so busy at this hour. The full combat alert had turned the beast pirates into a war machine wound tight, completing all preparations for departure overnight. Luossen stood on the steps before the main hall holding a freshly delivered intelligence report. The scrawled but clear handwriting on the parchment was a message from an undercover agent in the West Blue. West Blue Celestial Tribute Transport Fleet. CP0 Escort. At least 10 warships for escort. 3 transport ships carrying all the tribute from the 5 kingdoms of West Blue. Preliminary estimate. No less than 5 billion berries. Route marked. Celestial Tribute. The lifeline of the world government, the pocket money of the celestial dragons, the bottomless pit, filled with the blood and sweat of common people across the nations. Every year the tribute from the 4 seas flowed together, escorted by world government warships, to Mary Geos. This money was the foundation of the celestial dragon's extravagant life, and the most inviolable taboo of the world government. Hence the escort fleet was always of the highest caliber. A vice admiral from headquarters commanded CP0, accompanied covertly, and the route was dotted with secret outposts and intelligence points. Whoever dared to touch the celestial tribute was declaring war on the entire nation. But precisely because of this, the value of the celestial tribute far exceeded any other treasure vault. If the escort fleet was larger than estimated, the amount carried would be even a conservative estimate would yield enough for 1 S-grade devil fruit. Luossen folded the report. On the open ground before the hall, the 3 calamities, the Tobarapo, and all core officers of the beast pirates had assembled. Fire burned in every eye. Make money. He descended the steps, his gaze sweeping across the faces. Intelligence has arrived. West Blue Celestial Tribute, with CP0 escort. At least 5. Those few words ignited the crowd. 5 billion. Sasaki 1 S-grade. After this job, what King ate yesterday, and Scrade, will be nothing. Jack slammed his fists together with a dull thud. Celestial Tribute. I've wanted to rob it for ages. The Celestial Dragon's money. Why not take it? That's the nest of sea kings. If we set an ambush before the calm belt, we can use the currents and reef terrain to disrupt their formation. Us past the edge of the calm belt. That's the nest of sea kings. If we set an ambush before the calm belt, we can use the currents and reef terrain to disrupt their formation. But CP0 is a problem, and we can't rule out an admiral secretly accompanying them. Black Maria elegantly unfolded her fan. The Celestial Tribute Escort Fleet is no pushover. 10 warships. Even without an admiral, there will be at least 3 vice-admirals. A heating clash would incur losses, even if we win. Kaido sat on a boulder before the hall drinking sake. Queen stroked his chin, calculating. If this job succeeds after deducting the shares for the underlings, the net profit will be at least 4.5 billion. 4.5 billion plus the leftover scraps from our stock. Wait, Rossen already emptied the stock. So it's pure 4.5 billion income. Still short of an S grade, and more than half short of an SS. The key is CP0. Who's who sneered. Those guys in white suits are weak in combat, but troublesome. Just as everyone was weighing pros and cons, a low voice sounded. It's easiest if I go alone. Everyone's gaze turned to the source of the voice. King stepped forward. Today he wore no mask. The golden vertical scar on his forehead glowed faintly in the morning light. After consuming the Horus fruit yesterday, he had completely transformed. Before he was as cold as a blade sheathed in its scabbard. Now he was still that blade, but coated in a layer of scorching gold. Calm and restrained when sheathed, blinding as the sun when drawn. I am the first to obtain a mythical Zoan. King's voice was not loud, but it hushed the entire gathering. After yesterday's spar, everyone saw whether this fruit was worth 3 billion. No one refuted. The duel between blue and gold high in the sky yesterday was still vivid in memory. This fruit was bought with the embezzled funds Rossen took. That 3 billion was borne by the entire crew. But in the end, Rossen took the responsibility. King's gaze turned to Rossen, carrying a rare expression of gratitude. He paused, his chest heaving, as if suppressing a surge of emotion. I owe him. Those 4 words were spoken with immense. He paused, his chest heaving, as if suppressing a surge of emotion. I owe him. Those 4 words were spoken with immense weight. Everyone present here is a core of the Beast Pirates. Some have followed Kaido for over a decade, others joined later. But Rossen, I owe him a debt. It's not about the money. 3 billion can be recouped. What I owe is trust. He was the first. But Rossen, I owe him a debt. It's not about the money. 3 billion can be recouped. What I owe is trust. He was the first to place his trust in me. So, I must go to West Blue. Jean turned to face Lord Kaido. Lord Kaido, I alone am enough. These words caused an uproar. Alone? Kuei-in frowned. Jean, I admit you're absurdly strong now, but that's celestial gold. The escort specifications for celestial gold don't rule out an admiral being present. It's too risky for you to go alone. Jekka panicked. Brother Jean, he'll go with you. I'm not afraid of an admiral. When I see an admiral, he'll be the first to charge. Runty also jumped up. Jean, don't be reckless. An admiral is no joke. Even with Horus now, you can't go head-to-head against an entire fleet alone. Jean shook his head. No need. He spread his right arm, and the golden-red wings unfurled thunderously in the morning light. The wingspan blocked the rising sun, casting a golden shadow before the hall. Every feather glowed with a warm radiance, their edges burning with faint white flames. The third eye on his forehead slowly opened, releasing a steady white light from that celestial eye. The solar disk behind his head emerged on its own as golden halos rippled out concentric circles of light in the morning mist. Yesterday, I fought Lord Kaido at high altitude. 10,000 meters up under the blazing noon sun, my power was amplified by the sunlight, and even Lord Kaido's Azure Dragon form was suppressed. Scorching sun and high altitude are my domain. He looked up at the eastern morning sun, golden light swirling in his eyes. Now it's early morning, the sun has just risen. Even the fastest CP0 warship would take half a day from Onigashima to the designated waters of the West Sea. By the time I arrive, it will be exactly noon. At noon, with the sun blazing overhead, that is when Horus is at its strongest. Sunlight is the domain of the sun god, and high altitude is the hunting ground of the eagle god. At that time, even an admiral, I can put up a fight. His voice was calm. Moreover, I have the heavenly eye. 360-degree unobstructed vision, absolute insight. The formation of a dozen warships, the hidden positions of CP0. Before the heavenly eye, all ambushes and disguises are. They'll go alone, no need to be distracted. If I can't win, I can retreat. With Horus, my flight speed has increased at least tenfold. They can't stop me. He retracted the light, returning to the calm and restrained calamity of fire. But that brief burst of radiance just now had made everyone present understand that he was the most suitable to go more than anyone else. Jean turned to Luo-san, his tone solemn. Luo-san, yesterday you gave me your trust. Today I will repay that trust with action. I will bring back all the celestial gold from the West Sea. Every single S-grade coin I will personally deliver into your hands. What I say no one can stop. Luo-san looked into Jean's eyes and nodded. Good, no need to annihilate them. Just snatch and run. The most important thing for the Beast Pirates right now is to make money, not to fight. It doesn't matter if CP0 lives or dies, it doesn't matter if the warships sink. Once the celestial gold is in hand, withdraw. Your safety is more important than those 50 billion. Jean was silent for a moment, then lowered his head. This man who never bowed to anyone, who always spoke with his chin raised even before Kaido, now bowed slightly to Yes, Vice Captain. Kaido rose from the boulder, strode over to Jean, and looked at this brother who had followed him for over a decade. There was no worry in his eyes, only excitement. Jean, you are my first commander, the calamity of fire of the beasts. With Horus awakened within you, let alone CP0. Even if that brat Huang Yuan comes, you can still escape. The morning light grew brighter, painting the sea a golden red. He spread his wings, the golden red feathers blazing brilliantly in the rising sun. The morning light grew brighter, painting the sea a golden red. He spread his wings, the golden red feathers blazing brilliantly in the rising sun. With a light flap, his body shot through the sky like a golden lightning bolt, soaring straight into the clouds. His speed was even faster than yesterday. After a day of adaptation, his mastery of Horus had reached another level. A golden point pierced the clouds, leaving a straight golden line across the azure sky. The clouds were torn apart by the wing wind surging to both sides and unable to close for a long time. The seagulls on the sea were startled into scattered flight, their cries rising and falling. Everyone looked up, watching the golden line gradually disappear into the eastern horizon until the last glimmer merged into the radiance of the rising sun. Kuei-in adjusted his glasses. Flying really fast. At this speed, it will take him less than half a day from Onigashima to the designated West Sea waters. Right on time for noon. Is it really okay for Jean to go alone? Jieku was still uneasy. Fu shook his head. Quite the opposite. Him going alone is the optimal solution. Horus' high-altitude boost plus the noon amplification combined with the Heavenly Eyes detection ability and the Dawn Wings mobility, Jean's aerial combat capability now likely surpasses all of us. Unless Huang Yuan himself shows up, no one can intercept him in the air. And Huang Yuan is currently at Marineford, so he cannot appear on the West Sea route. Sasaki's eyes lit up. So this trip is basically guaranteed. Hey, Malia closed her folding fan, gazing at the still fading golden trail on the eastern horizon, and smiled elegantly. The new era of the beasts begins today. And the one who sounds the first war drum is the calamity of Fire Jean. Kaido laughed uproariously. Celestial gold. 50 billion. Let them see that my beast pirates will from today step by step become the 100 phantom beasts. At 10,000 meters, Jean was speeding, his golden red wings fully spread, each feather blazing like fire under the noon sun. He flew so fast that the clouds were split in two by the wing wind, leaving a straight, lasting golden trail behind him. Occasionally people on merchant ships looked up only to see a flash of golden light, thinking it was the sun dazzling their eyes. His speed was still increasing. The higher he was, the fiercer the sunlight, the stronger his power. Horus' high-altitude boost combined with the noon amplification pushed his flight speed beyond any previous record. 1,000 kilometers per hour. 1,200. He had no extra energy to calculate. He only knew that from Onigashima to the designated West Sea waters, it would take less than half a day. The sun was directly overhead, like a burning white hole. The solar disk expanded on its own, greedily absorbing every ray of sunlight, converting them into endless stamina. The high-altitude wind was as sharp as a blade, but upon striking the faint golden halo around him, it dissolved into a gentle breeze. The air was thin, but his breathing was unusually smooth. Horus' physique allowed him to move freely at 10,000 meters. Heavenly Eye activate. The vertical eye in the center of his forehead emitted a steady white light piercing through the clouds, taking in everything within hundreds of kilometers of sea below. The trajectories of swimming fish, the rolling currents of the sea, the smoke rising from merchant ship chimneys, and the silhouettes of sea kings moving slowly in the deep ocean. All information flowed into his consciousness like a torrent. The Heavenly Eye saw through all. Before this eye pretense was meaningless. At that moment the Heavenly Eye captured a cluster of light points. Far away at the edge of the horizon, yet the absolute vision of the Heavenly Eye still. Jean's pupils contracted slightly. 12 warships arranged in a goose formation, 4 frigates flanked left and right, with 3 transport ships protected at the center. On the decks of the warships, figures clad in white were faintly visible. The flagship's mast flew a large banner embroidered with the cross emblem of the world government. The Heavenly Tribute. Jean adjusted his flight angle, plunging like a golden meteor toward the target sea area. As the distance shortened, the information from the Heavenly Eye grew clearer. 12 warships, 9 of them standard frigates, 3 transports. The soldiers on deck were primarily elite marines, each ship carrying about 300 troops equipped with heavy cannons and seastone net guns. But the true core combat power lay not with the ordinary soldiers. The Heavenly Eye locked onto 3 auras, far surpassing the surrounding troops. A slight smile curled at the corner of Jean's mouth. 3 vice admirals. He identified their features one by one. One was burly, carrying a giant axe on his shoulder. Another was lean and tall with an exceptionally long sword at his waist. The third was a woman draped in the justice coat of a marine vice admiral, her golden hair coiled behind her head. No admiral. Good. At that moment on the sea surface, atop the observation tower of the flagship, a lookout scanned the empty horizon with boredom. The escort mission for the Heavenly Tribute was the most tedious yet tense duty for the Marines. Tedious because no one had dared to touch it for years, tense because if anything went wrong an admiral would personally who would dare to rob under these circumstances. But today the weather was fine, the sunlight ample, the sea calm. Even the Sea Kings were too lazy to surface for air. The lookout yawned. Then he saw a golden light dot at the edge of the sky. At first he thought it was a seabird or a reflection of sunlight on the waves, but the dot grew larger, approaching at a speed that nearly made his telescope slip from his hand. Report. Directly above. Unidentified flying object. Extremely fast. Approaching overhead. Instantly a commotion erupted on the deck. The soldiers looked up, raising their telescopes. The golden light drew nearer, brighter, revealing the vague outline of a bird. Wings of gold, their edges burning with white. What is that? A bird. How can a bird be that big? No, that's a person. 3 figures leaped simultaneously from the decks of the warships, landing on the bow of the flagship. The 3 vice admirals looked up at the sky, their faces instantly darkening. The ordinary marine soldiers couldn't recognize the figure, but they did. That iconic black armor. Only one person in the entire New World matched those traits. The Beast's pirates, the lead of the 3 calamities. King the Conflagration. The Beast's calamity of fire. The vice admiral with the giant axe felt his pupils contract, cold sweat beating on his forehead. How did he get here? Intelligence said the Beast's pirates had no large-scale movements near Wano recently. The vice admiral with the sword narrowed his eyes, his hand already on the hilt. His wings are wrong. The wings of a pteranodon aren't that color. This golden light. Too eerie. Regardless of the situation, said the blonde female vice admiral, the most composed yet unable to hide a trace of tension in her voice. King the Conflagration appearing on the West Blue Heavenly Tribute route cannot be a coincidence. Contact Marine Headquarters immediately and request an admiral's support. All ships enter first-level combat readiness. Yes, sir. The communication operator frantically tapped the telegraph. The shrill battle alarm blared across the decks. Soldiers rushed to their gun positions, the heavy cannons' muzzles turned in unison toward the sky. The Seastone net gun stands were pushed to the bow, aimed at the increasingly close golden figure. But it was already too late. Jean plunged downward like a precisely guided golden meteor. He hovered steadily directly above the fleet at an altitude of about 5,000 meters. At that distance the warship's artillery could theoretically reach, but practically it was questionable. Even if they could, from firing to arrival, he could cover 3 times the cannon's range in the blink of an eye. No one could intercept him in the air, at least not these warships. He raised his right hand and orange-eared flames ignited behind him. His Lunarian innate flames now fused with the sunlight of Horus into a new form. The flames condensed and compressed, shifting from orange-eared to golden, from golden to incandescent white. The golden-red feathers were distinct under the sunlight, the burning wingtips trailing 2 long streaks of fire. The heavenly eye at the center of his forehead opened fully, its white radiance illuminating his face like a descending deity. It really is the calamity of fire. The vice admiral with the giant axe gritted his teeth. Report. Report immediately. The blonde female vice admiral snatched the den mushy from the communication operator and dialed the Marine Headquarters emergency line. The snail's face instantly transformed into an image of a man wearing a justice coat and a marine cap. Headquarters had connected. This is the West Blue Heavenly Tribute Transport Fleet. Route C9, coordinates 8,742. Encountered the Beast's pirates, lead calamity. King the Conflagration. Repeat, encountered King the Conflagration. Request admiral support. A series of urgent reports came from the other end of the den mushy, followed by silence. The silence lasted 3 seconds, then the snail's face changed to a larger image. This is headquarters. Kizaru is on duty at Mary Giosakainu, is in the East Blue Akiji, is in the Paradise region. The fastest admiral support will arrive in 3 hours. Hold on, find a way to stall him. 3 hours. The blonde female vice admiral's hand gripping the den mushy turned pale. Stall King the Conflagration for 3 hours. Even with admiral support, 3 hours was enough for King to do far too much. But he was just one king. They were being underestimated. They couldn't defeat him, but they could stall him. She looked up. The golden figure in the sky moved. His purpose was simple: familiarize himself with his new fruit, eliminate the guards, and take the money. First strike, solar ray. He thrust his wings forward, and a golden beam 1 meter in diameter shot from between them. The beam's temperature was high enough to vaporize seawater instantly. The very air near it reeked of scorching. The beam did not target any warship's hull. Instead, it precisely cut into the gap of the fleet formation, striking the sea surface 30 meters in front of the outermost frigate. The sea surface instantly evaporated into a circular void 10 meters in diameter, steam shooting skyward. The beam burned at the edge of the void for a full 3 seconds before dissipating, leaving behind a massive churning whirlpool of boiling bubbles. The beam did not target any warship's hull. Instead, it precisely cut into the gap of the fleet formation, striking the sea surface 30 meters in front of the outermost frigate. The sea surface instantly evaporated into a circular void 10 meters in diameter, steam shooting skyward. The beam burned at the edge of the void for a full 3 seconds before dissipating, leaving behind a massive churning whirlpool of boiling bubbles. The frigate was pushed sideways for more than 20 meters by the towering waves, the soldiers on deck stumbling and falling in disarray. Warning! Jean's calm voice descended from above. Leave the heavenly tribute. You may go. His answer came as a volley of fire. Over a dozen warships opened fire simultaneously, the thunderous roar of cannons deafening. Hundreds of shells streaked through the air, with gray smoke trails raining down upon Jean. The barrage was as dense as a torrential storm, sealing off every angle around him. This was the standard naval tactic, blanket fire, leaving no room for evasive maneuvers. Jean did not dodge, nor did he even bother to move. His wings, slightly folded arms crossed over his chest as a golden halo materialized around him, the sun wheel. The shells struck the sun wheel's surface, but did not explode. They melted instantly. Over 100 shells, none could penetrate the defense. The sun wheel's protection melted any physical attack upon contact. Amid the radiance of the sun wheel, Jean spread his wings once more, his gaze sweeping across the fleet's formation. The heaven's eye clearly presented to him the position of every warship, the angle of every cannon, the stance of every vice admiral, and even the terrified expressions of every soldier on deck. Under absolute vision, the weakness of the goosewing formation was obvious. Frigates scattered transport ships in the center, the 3 vice admirals stationed at separate points too far apart to support each other. Light feather arrows. He swung his wings, and dozens of golden feathers detached, transforming into light arrows that rained down like a torrent. Each feather followed an independent trajectory, targeting the cannons. Continuous explosions erupted across the sea. The heavy artillery on the decks of 9 frigates was precisely struck. Barrels burned through ammunition chambers, melted one by one, reduced to scrap metal in the blasts. Each feather followed an independent trajectory, targeting the cannons. Continuous explosions erupted across the sea. The heavy artillery on the decks of 9 frigates was precisely struck. Barrels burned through ammunition chambers, melted one by one, reduced to the sword light flashed, shattering 2 feathers, but visible scorch marks remained on the blade, and the tiger's mouth of his sword-wielding hand went numb. He landed back on the deck, panting heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just a few feathers possessed such power. Vice Admiral Jufu roared, covering his entire body in armament haki, and ascended through the air with moonwalk. His massive axe was raised high above his head, gleaming black in the sunlight. But Jean merely glanced at him. The heaven's eye locked on, and the dawn wings activated. A golden flash flickered, and Jean's figure vanished from Jufu's sight, reappearing behind him. His eagle-like hand clamped onto the Vice Admiral's shoulder. Your armament haki is decent, but your speed is too slow. Jean's voice echoed in his ear. Before Jufu could turn around, an irresistible force slammed him back onto the warship. Thud! His body pierced through 3 layers of decking, embedding into the keel of the hold. In just 3 minutes, the cannons of 9 frigates were silenced, and 1 vice admiral was rendered combat ineffective. And Jean had not even used his true offensive abilities. The solar ray was merely a warning. The true power of Horus, the heaven's eye's judgment gaze, and the solar domain of his awakened form remained untouched. Now he had familiarized himself with the firing rhythm of light feather arrows, the charging time of solar ray, the deployment speed of sun wheel, and the displacement range of dawn wings. This combat was the best test of these. Jean could sense his compatibility with this Horus fruit, increasing continuously through battle. The blonde-haired female vice admiral stood on the flagship's bridge, her hand trembling slightly, as she had witnessed with her own eyes. 2 fellow Marine headquarters vice admirals couldn't even last a single round against this man. It wasn't that they were weak, he was simply too strong. The Jean of the Calamity of Fire, after acquiring Horus, was no longer an opponent that 3 vice admirals could handle. Retreat. Hold the line. She clenched her jaw and gave the order. Transport ships full speed to disengage. Run as far as you can. The escort fleet will cover the rear. But sir, if we cover the rear, that's an order. The transport ships began to turn their propellers, churning white foam. Run as far as you can. The escort fleet will cover the rear. But sir, if we cover the rear, that's an order. The transport ships began to turn their propellers, churning white foam. Surface. The remaining 2 frigates and a few warships that had not completely lost combat capability tried to turn and intercept, but against his speed exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour, the fleet's formation was like a paper fence. He landed on the deck of the first transport ship. The CP-0 agents left behind rushed at him. One was sent flying by a wing, another was stomped into the deck beneath his foot. Trash. Dead, and that was that. He tore open the hatch. In the cargo hold, countless wooden crates were neatly stacked. He pried open the first crate. The gleam of gold bars reflected on his face. The second crate, gold bricks. The third, cash and berries. The fourth, gems. Further inside there were small mountains of uncut gemstones, pearls, ancient gold coins, and luxury goods only the nobles of Mary Geos could afford. A rough estimate placed this shipment of heavenly tribute far above the standard quota, at least 10 billion berries. Yesterday, when Rossen said an SS rank mission required 10 billion, he had thought it was a goal that would take time. Yet today it lay right beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he expanded the sun wheel, enveloping the entire cargo hold in golden light. Then he shot into the sky, his talons gripping the specially designed containers filled with heavenly tribute. Each container was firmly secured to a custom pallet with chains, their total weight enough to sink a small ship, but in his eagle's grip, they felt as light as nothing. Those boxes separated from the ship's hold amid the sun wheel's golden radiance ascending with him. He flew over the fleet without sparing another glance at the battered warships. The mission was complete, the heavenly tribute was in hand. Time to return. Behind him, the blonde-haired female vice admiral stood on the tilted deck, gazing up at the golden light disappearing into the clouds. Her lips moved for a long time, but in the end no words came out. Before her were 9 frigates deprived of their cannons, 2 severely wounded vice admirals, and 3 empty transport ships. The heavenly tribute, a full year's tribute from 5 nations of the West Blue, was all gone. She picked up the Den Mushi and called headquarters. This is the heavenly tribute transport fleet. Mission failed. Calamity of Fire Gene of the Beast's pirates attacked single-handedly. The heavenly tribute has been completely plundered. Confirmed that Calamity of Fire Gene's devil fruit ability has changed. Combat capability unaccessible. Repeat, unaccessible. The enemy is heading toward the land of Wano at a speed exceeding any known flying ability user. Interception is impossible. The Den Mushi was silent for a full 10 seconds. Then a heavy voice responded, understood. Withdraw and return. Meanwhile, high above at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Jean streaked through the clouds carrying dozens of containers filled with 100 billion Bailey. The sun had begun its westward descent, but several hours remained before it would fully set. The rays of the setting sun fell upon him, less scorching than at noon. He glanced down at the containers in his grip. 100 billion Bailey. An SS-class Mythical Zoan. What expression would Brother Kaido wear? How would Kuei-in Jiaku and Run T react? And most importantly, what would the Luosen brothers say? The warehouse manager who a year ago could barely defend himself was now the vice-captain of the 100 Beasts crew. He had embezzled 3 billion, faced judgment by the entire crew, yet those 3 billion had granted him the power of Horus. Now he returned with 100 billion. This debt is repaid. Holy Land Mary Geos. The power chamber. The Wu Laoxing sat around the massive circular conference table, the air thick with tension. The crystal chandelier overhead cast cold white light, illuminating the documents spread across the table. The West Sea Heavenly Gold Transport Fleet had been attacked single-handedly by Jean the Flame Calamity of the 100 Beasts pirates. 9 escort ships rendered combatant effective, 2 vice admirals severely wounded, all CP0 agents killed, all soldiers killed. The Heavenly Gold, all of it, had been plundered. Over 10 billion Bailey. The blonde-haired Wu Laoxing spoke, his voice terrifyingly calm, a calm more dangerous than fury. The entire year's heavenly gold from 5 nations in the West Sea. Though not a vast sum, the Navy's new warship construction plan, the science unit's weapon RD budget, and the defense maintenance of Mary Geos all rely on the steady supply of heavenly gold. Even a slight shortfall would be a complete loss of face. He raised his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Now it's gone. Another bald Wu Laoxing set down the intelligence report and adjusted his glasses. The key isn't the money. Money can be levied, taxes can be raised, other expenses can be cut. The key is, once this news gets out, where will the world government's dignity stand? Flame Calamity Jean alone, without any fleet or support, in broad daylight at high noon, attacked the Heavenly Gold Fleet, escorted by 3 vice admirals and CP0. Not only did he escape unscathed, he took the entire Heavenly Gold. If that hyena Morgans gets his hands on this information. The blonde Wu Laoxing didn't finish, but everyone present understood his meaning. The president of the World Economy newspaper, that bastard who thrives on chaos, would plaster this story across the front page and send it worldwide. They could already imagine the headline: Heavenly Gold no longer forbidden. 100 Beasts pirates Flame Calamity Jean single-handedly plunders 100 billion Bailey. World government's face scraped. The 100 Beasts have made up their minds to court death. The Wu Laoxing with the mustache spoke in a low tone, his staff thudding heavily against the floor with a dull echo. That madman Kaido has entrenched himself in Wano country for years, and we've refrained from moving against him due to his strength. Now not only does he fail to restrain himself, he actively provokes the world government. The Heavenly Gold is the private property of the Celestial Dragons. Touching it is slapping us in the blonde Wu Laoxing sneered, slapping. This is stomping on our face. The sword-wielding Wu Laoxing finally spoke. He looked at no one, his gaze fixed on the longsword that never left his side. Jean's strength is problematic. 3 vice admirals plus CP0. Even if they couldn't defeat Flame Calamity Jean, they should have at least stalled him. But the report indicates that after his ability transformation, he had Golden Wings light-based abilities and a third eye on his forehead, suspected to be related to the sun. A Mythical Zoan. Mythical Zoan. Since when did Mythical Zoans become as common as cabbages? The mustached Wu Laoxing frowned deeply. The sword-wielding Wu Laoxing did not respond, only said slowly, "The Navy headquarters must provide an explanation." At that moment the door opened. The Fleet Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Buddha Jean, was strode and clad in his justice coat. but his expression was grim, with veins faintly pulsing at his temples. He stopped before the conference table, bowed slightly to the Wu Laoxing, and said, "Esteemed Wu Laoxing, I have reviewed the intelligence. The West Sea Heavenly Gold heist rests on my shoulders. The Navy headquarters escort deployment had flaws. We underestimated the 100 Beasts' operational capability and intelligence gathering speed. I take full responsibility for this." Zhanghua. The blonde Wu Laoxing's voice remained calm. "We don't want an admission of fault, we want a solution." Zhanghua was silent for a moment. "Honorable elders, should we declare war on the 100 Beasts pirates?" Before the Wu Laoxing could answer, he shook his head. "I do not recommend that." The mustached Wu Laoxing's staff thumped again. Reasons. First, the geographical location of Wano country. That nation is surrounded by sea on all sides with only a waterfall as an entrance. Easy to defend, difficult to attack. For a large-scale naval landing, the fleet must traverse the stormy seas of the New World. The march alone would cost us a third of our forces. Second, the combat strength of the 100 Beasts. Kaido himself is an emperor with the fish fruit Mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form, hailed as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. The three calamities, Flame Calamity, Gene Plague Calamity, Kuei-in, and Drought Calamity Jieku, each are monsters with bounties exceeding 10 billion. The Flying Six, the headliners, the gifters. The 100 Beasts battle order exceeds 20,000, including over 500 artificial devil fruit users. If we engage in open war, the losses would be incalculable. Third, and most critically, the balance of the New World. The four emperors check each other. Hong Fa de Ma Bai Huzi. They are all watching. If the Navy mobilizes fully to attack Wano, the other three emperors will not stand idly by. They will seize the opportunity to cause chaos, and the New World will spiral out of control. Then it won't just be about the heavenly gold. The entire sea will become a battlefield. The Wu Laoxing fell silent. Zhanghua continued his analysis. The loss of the heavenly gold is indeed severe, but if it triggers a full-scale war, the losses will be in the hundreds of billions. Moreover, the giant tribe of Elbaf has been restless lately, and Duo La Gu of the Revolutionary Army lurks in the shadows. If the Navy headquarters gets bogged down in a quagmire with the 100 Beasts, these hidden dangers could erupt at any moment. The blonde Wu Laoxing said flatly, "Zhanghua, everything you say is correct, but..." He stopped, tapping his fingers on the table. "The heavenly gold must be secured. That is the bottom line. We don't care how many admirals you deploy or how many fleets you mobilize. From today onward, all heavenly gold transport fleets, regardless of the four seas, must be personally escorted by an admiral." Zhanghua frowned. Every route requires an admiral. But the Navy headquarters currently has only 3 admirals, Qi Quan Huang Yuan and Qing Ji. There are 16 heavenly gold routes each year covering the 4 seas and the Grand Line. If we commit all 5 admiral-level combatants to heavenly gold escort, all other missions will be completely paralyzed. What about the Revolutionary Army? What about the other emperors? Who will execute the bounties on pirates? That's your job, Zhanghua. The voice of the blonde 5 elders was devoid of any ripple. Deploying troops is the duty of the Marine Fleet, Admiral, not ours. We only require results. The bald 5 elders nodded. Sengoku, you are well aware that 80% of the Marines' military expenditure, ship construction, weapons procurement, soldier salaries, and scientific unit research, comes from the allocation of celestial gold. If the celestial gold is severed, the Marines' economic lifeline is cut. Without money, there are no warships, no weapons, no pay for the soldiers. At that point, how can Marine headquarters maintain order over the seas? The sword-bearing 5 elders raised his eyes to Sengoku, his tone flat, but each word as sharp as a blade. If the Marines cannot even protect the celestial gold, why should we allocate funds to them? Better to directly hire the 7 warlords of the sea, or expand the Cipher Pole division. CP0's loyalty and execution far surpass your Marines. This was an ultimatum. If the celestial gold could not be safeguarded, the Marines would lose their funding. Sengoku closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, knowing full well the 5 elders spoke the truth. The Marines' military budget came from the celestial gold, an unalterable iron law. If the celestial gold was repeatedly plundered, the chain of funding would snap, and Marine headquarters, bereft of financial resources, would be more fragile than any pirate crew. He opened his eyes. I understand. From this day forward, all celestial gold transport routes shall be escorted by an admiral or admiral candidate throughout the entire journey. Akainu will be responsible for the East Blue route, Kizaru for the first half of the Grand Line, and Akiji for the second half. Other vice admirals and admiral candidates will be organized into a mobile force ready to reinforce any route at any time. Simultaneously, I will contact the Marine branches to dispatch additional vice admirals and rear admirals to bolster the escort fleet. He paused. We will not declare war on the Beast Pirates for now. However, the bounty on Jean the Flame Calamity will be raised, and the Beast Pirates will be designated as the highest alert level. If they appear on the celestial gold routes again, the admirals have the authority to engage them directly. If they remain unrepentant when the time comes, there will be no choice but to fight. The 5 elders exchanged glances. The blonde one slightly nodded. Agreed. But Sengoku, remember, this is not a long-term solution. The safety of the celestial gold is only the first step. The beast's pirates dared to challenge the authority of the world government. This matter will not be let go so easily. I need the intelligence division to find out why the beast's pirates suddenly require such a large sum of money and the source of the changes in Gene. A Yonko crew would not rob the celestial gold without reason. The bald five elders interjected. That ability with golden wings appears to be a mythical Zoan. If it truly is a mythical Zoan, then this fruit is not recorded in any of our known devil fruit encyclopedias. It is either a secret weapon that Kaido has hidden for years, or a newly emerged fruit. Either way, it warrants our close attention. We must also investigate why Gene was able to consume another devil fruit. Sengoku nodded. I will have the intelligence division pursue this with full effort. If there is nothing else, you may go. Sengoku turned and strode out of the chamber of power. The five elders using military funds to pressure the Marines was not the first time, but this time the pressure was real. If the Marines could not protect the celestial gold, the five elders might do something unpredictable. He walked briskly through the white corridors of Mary Geos, the setting sun slanting through the arched windows, casting a long, heavy shadow behind him. In his mind, he was rapidly calculating the troop deployment. Assigning all 3 admirals to guard the celestial gold meant that the daily surveillance of the Yonko would have a vacuum. Red Hair was recently active near Elbaf. Big Mom was making considerable moves in the Whole Cake Islands, and Whitebeard required less concern, but any of these troublemakers, once they stirred, would demand admiral-level strength. Garp was on leave in the East. Blutsuru was at the branch base handling intelligence. Zephyr had retired, but the science unit could still be mobilized, and there was also the need for a world military draft. He kept tallying in his mind. As he walked, the more he calculated, the more he felt the scarcity. Yet the five elders' words brooked no rebuttal. The celestial gold must be secured. Upon returning to Marine headquarters, he went directly to the command room, picked up a Den Den Mushi, and dialed the emergency channel of all admirals. By order of the fleet admiral. From this day forward, all celestial gold transport routes shall be personally escorted by an admiral or admiral candidate. Specific assignments will be issued tomorrow. All fleets are to prepare for departure. Additionally, the bounty on Gene the Flame Calamity is raised to 1.6 billion berries. The Beast's pirates are designated as the highest alert level. If any admiral encounters the Beast's pirates during the escort mission, they have the authority to engage directly, without seeking approval from headquarters. Akaino. Kaido can no longer sit still. I've always said not a single Yonko should be left alive. How troublesome. Kizaru's lazy voice followed. That Gene fellow was already tough to deal with, and now I hear he's got golden wings, and moves very fast. Akiji only said 4 words, Era I see. Do not act rashly for now. Sengoku's voice was extremely low. Now is not the time for a full-scale war. Just execute the orders. The Den Den Mushi hung up. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his brow. Outside the window, the setting sun cast a deceptive golden glow. The balance of this sea was being pried, and the lever prying it was berries. The Beast's pirates suddenly needed money, vast amounts of money, so much so that they dared to rob the celestial gold. This was abnormal. Kaido might be mad, but he never made a losing bargain. Something must have convinced him that this money was worth the risk. Sengoku's fingers unconsciously traced patterns on the desk. It seems I'll have to send someone to investigate Wano. He took out another Den Den Mushi and dialed an encrypted channel. Sengoku's fingers unconsciously traced patterns on the desk. It seems I'll have to send someone to investigate Wano. He took out another Den Den Mushi, and the other end of the line only replied with 2 words, understood. Sengoku set down the Den Den Mushi and put his glasses back on. Truly, these were tumultuous times. The next day, newsbirds swept across the sea. As dawn's light first appeared, tens of thousands of newsbirds soared from the headquarters of the world economy, newspaper, flying, to every corner of the world. Newspapers scattered. The day's front page held only 1 photograph, but that single photograph was enough to make everyone in the world stop what they were doing. In the photo, a golden figure hovered 10,000 meters in the air. Its crimson golden wings were spread wide, the tips blazing with white flames, and the sun wheel behind its head radiated dazzling light under the midday sun. On its forehead, a vertical eye emitted a beam that pierced through the clouds. Beneath it lay a shattered marine fleet. The deck of an escort ship was billowing with smoke. 3 transport vessels had their cargo holds ripped open, and the celestial gold inside had vanished without a trace. At the edge of the image, a vice admiral was embedded in the warship's keel, unconscious. Another vice admiral gripped a charred, blackened, broken sword, and a blonde female vice admiral stood on the tilted deck, gazing upward with despair that could not be concealed. The headline in bold black letters occupied half the page, King's mysterious form. The Beast's flame calamity single-handedly seizes the celestial gold. West Blue 10 billion berries hijacked, 3 Navy vice admirals defeated. Devil fruit ability evolution suspected. An unprecedented event in ocean history. No newspaper dared to suppress this news. Morgans personally wrote the front page editorial, only 3 paragraphs, but each one was like a bombshell. Blazing disaster. Jean, the lead of the three disasters of the Beast's pirates, single-handedly attacked the Celestial Gold transport fleet on the West Blue C9 route at noon yesterday. According to Navy insiders, the escort fleet included 3 vice admirals from headquarters, CP0 agents, and 12 warships, yet failed to prevent Jean from stealing all of the Celestial Gold. What is shocking is not only the Beast's pirates' audacity to challenge the world government's limits, but also Jean's new form. Golden wings, a halo of light surrounding him, and a heavenly eye on his forehead. Completely different from his previously known ancient Zoan form of a toothless pterosaur. Could it be that devil fruit abilities can evolve? This newspaper will continue to follow up. The entire sea saw this photo at the same moment. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, the Moby Dick. Whitebeard sat on his throne in the center of the deck, his massive figure casting a long shadow in the morning light. The 10 commanders were scattered around the deck, some standing, some sitting, each holding the same newspaper in their hands. Marco stood beside Whitebeard, unusually silent today, because the protagonist of the photo on the newspaper possessed something all too familiar to him. Burning wings. Whitebeard held the newspaper up to his eyes, staring at the photo for a long time, his frown deepening. The sea breeze passed through his short hair, gently swaying his coat. Finally, he tossed the newspaper aside and said in a low voice, "What is that old bastard Kaido up to?" Marco took the newspaper and studied the photo again, his pupils slightly contracting. Pops, my phoenix, is a mythical Zoan type bird fruit. Jean was previously an ancient Zoan, a toothless pterosaur. Ancient Zoan and mythical Zoan are completely different systems. There has never been an evolution like this in devil fruit history. He turned the newspaper over to show Whitebeard the golden wings on Jean's photo. And look at his wings, Pops. They have nothing to do with the membrane wings of a pterosaur, they are genuine feathered wings. Golden light, flames, halo. These are not features an ancient Zoan could have. What do you think is going on, eh? Whitebeard asked. Marco was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. I don't know. He paused, his brow deeply furrowed. But there are only 2 possibilities for this situation. First, his devil fruit has awakened. Awakening can bring many strange abilities, and a change in appearance could be explained. Second, his devil fruit ability has changed. Although even I don't want to believe this possibility, if he really did switch fruits, it means the rules of devil fruits have been rewritten. Something we know nothing about is happening on this sea. Whitebeard picked up his gourd and took a large gulp, his gaze fixed on the horizon where there was nothing but seagulls circling among the waves. Tell Sachi to keep an eye on the movements in Wano country. He put down the gourd. Kaido wouldn't make such a big move without reason. Stealing the Celestial Gold is equivalent to declaring war on the world government. A year ago, no matter how much Kaido drank, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. But today he did. What does that mean? It means there is something or someone that makes him think the risk is worth it. Marco nodded. He'll take care of it. But Whitebeard said nothing more, just stared at the photo at the vertical eye on Jean's forehead, a thought flashing through his mind. One he himself found absurd. Perhaps it wasn't evolution, but a brand new devil fruit ability. But if this really is a new fruit, then what about Jean's original toothless pterosaur fruit? How can one person eat 2 devil fruits? Meanwhile, Teach, who was by the ship's railing, also saw the report. His pupils suddenly contracted, but more than shock, there was absurdity. Something's wrong. Is there someone else besides me who can eat a second devil fruit? But no matter how I look at it, that guy Jean doesn't seem to be of the same clan. In the New World, on a certain nameless island, the Red Hair Pirates camp was set up on the beach with the campfire still smoldering from the previous night. The officers were leaning against the coconut trees in small groups, passing around the same newspaper, all of them shocked and stunned. Red Hair stood by the sea, stepping on the damp sand, reading the newspaper for a long time. The waves surged up to cover his ankles, and then receded, taking away the fine sand, but not the gravity on his face. Why would Kaido be so ostentatious? Beckman, this is not Kaido's style. Kaido may be crazy and want to start a war that shakes the world, but stealing the Celestial Gold is too childish for him. So it doesn't seem like an order from Kaido. Red Hair folded the newspaper and looked toward Wano country. It's more like someone needs money so much that Kaido is willing to steal the Celestial Gold for him. And that person might also be related to the evolution of Jean's ability. Beckman followed his train of thought, blowing out a smoke ring. There is a causal relationship between the two. Jean's new form and the Beast's pirates' sudden need for a large amount of funds. If this is not a coincidence, it means the Beast pirates possess some resource or method we don't know about that can evolve devil fruit abilities. Red Hair turned around the sea breeze, stirring his empty left sleeve. There has never been such a thing as evolution in devil fruit history. Either its ability awakening or the original fruit was altered by some external force. Either way, it means the Beast pirates now possessed some kind of method. He was silent for a moment, then his voice dropped. I hope this is just our speculation. Let's wait and see for a while. Beckman said nothing. Send Hongo to investigate. Red Hair handed the newspaper to Beckman. Wano country is already difficult to infiltrate, but we must know what's happening inside the beast. What I need to know is how Jean's ability changed, and why they suddenly need so much money as soon as possible. Beckman turned and left. Whole Cake Island, Totoland. Big Mom sat on her throne, her massive body sinking into the soft cloud seat, surrounded by floating homies in the form of little suns and clouds. She grabbed a newspaper, glanced at it, and burst into laughter. Mama mama mama. The laughter echoed across the entire Cake Island. The sweet commanders stood below the throne, exchanging puzzled glances. Cracker frowned as he flipped through the same newspaper. Katakuri remained silent, and Perospero adjusted his top, had a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That old bastard Kaido has gone mad with poverty. Big Mom laughed so hard she nearly doubled over, her palms slapping against the armrest of the throne, causing the entire palace to tremble in rhythm with her. Rob the heavenly tribute. Big Mom laughed so hard she nearly doubled over, her palms slapping against the armrest of the throne, causing the entire palace to tremble in rhythm with her. Katakuri spoke with a blank expression. The form of King the Calamity of Fire has changed. According to the news, it's said to be an evolution, but I don't think this is a simple evolution. I know. Big Mom's laughter subsided, but a disdainful smirk still lingered on her lips. That idiot Kaido has never had much of a brain, and now he's going to provoke the world government for some money. But then again, she squinted, her gaze lingering on the golden photo in the newspaper for a few seconds. The change in King's form is somewhat interesting. Wings of gold, a halo, and a third eye. These aren't things a pteranodon could grow. Did Kaido secretly dig up some ancient secret? Should we investigate, Mama? Perospero licked his lollipop, his tone playful. No need. Big Mom waved her hand. Let Kaido do his robbing. Once he's hauled all the heavenly tribute back to Wano, the world government will come knocking on his door. No need for us to worry. But, she paused, pointing at Katakuri. Double the sweet tax in Tato land this year. Business in the underworld has been good lately. Let's take this chance to stock up. Kaido's short on cash means money is becoming important. I don't know what he's saving for, but whatever it is, having money on hand is never wrong. Yes, Mama. But Katakuri didn't move. He stared at the vertical eye on King's forehead in the photo, feeling something was off. Something is about to happen. Dressrosa, the royal palace. Doflamingo was not seated on the throne. He stood by the palace's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the flower fields that covered the entire country. Sunflowers bloomed brilliantly under the noonday sun, a golden sea of blossoms rolling in the wind. But this beautiful scenery was not reflected in his sunglasses. His full attention was on the newspaper in his hand, scrutinizing the photo over and over again. No, he put down the newspaper and walked toward the Den Den Mushi communications room behind his desk. There a dozen Den Den Mushi were connected to different underworld networks. He picked up the one linking to Caesar, then put it down. He picked up the one linking to Virgo and put it down as well. Finally, he picked up a black Den Den Mushi with no markings directly connected to the intelligence line in Wano. Young Master. A suppressed voice came from the other end. Wano, any recent anomalies? Anomalies? Young Master, Wano has always been anomalous. Kaido drinks and fights every day. The three calamities mind their own business. The Tobarapo cause trouble everywhere. I'm not asking about that. Doflamingo interrupted him, his voice low. I'm asking if there's any new person. On the other end there was a long silence. No direct intelligence on that. But about a year ago the Beast Pirate's warehouse and finances were taken over by a local recruit from Wano. They say he's an arithmetic genius personally promoted by Kaido. His name is Rossen, no bounty, no combat records, and he keeps a very low profile within the beasts. Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the movement of his fingers flipping through intelligence files. Luo-san, keep an eye on him, but don't alert him. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Doflamingo turned back to the window. He was the emperor of the underworld, commanding more intelligence networks than anyone else. But he dared not infiltrate Wano. His eyes were only placed on the periphery. This change in King, however, truly piqued his curiosity. Devil fruits are the embodiment of rules. Eat one to gain a power, eat two to die in an explosion. This is an ironclad law that has governed the world for 800 years. But now someone has broken this law. As for evolution, it's more like awakening. Fufufu. Could it be that he's mastered the method to awaken a devil fruit at will? Onigashima. Hundreds of bonfires blazed in the port and plaza of Onigashima, flames leaping higher than a man, illuminating half the sky with a crimson glow. Meat sizzled on iron grills, fat dripping into the embers and bursting into sparks. Barrels of sake were piled into small mountains, each one filled with aged vintage from the cellars of Wano. Kaido himself had ordered them opened. No limits today, drink until you drop. And the source of this revelry was piled up right there on the ground. King had emptied the heavenly tribute from 3 transport ships. Gold bars, gold bricks, rough gemstones, pearls, ancient coins, cash, and belly luxury goods exclusive to Mary Geos. All meticulously sorted and stacked on the port ground, forming a genuine mountain. The firelight reflected off the gold bars a dazzling brilliance that took one's breath away. Several gifters in charge of counting crouched nearby, their fingers trembling, counting 3 times before they got the numbers. 11.5 billion. Excluding the gold and jewelry that can't be circulated for now, there's over 4 billion in cash alone. Enough to draw on strength. Or, Sasaki counted on his fingers but found he couldn't do the math, so he gave up and raised his sake bowl to the sky, shouting, "Anyway, it's a whole lot." In response there was a thunderous cheer. Kaido sat at a huge banquet table, holding a sake bowl larger than a human head in one hand, and pointed at the glittering mountain of money in the port. 11.5 billion. King, you brought back 11.5 billion in one trip. That's more than I've plundered from 10 islands. Why didn't anyone tell me the heavenly tribute was this valuable? From now on we're targeting the heavenly tribute. Queen came over with a sake bowl, his glasses reflecting the warm firelight, face flushed red. He threw an arm around King's shoulder and shoved the bowl into his hand. King, I've been in research for years, but today I finally respect you. You took down 3 vice admirals and a CP0 agent all by yourself and brought back every single one of the 11.5 billion without a cent missing. After eating that Horus fruit, you're no longer human. What was laughter? He didn't know. But tonight, looking at the mountain of gold built from 11.5 billion and the ecstasy on every face around the bonfire. What was laughter? He didn't know. But tonight, looking at the mountain of gold built from 11.5 billion and the ecstasy on every face around the bonfire, he discovered that he still remembered how to smile. You're welcome. Jack walked over directly with a whole barrel of sake, placed it in front of King, and said, Brother King, drink. Today's celebration is your celebration alone. Even though Jack didn't go, I'm not jealous. Because Brother San said that everyone will get their own mythical Zoan in the future. Once I eat mine, I'll go solo and admiral. Jack roared until his face turned red and his neck veins bulged, as if already drunk before even taking a sip of wine. Run T dragged Jean before Luo-san, her masked face pressing close to his Jean. Transform again. Just once. I want to see that solar disk. Queen has been bragging about it for an hour at the banquet, saying you melted all the marine battleship shells, not a single one hit you. I need to see it with my own eyes. Jean glanced at Luo-san, who nodded slightly, while holding his wine bowl. So Jean rose to his feet, extending only his right arm. Golden red wings unfurled in the glow of the bonfire, every feather radiating a warm luster, and the solar disk emerged behind his head, illuminating the entire banquet ground brighter than daylight. Wherever the light touched, all members of Baisho gasped in awe, even though they had witnessed this form before. So cool. Run T shrieked. The value of 11.5 billion. Shirmu slammed the table. The entire Onigashima erupted in jubilation. The gifters drank heartily, the headliners shouted in arm wrestling contests, and the flying 6-seating area turned into a riot. Tonight's victory belonged to Baisho. At the peak of the banquet, Jean threaded through the boisterous crowd and approached the main table. Master Kaido, Jean said, stopping beside the main table. Kaido looked up at him. Jean, why aren't you drinking and coming to me? Queen is challenging you to a drinking contest, says he's going to get you drunk. Jean ignored the remark. He set down his wine bowl and sat across from Kaido. The night breeze blew from the harbor, carrying the salty scent of seawater and the smoky aroma of roasted meat. The bonfire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky, merging with the stars. He was silent for a few seconds, as if weighing his words. Master Kaido, there's something I must speak plainly. Jean finally spoke, his voice still low, but exceptionally clear in the night wind. Although I won this battle, the abilities of the Horus form, Solar Light, Heavenly Eye, Solar Disk, Defense, Dawn Wings, and so on, were photographed by Morgan's people. The photos made the front page headline. Now the whole world has seen my new form. They don't know the truth yet, but the information has already spread. Kaido set down his wine bowl, signaling Jean to continue. The world government isn't foolish, and neither is Sengoku. They'll eventually figure out that I've consumed a completely new mythical Zoan fruit. And on this, a method for a person to eat a second devil fruit simply doesn't exist. Jean's voice dropped to the lowest register. They'll eventually shift their focus from my fruit to the source of that fruit. In other words, Brother Luo-san will be exposed sooner or later. Kaido was silent for 2 seconds. Then he threw his head back and burst into thunderous laughter. Whirrororo. The laughter shook the surroundings, startling the nearby underlings so much that their wine bowls nearly slipped. What's there to fear? Even if they find out, so what? He grabbed his iron club, slammed it heavily onto the ground, sending stones flying, his voice echoing across half of Onigashima. Whoever comes to investigate, well, kill them. Whoever comes to steal, well, fight. Marine headquarters. The 3 admirals. The 5 elders. CP0. Let them come. If they come, well, just rob them too. I've been looking for the next SS grade treasures funds, and if they show up on their own, it saves me the trouble of searching the whole sea. He took a huge gulp of liquor, the liquid spilling down his chin and soaking the scars on his chest, but he didn't care. He continued laughing loudly. Jean, do you think I, Kaido, care about the world government? Do I care about the Marines? Or the other 4 emperors? I've ruled the new world for decades, and every day I've been watched. What's a few more enemies? The more the better. The stronger the better. The more enemies, the more money comes to us. Whirrororo. Silence fell for about a second. Brother Kaido is right. When has Baisho ever feared anyone? The entire venue exploded instantly. The headliners raised their swords and shouted, never feared. The gifters pounded their tables with bones. The flying 6 exchanged excited glances, and even the most composed Fu nodded slightly. Jack's voice was the loudest. Rob. Keep robbing. Next target, the celestial tribute in the South Sea. If an admiral escorts it, he'll even fight the admiral. Run T snickered. Idiot Jack, that's an admiral, would you dare? Jack didn't hesitate, dare. They'll just sail right up to him. Page 1 haha. Kaido looked at Jean, his smile fading slightly, but his eyes still sharp. Your fruit is exposed, but they don't know about Luo-san, or that we can draw it with money. They'll rack their brains and never figure it out, only growing more afraid. Afraid? That's right. The more people who fear, the fewer who dare to come. Those who dare come with money. Well, rob one from the first, and a pair from the second. When has by show's rule, Jean was silent for a few seconds as if about to speak again, but when he saw Kaido's eyes he swallowed all his words. He understood. Kaido had already considered all this. Kaido had thought it through and chosen the simplest path, fight. He had followed this man for decades and knew better than anyone that once Kaido made up his mind, any persuasion was a waste of time. Moreover, this time he agreed with the decision. Understood. Jean nodded slightly. Then he raised his wine bowl and drained it in one swift, decisive motion. Worororo. Kaido laughed again, clinking his giant bowl against Jean's. That's my all-star. Drink. At that moment a calm voice came from the side. Being discovered is inevitable. Luo-san had somehow arrived at the main table. He hadn't drunk much and his face remained composed. By now he had accepted at least 50 toasts, yet he stood straight, his eyes clear. This capacity for alcohol made even the boastful Jack feel inferior. He stood between Jean and Kaido, the night breeze ruffling his sleeve. The Horus form's abilities will eventually be seen by the outside world. Jean is by show's all-star. He can't hide and class Mythical Zoan as a secret weapon. The entire sea is agonizing over this question, but they'll never guess the truth. Because they're bound by the rule. One person can only eat one devil fruit. That's an iron law. They don't believe it can be broken. So they'll always be trapped. The entire sea is agonizing over this question, but they'll never guess the truth. Because they're bound by the rule. One person can only eat one devil fruit. That's an iron law. They don't believe it can be broken. So they'll always be trapped in the answer of— He took a sip from his wine bowl. By the time they figure it out, it won't matter. Because when they do, by show will have all become Mythical Zoans. That will be the day we no longer need to— Luo-san set down his wine bowl, his gaze shifting from Jean to Kaido, then sweeping over the gathered flying 6 members and executives. So there's no need to rush. Don't worry about what the newspapers write or what the outside world guesses. None of that matters. What matters is making money. 11.5 billion seems huge, but in reality only about 4 billion in cash is immediately usable. The remaining gold and jewelry need to be converted into berries through underground channels. This process will take at least 2 to 3 days. During this time our goal is to find the next target, the next Celestial Dragon tribute fleet, or an equally valuable source of wealth. The Golden City of Tesoro, the underworld trade chain. Whichever is closer we strike. Don't worry about long-term threats. Focus on one thing: how to get the most berries in the shortest time. He looked up, scanning the surroundings. An emperor fears no one. The moment these 5 words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. Jieko raised his wine barrel high and smashed it to the ground, shattering it. Who do we fear? I Jieko fear not even an admiral. Run-T leaped in front of Luo-san, her face flushed with excitement. Luo-senjij is right. We are an emperor. It's them who should be afraid. Timu tossed the fish bone into the air. We've already robbed the Celestial Dragon tribute, so why fear anything? Even the usually composed Fu Zifu stood up and raised his wine bowl. The dignity of an emperor must not be challenged. But the ambition of an emperor need not be hidden. Kaido watched this scene, a slow grin spreading across his face, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He laughed heartily, raising his wine bowl toward Luo-san, who returned the gesture from afar. A bowl of wine, 2 men. The captain and the first mate, the pinnacle of violence and the extreme of calculation. At this moment, an unspoken consensus was reached. The target remains unchanged. The pace remains unchanged. Whoever comes, we fight them, and we take their money while at it. Well said, Luo-san. Kaido slammed his wine bowl onto the table. Us beasts fear no one. Let the newspapers write what they want. Let the Marines come. Let the emperors investigate. Kaido will be right here waiting. Well, rob whoever comes one by one. But, he grinned, first rob the Celestial Dragons. They have the most money. The entire venue erupted in laughter, echoing through every corner of Onigashima. The banquet reached a new climax. More barrels of sake were rolled out, meat was placed on the grills, and Koe-in began dancing beside the bonfire, his belly jiggling more violently than an earthquake. Jiaku and Timu arm wrestled, breaking 3 tables in the process. Run-T pestered Jean to teach her how to fly, and he refused her 18 times with a stone-cold face. Hey Ma Lia elegantly plucked at a musical instrument, adding a touch of incongruous, yet strangely harmonious grace to the boisterous night. Pei Ji-won huddled in a corner drinking juice, only to be dragged out by his sister and forced to take a gulp of sake, coughing until tears streamed down his face. In the very center of this commotion, Luo-san sat quietly gazing at the bonfire before him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips. His transmigration had changed many things, but one thing had never changed: these people truly regarded him as one of their own. From warehouse manager to first mate, from bookkeeper to the core decision-maker of the Beast's pirates, it had taken him a year. In the coming year, he would make this pirate crew the most fearsome existence on the seas. Still far from it. Over the next 2 days, Onigashima transformed into a massive assembly line. The gold and jewelry plundered from the West Blue Celestial Dragon tribute fleet could not be directly used to exchange for devil fruits, but the beast pirates had ruled Wano country for 20 years, and their underground channels were already spread across the New World. Kuei-in made the connections, Fu Zifu handled the handovers, and Heima Liya coordinated the arrangements. An efficient pipeline from Onigashima to the underworld ran at full capacity within just 2 days. All the looted items were shipped out in exchange for berries. At noon on the 3rd day, the transport fleet returned to port. The underlings at the port craned their necks watching the ships slowly dock. The shipwrights lowered the gangplanks, and the transport teams began unloading crates one by one onto the shore. The thud of crates hitting the dock was low and heavy, each one making the onlookers' hearts tremble. Someone pried open the first crate, revealing neatly stacked berry bills, fresh-smelling of ink, high-denomination notes, each with a face value of 100,000. Then the second crate, the third, the 10th, the 50th, piles of berries. The cheers at the port never ceased from the moment the first ship docked. The gifters spontaneously formed a line to pass the crates, creating a human conveyor belt stretching hundreds of meters from the dock to the warehouse. Jieku stood at the warehouse entrance, counting on his fingers. Rossen stood on the high platform of the port, holding a thick ledger. For each crate stored, he made a mark in the book. 2 days ago the ledger was blank, now it was filled with dense numbers. When the last crate was moved into the warehouse, Rossen closed the ledger and announced the final figure. From the original 11.5 billion in goods plus the previous cash, the total berry count is now 11.6 billion, 100 million more than expected. It seems the beasts still have some clout. From the original 11.5 billion in goods plus the previous cash, the total berry count is now 11.6 billion. Move them all. Get every last one into the warehouse. Kaido stood at the highest point of the port, his voice echoing across half of Onigashima. From today on, there's only one key to the warehouse, Rossen's. Without Rossen's signature, no one takes a single berry from the warehouse. Not even me. The large-scale mobilization of supplies at Onigashima port was too grandiose to conceal. Over a dozen heavy cargo ships repeatedly entered and exited the port within 2 days. Hundreds of underlings formed a human conveyor belt to move thousands of crates. Kaido personally directed operations at the port, and even the reclusive Jean appeared on the dock several times. Such commotion, even without the beasts intentionally flaunting it, was enough to draw the attention of all Wano country. News quickly reached the flower capital. At the shogun's mansion, Kurazumi Orochi sat on the throne, his fingers tapping the armrest in irritation, his face a mask of confusion and unease. Kaido, what exactly is he doing? He muttered to himself. Urgent footsteps sounded outside the door, and a ninja knelt before the folding screen. Lord Orochi, the latest intelligence from Onigashima. Enter. The ninja bowed his head and walked quickly inside, presenting a handwritten report. Orochi snatched it up, his eyes scanning the dense lines, his frown deepening with each line. So many crates, all hauled into Onigashima's warehouse. He put down the report, his confusion deepening. Kaido's warehouse has always been empty. His money comes in one hand and goes out the other, either buying sake or weapons. When did he ever stockpile so much? And where did he get all this money? The ninja bowed his head even lower. This subordinate is incompetent, unable to infiltrate the core area of Onigashima. However, judging from the scale of the transport fleet, the total value of these supplies is at least 50 billion berry or more. Orochi's fingers ceased their tapping as he calculated. Kaido was his patron, but also a beast that could turn on him at any moment. For 20 years he had maintained his position as shogun by being utterly subservient to Kaido, yet he had never dared to slacken his surveillance of Onigashima. Kaido's movements were his lifeline. When Kaido was pleased, the shogun's residence was secure. When Kaido was displeased, his head might roll. And now Kaido was engaged in something entirely incomprehensible, which unsettled him more than Kaido's fury. What has Kaido stolen recently? According to outside news, the celestial gold from the West Blue was hijacked by the beast pirates Wildfire, inflicting losses exceeding 10 billion. Orochi's pupils contracted as he recalled the overwhelming newspaper photo from a few days ago. King's golden wings had dominated the entire front page. At the time he had sneered that Kaido's underlings were always stirring up trouble, but now connecting the two incidents he realized this was no mere robbery. These factors combined pointed to a single conclusion: Kaido was amassing wealth. An emperor accumulating funds was more terrifying than an emperor waging war. Because when you wage war you can discern your enemy's target, but when you amass wealth you have no idea what it will be used for. The unknown is more frightening than the threat. Prepare the ship. Orochi abruptly stood, spilling tea across the floor, but he paid it no heed. To Onigashima. Onigashima's great hall. Rows of iron chests were neatly arranged, each one open, revealing stacks of densely packed berry bills. 10,000 per bundle, 100 bundles per chest, dozens of chests combined. A full 10 billion berry. Kaido sat upon his exclusive stone throne, his breathing slightly quickened. The three calamities stood at his side, while the Tobi Rappo formed a semicircle. Beyond them were the headliners, the gifters, every notable officer of the Beast Pirate. Hundreds of people filled every inch of the hall, yet the silence was so profound that the crackling of candle flames could be heard. All eyes were fixed on a single point, the man standing at the center of the hall. Rossen, now standing amid the dozens of chests. 10 billion all in place. One final confirmation. Do we draw 1 SS grade or 2 S grade? S grade costs 5 billion per piece. 2 S grade meant the Beast Pirates could gain 2 Mythical Zoan combatants in a single day in immediate effect. Of course SS grade. Kaido rose to his feet, taking a step forward that made the ground tremble. He walked up to Rossen, his eyes burning with undisguised fervor. 2 S grade are good, but only 1 SS grade exists. I want to see what the most badass devil fruit looks like. Is there really a fruit stronger than my Azure Dragon? Draw? SS grade. This shout seemed to open the floodgates. Jack was the first to roar along. SS grade. Brother Rossen, draw SS grade. We can get 2 S grade later. Sasaki jumped onto a table and yelled, of course the most expensive one. Our beasts want the best. Even the usually rational Who's Who nodded, his tone carrying a rare hint of excitement from a marginal benefit analysis. Even the usually rational Who's Who nodded, his tone carrying a rare hint of excitement from a marginal benefit analysis. SS grade is the only choice. 50 billion for an S grade can be drawn anytime later, but accumulating a 100 billion level fund isn't something you can do every day. This time go for the top tier. Queen also chimed in, Rossen, you know I'm a scientist. In the world of science, there's an iron law: never miss an opportunity to observe the unknown. 100 billion can buy 2 known powerful fruits, but it can also buy a chance to touch the unknown. Choose the unknown SS grade. I also want to see what the pinnacle of Mythical Zoans looks like. King said nothing, merely nodding slightly at Rossen. Rossen's gaze swept across the hall. Fervor, anticipation, trust, desire. Every pair of eyes burned with the same flame. SS grade 100 billion. He himself wanted to know what lay hidden in that highest prize pool. Without further ado, he raised his right hand. In an instant, all the berry bills in the dozens of chests blazed with blinding white light. The berry bills, as if devoured by some indescribable force, disintegrated inch by inch from the edges into particles of light. White streams of light surged from every chest, converging toward Rossen's right hand, vanishing into his palm. The candlelight dimmed completely before this radiance, and the hall's dome was illuminated as bright as day. White streams of light surged from every chest, converging toward Rossen's right hand, vanishing into his palm. The candlelight dimmed completely before this radiance. In his field of vision, 6 prize pools were arranged in a row. Grade, grade, A grade, S grade, S grade, and then the highest layer radiating a dark golden aura. SS grade prize pool. As his consciousness touched it, the interface before him shifted. The SS grade prize pool unfolded, revealing nothing. No fruit names or images. Only an impenetrable expanse of dark golden mist. Within that mist, a dozen or so silhouettes were faintly visible. Some resembling colossal dragons, some spreading wings like rocks, some coiled like serpents, some seated like deities. Each silhouette exuded a suffocating pressure, and each flicker caused a slight tremor in Rossen's consciousness. System SS grade lottery pool. Consume 10 billion berry, initiate the draw. His consciousness issued the command calmly. The interface shuddered and the dark golden mist began to churn violently, the dozen silhouettes spinning, intersecting, and flickering within the mist. Every sound represented a possibility. Rossen's heart raced, but his expression remained calm. He could accept any result, because no matter what was drawn, SS grade was SS grade. Golden light exploded. In his vision, the entire interface was engulfed by a dazzling golden radiance. The light persisted for a full 3 seconds, then slowly receded. The mist dissipated and the dark golden aura surged from the interface, flowing back into reality along his consciousness. At the boundary between consciousness and reality, he heard the system's cold notification and a name. Fish fruit, Mythical Zoan model Bahamut. Rossen opened his eyes and a devil fruit was hovering in the air above his right hand. Everyone present saw it. The fruit was a full size larger than an ordinary devil fruit, its skin a deep dark gold covered with irregular spiral patterns. A stem emerged from the top, a spiraling upward dark golden bone structure. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a coiled dragon, its head biting the top of the fruit, its tail vanishing into the void. A faint golden halo surrounded the fruit, continuously radiating outward like a miniature planet that was breathing. Rossen reached out and cupped the fruit in his palm. It was warm to the touch, like holding a stone warmed by the sun. He looked up at everyone and said, Fish fruit, Mythical Zoan model Bahamut, SS grade, world-bearing fish. Silence. The entire audience stared fixedly at that devil fruit. Worororo. Kaido laughed heartily as he rushed toward Rossen, carefully taking the dark golden fruit with both hands, examining it closely for any differences. Bahamut. World-bearing fish. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Could it be that eating this fruit allows one to carry a world? Before anyone could answer, Kaido turned to Rossen, his eyes full of excitement. How does this thing compare to my Azure Dragon? Which is stronger? Rossen looked at Kaido, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Not sure, but the Azure Dragon doesn't seem able to carry a world, does it? The difference goes without saying, but. He glanced at Jean and added, as I said, what suits you is what matters most. Nonsense. Of course I know. Kaido didn't listen at all. He held the fruit, and turned to the three calamities and the flying six. Who will eat this fruit? Hearing this, everyone's eyes instantly blazed with fervor, as if they wanted to rush forward and devour the whole fruit. At that moment Luo-san raised his hand at the right time, signaling everyone, remember what suits you is what matters most. His voice was not loud, but it was like a bucket of cold water that calmed everyone down. All eyes shifted away from the behemoth fruit and refocused on the vice captain. I know what you're thinking. SS grade 10 billion. Who wouldn't want it? Jean ate and grade Horus and could solo 3 vice admirals. What if it were SS grade? Could he directly solo an admiral? That kind of thinking is normal, but you've forgotten one thing. He looked at Jean. Jean can unleash the full power of Horus because Horus perfectly matches him. Bird-type flight light system celestial eye. His Lunaria tribe talent and swordsmanship system complement every ability of Horus. If we had given Horus to Jiaka, would you rather use claws or a sword? Jiaka scratched his head and said with a simple smile, I'm used to using my head. The whole place burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere relaxed in that laughter. That's the point. Luo-san withdrew his hand and swept his gaze over the flying six. An unsuitable SS grade fruit might unleash less power than a suitable A grade fruit. Grade determines the ceiling, but compatibility determines the floor. So, he paused, looked down at the dark golden behemoth fruit, and said this behemoth, judging by its name and legend, is a giant fish in mythology that bears the entire. Its key lies not in attack, but in size, carrying capacity, and defense. This should be a size and defense type fruit leaning toward absorbing damage rather than dealing it. So, his gaze swept across the faces of the flying six one by one. Whoever thinks they are suited to be a tank, step forward. There was a brief silence, then everyone started discussing among themselves, voices of analysis rising and falling. Kuei-in was the first to shake his head, not to be modest, but although in big my fighting style is scientific weapons and virus bullets, not tanking damage hidden. If I eat this fruit, I won't even be able to get into my lab. Behemoth is a good thing, but giving it to a researcher is a waste. He said it frankly without any reluctance. Fu Zifu analyzed calmly. From a tactical standpoint, my physical techniques lean toward high-speed penetration and precision strikes. Behemoth's large size would reduce mobility, conflicting with my combat system. He'll leave it to someone who is destined. Malia elegantly unfolded her folding fan and chuckled, I definitely don't want to turn into a fish. Timu counted on his fingers for a long time, then spread his hands generously. I do want it, but if I become as big as a mountain, how can I squeeze into my submarine? My new submarine was just refitted and the hatch is tighter than my shoulders now. Runti crossed her hands in front of her chest, making a big X. No way. I refuse to turn into a fish. I want something beautiful, preferably something with feathers, like Jean's golden wings. She glanced at Jean, who remained expressionless and didn't respond. Pei Ji-won muttered quietly, big sis I. Runti didn't turn around, shut up. After a round of analysis, the answer was already. After everyone had spoken, Kaido's gaze finally fell on Jieko. Jieko, will you eat it? Jean nodded slightly, and picked up where Kaido left off. Jieko's fighting style is heat and charging, and Behemoth's size increase and defense enhancement perfectly match his role. And, he turned to Jieko, his tone unusually gentle. This fruit's ability can be used to protect Brother Luo. As soon as these words were spoken, Jieko's eyes lit up instantly. Kaido continued, you are the shield of the 100 beasts. You were before, and even more so now. Behemoth is more suitable on you than on anyone else. You not only have to block damage for me, but also for Luo-san. The vice captain's safety is your responsibility from today onward. Luo-san's gaze fell on Jieko. This simple, honest big man was the first to kneel and plead for him on the Day of Judgment. Later, every time he mentioned Luo-san, it was always brother-son, never asking why, never considering whether he would suffer. He thought if he were the enemy's sniper aiming at the vice captain of the 100 Beasts Pirates, the person he would least want to see standing in his way was Jieko. He looked at Jieko and nodded. Jieko instantly understood the meaning of that look. Yes. He snapped to attention, his massive body stiff as a board, his feet slamming together with a dull thud. Brother-son, don't worry. Wherever you go, we'll go. Bodyguard duty. Whoever dares to touch a single hair of yours will crush their entire family first. He shouted until his face turned red. The Flying Six exchanged glances. Fu Zifu said, Jieko was already a tank. Giving him Behemoth is the Malia covered her mouth and laughed lightly. And he said he wants to protect Vice Captain Luo-san up close. Is there anything better than Behemoth for close protection? Timu grinned and said, from now on, when Jieko stands at the bow, the enemy will run just seeing him. From Mammoth to Behemoth. This upgrade is too damn. Fish fruit Mythical Zoan type Behemoth. Runti patted Jack's arm earnestly and looked up, saying, Jack, from now on Luo-san's safety is in your hands. If you let even a single hair fall from his head, he'll hold you responsible. Pei Ji-won added quietly from behind, sis, Jack can't even beat you to begin with. Runti didn't turn around, that's still his fault. Amidst laughter, Luo-san walked up to Jack and handed him the dark golden fruit. Eat it. Your ancient Zoan mammoth will be overwritten. The mammoth has been with you for so many years. Are you willing to let it go? Jack looked down at the fruit much smaller than his palm and gave a simple smile. Boss-san, I'm not smart with numbers and I don't understand the difference between ancient Zoan and mythical Zoan. But I know one thing, a stronger fruit lets me protect the important people better. Big brother Kaido is important, you are important, everyone is important. The mammoth has been my buddy for all these years, and it's a good partner. But now that I have an even stronger partner, it will surely understand. He reached out with both hands and solemnly accepted the behemoth fruit. Then he turned to face everyone and held the fruit high. I, Jack the Drought, will now eat this SS-grade mythical Zoan. From now on, I am the shield of the beasts. The shield of everyone. Whoever dares to touch a member of the beasts must first step over my corpse. Then he withdrew his hand, gazed at the dark golden fruit in his palm, and took a deep breath. He swallowed it in one gulp. Ugh, bleh. It's awful. Worse than the mammoth. What is this thing, like chewing on a sock that hasn't been washed in 3 years? He grimaced and stuck out his tongue, but the fruit had already slid down his throat, the disgusting taste spreading from his mouth to his entire body. Then, he felt it. The power of the mammoth within him surged like a giant beast about to fall asleep, letting out its final roar. Then it was overwritten. Jack felt his bones, muscles, and every blood vessel transforming. He looked down at his hands, watching as a layer of dark golden patterns emerged on his skin, like the tracks of continental plate movements, lines carved by mountains into the earth's crust. He raised his head and dark golden light burst from his eyes. Here it comes. His bones made a dull sound, his body began to stretch and expand without limit, and the dark golden light in his eyes exploded from the depths of his pupils. 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, 12 meters. The hall ceiling was over 20 meters high, but when he stood up, the top of his head nearly touched the beams. This was not the limit. He could feel the power still surging within him. If he wished, he could become even larger, bigger than Onigashima, bigger than Wano. Behemoth's size increases with the user's strength, with no theoretical upper limit. A layer of dark golden scales covered his skin. Each scale was the size of a shield, edges sharp as blades, surfaces smooth as mirrors, yet harder than any steel. The scales were unique. They did not adhere to the skin but floated 3 inches above the surface, each with its own trajectory, connected by a visible dark golden force. This force field flowed, generating a constant subtle gravitational pull. All the candles in the hall were drawn toward Jack, their flames leaning in his direction. Then a dark golden bone plate emerged along his spine, extending from the back of his neck to the tailbone. On both sides of the bone plate, 6 rows of bony protrusions were symmetrically arranged, 3 in each row, totaling 18, all gleaming with a metallic luster. These protrusions were no ordinary things. They were all gravity nodes. Behemoth's gravity manipulation was released and gathered through these 18 nodes, forming the framework of an absolute defense force field. Finally, Jack did nothing but stand there, and the entire stone floor of the hall sank in a circle around him. What the hell? Kaido instinctively stood up, his gaze fixed on Jack. Oh my god, Jack, you. Kian's glasses slid off his nose and fell to the ground. Having spent a lifetime on research, he thought he had sufficient understanding of mythical Zoans. But what he saw before him invalidated all his theories. Is this a mythical Zoan? Jean said, nothing, standing behind Kaido, his golden vertical pupils locked onto the gravity nodes on Jack's back. Horus divine, I revealed a suffocating truth. The density of the dark golden force field around Jack was dozens of times that of steel. Moreover, the force field was alive, sensing everything around it. Any attack before touching it would first have its trajectory bent by gravity, then be deflected by the scales, and finally collide with Jack's own. The Flying Six were completely dumbfounded. Despite having prepared mentally, seeing it in person still made their brains feel insufficient. Hey, say something, guys. Jack grinned, looking at his own hands. Each finger was covered in dark golden scales, and the tips shimmered with faint gravitational fluctuations. He lightly clenched his fist, and the air between his fingers was compressed by gravity, producing a low sonic boom. He released his fingers and clenched again, as if confirming that these hands were truly his own. Then he looked up, glancing around, his grin stretching from ear to ear. There's more. I can fly. Before the astonished eyes of everyone in the hall, Jack's mountain-like body slowly rose off the ground. I never thought I could control gravity so easily. He reversed the direction of gravity, letting his body be repelled by the earth rather than attracted. His massive dark golden form hovered in midair, the air around him visibly distorted by the intense gravitational field like a mirage over a scorching desert. He hovered 3 meters above the ground with no floor beneath his feet, but everyone felt an invisible pressure pouring down from the twisted space. The residual effect of the gravity field. Then he landed back on the ground. At the moment of contact, he released a layer of reverse gravity, completely neutralizing the Then he landed back on the ground. At the moment of contact, he released a layer of reverse gravity, completely neutralizing the force of his descent. He didn't even need to think, his body instinctively performed the operation. Behemoth's gravity control had become part of his muscle memory, as natural as breathing. And there's more. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the dark golden force field around him suddenly expanded from 3 inches away to a radius of 10 meters. And there's more. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the dark golden force field around him suddenly expanded from 3 inches away to a radius of 10 meters. A few pieces of rubble that had been shaken loose by Kaido earlier fell from the ceiling. Once they entered the force field, they were like sinking into a swamp, floating slowly in midair, unable to land. Besides gravity manipulation, there's also absolute defense. Jack let out a mighty roar, his arms suddenly spreading outward as the dark golden force field instantly contracted from a radius of 10 meters to flush against his body. Then all the rubble suspended within the force field was blasted away by an invisible force. The debris slammed into the wall's dome and pillars, leaving countless pockmarks. Jack stood there panting with excitement, looking down at himself. The scales and the halo of the force field around him and the shallow crater beneath his feet formed by the gravitational pressure. Then he lifted his head and gazed at everyone. Brother Kaido. King. Brother Sun. I've grown stronger. I've really grown stronger. He slapped his chest hard, the dark golden force field humming with the impact. From now on, leave the front lines to me. No matter if it's an admiral, an emperor, or the Navy fleet, I'll take it all on alone. No one will break through my defense. Luo's son looked at the mountain before him. Jack remained in his behemoth form, the dark golden scales gleaming with a metallic luster under the candlelight and the force field around him slightly distorting the air. He smiled and waved his hand. That's enough, Jack. Sheath your power. Jack scratched his head and responded with a simple, honest grunt. The dark golden light faded from his body. The scales receded into his skin like an ebbing tide, and his form gradually shrank. He looked down at his hands, now back to normal, and grinned. The crowd immediately swarmed around him. Sasaki was the first to rush up, reaching out to touch Jack's arm, checking if the scales were still there. Queen circled him several times, muttering various data under his breath. Ultai pulled Jack aside, peppering him with questions, while Page 1 peeked in from the side. Make way, make way. Queen pushed through the crowd, pulling out a notebook. It's time for scientific analysis. Jack, tell me first, what did it feel like when you transformed just now? Jack scratched his head, struggling to organize his thoughts. Explaining such things clearly was no easy task for a man who usually let his fists do the talking. I feel like I could carry the entire island on my back. No bragging, it's true. When I transformed, the ground beneath my feet felt light, as if with one good push I could lift Onigashima whole onto my back. And he raised his hand palm up and gently lifted it. I can control gravity, propelling myself upward into the sky. Unlike King, who flies with his wings, I reverse gravity. The earth pulls down, and I rise up. Urororo. Kaido slapped Jack on the back with such force that the stone slabs beneath his feet cracked in 2 new lines. You can finally fly, kid. After all these years following me, every time we had an aerial battle, you could only watch from below. Now Jack the Drought can take to the skies too. Really? Carry the whole island. Sasaki's eyes widened. Jack nodded seriously, his expression honest, but unwavering. I think so. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Ultai's eyes were round with envy, and every face wore undisguised longing. A 10 billion berry SS level Mythical Zoan. The world-carrying fish, planet-sized body, gravity, manipulation, absolute defense. Anyone who said they didn't want it would be lying. Queen's research spirit burned fiercely. He leaned in close to examine Jack. And that scale armor of yours. I noticed it's not attached to your skin, but floats 3 inches above your body. Each scale has its own drifting trajectory, connected by a dark golden force field. From an engineering perspective, it's like adding an active reaction defense system on top of the armor. An attack would be weakened by 90% before even touching your skin. Too broken. Absolutely too broken. Jack, how about letting me study it properly sometime? As he spoke, he produced a gleaming scalpel from somewhere. Jack instantly leaped back 3 steps, hands crossed over his chest, his wariness greater than when facing an admiral. Queen, don't you dare get any ideas. I'm warning you, I'm now an SS-level behemoth ability user. If you sneak into my room while I'm asleep to draw my blood, I'll press you into the floor with my gravity. The crowd burst into laughter. Ultai doubled over Sasaki, cried with laughter while slapping the table, and even the corner of King's mouth lifted slightly. Queen put away the scalpel, pushed up his glasses, and sighed in regret, but the fire of research in his eyes never dimmed. He was clearly already scheming how to get a blood sample from Jack when he wasn't looking. Just then Kaido rolled his shoulders, his neck cracking with a series of pops. A battle-hungry grin returned to his face, and his eyes burned with undisguised excitement. Jack, come fight me. Boss Kaido. Jack's smile froze, and he immediately chickened out, stepping back with both hands waving in front of him. I'm not good at fighting. I'm good at protecting. You know that. I always charge to the front and take the hits. Go fight King. He hasn't had a proper bout with you since he ate the Horus fruit. Kaido would not take no for an answer. He strode down the steps, grabbed Jack by the wrist, and dragged him out. Jack's massive frame looked like a child in front of Kaido, his feet carving 2 furrows into the stone floor, utterly unable to resist Kaido's strength. You don't get a choice. Urororo. The crowd inside the hall surged out after them. The Tobi Rappo exchanged excited glances. Boss Kaido personally testing Jack's new ability was not a sight you saw every day. Queen clutched his notebook and ran out. Onigashima Plaza. This plaza was the main venue for the Beast Pirates banquets. At its center was a wide, open stone ground hundreds of meters across paved with thick blue stone slabs, each one scarred by Kaido's kanabo countless times, leaving cracks like a spiderweb. Surrounding it were layered rock steps now packed with people, gifters, headliners, and all the Beast Pirates who had heard the news. The word that Kaido was going to spar with Jack the Drought spread quickly, and within moments several thousand spectators had gathered. Kaido released Jack's wrist and strode to the center of the plaza. He didn't take his kanabo. This was just a spar, not a life-or-death battle. Besides, he wanted to personally experience just how tough a 10 billion berry SS-level Mythical Zoan could be. Stop dawdling, Jack. Kaido threw his head back and his form swelled under the moonlight. Azure scales surged from beneath his skin like a tide. His arms transformed into claws. His spine extended into a long tail bristling with bone spikes. A dragon's head rose high, with jagged fangs, and dragon whiskers danced in the sea breeze. The Uo no Mi model Sarayu, the true form of Emperor Kaido. The Azure Dragon soared into the sky, circling above the plaza, its shadow blanketing the entire area. Every swing of its tail sent visible ripples through the air, and a draconic pressure descended, weighing on every onlooker's shoulders. Let me see. Can the behemoth form withstand my Azure Dragon? All his subordinates surged to the edge of the plaza, craning their necks to gaze at the Azure Dragon in the sky, then turning back to look at Jiaku, who still stood at the center of the square. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some were worried for Jiaku. After all, that was Governor Kaido, and even a sparring match would be a formidable ordeal. Others looked on with eager anticipation, curious to see just how powerful Behemoth truly was. Luo-san walked over to Jiaku and patted him on the shoulder. Jiaku turned his head, a trace of hesitation still lingering on his face. He was afraid he might lose control and injure Kaido. Such a concern was absurd. A hulking giant who couldn't even defeat an admiral, yet he worried about hurting an emperor. But it was precisely this absurd worry that revealed Jiaku's most authentic character. Go all out. It's just a spar. A perfect chance to test your new abilities. Jiaku looked at Luo-san's calm gaze, took a deep breath, and nodded firmly. Yes, brother son. He turned and walked toward the center of the plaza. With each step, dark golden patterns emerged from the depths of his skin. When he stood directly beneath Kaido, he looked up at the Azure Dragon in the sky and grinned. Brother Kaido, try my behemoth form. Jiaku took a deep breath. Dark golden light exploded from within him, scales appeared, his body swelled, and the colossal fish form of Behemoth was fully revealed to everyone. This time there was no need to hold back. The sky above the plaza was his battlefield. Manipulating gravity, his mountain-like body shot upward, wrapped in a dark golden force field that warped the air, charging straight at Kaido. Well done. Kaido's dragon pupils blazed. Without dodging, he met the charge Hedon with his Azure Dragon body. The two colossal beings collided midair, and the shockwave blasted all the banners around the plaza into the sky. Kaido's dragon claws, accompanied by a sharp screech that tore through the air, struck Jiaku's body. The scales and force field bore the impact simultaneously, producing a dull boom like a mountain being struck. Jiaku remained motionless. Kaido struck again and again. Several blows in succession, each powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. But when they landed on Jiaku, the giant fish merely swayed slightly, not even a single white scratch marring its dark golden scales. Urororo, you really are thick-skinned and tough. Kaido laughed heartily and whipped his tail at Jiaku, who still stood unmoved. But Jiaku's problem was also obvious. He turned too slowly, and his attacks missed more often than they hit. In his giant fish form, his defense was absurdly strong, but his agility and attack speed were severely lacking. Jiaku landed, catching his breath. Brother Kaido will switch to another form. The dark golden light flared again. The giant fish form shrank, his body reducing from mountain size to about 8 meters. The dark golden scales retreated from full body coverage to key areas, chest, back, and limbs. His legs reverted to a near-human structure, his arms retained claws, and the 2 rows of bone plates on his back shrank into protrusions on his shoulder armor. Beast human form size reduced, defense weakened, but agility and attack speed greatly increased. He shot into the air again. With gravity reversal aiding his Bodis directional changes, each strike, claw, knee, shoulder, was much faster than before. He also began to dodge Kaido's attacks, occasionally taking a blow Hedon to use the momentum to retreat and create distance instead of absorbing every hit as before. The crowd on the ground watched with rapt attention. Jiaku was actually able to engage in an aerial battle with Kaido that seemed almost evenly matched. Although Kaido hadn't gone all out, the fact that he was taking the fight seriously was itself a form of recognition. Jiaku, your defense has dropped a lot. Luosen called out from below. Sure enough, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Kaido's claw struck Jiaku's chest. The dark golden force field on his scales was still there, but its coverage area had shrunk. Jiaku's body was knocked back dozens of meters before he stabilized. It's enough, brother son. Jiaku steadied himself in midair, grinning. He looked around, his gaze falling on a small hill far across the plaza, an isolated peak at the edge of Oni Island. It wasn't too large, but it was sufficient to test Behemoth's special ability. He took a deep breath, spread his arms wide, and the bone plates on his back simultaneously lit up with dark golden light. All gravity nodes activated. Invisible gravitational tendrils extended from his body, crossing hundreds of meters to coil around that small hill. Kaido's pupils narrowed slightly. He felt the gravity field around him change. The small hill trembled, cracks spread from its base to its midsection. The sound of rocks splitting reached the plaza, drawing everyone's gaze. Then the hill rose from the ground. The mountain floated high in the air hundreds of meters away, slowly rotating, with dark golden light flowing through the cracks on its surface. Bahamut's special ability, carrying all things. Jiaku used gravity to carry this hill within his force field, making it part of his defensive system. This was the true defensive form of Bahamut, using the earth as a shield, mountains as armor. Jiaku's voice carried a rare note of confidence. Brother Kaido, come on. Kaido threw his head back and laughed. You're Oro. You little rascal. You've even brought a mountain. Then don't blame me for being rough. His dragon mouth opened wide and a scorching dragon breath condensed deep in his throat, the air twisting violently from the heat. Then a pillar of flame as thick as a giant column erupted from the dragon's mouth, blasting straight at Jiaku. The dragon breath struck the small hill first. The mountain held for a moment under the intense heat, then was pierced through the middle. Rock melted into magma dripping from the sky. After piercing the hill, the dragon breath continued onward, its power already weakened by one layer. It then hit the dark golden gravity field, extended to its limit around Jiaku. A second layer, then it struck Jiaku's scales, a third layer of reduction. Finally, it reached Jiaku's physical body, a fourth layer of defense. The flames dissipated and hot steam rose. Jiaku hovered in midair, arms crossed over his chest. A few scorched marks stained his dark golden scales, but that was all. His breathing remained steady, his body motionless. Beneath him, the hill he had carried was reduced to a half ruin, with magma flowing from the fractures, glowing dark red in the moonlight. And he himself, not even a scratch. The shock in Kaido's dragon pupils was undisguised. He knew exactly how much power he had put into that dragon breath, at least 70% of his normal strength. That 70% dragon breath was enough to vaporize a warship from the sea surface, enough to erase a town from the map. But it hadn't broken through Jiaku. Purely relying on that layered defense system, the hill, the force field, the scales, the flesh, layer by layer, he had dissipated the damage. Around the plaza, silence reigned for a full 3 seconds, then erupted into an incredible uproar. He carried a mountain and used it to block damage. What kind of insane ability is that? Brother Kaido's dragon breath was stopped. That's dragon breath. This ability is ridiculous. Quinn's logbook was nearly crushed in his hand. Mountain as shield, gravity, field weakening, scale, armor, reducing damage, physical body withstanding. 4 layers of defense. This is no longer within the realm of biology. This is a mobile military fortress. No fortress-grade creature. If he were to lift the entire Onigashima on his back, he could use the island as a shield. King's Eye of Insight had been open all along, but now it closed slightly as he said only, the Shrank Horus Solar Will defense is single-layered. His is 4 layers. In terms of defense alone, I am inferior to Jack. Ultai also shrieked in shock. That's the dumb Jack. The Jack who used to only take beatings. Now he can lift a mountain and use it as a shield. Rossen stood at the front of the crowd, watching the dark golden giant fishumanoid form in the air, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He knew this SS-grade fruit would suit Jack well, but he hadn't expected it to suit him this perfectly. The effect of Bahamut on Jack exceeded his estimate by at least 30%. The trait of bearing all things perfectly complemented Jack's innate protective instinct. Kaido transformed back into human form, descended from the air, and landed heavily in the center of the plaza, creating a deep crater. He looked up at the dark golden figure in the sky, a smile that he could barely contain spreading across his face. Tough enough, even tougher than my Azure Dragon. It's a pain to fight you alone. This Bahamut suits you better than anyone else. In terms of defense, from now on you are the number 1 of the beasts. Jack descended from the air, and the moment he landed, the stone slabs beneath his feet cracked in a ring under the pressure of gravity. The dark golden light slowly retracted into his body. The scales receded, the bone plates vanished, and the giant fish form completely dissipated. He reverted to that simple giant, scratching his head as he walked up to Kaido, grinning foolishly. Kaido, big brother, I'm not good at fighting, but I'm good at taking hits. In the future with me in front, no one can hurt you. Rossen walked out from the crowd. Defense maxed out, offense a bit weak, agility is adequate in beastman form, but still has room for improvement. But these can be trained gradually. In today's battle you have already proven your worth. The SS-grade Bahamut was not wasted on you. Not a single cent. He turned around, facing all the Beast's Pirates members around the plaza. Hundreds of eyes fixed on him. Next, the goal is clear: keep making money, draw more Mythical Zoans, and make the beast stronger and stronger. His gaze swept over the Tobarapo, the Shinichi, and the gifters who were still stunned and hadn't come back to their senses. Today it's Jack, tomorrow it could be Ultai Sasaki, or any one of you. As long as we have money, a Mythical Zoan for everyone is not a dream. So, make money, make money, make money, make money. The cheers in the plaza rose and fell. Just then a grunt responsible for guarding the perimeter ran over quickly, knelt on one knee, and said with a hint of nervousness, "Report. Kaido, big brother. General Orochi is here. He's already entered Onigashima." The cheers came to an abrupt halt. Kaido frowned and looked up. King's gaze swept toward the plaza entrance. Queen pushed up his glasses, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The Tobarapo exchanged glances. Orochi. That guy usually hides in his flower capital mansion, indulging in pleasure. He never sets foot in Onigashima voluntarily. What wind blew him here today? At the plaza entrance, Korizumi Orochi was slowly walking in. He wore his signature ornate kimono with a sword at his waist that was far more decorative than practical, followed by several ninja retainers with bowed heads. His posture maintained his usual shogun-like airs, but his eyes betrayed him. His eyes uncontrollably drifted toward the center of the plaza. The large crater still radiating residual dark golden forced the hill reduced to half its wreckage, and Jack, who had just detransformed his body, still steaming with heat. Orochi's steps grew slower and slower until he was almost shuffling forward. His mind was in turmoil. He had seen the entire battle from outside Onigashima clearly and distinctly. That Azure Dragon was Kaido, but who was the other mountain-sized dark golden giant fish? How could it lift an entire hill and use it as a shield? And when that dark golden giant fish transformed back into human form, it turned out to be Jack. That Jack the Drought. But Jack's ability was clearly the elephant fruit ancient model mammoth. That thing was thick-skinned, but couldn't fly, let alone manipulate gravity to lift a mountain. On the way here, he had thought of countless explanations. Ability, evolution, special items, some kind of technological weapon. But he had dismissed each one. In the end, only one conclusion remained: the beast pirates had mastered some method of altering devil fruit abilities. This conclusion came too suddenly, yet too reasonably. King's golden wings were also a changed ability, and Jack's giant fish form was also a changed ability. The two all-stars changed abilities one after the other. This couldn't be a coincidence, it was technology. Orochi took a deep breath, put on a respectful smile, and quickly walked up to Kaido. He bowed slightly, lowering his posture even more than usual. "Governor Kaido, long time no see. Congratulations to the beast pirates. That battle just now. I saw it clearly from outside the island. Jack's strength has skyrocketed, it's truly astonishing." Kaido crossed his arms, looking down at him from above, with no trace of politeness in his expression. He had never thought much of this puppet shogun. If he hadn't needed someone to manage the flower capital on the surface, he would have crushed Orochi long ago. "What are you here for? I don't have time to beat around the bush with you." Orochi's smile froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. He decided to stop beating around the bush and directly stated his purpose. "Mr. Kaido, I saw everything just now. The change in Mr. Jack's ability deeply shocked me. To be honest, I also want to become stronger. May I ask, could you help me as well?" He looked up, his eyes filled with undisguised longing. "We are partners. The stronger I am, the more stable the flower capital will be, and the more secure you will be." Kaido paused for a moment, then a slow grin spread across his face, carrying an unmistakably mocking tone. He was about to open his mouth to refuse when at that moment a moderate cough came from the side. Ahem. Kaido's words got stuck in his throat. He turned his head and saw Rossen had somehow walked up beside him, staring expressionlessly at Orochi with a look in his eyes that Kaido was very familiar with. Kaido didn't know exactly what Rossen planned to do, but he knew one thing: the vice captain was about to start settling accounts. He decisively swallowed the refusal he had yet to utter. "Kaido boss, don't rush to refuse." Rossen's voice was calm. Rossen turned to Orochi and nodded slightly, his expression revealing no inclination. Orochi beamed with joy, thinking he was on the verge of success, and hastily bowed again. Kaido was also taken aback, frowning at Rossen, wondering what trick this kid was up to. He knew exactly what kind of person Orochi was. How could he show him any kindness? But he still kept his mouth shut, waiting for Rossen to continue. Since Rossen nodded, then he'll agree. Kaido started to speak along the same line, but before he could finish, Rossen raised his hand to stop him. "Boss Kaido, that's not what I meant." Rossen turned to face Kaido, his tone still calm. "What I mean is this guy seems to be quite wealthy too." The plaza fell silent for a second. "He's been the shogun of Flower Capital for 20 years, extorting taxes and squeezing the people dry. He must have amassed a considerable fortune." Rossen continued unhurriedly. "Instead of letting him keep using this money to oppress the people of Wano, it's better to take it and put it to good use." Kaido's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Orochi again, his gaze completely changed. It was no longer looking at a person, but at a walking treasure chest. Orochi felt a chill run down his spine under that stare. He instinctively stepped back several paces, his heel catching on a crack in the stone plaza, nearly tripping. "Worororo." Kaido laughed uproariously. "That's right. Rossen is right. Orochi, you old bastard, you've been looting Flower Capital for years. You must have a ton of money stashed away. Since you want to become stronger so badly, hand over the money. They'll help you get stronger." Orochi's face visibly transitioned from anticipation to stiffness, then turned pale, and finally, he was completely— Kaido waved his hand grandly, pointing at the ninja guard behind him. "You, go back and raise the money. Bring me every last coin from Orochi's mansion. If even one coin is missing, don't bother coming back tonight." The words were unquestionable. The ninja guard trembled in fear, looking desperately at Orochi, only to see his master wiping cold sweat, not daring to utter a word. The guard dared not hesitate any longer. He turned and scrambled toward the port, stumbling as if he might fall at any moment. Orochi stood frozen, his expression shifting from confident to trapped and utterly lost. All his possessions were about to be taken away, but now he could neither leave nor stay. He could only force a smile uglier than tears. Kaido watched the guard run into the distance, then suddenly turned around and leaned down to Luosen. Luosen, kid, are we really going to give this guy a devil fruit? He may have money, but his strength is too poor. Giving it to him would be a waste, wouldn't it? Besides, he knows our secret. Luosen looked at Kaido's earnest expression, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and he smiled helplessly. Brother Kaido, are you out of your mind? Why would we give such a precious devil fruit to this guy? Kaido was taken aback, blinking. Luosen's smile faded. Besides, this guy knows too many of our secrets. These things shouldn't be known to outsiders so early. Keeping someone like this around will only lead to him using these secrets as leverage sooner or later. Just kill him outright. The plaza fell silent for a moment. Worororo. Kaido laughed uproariously. You rascal. I really thought you were going to be merciful and give him the fruit. So from the very beginning you planned to take from the takers. No take from the snake. You've won my heart. You've truly won my heart. Orochi was completely dumbfounded. His lips trembled for a long time before he finally choked out. You have no martial ethics. I am the Shogun of Wano. I've been in league with Kaido for 20 years. We are allies. You can't. Before he could finish, a flash of golden light cut through. King, who had somehow appeared behind Orochi, slowly withdrew his hand as the last wisp of golden flame between his fingers quietly dissipated. Horus' talons were sharper than any blade. One strike was enough. King turned and walked back to Kaido's side without a single extra glance. He should have been killed long ago. Keeping him for 20 years was to give Wano a stable puppet. Now we don't need him anymore. With Brother Luo here, we can manage ourselves. Luosen glanced down at Orochi's direction, his eyes devoid of pity. Your money, we'll take it. Your life, we'll take as well. You weren't worthy of either of these things. The Flying Six sneered coldly. Sasaki spit out the bone in his mouth, grinning. This fool really thought he could stand on equal footing with us. Knowing our secrets and still coming to negotiate, his brain must be soaked in piss. Kuzu added coldly, his mistake was thinking he had value. A puppet can be replaced anytime. Black Maria elegantly waved her fan. The golden screens in Flower Capital should fetch a good price. Vice Captain Lawson, his luxury goods should be convertible into a lot of cash. Ultai even directly grabbed Luosen's arm, her tone full of contempt. Serves him right. And he wanted Brother Luosen to show him the fruit. Dream on. Kaido walked up to Luosen and slapped him on the shoulder. Kid, you're tougher than me. I need to lose my temper before killing someone, but you kill without even changing your expression. But you're right. He knew our secrets and would have turned on us sooner or later. Better to finish him off now than wait for him to stab us in the back. Saves trouble, saves worry, saves future headaches. He turned around, raised his sake bowl to all the Beasts Pirates members in the plaza, and bellowed like a temple bell, listen up. From today onward, Wano has no shogun. Flower Capital will be directly under our beasts. Vice Captain Luosen will be in charge. He glanced at the half-destroyed hill at the edge of the plaza and added, Orochi's money will be here soon. Then we'll keep drawing. Thunderous cheers drowned the entire Onigashima Plaza. Luosen also gazed toward the distant Flower Capital, where lights flickered in the night breeze. The city that had lost its shogun still did not know what fate awaited it tomorrow. He withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. I don't have the mind to bother with Flower Capital right now. Wano's bureaucracy is too trivial. It would take up our time for making money. As for Flower Capital, we can leave it to Yamato to manage. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kaido's face darkened instantly. The Emperor, who had been laughing heartily over the blackmail just moments ago, now furrowed his brows into a knot and grunted, Don't mention that rebellious son. He's reflecting in the cave right now. I told him to be the Shogun of Wano, but he refused. He insists on being Kazuki Oden. Just hearing those 4 words pisses me off. Don't bring him up to me. The corner of Luosen's mouth twitched. He was well aware of the conflict between this father and son. Yamato was obsessed with Kazuki Oden to the point of fanaticism, even adopting his idol's gender identity. When Kaido told her to go east, she went west. When he told her to be the heir of the Beast Pirates, she insisted on being Kazuki Oden's heir. Such matters were beyond an outsider's involvement, and he had no intention of interfering. Wisely, he kept his mouth shut and said no more. Under the night, Gue Dao fell into a deep slumber amidst cheers and the scent of wine. This was a night to be remembered in the history of the Baisho pirates. Jean the Calamity single-handedly hijacked tens of billions of celestial gold, and Jiaku the Calamity, after consuming Bahamut, withstood Kai Duo's breath attack without a scratch. The serpent Da Shi that had ruled the Flower Capital for 2 decades was slain. The bonfire burned until dawn. Half the wine barrels were emptied, and everyone went to sleep with smiles on their lips. The next morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, the morning mist at the port of Gue Dao had not yet dissipated when a burly figure stood on the dock, as excited as a beast that could not be caged. Kai Duo Go. Sun Go. I can't wait any longer. Jieka shouted toward the hall, clearly eager to test his new ability. I can't drown even if I fall into the sea now. I'm going to get some money. Last time Brother Jean got over 100 billion by himself. I can't be too far behind him. I'm going to rob a big one too. Kaido walked out of the hall yawning, clearly having drunk a lot the night before. He leaned against the doorframe looking at the eager Jiaku on the dock and grinned. Jiaku was a fisherman, so he couldn't drown in the sea anyway. Do as you please. Kaido waved his hand, a hint of satisfaction barely detectable in his tone. Anyway, you can't drown even if you fall into the sea now. I'm at ease. Go out and make money, but remember not to go too far. Our main target is still the celestial gold. That's the big prize. The Baisho pirates don't go after small change anymore. If we're going to rob, we rob the celestial dragons. One big haul is worth 10 years of small-time theft. Jieka nodded vigorously, his honest face full of earnestness. Don't worry, Kaido, go. They'll just find a fat sheep nearby, and won't go far. They'll be back out. Then he set sail. At Marine headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office, Zhang stood by the window, holding a white, encrypted Den Mushi. The Den Mushi's expression showed closed eyes. The person reporting on the other end clearly dared not speak loudly, his voice extremely low, as if afraid that the Baisho pirates might hear him through the transponder snail. Fleet Admiral, regarding the situation at Gue Dao yesterday, I observed from a distance, but it was too far to confirm details. What I can confirm is that Jiaku the Calamity engaged in a spar with Kaido above Gue Dao. Jiaku's form underwent a complete transformation. He was no longer a mammoth, but a giant fish as massive as a mountain, capable of flying through the sky. I saw with my own eyes that he lifted a small hill on his back to defend against Kaido's breath attack. His defense was extremely strong. Kaido's heat breath shattered the hill, but when it struck Jiaku it caused no damage. I understand. Continue observing. After the call, Zhang was silent for a long time. The morning light slanted in through the window, illuminating his furrowed brows. He walked to his desk, sat down, and rested his chin on his interlaced hands. From Jean to Jiaku, the abilities of two calamities had undergone earth-shattering changes. Jean had transformed from a pteranodon into a golden-winged solar divine bird, and Jiaku from a mammoth into a giant fish that could fly and control gravity. This was not evolution. This sea had never seen such a thing as evolution in 800 years. Devil fruit abilities were fixed. What you ate was what you got. That was the Iron Law. But now the Iron Law had been broken. The Baisho pirates had indeed mastered some method that could alter devil fruit abilities, and this method could be applied to multiple ability users in a short period. This was troubling. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by another Den Mushi ringing on his desk. Zhang picked up the receiver. The voice on the other end was an intelligence officer speaking urgently. Fleet Admiral, latest intelligence. Jiaku the Calamity set sail alone this morning, heading southeast. The purpose is unknown, but presumably he is going to rob, as the Baisho pirates are extremely short of funds. Jiaku set sail? Zhang raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. After Jean single-handedly hijacked the celestial gold from the west, the Baisho pirates had tasted the sweetness. Now they were sending Jiaku out. The purpose was obvious. They're out to make money again. Your guess is correct. His target is most likely the celestial gold as well. Zhang put down the receiver, tapped his fingers on the desk twice, then picked up another Den Mushi and dialed the exclusive channel of Admiral Qingji. Era Zhang-san am on vacation. The Den Mushi's expression turned into Qingji's lazy and indifferent face. The background noise was waves and seagulls. He was clearly resting somewhere. Qingji, there's an urgent mission. Zhang got straight to the point. Jiaku the Calamity sets sail this morning. His target is likely the next robbery. From now on, the Celestial Gold Fleet is to delay departure. You are to head to the southeast route immediately and set up an ambush. Jiaku. Qingji's voice showed a slight interest. That mammoth. What's the big deal about him coming out alone? Just send 2 vice admirals. He's not a mammoth anymore. Zhang's voice turned grave. Jiaku's ability has changed. Yesterday he fought Kaido above Gue Dao. His form turned into a giant fish that could fly as massive as a mountain, capable of manipulating gravity. His defense is extremely strong. Kaido's breath attack hit him without causing any damage. Same as Jean's case. His ability underwent a major change. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then Qingji's voice sounded again, the laziness gone, replaced by a rare seriousness. I see no wonder you want me to go personally. I suspect that within the Baisho pirates there is some method to alter devil fruit abilities. Zhang said solemnly. Jean and Jiaku, 2 calamities, have successively changed abilities. This is no coincidence. Kaido's sudden urgent need for a large amount of funds is probably related to this method. Now that they've tasted the sweetness, their appetite will grow. They will continue to rob celestial gold. Therefore I plan to take the initiative. Spread false information that a shipment of celestial gold will pass through the southeast route. Jiaku's intelligence gathering capability is limited, so the chance of him taking the bait is high. Once he falls into the trap, we can find a breakthrough from him. Capture him alive? Qingji asked. As alive as possible. Zhang's gaze through his glasses fell on the intelligence photo of Gue Dao on his desk. If such a method to change fruit abilities truly exists, we must understand its principle. The rules of this sea cannot be broken or the consequences would be disastrous. If we cannot capture him alive, at least we must not let him return to Gui Dao. Qingji was silent for a second, then the Din Mushi's expression returned to that lazy look. Understood. Set up an ambush to catch a fish, right? Don't be careless. Zhang Guo gave one last warning. Jin alone easily defeated 3 vice admirals plus CP0. Although Jiek's ability is more defensive, if you can't break through his defense quickly and the Baisho pirates' reinforcements arrive, the situation will become passive. Strike swiftly. Era understood. The Din Mushi clicked off. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Outside the window, the naval port of Marineford bustled with ceaseless activity. The foghorns of warships blared in succession, and seagulls circled beneath the azure sky dotted with white clouds. An invisible hand was stirring the balance of this vast ocean. He had to capture Jack. This might be the Navy's crucial opportunity to tear open the secrets of the Great Hall of Onigashima. Orochi was bound tightly to a pillar, his head perfectly attached to his neck, his expression far more ghastly than when he had been slain the previous night. His lips quivered, and his gaze darted away, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Kaido descended from his throne, strode over to Orochi, pinched the man's chin between 2 fingers, turned his head left and right, and scrutinized him for a long while. He then bent down, picked up the object that King had severed the night before, gave it a glance, tossed it back, and furrowed his brow deeper. Turning to Luo-san, he spoke with a voice full of bewilderment. Luo-san, kid, wasn't this bastard already dead? King himself cut him down last night. His head hit the floor, and everyone saw it. So how come you've got another live one tied up here? What are you up to this time? Got some new ability or something? At these words, the gazes of the 3 calamities and Toby Rappo instantly converged on Luo-san. Everyone had witnessed Orochi's death with their own eyes. King struck him down with a single blow, blood splattered 3 feet. There was no faking it. Then who was this person now bound to the... Luo-san shook his head, his tone calm, as he gazed at Orochi tied to the pillar. It's not that I have some new ability. It's him. The hall fell silent for a moment. This Orochi. Don't be fooled by his dim-witted look. He's the most scheming of them all. He's managed to hold sway over Wano for 20 years, and though he's treacherous, the fact that he's survived this long is entirely due to his own ability. Even though we killed him last night, and everyone saw it with their own eyes, the truth is that this bastard is still alive. Impossible. Even though we killed him last night, and everyone saw it with their own eyes, the truth is that this bastard is still alive. Impossible. King's voice was the first to cut. Standing at Kaido's side, arms crossed, his golden reptilian eyes coldly fixed on the man tied to the pillar. The incision on Orochi's neck had been made by his own Horus talents. No mortal flesh could withstand that strike. If he said Orochi was dead, then Orochi was dead. Such was the pride of the wildfire and the absolute judgment under the divine insight of the Horus eye. You say impossible? Fuzi Fu stepped forward from the Toby Rappo's ranks. Lord King, what you say is impossible doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I've seen more devil fruits than meals you've eaten. Some things don't need a divine eye to judge. Whatever Brother Sin says is right. He must have his reasons. Let's just listen. King turned his head toward Fuzi Fu, his golden pupils devoid of anger, only a faint glint of scrutiny. The atmosphere in the hall tensed subtly for a moment. The wildfire and the head of the Toby Rappo. Both were pivotal figures in the beast pirates, usually coexisting without conflict. But now, over Luo-san's judgment, their positions had split into 2 clear factions. Interesting. Kaido grinned, released Orochi's chin, dusted off his hands, and turned to Luo-san. Luo-san, kid, don't keep us in suspense. I'm dying of curiosity. Luo-san looked at Orochi, whose face was growing more and more pallid, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The snake fruit Mythical Zoan model Yamada no Orochi that Orochi ate granted him an extremely special ability, multiple heads, multiple lives. Luo-san looked at Orochi, whose face was growing more and more pallid, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The snake fruit Mythical Zoan model Yamada no Orochi that Orochi ate granted him an extremely special ability, multiple heads. He still has several lives left. Kill him, and he revives. As long as you don't lop off all 8 heads at once, his consciousness can transfer between the remaining heads and resurrect, bouncing back lively. Having said this, he stopped in front of Orochi, looking down at the former shogun. In these 20 years, he never revealed this ability in front of anyone. Not even Kaido knew. He buried this secret deep, keeping it as his final trump card. If we hadn't struck first yesterday, he would have used the time window of our desire for his money to slip away the moment we let our guard down, and then possibly he would have taken our secrets to Marine headquarters, bargaining for the Navy's protection. Luo-san reached out and lightly patted Orochi's neck. Orochi gave a violent shudder, his face bloodless. Am I right, Shogun? Orochi. Hearing this, Orochi's face instantly turned ashen. Luo-san had peeled away his secrets layer by layer like peeling an onion, until even he himself couldn't bear to look at the core. He opened his mouth to deny it, but Luo-san's calm eyes met his, choking all his words in his throat, unable to utter a single syllable. Yurororo. Kaido rose from his throne. He strode over to Orochi and loomed over the bound puppet shogun. Instead of anger, he regarded Orochi with a gaze of near curiosity. You really don't die, kid. I've dealt with you for 20 years, and I never knew you had this trick. Lord Kaido, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Orochi struggled to kneel, but the ropes were too tight, forcing him to squirm like a worm, his voice choked with tears. I promise. I swear. I will never utter a word about your affairs. Spare me. For the sake of being your dog for 20 years. Urororo. Kaido threw his head back and laughed. When he was done, he looked down at Orochi, his eyes devoid of any pity. You think I believe that? You hid from me for 20 years that you have 8 lives, and you expect me to trust you? Orochi's legs kicked wildly in the air, his face turning purple, gurgling sounds escaped his throat. His fingers clawed. Orochi's legs kicked wildly in the air, his face turning purple, gurgling sounds escaped his throat. His fingers clawed uselessly at Kaido's hand, his nails scraping against Kaido's arm, without even scratching the skin. Want me to try again? Kaido's tone was casual. His fingers tightened, and with a crisp crack, Orochi's neck snapped. Orochi's body convulsed twice, then went completely limp. His head lolled at an impossible angle, eyes wide, mouth agape, tongue protruding. Kaido casually dropped the corpse to the ground, dusted off his palms, then stood still with his arms crossed. After a moment, Orochi's body stirred. His neck began to realign itself, the broken bones grinding with a sickening sound, and his contorted face slowly returned to normal. The colossal serpent took a sharp breath like a drowning man breaking the surface, then began to cough violently, gasping on the ground, with his whole kimono soaked in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. Alive? Urororo. Truly alive. Kaido's eyes were filled with shock and fervor. He crouched down, pinching Dashi's chin to lift his pale face, examining it left and right, confirming that this was indeed the man whose neck he had personally snapped. Then he stood up, his voice tinged with regret. This ability is truly heaven-defying. On you it's a colossal waste. 8 lives, such a fine power given to a useless man for 20 years. Dashi collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. Hearing Kaido's words, despair crawled across his face. He finally understood Kaido had no intention of letting him go because he was too weak, so weak that even a heaven-defying mythical Zoan fruit wasted when placed in his hands. Kaido didn't waste another word. He waved his hand. Jinjiaku and Kuei-in struck simultaneously. A golden flash, a blazing dragon's breath, and a crushing gravity force erupted. After several rounds, Dashi never revived again. Rossen stood in the center of the hall, looking down at Dashi's corpse. He was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. What a pity. The Yamada no Orochi is a mythical Zoan. The ability of 8 lives, though simple, can be a trump card to turn the tide at a critical moment. If we could retrieve this fruit and give it to someone more deserving, its value would far exceed what it was wasted on Dashi. He turned and issued an order to several true fighters at the hall entrance. Spread the word, search the entire Onigashima and Wano country for any newly born devil fruits. The snake fruit mythical Zoan model, Yamada no Orochi. A mythical Zoan with 8 lives. If found, report immediately. Yes. Several true fighters acknowledged the order and swiftly retreated from the hall. Kaido walked back to his throne, plopped down heavily, and said with a hint of regret, but more disdain, what's there to regret? That guy's only useful ability is having extra lives. He has nothing else. No attack power, no defense, no speed. He just survives by having more lives than others. Such an ability is wasted on even the best fruit. No matter Dashi is dead. We'll just replace the Shogun of Wano. Anyway, the money from Flower Capital is already on its way. As long as the money arrives, it's fine. Everyone nodded. Soon Dashi's wealth arrived. One iron chest after another came from Flower Capital. The porters toiled with sweat pouring down their faces, but their excitement was even greater than when they divided the spoils yesterday. Kaido casually pried open a chest, revealing neatly stacked berries. He picked up a wad, weighed it in his hand, grunted in satisfaction, and tossed it back. 20 years of savings. Quite a lot indeed. Just then, several ninja escorts accompanying the shipment saw the corpse on the ground. Dashi's body lay in the center of the plaza, disfigured beyond recognition, but the ornate shogun's kimono was unmistakable. The leading ninja's face turned deathly pale. His knees gave way and he slammed his forehead onto the stone floor. Lord Kaido, spare us. Spare us. We merely followed Dashi's orders and knew nothing of his treacherous schemes. We beg Lord Kaido to take us, and we are willing to serve the beasts like dogs and horses. The other ninjas followed suit, kneeling and kowtowing frantically. Rossen stood on the hall steps looking down at the ninjas with an expressionless face. Kill them all. These men are the direct line of the Heiten clan, loyal to Dashi for generations. If they beg for mercy today for Dashi, they will betray us tomorrow to avenge him. They will never be loyal to us. The leading ninja's head snapped up at these words, his face turning from pale to livid. He had thought handing over the money would buy his life, but this seemingly gentle and frail vice-captain was even more ruthless than Kaido. He wouldn't even allow them to surrender. A mad, murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Better to die fighting than to die kneeling. He flung his arm, and 3 hidden darts shot from his sleeve straight at Rossen's face. At the same time, his legs exploded with power, launching him like an arrow toward Rossen, his blade aimed at Rossen's throat. Rossen didn't flinch, didn't even blink. Just as the kunai was less than a meter from Luosen's throat, a golden light flashed from behind Luosen. The ninja's body froze midair. A golden feathered eagle claw pierced through his shoulder from the side, pinning him in space. The hidden darts, even before they were a meter away from Luosen's face, were completely melted by a thin golden halo, not even a drop of molten iron touching Luosen's clothes. The heavenly eye sees all, nothing escapes. From the moment the ninja released the hidden darts, Jin's heavenly eye had locked onto the movement trajectory of every muscle in his body. The heavenly eye sees all, nothing escapes. From the moment the ninja released the hidden darts, Jin's heavenly eye had locked onto the movement trajectory of every muscle in his body. Jin didn't even need to move, he only had to wait at the attack path. The other ninjas hadn't reacted yet when several light feather arrows shot from Jin's unfolded right. Each light feather had a precise target, a single lethal blow. Some trash think they can overturn the sky. Jin's voice was calm. Urororo. Kaido threw his head back and laughed, his voice brimming with pride. Jin, your heavenly eye is getting more formidable by the day. Before you had to find your opponent first when fighting. Now even with your eyes closed you see better than others with their eyes open. If I had that eye, I wouldn't have to worry about spilling my drink. Jin nodded slightly, a corner of his mouth lifting, him still developing its abilities. The heavenly eye is more than just vision. It can discern weaknesses, mark flaws, and predict attack trajectories. There are many unexpected abilities waiting to be unlocked. This fruit suits me well. Uroro, good. After this short interlude they began counting Dashi's wealth. The plaza was filled with underlings counting money. Soon the entire fortune was tallied. Luo-san closed the ledger, less than 5 billion. Adding the small remainder from the warehouse, we just scraped together 6 billion berries. 6 billion. A heated discussion erupted in the hall. Enough for one S rank, or exactly 2 ranks. Timu counted on his fingers for a long time only to find that no matter how he calculated, he was still a bit short, so he gave up. Run T voiced everyone's thoughts. 6 billion is enough to pull 2 ranks. 2 ranks mean 2 more fighters as strong as Uncle Jean. One Horus already shakes the sea, what would 2 do? Hey, Malia fanned herself elegantly, raising an objection. We already have Jean for rank. Why not aim for an S rank? Fuzi Fu calmly pointed out, we haven't drawn an S level yet, so we don't know what's in the 5 billion prize pool. This question itself is a huge strategic intelligence. The sooner we draw, the sooner we grasp it. From a research perspective, Quinn advocated for an S level needing sample diversity. The discussion grew louder, each with their own reasoning, none convincing the others. Amid the chattering, Kaido slammed his palm onto the armrest of his throne. All of you shut up. The hall fell silent. Kaido stood up, his gaze falling on Luo-san, and waved his hand. Everyone listened to Luo-san. This kid is smart, his brain works better than all of you combined. Listening to him is the right call. The others were stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Quinn echoed, that's right. Senj is definitely correct. Jean gave a slight nod, no objections. The Flying Six also set aside their arguments, all believing that when it came to decisions about money and devil fruits, no one in the Beast Pirates had more authority than Luo-san. Luo-san met everyone's gaze without hesitation. He glanced down at the numbers on the ledger, then at the iron chest filled with 6 billion berries, and finally raised, let's draw one S level. He paused, then gave his reason, we haven't drawn an S level yet, so we don't know what's inside. No matter what we get, the 5 billion can be earned again, but the intelligence value is irreplaceable. Everyone nodded in unanimous support. Then without further hesitation, Luo-san raised his right hand palm upward, his gaze fixed on the dozens of iron chests filled with berries. 6 billion, 5 billion of which would vanish within seconds, exchanged for a completely unknown answer. Begin. A burst of white light exploded. In the dozens of chests, the berry bills simultaneously transformed into particles of light, decomposed inch by inch from the edges by a power beyond comprehension. White streams of light surged from each chest, flowing along the ground, and through the air, converging toward Luo-san's right hand under everyone's gaze. The light compressed, spun, and churned in his palm like a tamed supernova. Luo-san's consciousness sank into the interface only he could see. He had already witnessed the dark gold SS-level prize pool, but now another golden prize pool unfolded before him. S-level 5 billion berries. His consciousness touched the draw button. System, begin drawing. The golden mist in the prize pool began to churn violently, with several blurred outlines rotating, intersecting, and flickering within the mist. Luo-san's heart raced, but his expression remained calm, accepting any outcome, because no matter what he drew, S-level was S-level. At that moment, golden light burst forth. A devil fruit slowly materialized above his palm. The skin was vermilion red like burning flames, red like the rising sun. The surface was covered with delicate spiral patterns, each line resembling the vein of a feather spreading from the stem to the bottom of the fruit, layered and dense like a flaming feather forest. The stem grew from the top, a spiraling upward vermilion flame-like structure. Upon closer inspection, it was a vermilion bird about to take flight, its wings embracing the fruit, its tail feathers trailing. A faint red halo surrounded the fruit, slowly and continuously radiating outward like a beating heart. With each pulse, the temperature in the hall subtly rose. Bird fruit mythical Zoan model vermilion bird. So it's this fruit. Luosen's pupils contracted sharply, confirming his speculation. The Azure Dragon and vermilion bird of the four divine beasts were on the same tier, and Kaido's Azure Dragon was S level. This meant that all sacred beast fruits on par with the Azure Dragon were S level. This discovery was crucial. It revealed part of the S level prize pool's rules. This meant that all sacred beast fruits on par with the Azure Dragon were S level. This discovery was crucial. He held up the vermilion fruit, letting everyone see its patterns and halo. S-level bird fruit mythical Zoan model on the same tier as Captain Kaido's Azure Dragon, one of the four divine beasts. The user of this fruit will possess mythical Zoan power on par with an emperor. Dead silence. Everyone forgot to breathe. Urororo. Kaido's laughter shattered the hall, and he smashed the armrest of his throne with one palm. My Azure Dragon is S-level. Good. Same level as me. Vermilion bird form. I've got the Azure Dragon among the four divine beasts, and now the vermilion bird belongs to the beasts too. Urororo. The air in the hall seemed to solidify. Luo-san, holding the vermilion fruit in one hand, turned to Kaido. Kaido, Captain, how should we distribute? The air in the hall seemed to solidify. Luo-san, holding the vermilion fruit in one hand, turned to Kaido. Kaido, Captain, how should we distribute this fruit? Kaido grinned, waved his hand, and spoke with full trust in Luo-san. You decide. I can't be bothered with the thinking. You drew it, you distribute it. Whoever you say gets it gets it. A sacred beast fruit. Who wouldn't want it? But soon they realized this was only the beginning. More mythical Zoan fruits would come. A sacred beast fruit. Who wouldn't want it? But soon they realized this was only the beginning. More mythical Zoan fruits would come. Why fight over it now? Fuzi Fu was the first to withdraw his gaze, lowering his eyelids, lost in thought. Jean had eaten an S-level Jack and SS level. Now this S-level vermilion bird, by rank, merit, and need, the vice captain should decide. Jean had eaten an S-level Jack and SS level. Now this S-level vermilion bird. Why rush? Vice Captain Luo-san, your decision is final. Fuzi Fu's voice regained its usual calm. Black Maria gently fanned her folding fan, and smiled, nodding. We trust your judgment. In that case, he'll decide. Luo-san held the vermilion bird fruit, his gaze slowly sweeping across the flying. In that case, he'll decide. Luo-san held the vermilion bird fruit, his gaze slowly sweeping across the flying six, then settling on the figure, who was standing on tiptoes. Runty snapped to attention. Luo-san extended the vermilion bird fruit to her, a faint smile on his lips. This vermilion bird is for you. Your fiery temper paired with the vermilion bird's flames. You'll definitely blaze a trail through the sky. The hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous laughter. Sasaki slapped the table, tears streaming from laughter. Right? Runta's fiery temper with the vermilion bird. Perfect match. From now on, when she gets angry, she won't just throw people. She'll burn them to ashes. Bird fruit mythical Zoan model vermilion bird. Hey, Malia covered her mouth with a fan, but her laughter could not be concealed. The vermilion bird is fire attributed. Among our beast pirates, the most hot-tempered is Runti. Vice Captain Luo-sen's allocation couldn't be more fitting. Even Jean nodded slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible amusement in his eyes. Runti ran to Luo-sen's side amidst the laughter, grabbing his sleeves, and swaying gently, acting coy and embarrassed. Luo-senjij, where am I hot-tempered? Page Yvonne, standing behind her, subconsciously opened his mouth and a sentence slipped out before he could think. Sis, yesterday you threw Sasaki-san into the wall. Little Pei, shut up. Runti spun around sharply, delivering a precise chop to her little brother's head. Page Yvonne's words were cut off abruptly, and he crouched on the ground, clutching his head, muttering something. The laughter in the hall grew louder, and even Kaido slapped his thighs. Only then did Runti realize what she had just done. In front of Luo-san, she had gone from coy to violent in less than 3 seconds. Her movements froze, her hands still suspended in midair, then she turned back jerkily, like a rusty puppet, her face beneath the mask burning red. She grabbed Luo-sen's sleeve again. Luo-senjij, I wasn't like that before, really not. Luo-san looked at her, a trace of warmth added to his smile. From the day of the trial, when Runti was the first to step forward and plead for him, to every time she mentioned him afterward as Luo-senjij, and to before Jean set off when she lifted her head and said, Luo-senjij is under my protection from now on. This hot-tempered girl never hid her kindness toward him. He reached out and patted her head. I know. Go eat this fruit. Many people wish they could have it. Runti nodded vigorously, took the vermilion bird fruit with both hands, felt the warmth in her palms, took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and took a big bite. The moment the juice exploded in her mouth, her composure shattered. Her eyes flew wide open, and her entire body trembled from tiptoes to hair tips. This tastes so awful. The disgusting taste common to all devil fruits. Like rotten fruit mixed with sea beast entrails, sour, bitter, and fishy, relentlessly assaulted. She desperately covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, but she forced herself to swallow that bite. Then she felt it. A fiery warmth rose from her stomach, spreading through her blood vessels to every limb, as if something was awakening inside her. Her blood heated up, her bones resonated, and every strand of hair trembled lightly. Then she spread her hands, and a small flame ignited uncontrollably at her fingertips, a vermilion dancing flame like a living thing. Here it comes. Flames burst forth from her body. Vermilion flames gushed out from within her, swirling around her, without harming her. The flames grew brighter and fiercer, their color shifting from vermilion to crimson gold, with holy white light at the edges. When the flames finally subsided, everyone saw her new form. Her body was covered with a layer of vermilion feathers as thin as cicada wings, each one like solidified flame, with faint golden light at the edges. These feathers clung to her bodice, curves forming a natural fire feather battlesuit. Her shoulders were slightly raised like pauldrons, her waistline was tightened to trace a streamlined arc, and skirt-like tail feathers hung from her lower back, swaying gently in the air, each swing leaving a few fine sparks behind. Her arms retained the basic human structure, but from her wrists to the outer forearms a row of short sharp flight feathers attached. Her fingertips became long and sharp, glowing with a faint vermilion light. Her legs were covered in fine scale-like feathers with a reverse joint curvature characteristic of birds from calf to ankle. Her toes transformed into vermilion bird claws, 3 toes forward, 1 back, with nails as translucent as rubies yet sharper than blades. Most striking were the wings on her back. A pair of vermilion wings spanning over 10 meters with distinct primary feathers and densely layered coverts, the wingtips curving upward in 2 elegant arcs. When she gently flapped them, countless tiny sparks fell from the wingtips, burning out in midair before hitting the ground. Her long hair turned into a burning crimson red, moving without wind, the ends not split, but tiny flames quietly licking the air. Her eye color changed from deep brown to crimson gold, and deep within her pupils a faint image of a soaring vermilion bird could be seen. A diamond-shaped vermilion mark appeared on her forehead, pulsing with her breath. "Sis!" Pei-Jivun was the first to exclaim. At this moment Ron-T was suspended in midair, her vermilion wings fully spread, surrounded by no yet fully contained flames, looking like a fire god from myth. Ron-T looked down at her hands, then turned to glance at the huge vermilion wings behind her, and finally felt the unprecedented surging heat within her body. Then she put her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. True to form, Ron-T returned to her original self after just a few seconds of gentleness. "So cool. I want to test my power." She flapped her wings and soared upward. For the first time she flew crookedly, almost hitting the dome beam. But the vermilion bird was a divine bird, flight was instinct. After a few adjustments, she found her rhythm. With a spread of her vermilion wings, she hovered in midair in the hall, 2 crimson gold flames. Come. She extended a finger, and a small vermilion flame leaped from her fingertip. The flame seemed gentle and harmless, but the temperature it emitted caused all the candles in the hall to dim by a third. With a flick of her hand, the flame landed on the stone slab in the corner. It did not extinguish or spread, but burned steadily. The stone began to melt under the flame, emitting a sizzling sound. "This fire won't go out." Sasaki leaned in to look. The flame had been burning on the stone for over 10 seconds, showing no sign of weakening, but instead growing stronger, its color shifting from vermilion to crimson gold. Inextinguishable fire. Jean's third eye slightly opened, observing the energy flow of the flame. The vermilion bird's flame is different from ordinary fire. It uses air as fuel. Unless the user actively withdraws it or the target is completely consumed, it will not go out. Anything it touches will either be burned to nothing or burn forever. Ron-T spun in the air and waved her hands, sending 2 streams of flame from her palms that intertwined into a fiery vortex. The high-temperature heat wave from the swirling vortex caused the temperature in the hall to soar, and everyone involuntarily stepped back half a pace. Then Ron-T brought her hands together, and the vortex instantly contracted, condensing into a tiny crimson gold fireball above her head. The surface of the fireball was calm and still, yet everyone could sense that the energy contained within that fist-sized orb was enough to obliterate half the plaza. And this... She hurled the fireball toward the hole in the dome that Jean had smashed through. The fireball passed through the opening, exploding above Guidao, transforming into a sea of fire spanning hundreds of meters, illuminating half the night sky. The fire cloud lingered for a long time, its crimson gold light streaming through the hole into the hall, casting brilliance on every face that looked up. Ron-T descended slowly before Luo-sun, her wings gently fluttering, every vermilion feather distinct. She looked up at Luo-sun, his figure reflected in her crimson gold eyes, her voice brimming with undisguised pride. "Brother Luo-sun, I've become stronger. Emma, I saw it." Luo-sun nodded with a smile. Ron-T spun around in triumph. Then her gaze fell on Jean, who stood with arms crossed beside Kaido, his golden slit eyes fixed on her, uncertain of her intentions. "Jean." Ron-T flapped her wings, flying right in front of Jean. Shin raised her tone, dripping with provocation. "Come fight me." Jean said nothing, merely turned his head to glance at Kaido. Kaido, holding a wine bowl, grinned and waved his hand. Jean nodded slightly, spreading his wings. Under the candlelight, his golden crimson wings reflected in harmony with Ron-T's vermilion wings, 1 gold 1 red, as if 2 suns of different temperatures had descended upon the hall of Guidao. Both flapped their wings and soared upward, flying out through the large hole in the dome, hovering above Guidao. The sea breeze blew from the ocean, carrying the scent of salt and the coolness of the night. But Run's vermilion flames completely shielded her from the cold wind. She hovered 30 meters opposite Jean, her wings fully spread, her vermilion feathers blazing brilliantly under the moonlight. Jean, watch out, this move I just came up with. She formed a flame hand seal in front of her chest, and the vermilion sacred mark on her forehead suddenly blazed. Her wings fully extended, wingtips raised upward, and vermilion flames erupted from the tips, cascading like a waterfall into the air beneath her. The flames hung suspended in the air, spreading in all directions, instantly enveloping a 100-meter radius. The air twisted and distorted in the scorching heat. Within the Karma Fire Domain, everything was dyed crimson gold. Karma Fire Domain. Suddenly a cluster of vermilion flames ignited on Jean's body surface, burning directly from within him. Flames sprouted on his shoulder, chest, and back simultaneously, as if his own body were combusting. This is Karma Fire. Run's voice came tinged with a hint of pride. Karma Fire doesn't burn flesh, it burns karma. As long as one has karma in their heart, they will be ignited. Karma of killing, karma of theft, karma of anger. All can be burned. Jean, you've killed quite a few. Your killing karma is very heavy. Jean lowered his head to look at the 3 clusters of quietly burning vermilion flames on his body, persistently and steadily burning on his skin. He attempted to repel them with Horus' sun wheel defense, a golden halo expanding outward from his body, but the Karma Fire remained unmoved. He raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time since acquiring Horus that he encountered an attack his sun will could not defend against. Everyone on the ground saw clearly. Jean was ignited, burning continuously without being extinguished. Run's ability is too strong. This fire is unreasonable. No matter how high your defense, it directly burns your karma. Timu was completely dumbfounded. Kuei-in was ecstatic. It ignores physical defense. It directly attacks the causal level. This is too insane. This isn't physical attack, it's law-based attack. Enough. Jean's voice came from within the flames, not panicked, but calmly, closing his eyes. Then orange-eared flames ignited from his back, the innate flame of the Lu Na Lia tribe, a racial ability bestowed at birth. The orange-eared flames and the vermilion Karma Fire intertwined, clashed, and canceled each other out on his body. Karma Fire burned karma, but the flames of the Lu Na Lia tribe originated from bloodline, not from a devil fruit. They lay outside the realm of karma. Then a jet-black luster radiated outward from within him. Armament Haki. Released from the inside out, it severed the Karma Fire at its source. Haki is the power of will. The will itself has no karma. With the orange-eared flames on the outside and Armament Haki on the inside, the 2 layers of power worked together, and the 3 clusters of Karma Fire finally extinguished slowly on his body. Jean folded his wings and slowly descended back to the ground. He looked up at the vermilion figure in the sky and nodded slightly. Not bad. If it were anyone else whose Haki was weaker than Run, 'tis the Karma Fire Domain would have burned them to ashes. These words caused a stir throughout the hall. For Jean to give such a high appraisal, the power of the Karma Fire Domain needed no further proof. Run-T descended from the air, retracting her wings, but the vermilion sacred mark on her forehead remained bright. She trotted over to Luo-san, looked up at him, her face clearly saying, "Praise me." "Brother Luo-san, did you see that? I even burned Jean." Luo-san looked down at her excited, flushed face, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he ruffled her hair. "I saw it. You've become stronger. However, Zhu Kei should still have abilities that haven't been used." Luo-san's words left everyone stunned for a moment. Run-T, still immersed in the excitement of her Karma Fire Domain, was taken aback by his words. She blinked her eyes in confusion. The others exchanged bewildered glances. The Karma Fire Domain was already powerful enough, ignoring defenses, to directly burn karma, and even Jean had to use the Lu Na Lia tribe's innate flame combined with Haki to counter it. Wasn't that enough? She had just burned Jean with her Karma Fire and was brimming with confidence, but Luo-san said she still had an unused ability. She had just burned Jean with her Karma Fire and was brimming with confidence, but Luo-san said she still had an unused ability. If anyone else had said that, she might not have believed it, but when had Luo-san ever been wrong? Luo-san thought about the name Zhu Kei itself and its status as a peer of Qing Long. Some conjectures were not difficult to make. It's just a conjecture, not certain. He first gave a disclaimer, then his gaze fell on the vermilion sacred mark on Run-T's forehead. The vitality of Qing Long's form is so strong that it earned Kaido the title of an undying creature. Zhu Kei and Qing Long are both among the 4 divine beasts. Qing Long possesses the trait of immortality. Why should Zhu Kei not have it? In legends, Zhu Kei is a divine bird that undergoes rebirth through fire, throwing itself into flames every 500 years to be reborn from the ashes, becoming younger and stronger. If this devil fruit truly replicates the essence of Zhu Kei, then it must hide a final trump card. He paused, meeting Run-T's crimson gold eyes. Nirvana rebirth. In the brink of death, body and soul are completely consumed by Zhu Kei's inextinguishable fire, then reorganized within the flames. True rebirth after death. With each nirvana, one becomes stronger. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Then the entire hall erupted. Timu was utterly dumbfounded. Can it revive? That would make it no different from that snake guy. No, even stronger than the snake. The snake revives in place, but Ruin T revives stronger after death. That's not fair. Black Mariah's folding fan froze midair, her elegance shattered. Undying flame plus Nirvana rebirth. Means that killing Ruin T once isn't enough, you have to kill her twice, and the second time you face a stronger version of her. A rare tremor flickered across Fuzi Fu's face. If the speculation is true, then Ruin T's survivability has surpassed Jack's. Jack is hard to damage, but Ruin T grows stronger when killed. In comparison, fighting Jack is more cost-effective. Jean's heavenly eye slowly opened, his golden vertical pupils lingering on Ruin T for a moment before he spoke. The vermilion bird's flame is different from Horus. Horus is the light of the sun, the vermilion bird is the undying flame. If Nirvana rebirth truly exists, then this fruit is not merely S rank. Its strategic value under specific conditions could even surpass SS rank. Kaido threw his head back and laughed, nearly dropping his sake bowl. Wororo. I am the Azure Dragon with an immortal body, and Ruin T is the Vermilion Bird reborn through Nirvana. Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird both belong to the beasts. With these two abilities combined, who the hell can kill us? Ruin T looked up at Rossen, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Brother Rossen. Can I really achieve Nirvana? Rossen reached out and ruffled her hair. It's just speculation. Whether you can truly be reborn requires verification, but it's best not to rush it. Nirvana demands near death. Don't risk your life unless it's absolutely necessary. Ruin T nodded firmly, etching his words into her heart. Just when everyone thought Ruin T would settle down, her vermilion wings suddenly unfurled behind her, blazing with scarlet light. Her reddish-gold eyes burned with battle intent, and her confidence had swelled to unprecedented heights. Kaido, I want to fight you. Page Yuan's face turned green as he grabbed his sister's wrist and pulled her back. Sis. Calm down. That's Governor Kaido. You've only just eaten the fruit less than an hour ago. You haven't even beaten Jean, and you want to fight Governor Kaido. Ruin T didn't look back. With a gentle flap of her wings, she sent Page Yuan stumbling. She raised her chin and stared straight at Kaido, her tone brimming with provocation. Jean is Jean, Kaido is Kaido. How can I know I can't win without fighting? Kaido's hand holding the sake bowl paused midair. He looked down at the little girl who barely reached his chest. The vermilion wings behind her blazed fiercely, and the vermilion bird's sacred mark on her forehead shone blindingly. Kaido's hand holding the sake bowl paused midair. He looked down at the little girl who barely reached his chest. The vermilion wings behind her blazed. The women of the beasts have more spine than the men. Come on. Both of us have mythical beast fruits. Me the Azure Dragon, you the vermilion bird. Let's see who's stronger. Ruin T smirked. No hockey. Kaido laughed, even louder, waving his hand. Fine, no hockey. Using hockey against you would be bullying a child. Well, fight with only our devil fruit abilities, and it'll let you strike first. With that, he strode toward the center of the plaza. Ruin T flapped her wings and followed closely. Two beams of light, one azure, one vermilion, streaked across the sky. On the plaza of Onigashima, the Azure Dragon coiled in the sky, its massive head raised, and a scorching breath burst from its mouth. Bulo breath. Ruin T's wings vibrated, the vermilion bird's flame trailing a long tail behind her as she agilely dodged to the side. The Bulo breath grazed her wingtips and slammed into the cliff of Onigashima, blasting open a gap tens of meters wide, sending rubble and dust cascading down. She swooped down, folding her wings, turning into a blazing arrow of karmic fire straight for the Azure Dragon's flank. Vermilion bird piercing strike. The scorching beak-shaped flame struck the swirling barrier of wind and thunder around Kaido, erupting into a crimson ring of ripples. The forces of wind and thunder and the karmic fire tore at each other, screeching shrilly. Ruin T gritted her teeth, pouring more flame into the attack. The barrier finally shattered, and she grazed past the Azure Dragon's side, leaving a charred mark on Kaido's shoulder. But that was all. The dragon scales were too thick. The scorch mark didn't even fully burn through the armor. Kaido didn't even frown. His tail swept across with the force of thunder. Ruin T couldn't dodge completely. The tip of the tail grazed her right wing, sending her tumbling through the air several times before she stabilized. A few feathers from the edge of her wing broke off and dissipated as sparks. Karmic flame domain. She stopped approaching and instead circled high in the sky, spreading her wings. The karmic fire spread from her body, igniting the karmic sins on Kaido were formless, but now they seemed drenched in oil. The karmic fire spread along these invisible threads of causality, burning ever brighter. Dark red flames flickered across the Azure Dragon's scales, distorting the light with the heat around Kaido. But Kaido couldn't care less. Worororo, it's got some heat. Buelo breath. Buelo breath came again, denser than before, almost sealing off all of Ruin T's escape routes. The moment the dragon's breath and the flame collided, the air exploded. She was blasted back dozens of meters. The moment the dragon's breath and the flame collided, the air exploded. She was blasted back dozens of meters, her hands numb from the shock, a hint of metallic sweetness rising in her throat. But Kaido remained motionless. An unequal exchange, every clash left her worse off. The Azure Dragon's wind and thunder power was too domineering. Her flame could block it, but each time she had to expend more stamina to neutralize the attack's force. And Kaido was practically toying with her. But Ruin T didn't back down. Damn Kaido. Ruin T took a deep breath, maintaining the karmic flame domain's unquenchable burn as she flew rapidly around the Azure Dragon. The vermilion bird's speed was far more agile than the dragon's. She could launch attacks from angles Kaido couldn't turn to striking and retreating without lingering. The karmic fire continued to burn. The karmic flame on Kaido grew hotter, shifting from a dark crimson to a bright yellow, even tinged with a white-hot glow. Wurororo. This fire is starting to sting a bit. A war of attrition was her only chance. Kaido's stamina was endless, but his patience was not. As long as the karmic fire kept burning, he took damage every second. And if she could avoid being hit, she could drag this fight out. Drag it to the end. Time to end this. Kaido suddenly raised his dragon head, and a visible cyclone of wind gathered in his massive maw. Wind blade. Countless azure wind blades burst forth. Ruin T was also gathering power, fully spreading her wings as a blazing radiance erupted from within her. All the power of the karmic flame domain converged into a single point, the ultimate form of the vermilion bird piercing strike. Her entire body transformed into a gigantic flaming vermilion bird, its beak like a spear, its wings like blades charging straight at the Azure Dragon. Two beams of light collided hidden above the plaza of the Ghost Island. Boom. A radiance more blinding than the sun exploded, illuminating half the island. Even the distant waves turned a deep crimson. A deafening roar as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth sundering. The air was torn apart into two surging waves. All the banners around the plaza were swept away, and even the stone slabs of the ground were peeled back, mixing rubble, dust, and broken flagpoles blown in all directions by the gale. The light faded. Kaido descended from the sky, his massive Azure Dragon form shrinking gradually as he fell, reverting to his imposing human figure. He landed on the ground, his feet gouging two deep craters, kicking up a cloud of dust. A scorch mark still smoking appeared on his shoulder, with embers of karma fire faintly burning on the residual wound, sizzling audibly. He glanced down at the scorch mark, then threw his head back and laughed. Urororo. Splendid. Run T. That brat Jack only knows how to take a beating, but you can actually trade blows with me. He reached out and patted the scorch mark on his shoulder, wincing as his palm made contact, but the smile on his face deepened. Karma fire domain, that move is vicious. It still burns me now. Run T descended slowly from the air, her vermilion bird wings retracting. She was panting, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, most of her stamina spent. The burns on her shoulders and wingtips sent sharp stabs of pain, but her eyes blazed with an astonishing light, and the corners of her mouth could not suppress a rising smile. This battle she had not won, but she had left that scorch mark on Kaido. From start to finish, she had not used a shred of haki, relying purely on the power of the vermilion bird to achieve this result. That was enough. He'll only get stronger. Kaido laughed even more wildly, grabbing a nearby sake jug and tilting his head back for a gulp. Uroro. Good, I'm waiting. Run T let out a proud snort. Luo-san withdrew his gaze from the still smoking scorch mark on the plaza. Things were settled here. Orochi was dead, the money spent, and Run T had consumed the fruit. He turned to Kaido. Boss Kaido, let me check on Jack's situation. He's been out for so long without any word. Something's not right. The others nodded in agreement. Sasaki counted on his fingers. It's indeed odd. Jack hasn't even called back once in all this time. Normally when he goes out pillaging, he calls every half hour to brag. Today it's eerily quiet. Run T frowned at this. Could that clumsy Jack be lost? Page 1 muttered under his breath. Big sis Jack is a fishman, getting lost. Run T didn't turn around. Shut up. Page 1 immediately clamped his mouth shut. Queen, however, was unconcerned. That guy can't even drown now, and he can't be moved even with a mountain on him. What's there to worry about? Maybe he's just having too much fun pillaging and forgot to call. King said nothing, merely glanced at Luo-san, a flicker of subtle vigilance in his eyes. Luo-san didn't respond. He pulled out a white transponder snail from his pocket. Dialed. Brew. The snail rang 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Just as Luo-san's brow furrowed slightly. Click. The snail's expression changed, morphing into Jack's simple, yet excited face, eyes wide and mouth split to his ears. The sound of howling wind and waves crashing against the hull came through. Sun-gu. I found a big catch. Definitely celestial gold. I can't believe my luck. Ha ha ha. Jack's voice exploded from the snail, his excitement palpable even through the transponder. What's your situation now? How did you find the celestial gold? Be careful of traps. Relax, Sun-gu. The sea is vast. How many traps can there be? This time we'll definitely make a profit. I'll talk to you later. I gotta keep an eye on this fat prize and make sure it doesn't escape. Click. The call ended. Luo-san gazed down at the snail, which had resumed its calm expression, and fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere in the hall stood in stark contrast to Jack's excitement on the other end. Sasaki was the first to grin, punching his palm. A big catch. Celestial gold. That brat Jack's got some luck. And he stumbled upon it on his very first solo mission. Black Maria hid her smile behind her fan, a hint of amusement in her eyes. The drought Jack used to be the unluckiest. Always charging ahead, taking the worst beatings, and getting the smallest share. Now that he's got Bahamut, even his luck has turned. Who's Who analyzed calmly. The southeast route is indeed one of the common routes for celestial gold. But Sengoku just had a shipment robbed. It's highly unlikely another celestial gold shipment would pass through so soon, without protection. Queen rubbed his hands together, his scientific spirit reignited. If Jack brings back another 10 billion, we can draw another S rank. Or if we save up, we might even go for SS rank. Page 1's voice carried a note of anticipation. Our luck has been incredible lately. Kaido-sama soloed the West Sea, Jack Daytime hit the southeast route, and that bastard Orochi delivered himself with money. 60 billion came together like magic. The beasts are truly thriving. At these words, everyone laughed along. The laughter echoed through the empty hall, carrying a complacent ease. Indeed, their luck had been too good lately. King looted the West Seas, celestial gold, Orochi delivered money right to their door. 60 billion, with no strain. They drew an S-rank vermilion bird, and after Run T consumed it, she could even exchange a few blows with Kaido. Everything was going smoothly, unstoppable. Everyone was immersed in the joy of another 10 billion about to come in. But Luo-san was not smiling. He lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the now silent transponder snail, his brow slightly furrowed. The laughter in the hall gradually died down. Sasaki was the first to notice Luo-san's expression. He withdrew his grin and asked tentatively, Sengo. What's wrong? Didn't Jack find the celestial gold? That's good news. Luo-san lifted his head, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, and spoke slowly. The Navy just had their celestial gold robbed in the West Sea. They lost 3 vice admirals and a CP-0 squad. Do you really think Sengoku would let another celestial gold shipment sail unprotected along the southeast route within 3 days, just waiting for Jack to grab it? The laughter vanished completely. The air in the hall seemed to be sucked away. Who's pupils constricted. He had already realized the gravity of the situation. Queen's hand froze midair, sensing the wrongness. Kaido's hand holding the sake bowl paused. Then he set the bowl down and looked at Luo-san. Are you saying this is a trap? Luo-san met Kaido's gaze and nodded slightly. I don't doubt Jack's luck, but I won't underestimate the Navy's response speed. Zhang Guo is no fool. After the heist of the heavenly gold in the West Sea, he would certainly prepare countermeasures. The appearance of heavenly gold on the southeast route at this time is either a deliberate bait set by Zhang Guo, or he paused, his gaze darkening. Or the Navy already knows of Jack's departure and has laid a net along his inevitable route. The atmosphere in the hall plunged to Kaido's expression turned utterly grim. He placed his sake bowl on the armrest, his fingers tapping slowly on the rim, producing a monotonous thud that echoed through the hall. Just as Luo-san was about to speak, brew, the din mushi suddenly rang again. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the white snail. It was Jack calling back. The line from earlier had not been disconnected, but for some reason it had fallen silent for a moment. The din mushi's expression shifted back to Jack's face, but this time there was no simpleton grin, only sheer excitement. Then Jack's voice exploded through. Is bro's son there? I'm gonna charge. Move in. All of you move in. I don't care what ship it is. The heavenly gold is on that vessel. This was a command to his subordinates. Luo-san's mouth twitched. In the background noise from the din mushi, the sound of waves was suddenly drowned by another voice. A lazy, nonchalant male voice that drifted faintly through the receiver as if it could be heard clearly across an entire sea. Era, is that Jack the Drought? Out alone searching for the heavenly gold, are you? That voice was not loud, but it was like a bucket of ice water poured from the din mushi speaker, soaking everyone in the hall of Onigashima. Akiji, the Navy Admiral Kazan. Jack's startled cry rang out at the same instant. Holy crap! An admiral! And then, click. The call was cut off. Dead silence filled the hall. The bones Sasaki had been chewing fell to the floor with a clatter piercingly loud in the suffocating stillness. Black Mariah's folding fan froze midair, the patterns on its surface flickering in the candlelight. Who stood with arms crossed, his expression calm, but his brows knotted into a tight lock. King's golden slit pupils slowly opened, his observation haki sweeping across every corner of the hall in an instant, as if confirming there were no other threats. Then his gaze fell on Kaido. Kaido held his sake bowl in silence for a full 5 seconds. Then, Urororo. Kaido threw his head back and roared with laughter, leaving everyone stunned. What was wrong with him? An admiral? Akiji. Urororo. He laughed until he was breathless, slapping the armrest of his throne with such force that the sake bowl flew off, rolling down the steps and spilling liquor everywhere. That old fox Zhangguo. He really set a trap for Jack. And he even sent an admiral. That boy Jack. Just now on the phone, he was yelling about a big fish. But no one else could laugh. Sasaki bent down to pick up the fallen bone, glanced at it, then tossed it away. His lips moved a few times before he finally choked out, Kaido bro. Jack is facing an admiral, but no one else could laugh. Sasaki bent down to pick up the fallen bone, glanced at it, then tossed it away. His lips moved a few times before he finally choked out, Kaido bro. Jack is facing an admiral. What are you? Queen's voice was dry. Akiji is a Logia user of the ice fruit. Jack has eaten the behemoth, so his defense is maxed out, but his attack power. You've seen it. He can barely hurt you, let alone Akiji. Who's who finally spoke, his voice low. Akiji's ice isn't physical attack. It's environmental manipulation. Jack's absolute defense can withstand dragon breath, but not the freezing of an entire sea. If Akiji freezes the surface, Jack's gravity manipulation can still let him fly, but his mobility will be severely hampered. Moreover, he paused. Akiji's goal is to capture, not kill. Once Jack is encased in ice and taken to Marine headquarters, will be in a very passive position. Ulti finally broke free from Page One's grip. With a flap of her wings, she flew to Luo-san's side, grabbing his sleeve and looking up at him with excitement gleaming in her eyes. Bro, Luo-san. Let's go save Jack. That idiot definitely can't beat an admiral. Thick-skinned and brainless. If Akiji tricks him with a scheme, he'll fall for it for sure. Seeing Ulti's expression, everyone knew that saving Jack was secondary. What she really wanted was to fight an admiral. Page One muttered behind her, sis, Jack never had a brain to begin with. This time Ulti didn't tell him to shut up. All eyes in the hall fell on Luo-san. He stood still, his gaze resting on the now silent Den Mushi, and was silent for a moment. Then he looked up at Kaido. Kaido boss, should we go check on Jack? What if? Before he could finish, Kaido waved his hand, cutting off his laughter. No need. Kaido rose from his throne, rolling his shoulders, his neck cracking audibly. That guy won't die. He ate an SS-rank Mythical Zoan, so even if he falls into the sea he won't die. Even if Akiji freezes him into a block of ice with his behemoth defense, the admiral won't be able to break it anytime soon. And besides, he turned his head looking toward the southeast, his gaze piercing through the hall's walls, as if he could see the battle unfolding there. That boy Jack has been with me for years. He's weathered many storms. Back when he was a mammoth, he dared to take on 2 vice admirals alone. Now that he's eaten the behemoth, you think he'd be afraid to fight an admiral? He grinned. My drought isn't that spineless. The hall fell silent for a moment. Luo-san looked at Kaido's profile, paused, then slowly withdrew his gaze. He said nothing more. Kaido was right. Jack indeed wouldn't die. But what worried Luo-san wasn't whether Jack would die. It was something else. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Akiji's voice had been too calm, as if he had known Jack would appear on that route, as if he had been waiting there specifically. If this was a trap, then the net Zhongguo had cast might not be just one. Luo-san lowered his eyelids. He didn't voice these thoughts, at least not now. Meanwhile, on the southeast route, at the edge of the calm belt, the sky was overcast, and the sea was as still as a mirror. 3 Navy warships formed a triangular formation, guarding a large merchant ship at the center. The merchant ship's deck was piled high with cargo boxes covered in tarpaulins, the edges of which faintly revealed a metallic sheen, or at least it appeared that way. Haha, this is definitely the heavenly gold. Jack stood at the bow of his pirate ship, gazing at the distant fleet, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Then he made out the figure standing on the prow of the foremost warship. A tall man in a white coat, a scarf wrapped around his neck, curly hair, and a perpetually drowsy expression on his face. Admiral of the Navy Qingji. Kazan. Jack's grin froze for less than half a second, then instead of receding it widened even further. He took a deep breath, bellowed toward the opposite side, his voice exploding across the sea, causing the marine soldiers on the warship to cover their ears. The Navy is truly using fake news to trick me. Qingji stood on the warship's bow, hands in pockets, tilting his head as he looked at the distant figure. His expression remained lazily indifferent, but his eyes were no longer as careless as before. Allah, it seems the rumors are true. Drought Jack really is a bit simple-minded. He sees me, knows it's a fake message, and still doesn't run. Jack threw back his head and laughed, his laughter louder than the sea wind. Huh, what's so great about an admiral? If you hadn't come, I was going to look for you. Now's my chance. He suddenly raised his right arm, pointing at Qingji, a dark golden gravitational glimmer already igniting between his fingers. Today I'm going to solo an admiral. Now's my chance. He suddenly raised his right arm, pointing at Qingji, a dark golden gravitational glimmer already igniting between his fingers. Today I'm going to solo an admiral. That drought Jack who used to just charge at the front and get beaten. Qingji frowned slightly, studying Jack from afar. Couldn't he see the gap between them? Between an admiral and you, there's an entire ocean. Jack had been with the Beast Pirates for so many years, fought so many battles. There's no way he didn't know the gap. Then what did he have to rely on? Kingsley's gaze fell on the dark golden patterns on Jack's skin, and his instincts told him not to be careless. Allah, what a bother. Qingji pulled his hands out of his pockets, flexed his wrists, and the surrounding air began to condense into white frost. Seems you're serious, then he'll get serious too. He paused, his tone still lazily indifferent, but his eyes had completely changed. Jack's pupils contracted sharply. Bahamut's gravity field instinctively expanded out. Jack's pupils contracted sharply. Bahamut's gravity field instinctively expanded outward, the dark golden force field exploding 3 inches from his body surface. The next instant, Qingji appeared 10 meters above Jack's head, his right arm already transformed into a massive ice crystal arm, carrying biting cold, as it smashed down toward Jack's crown. Iceball. Damn, no martial ethics. Even an admiral resorts to sneak attacks. Jack didn't dodge. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, as Bahamut's scales surged from beneath his skin, the dark golden force field contracting to the extreme. Boom. The ice crystal exploded, shards of ice scattering like a rainstorm. The deck beneath Jack's feet collapsed halfway, but he himself stood motionless, only a thin layer of white frost clinging to his dark golden scales. He looked up at Qingji in midair, grinning. That's all. Kingsley's frown deepened, then he pushed off with his feet and launched himself back to his original position. Oomph. Jack looked down at his feet. The bow had collapsed halfway, wood splintered everywhere, several cracks ran through the mast, and a layer of frost covered the sails. This ship was never new to begin with. It was an old vessel discarded by the Beast's pirates, its bottom patched, 3 times the deck scarred by countless past battles. But it was his ship, his for years. His expression gradually darkened from the earlier excited grin. We beasts were already poor, and you wrecked my ship. Jack suddenly looked up, a tangible blaze of fury burning in his dark golden pupils, his voice squeezed from the depths of his throat, carrying a chilling oppression that made one's spine shiver. You want me to sail a wreck from now on? Qingji steadied himself in midair, raising an eyebrow slightly at these words. He suddenly felt that Sengoku's intelligence might have missed one thing. Jack was indeed simple-minded, but fools have a fool's rage, and this rage was burning quite. Jack's gaze shifted from his own broken ship to the 3 warships behind Qingji. Brand new hulls, gleaming cannons, neatly set sails, and marines standing, each one larger and newer than the last. Jack's eyes lit up. A reckoning was due. You wrecked my ship, so you'll compensate me with those 3 ships of yours. Before Qingji could react, Jack's figure shot into the sky. Gravity reversed, and Bahamut's dark golden force field launched him hundreds of meters into the air. He hovered below the clouds, looking down at the 3 neatly lined warships on the sea like a circling hawk sizing up its prey. Then he took a deep breath. Dark golden light exploded from within him. Scales surged, his body expanded dramatically, and Bahamut's giant fish form manifested before Qingji in its most complete and exaggerated. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, still growing. Bahamut's size had no theoretical limit. Although Jack hadn't expanded to the maximum, he was now a moving island. The dark golden scales glinted with a metallic cold light under the gray sky. 18 gravity nodes lit up in sequence along the spine, and the surrounding force field distorted the air for hundreds of meters in all directions. The giant fish hovered directly above the warships, its shadow enveloping all 3 ships and the entire stretch of sea. Qingji looked up at the sky-obscuring dark golden figure, and the laziness on his face finally vanished completely. Allah, what the hell? He had seen many colossal creatures, Sea Kings, giant elephants, even Kaido's Azure Dragon. But this thing before him, too big. Sink down. Jack's voice crashed down from the sky, and he directly retracted his gravity manipulation. He let Bahamut's mountain-like body under gravity's pull plunge straight down toward the warships on the sea, using himself as a weapon, crashing down from hundreds of. Kingsley's expression finally changed. He knew very well that if this dark golden mountain of flesh crashed into the warships, the 3 ships would be reduced to nothing. His mission was to capture Jack alive, but that required having a ship to transport him back. What a reckless move. Kingsley's figure vanished from the sea, reappearing the next instant above the warships, his right arm transforming into ice again. Ice wall. A wall of ice dozens of meters thick and hundreds of meters wide rose from the sea, like a giant shield standing between the warships and Jack. Shanks paused, contemplating the implications of today's events, and his expression turned cold. Boom. A deafening blast sent a shockwave, sinking the sea surface for miles around, creating a massive depression. Seawater surged in all directions, raising waves over 10 meters high. 3 warships rocked violently in the surge, masts creaking, marines on deck, thrown about in disarray. The ice wall shattered. Jeek's colossal body crashed through the ice wall, momentum unabated, plummeting toward the sea. But the instant he passed through the ice wall, his speed had already diminished by half. A thick layer of frost covered his dark golden scales, and his force field flickered under the erosion of the cold. Qingji gave him no second chance. He appeared at Jeek's side, his right fist coated with armament, hockey cold and hockey converging simultaneously, and slammed a punch. Ice fist. The fist struck the dark golden scales, producing a thunderous muffled roar. The cold exploded from the point of impact, spreading outward with Jeek's body at the center, condensing countless tiny ice crystals in the air like a suddenly blooming ice flower. Jeek's body was knocked sideways by dozens of meters. A fist-sized dent appeared on his flank scales, surrounded by fine cracks. But he did not cry out, or even frown, his eyes fixed on the 3 warships behind Qingji. Kingsley's second fist was already charging. But Jekka moved. He forcibly stabilized himself midair, the dark golden force field expanding once more, reversing the direction of gravity. Gravity reversed. The sea surface suddenly bulged, and the 3 warships were lifted off the sea by an irresistible force, their hulls leaving the water, masts tilting, marines on board screaming in terror. Kingsley's face darkened completely. This guy. Meanwhile, Jekka was hit by Kingsley's punch, Of course it hurt, but he endured it. Bahamut's defense was not weak, but Kingsley's ice fist wrapped in armament hockey compressed the force field from the outside and conducted cold from the inside. The cold from that punch was still rampaging inside him, freezing his organs like needles stabbing. But he held on, because only one thing occupied his mind. You dare smash my ship, it'll destroy your warships too. The cold from that punch was still rampaging inside him, freezing his organs like needles stabbing. But he held on, because only one thing occupied his mind. You dare smash my ship, it'll destroy your warships too. Cold poured out from Kingsley's body, overwhelming and vast like a torrent that would freeze the entire world. Ice crystals exploded beneath his feet, spreading wildly in all directions. The sea surface froze in the blink of an eye, surging waves frozen into solidified ice sculptures. Even the droplets splashing at the wave crests kept their splashing posture frozen into translucent. The rising seawater was suppressed by Kingsley's cold, transitioning directly from liquid to solid to form icebergs. Dozens of meters tall ice peaks rose from the sea, jagged and imposing. Jeek's mountain-like body was also swept by the cold. The dark golden force field shuddered violently in the extreme cold, emitting a buzzing hum. Thick white frost covered his scales, ice spreading from the edges to the center. His joints emitted grating teeth-and-edge sounds. His movements visibly slowed. But he still moved. The gravity manipulation continued to operate, and though the dark golden force field was suppressed by the cold, it did not collapse. He looked down at the sea. 3 warships were frozen within the iceberg's hulls, tilted masts, broken sails frozen into stiff ice boards. And his ship, that old patched-up vessel that had been with him for years, also frozen in the ice, bow raised, stern submerged in icy water, tilted there half-dead. Jekka had known this would happen. Qingji was an admiral. When an admiral struck, how could he let his ship escape? But he did not look at the ship. He withdrew his gaze from the ice and fixed it on Qingji. Qingji stood on the ice, hands in his pockets, scarf fluttering gently in the sea breeze. The perpetually sleepy expression on his face had completely vanished. What replaced it was a focus devoid of any emotion. This was the true posture of an admiral. Allah. Qingji tilted his head, looking at the dark golden giant fish in midair covered in frost. You can take quite a beating. Any ordinary devil fruit user would have turned into an ice sculpture by now. Allah. Qingji tilted his head, looking at the dark golden giant fish in midair covered in frost. You can take quite a beating. The next instant Qingji appeared behind Jekka, his right leg drawing an arc in the air, the tip of his foot condensing a sharp ice blade, carrying piercing cold, and slashed fiercely down on Jeek's back. Ice blade. The ice blade struck the dark golden scales, producing a sharp explosive sound, sending ice shards flying. Jeek's body was sent staggering forward several steps by the blow. A crack opened in the scales on his back, and the cold poured in through the gap, numbing his entire spine. He gritted his teeth, spun around sharply, and expanded his dark golden force field outward, trying to push Qingji away. But Qingji was no longer there. He appeared again on Jeek's left, right fist covered in jet black armament hockey, and slammed a punch into Jeek's ribs. Ice fist. Thud. A dull sound like someone striking a large bell with a hammer. The scales on Jeek's ribs dented, cold spreading from the center of the dent, condensing a thick layer of ice shell on the scale surface. He grunted, his body sliding sideways for over 10 meters, carving a deep trench on the ice. Pain. Damn, it hurts. Bahamut's defense was indeed monstrous. Scales, force field, and physical body layered threefold, capable of even withstanding Kaido's dragon breath. But Kingsley's fists were different. The cold even penetrated. It seeped in through the gaps in Scales' fluctuations in the force field, and even the intervals of breathing freezing from the inside. Moreover, his armament hockey was stronger than any enemy Jekka had ever faced. Every punch was like an iceberg smashing into him. Not only painful, but cold to the marrow of his bones. But Jekka climbed up from the ice, shook off the ice chips on his arms, and the dark golden force field stabilized again. The cracks on his scales slowly healed. He was still standing. Kingsley's brow twitched. Now he confirmed the intelligence. Jeek's ability had indeed changed. There was no mammoth form anymore. In the past, the mammoth was thick-skinned, but couldn't withstand his ice fist. It would fall within 3 punches. Now this Bahamut, he had thrown who knows how many punches. Jekka was still there. If 1 punch isn't enough, then 100 punches. Qingji did not stop. His figure moved at high speed across the ice, appearing in different positions. Left, right, above, below, raining attacks from all directions. Ice blades, ice fists, ice spears, ice bullets. Ice crystals exploded around Jack, shattering into a torrent of icy fragments that scattered like a violent hailstorm. Jack was driven back repeatedly, his scales covered in cracks, and hoarfrost, his force field flickering weakly under the erosion of the cold, like a lamp on the verge of extinction. Yet each time he rose again, steadying himself and re-expanding his force field. Just as I thought, Jack gasped, wiping the ice chips from his face, his dark golden eyes fixed on Akiji, as he grinned, revealing teeth chilled white. Just as I thought, an SS-rank devil fruit is something else. Akiji halted his attack, standing on the ice less than 20 meters from Jack, his hands still in his pockets. He looked at Jack, his gaze now holding something that had more troublesome than I imagined. For a Marine Admiral, one of the three highest combat powers, to personally set an ambush against a Yonko commander-level foe like Jack the Drought. And still not have taken him down after all this time. If word got out, it would be too embarrassing. Akiji's mouth twitched. This is getting troublesome. He muttered under his breath, then lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Jack. Jack, what exactly is your ability? Jack was crouching on the ice, panting. He looked up at the question, opened his mouth, then closed it. Why should I tell you? I won't. Jack stood up, brushed the ice chips off himself, and re-expanded his dark golden force field. The cracks on his scales slowly healed. He crossed his arms over his chest, lifted his chin, and struck a pose he thought was imposing, but in reality looked quite simple-minded. You've been beating on me for so long, and still haven't killed me, and you have the nerve to ask what fruit I ate. Is this all an admiral's got? Akiji's eyelid twitched. How infuriating. His right hand slowly rose, and with a single breath he condensed a long ice blade, its surface flowing with jet-black armament haki. The cold aura and haki intertwined, emitting a faint hum. The temperature in the air plummeted again, new frost forming on the ice, and even the distant frozen sea creaked and groaned. It seems, Akiji began, but the rest of his words caught in his throat. He sensed a presence, surging straight toward him. Akiji's eyes widened as he looked up, his gaze shooting toward the sky in the northeast. The clouds churned, torn apart by some force. A golden light pierced through the depths of the clouds like a blade, cleaving down from the heavens, splitting the thick cloud layer right down the middle. Akiji made out the shape within the golden light. It was a person. Crimson golden wings spread across the sky, their span wider than a warship's mast. Akiji made out the shape within the golden light. It was a person. Crimson golden wings spread across the sky, their span wider than a warship's mast. Every feather blazed with the radiance of the sun. The edges of the wings trailed fine fragmented flames, leaving a golden afterglow stretching for miles across the sky, as if someone had written a line of fire in the heavens. The owner of those wings hovered at the center of the golden light, bathed in intense brilliance, his face indistinguishable. Only a pair of golden vertical pupils gazed down from within the radiance. Akiji's expression shifted, completely darkening. King. The golden light in the sky gave no response. But the crimson golden wings slowly extended to their fullest, the tips arching upward. Sunlight gathered, refracted, and converged on those wings, finally condensing into two blinding spheres of light, ready to strike at any moment. On the ice, Jack also looked up, his mouth falling open even wider. King, you're here. Jack's voice boomed across the ice. King did not respond to Jack. His golden vertical pupils remained locked on Akiji. His heavenly eye had already opened, granting a 360-degree absolute field of vision, encompassing every corner of the frozen sea within his perception. Every movement of Akiji, every flow of cold air, even the rhythm of his breathing. All were under the watch of the heavenly. Simultaneously, the crimson golden light grew brighter, like a second sun rising from the horizon, dyeing the entire gray sky into a hue of crimson and gold. The ice began to melt under the light. The three frozen warships emerged from the ice, icicles on their masts dripping water. The Marines on deck looked up, unable to open their eyes against the dazzling golden radiance. Akiji stood still, shifting his gaze from Jack to the golden light in the sky that was drawing closer and closer. One king plus one Jack, and possibly the entire beast pirates behind them. This really is troublesome now. After the ice completely melted the golden light, King descended from the light, landing steadily on the ice. His crimson golden wings slowly folded behind him, the tips trailing a few wisps of fine fiery light. The power of Horus sunlight rendered ice unworthy of existence before him. Jack had already trotted over. King. He ran up to King, his excitement still palpable. King looked at him, his golden vertical pupils devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Why didn't you leave? With your abilities, if you wanted to escape, even an admiral probably couldn't stop you. This was the truth. Bahamut's gravity manipulation allowed flight, and absolute defense could withstand Akiji's attacks. If Jack had decided not to fight from the start, and simply turned and fled, Akiji alone on this sea might not have been able to catch. But Jack didn't run. Not only did he not run, he actively closed into fight. Jack heard this, paused for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and grinned. I said I was going to solo an admiral. I was just in the middle of it when you showed up. King was silent for a moment. Jack's logic left him momentarily unable to find a point of refutation. By the way, where's brother's son? Jack suddenly looked around. King shook his head slightly. Why bring brother Luo into such a dangerous scene? His tone was calm, but the meaning was clear. Luo's son was the brain of the beasts, not a pawn on the battlefield. In this kind of frontal clash, there was no need for him to appear on the front line. Jack thought for a moment, then scratched his head again. Makes sense. Then he grinned again. So King, how about we take down the admiral together? King did not answer. Instead, he turned to face Akiji. On the ice opposite them, Akiji stood with his hands in his pockets, his scarf fluttering gently in the sea breeze. His expression was sour. From a moment ago until now he had been treated like air. Those two had been discussing soloing an admiral and taking one down together right in front of him without a single person actually looking at him. Nearly a minute had passed since King landed. The Marine Admiral just stood there watching two pirates catch up and chat on the ice. Era, it seems the beasts really have undergone some remarkable changes. Akiji's gaze shifted from Jack to King, then back to Jack, before finally resting on King's pair of golden red wings. They were not the leathery wings of a pteranodon, but rather the wings of a divine bird burning with radiance. Akiji's eyes deepened. He had heard intelligence from Sengoku, but hearing and seeing with one's own eyes were two entirely different things. Seeing it firsthand, one could truly understand. This was not evolution, nor even awakening. It was a new ability entirely. King slowly unfurled his golden red wings behind him, the tips curling upward, sunlight converging on the feathers into dazzling points of light. He looked at Akiji, his battle intent blazing without concealment. Akiji, your opponent is me now. Jack stepped forward, standing slightly to the right of King, his dark golden force field expanding once more, the cracks in his scales already mostly repaired. A grin stretched from ear to ear. And me? Akiji's brow furrowed slightly. Unknown, he was certain of victory. Neither King nor Jack could defeat him in single combat. To known he could still fight, but it would take some effort. Yet that was not the issue. The issue was, what if he got bogged down by these two and Kaido showed up? Yonko Kaido, Governor-General of the Beasts, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. If he came, then he truly would not be able to leave. Akiji's gaze swept past King and Jack, scanning the sky behind them. There was no sign of any massive creature moving, at least not for now. Akiji withdrew his gaze and refocused on King. His expression remained that lazy demeanor, but his body had already shifted into combat readiness. Every muscle taut, cold energy churning within, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Era, what a surprising change. Still, this trip wasn't wasted. At least I've confirmed one thing. His eyes swept back and forth between King and Jack. Your beast's transformation isn't a devil fruit evolution. It's that the ability itself has been fundamentally altered. No further confirmation was needed. After seeing King's Horus and Jack's Bahamut with his own eyes, the answer was written on their faces. King did not deny it. He raised his right hand, slightly golden flames gathering, compressing, and spinning at his fingertips, finally condensing into a short spear. King did not deny it. He raised his right hand, slightly golden flames gathering, compressing, and spinning at his fingertips, finally condensing into a so fast that even Akiji's pupils could not contract in time. A golden light tore through the air above the ice. Horus's sunwheel spear, wrapped in the blazing radiance of the sun, hurtled straight toward Akiji's face. Oof. Akiji did not retreat. His right arm instantly transformed into a massive crystalline ice arm coated in armament haki. The pitch-black ice fist, wreathed in biting cold, met the golden light heat in. Boom. Light and ice collided. Scorching heat and bitter frost tore at each other at the boundary of the two forces. The ice layer melted, steam rose, and the entire frozen sea trembled violently. The light faded. King hovered in midair, his golden red wings fully spread, tips burning with solar flames, a thin golden halo enveloping his body. Horus's sunwheel defense. The sunwheel spear in his hand had dissipated, but his right hand's 5 fingers spread open, 5 golden blades of light extending from the fingertips like 5 burning short swords. Akiji stood in place. Most of the ice crystals on his right arm had shattered, fragments scattering at his feet, quickly melting under the golden light. His brow furrowed slightly. Extreme high temperature, is it? Horus's light carried the sun's heat, and his ice melted upon contact with heat, a natural law unrelated to his own strength. Era, Akiji shook his right arm, ice chips falling from the sleeve and bouncing twice on the ice. Attribute disadvantages are such a hassle. And his ice melted upon contact with heat, a natural law unrelated to his own strength. Era, Akiji shook his right arm, ice chips falling from the sleeve and bouncing twice on the ice. Then he moved. With a single flap of his wings, he transformed into a golden meteor skimming at high speed across the ice. His golden red wings trailed a long tail of light behind him, each beat leaving a trail of scorching specks in the air like a road paved with fire. An admiral has no precedent for surrender. Akiji thrust out both hands, ice crystals condensing before him into wall after wall of ice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Layers upon layers of ice walls, each several meters thick, their surfaces coated in black armament haki. King did not dodge or evade. He maxed out his sunwheel defense, the golden halo expanding to its limit around his body, making him look like a falling miniature sun. He crashed through the first ice wall. Shards of ice instantly vaporized in the golden light, not even leaving water behind. The second, the third, the fourth. All 4 ice walls collapsed in less than 2 seconds. King burst out of the ice mist, his right fist wrapped in concentrated golden light to its extreme and punched straight toward Akiji's chest. Sunwheel meteor strike. Akiji crossed his arms in front of his chest, ice crystals sprouting wildly from his arms, forming a thick ice shield before him. Fist met shield. Thud. A dull, heavy roar exploded across the ice, cracking the surface for hundreds of meters in all directions, fissures spreading like a large chunk of ice beneath Akiji's feet collapsed, and his body slid backward for over 10 meters, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ice. The ice shield shattered, melted, and broken with a fist-sized hole in the center, its edges smooth as glass, as if burned through by a branding iron. King did not pursue. He hovered in midair looking down at his right fist, the golden halo on its surface flickering faintly. Then he raised his head to look at Aokiji. Aokiji glanced down at the clothes on his chest, a charred fist print on the coat, edges still smoking. His expression sank, era that is truly astonishing. On the ice, Jack's jaw dropped in shock. This, he blinked making sure he wasn't seeing things. King was exchanging blows evenly with Aokiji. Having spent 20 years with Kaido, he knew all too well what level an admiral fought at. Now King was going toe-to-toe with an admiral, even slightly gaining the upper hand. Jack's mind churned and stalled. King's battle power has increased way too fast. Anyone would think King's devil fruit is the SS Class 1. Jack's shout drifted over, but King did not respond though the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Aokiji did not look at Jack, his gaze remained locked on King. The combat strength of this man before him needed to be reassessed. King's ability was far stronger than what Sengoku's intelligence had described. Not only had the devil fruit ability changed, but this new transformation was perfectly suited to King to an appalling degree. The flames of the Lunalia tribe and the sunlight mutually amplified each other. The celestial eye and Jean's battle instincts complemented perfectly, and his flight ability seamlessly integrated with Jean's swordsmanship. This was no longer a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. It was 1 + 1 = 10. Shinji took a deep breath and the cold air surged from within him once more. His gaze crossed over Jean, fell on the distant Jieka, and then returned. Two opponents. One a sun, the other a giant fish. One countered his element, the other countered his defense. Shinji suddenly felt that sending him alone might have been a bit too. He lowered his head and glanced at the scorched black fist imprint on his chest. His coat had been burned through, leaving a hole the size of a fist just a little lower, and it would have reached his skin. If it had been a bit deeper, that punch would have landed directly on his body. Shinji looked up at the figure enveloped in golden light. In the era you can actually use solar energy. How outrageous. Do you think you're the sun god? The moment the question was asked, the air above the ice seemed to freeze. Jean hovered in midair and laughed upon hearing Kingsley's words. I wasn't before, but I am now. As the words fell, his wings spread to their fullest extent. A golden-red radiance exploded from within him, surging upward like a volcano that had slumbered for a millennium, finally awakening, releasing all the pent-up energy into the sky. The light shot into the heavens, tearing a massive rift in the gray curtain of clouds. The clouds churned, steamed, and dissipated in the radiance, revealing the azure sky behind them. Then, true sunlight poured down through the rift in the clouds, merging seamlessly with the golden light around Jean. Under the sunlight, Helusa's power was amplified to its maximum. Every feather of Jean's gleamed, every inch of his skin burned, and the golden vertical pupils reflected the light of the. He spread his arms, tilted his head toward the beam of sunlight falling through the cloud rift like a deity stepping out of myth, receiving the worship of believers. He looked down at Shinji. Helusi, I am the sun god. Jean's voice descended from the high sky, carrying an irresistible pressure. The moment I ate this fruit, I became the person closest to the sun on this sea. Besides, I am a god race from the beginning. Jean had no intention of hiding it. Being a god race was a symbol of noble status. Shinji was silent, standing on the ice looking up at the golden figure in the sky. His scarf fluttered gently in the sea breeze, and his expression still wore that lazy look, but a chill flickered in his eyes. Shinji repeated the 3 words softly, then slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread palm, facing the Jean in the sky. Cold air gathered in his palm, as if 10,000 ice serpents were writhing, coiling, and hissing within his grasp. The temperature in the air plummeted again. A new layer of frost crystallized on the ice surface, and even the frozen waves in the distance crackled and groaned. Then let me see. Kingsley's voice rose from the ice, every word carrying bone-chilling cold. Whether the sun god can melt this entire sea. Before the words faded, Kingsley's figure launched from the ice like a bolt, transforming into a cerulean meteor streaking straight toward Jean in the sky. Ice fist extreme cold. Jean did not retreat. He folded his wings forward, crossing them before him, tips touching. A golden red light gathered, compressed, and spun between the wings, finally condensing into a fist-sized ice fist extreme cold. Jean did not retreat. He folded his wings forward, crossing them before him, tips touching. A golden red light gathered, compressed, and spun between the wings, finally condensing into a fist-sized orb of light. The surface of the orb was calm, but inside it churned with heat enough to melt steel. Solar wheel sky burning. The orb shot out from between the wings. The ice fist and the light orb collided in midair. Boom. A radiance even more blinding than the sun exploded in the sky. Ice and light, cold and heat, an admiral and a commander. 2 forces representing the extremes of their respective domains clashed, heat in hundreds of meters above the ground. The shockwave spread in all directions, flinging all the broken ice on the surface into the air. Even the 3 frozen warships shook violently in the blast. After a moment, the light faded. Jean retreated a dozen meters. Several feathers on his golden red wings had frozen into an icy blue, and a thin layer of frost hung from the tip. But his expression remained unchanged. Shinji landed back on the ice, his feet carving a crater several meters wide upon impact. His right arm trembled slightly. The dark veins in the ice crystal had mostly faded, and steam rose from the surface of his arm. The mist of ice evaporated by the intense heat. He looked down at his still smoking right arm, silent for a moment. Then he lifted his head to Jean in the sky. His voice still carried that lazy tone, but his eyes were fully serious now. Looks like today won't be easy to wrap up. Then he looked up at Jean in the sky. The golden figure hovered beneath the clouds, his golden-red wings gleaming in the sunlight, the halo around him even brighter than before. The ice was melting visibly. Puddles of water covered the surface, and seawater seeping from the cracks. The ice was melting visibly. Puddles of water covered the surface, and seawater seeping from the cracks glittered under the sunlight. The three warships had emerged from the ice layer, hulls, tilted masts, broken decks, and chaos. The Marines huddled behind the ship rails, poking half their heads out to watch the battle in the sky, a fight they had no way to intervene in, their faces growing paler by the sun. Shinji withdrew his gaze. He couldn't keep fighting, he couldn't win. If he continued, either Jean would hold him down until Kaido arrived and trapped him, or he would have to knock out both Jean and Jekka, but that would take time, and time was the one thing he lacked most now. Moreover, Shinji glanced at Jekka. That fool was crouching on a piece of floating ice, his dark gold force field re-expanded, the cracks in his scales mostly repaired. Now he stared at Shinji, ready to pounce at any moment. One Jean was already troublesome enough, adding Jekka to the mix. Shinji took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. All troops retreat. His voice was not loud, but in the silence of the ice field, every word reached the ears of every Marine on the three warships. A dead silence fell over the warships. The Marines looked at each other, thinking they had misheard. Retreat. An admiral ordering a retreat. There were only two opponents. I said retreat. Kingsley's voice rang out again, this time with an undeniable authority. If the ships can still move, sail them back yourself. If they can't move, abandon ship. Shinji paused, scanning the three battered warships. Survival is the priority. Finally, there was movement on the three warships. The Marines emerged from behind the gunwales, scrambling to inspect the hulls, stow the canvas, and clear the shattered ice from the decks. The first warship could barely move, its boilers were lit, the propeller churning through icy water as the hull slowly turned. The second warship had its rudder frozen solid, and several Marines were swinging axes to hack away the ice. The third warship was simply abandoned. The Marines climbed down the rope ladders, stumbling across the ice as they scrambled toward the other two ships. The third warship was simply abandoned. The Marines climbed down the rope ladders, stumbling across the ice as they scrambled toward the other two ships. How about we fight another day when it's cloudy? Jean hovered in midair, watching coldly. My ship's been wrecked by you, and your men just smash and run. Is this the Navy, Jekka? Jin's voice dropped from the sky, cutting Jekka. My ship's been wrecked by you, and your men just smash and run. Is this the Navy, Jekka? Jin's voice dropped from the sky, cutting Jekka off mid-sentence. He scratched his head and fell silent. Sayonara. Akiji tapped the air several times with his toes each step, leaving a white ring of compressed air propelling himself upward as he streaked toward the retreating warships. He was fast, but in Jin's eyes, painfully slow. Jin's wings suddenly snapped open. A trail of golden red light streaked across the sky as he transformed into a golden meteor pursuing Akiji. Akiji sensed the golden light behind him and glanced back. Jean was less than 100 meters away, his golden red wings fully extended, their tips burning with solar radiance. Those golden vertical pupils were fixed on him, devoid of emotion, yet carrying an oppressive weight. You still want to fight? Akiji quickened his moonwalk pace. Step after step, air rings exploded beneath his feet, each kick hurling him dozens of meters forward. But Jean was faster. Horus was the master of the sky, and Jean was born to belong to it. The black wings of the Lunalia tribe had accustomed him to high altitudes since childhood. Now with his new golden red wings, his aerial mobility had reached an inconceivable level. Akiji's moonwalk was not slow in horizontal movement, but compared to true flight, it lacked a dimension. Moonwalk required leverage, stomping, and repeated acceleration. Jean only needed a single flap of his wings. Golden light swept over Akiji's head, tracing an elegant arc, then hovered steadily in the sky ahead of him. The golden red wings flapped slowly, their tips trailing fine flames. Jean faced Akiji, his golden vertical pupils reflecting Akiji's figure, his voice calm. I said your opponent is me. Akiji stopped his moonwalk. He remained suspended in midair as the air rings beneath him slowly dissipated. He looked at Jean, blocking his path, twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed. Oh really? What a pain. Fighting like this will achieve nothing. Why waste our time? Besides, I haven't received orders to engage the beasts. With that, Sayonara. Akiji descended, landing on the bow of a warship, his scarf flapping loudly in the sea breeze. He didn't look back at Jean, but his voice drifted over from the bow. Tell Kaido that the secrets of your beasts have spread across the sea. The warship slowly sailed away, leaving a white wake trailing behind it, growing smaller on the horizon. Jean hovered in midair, his golden vertical pupils watching the two shrinking ships, but he did not pursue. Finally, Jekka reached the spot directly below Jean, craning his neck and gasping for breath. Jean, why didn't you chase them? If we both attacked together, we might have kept Akiji. Jean looked down at him. And after we keep him here? Jekka was stunned. Can the two of us kill him? An admiral's counterattack is a real nuisance. Jekka scratched his head, feeling that Jin's reasoning made some sense, yet something didn't sit right. So just let him go. What else? Invite him for dinner. World Economic News Headquarters Editor-in-Chief's office. Morgan sat behind his desk, cluttered with intelligence photos and handwritten manuscripts from all over the world. Just then the door was pushed open without a knock. In Morgan's newspaper there was only one person who dared to enter without knocking. Just then the door was pushed open without a knock. In Morgan's newspaper there was only one person who dared to enter without knocking. His chief intelligence editor, a tall, thin man with round-rimmed glasses. Chief, an urgent dispatch from the southeast route. The tall, thin man placed a craft paper envelope on the desk, his voice carrying a barely suppressed excitement. What is it? Morgan's didn't even look up, his pen still scratching across the manuscript. Take a look first. The tall man didn't answer directly, but pushed the envelope close. Morgan's raised his head, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his bird-like eyes. He hated people being evasive, especially when he was editing. He tore open the envelope and pulled out a stack of photos. First photo, Navy Admiral Akiji, standing on the ice, his right arm transformed into a massive crystalline ice arm, with black patterns of armament hockey flowing through the ice. Opposite him was a dark golden behemoth, a mountain-like body covered in dark golden scales surrounded by the distorted glow of a gravity field. Jack the Drought. But not the mammoth Jack the Drought. A giant dark golden scaly fish that could fly in the sky. Morgan's beak parted slightly. Interesting. Second photo, Jack plummeting from the sky, his mountain-like body crashing toward the 3 warships on the sea. Akiji rose into the air, an ice wall surging before him, a dozen meters thick, blocking Jack from the warships. Morgan's beak opened wider. Very interesting. Third photo, a golden light streaked across the sky, golden red wings spread beneath the clouds, their tips trailing fine flames. Morgan's recognized him, Jean the Wildfire. Jean 2. 2 calamities against an admiral. Fourth photo, Jean and Akiji clashing in midair. Golden light collided with ice blue cold, the shockwave shredding the surrounding clouds. Jin's golden vertical pupils blazed in the radiance while Akiji's face was as dark as the sky. Fifth photo, Akiji, standing on the bow of a departing warship, his scarf fluttering in the sea breeze. Behind him, the 2 battered warships, ahead the endless sea. Jean hovered in the sky, his golden red wings spread behind him, not pursuing. Morgan's Mojensis' beak had opened to an unbelievable angle. Big news. This is truly big news. Super big news. The 2 all-stars of the Beast Pirates had switched their abilities one after the other. That dark, golden giant fish could carry a small hill on its back as a shield and fly through the sky. Oh, it could withstand Kingsley's ice fists without even breaking its skin. The golden red wings, infinitely amplified under the sunlight, smashed through 4 layers of Kingsley's ice walls and forced the admiral to retreat. Mojensis' feathers ruffled by all logic. This is absolutely impossible. What mammoth could evolve into a fish? This is definitely not evolution. It must be some kind of black tech technology. The Beast Pirates must have obtained some technology. Technology that can change devil fruit abilities. The tall, thin man stood by the table, hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips. Chief, there's one more thing. Speak. Mojensis' voice was still sharp. According to intelligence, before Jekka engaged Qingji, he said something over the din mushi to the Guade outside. What did he say? He said, I didn't expect my luck to be this good. Mojensis was stunned. And then, oi. Then he found that what awaited him was Admiral Qingji, but strangely Jekka did not flee. Instead, he charged forward and took on the Admiral alone. Mojensis' bird eyes widened. Taking on an admiral alone. Has Jekka the Drought gone mad? That's what I thought at first, but the result was that they fought for a long time and Qingji could not defeat him. Then Jean arrived. After Jean arrived, they engaged in battle, and then Qingji ordered a retreat. Qingji ordered a retreat. Mojensis' voice rose another octave. An admiral of the Navy, one of the 3 supreme powers, fighting 2 commanders, orders a retreat. Not fighting 2. The tall, thin man corrected. It was that he couldn't take down 1, and when facing 2 he chose to retreat. Mojensis' eyes lit up. This is a world-shaking headline, must report it truthfully. Print all the photos in the newspaper. The battle between Jekka and Qingji, the battle between Jean and Qingji, leave none out. He paused, a shrewd glint flashing in his bird eyes. However, he extended a claw and picked out the photo of Jean hovering in the sky, golden wings spread wide with Qingji on the bow of a warship, his back to the camera. He set this photo aside alone. Jean's report upgraded by 1 level. The tall, thin man raised an eyebrow slightly. To what level? Mojensis looked up, sneering. Naturally, to the admiral-level combat power rivaling a Navy admiral. The tall, thin man was silent for a moment, then nodded. He did not ask why. What about the headline? The tall, thin man asked. Mojensis leaned back in his chair, his beak slightly open, revealing a classic News King standard smile. The headline said it as under Yonko Kaido, an admiral-level combat power has emerged. The Beast Pirates achieve a leap in battle strength. The tall, thin man picked up the stack of photos and manuscripts, turned, and walked toward the door. There's still an hour until dawn, he said without looking back. Enough. Mojensis stood up from his chair, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. 1 hour, I will make the world tremble. Soon the newspapers were carried by newsbirds to every corner of the sea. The east blew, west blew, south blew, north blew. The newsbird's wings swept across every sea, tossing stacks of newspapers still smelling of ink onto every ship, every island, every inhabited place. Front page. Full page. That photo of Jean hovering in the sky, golden wings spread wide with Qingji on the bow of a warship, his back to the camera, took up 2/3 of the page. The headline was in bold black font. Under Yonko Kaido, an admiral-level combat power has been born. The beast pirates achieve a leap in battle strength. The whole world learned 2 names on the same day. Early morning, Navy Headquarters Marshal's office. Zhanghua sat behind his desk, hands supporting his temples, eyes tightly shut behind his glasses. Spread on the desk was Mojensis newspaper front page, facing up Jean's photo pointing at the ceiling. That golden bird, or rather that golden figure, hovered in midair, golden red wings, spread wide, overlooking everything. Zhanghua had been staring at this photo for almost 20 minutes, and the more he looked the more his head ached, as if someone were twisting a screwdriver into his skull. Bruru, bruru, bruru. The din-din mushy on the desk rang. Zhanghua picked up the receiver. Report. Kingsley's voice came through from the other end, accompanied by the howling of sea wind and the sound of waves crashing against the ship's hull. I'm on my way back to Mount Fanjuo. The ship is a bit slow. Zhanghua took a deep breath. What's the use of hurry? The newspaper is already all over the sky. Tell me the specifics. It can be confirmed that the beast pirates' change is not evolution. Kingsley's tone was certain. The ability has undergone a fundamental change, no different from eating a new devil. That's roughly the idea. The mammoth ability is gone, replaced by the ability to turn into a fish. There is no connection between the two. Zhanghua frowned, as such a result was hard to accept. But a person can only eat one devil fruit. I know, Marshal Zhanghua. Qingji yawned, his tone helpless. But the facts are as they are. I saw it with my own eyes. Sir Zhanghua, that fish has no characteristics of a mammoth. It's not evolution, it's a complete replacement. As for why this happened, he paused. That's the science department's business. Zhanghua was silent, took off his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. What no one on this sea had achieved in 800 years, the beast pirates had accomplished. Understood, come back first. Roger. Click. The call ended. Zhanghua leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and was silent for a long time. Then he reached out and pressed the red din-din mushy on the desk. Notify all officers of vice admiral rank and above to be in the conference room within 1 hour. Yes. Mount Fanjuo Navy Headquarters Grand Conference Room. A huge rectangular conference table covered with dark green velvet with teacups and documents neatly arranged on its surface. Zhanghua sat at the head of the table, hands crossed supporting his chin. To his left was an empty seat, the admiral's seat. Ai Qingji was still at sea, while the seats of Huang Yuan and Shiquan were occupied. To his right was Kapu, the old man, sitting with his legs crossed, holding a pack of senbei, crunching away, without even glancing at the newspaper on the table. Further down were Vice Admiral He and over a dozen other vice admirals. The door of the meeting room was pushed open, and the last arriving vice admiral hurriedly took his seat. Sengoku swept his gaze across the room, confirming everyone was present. Today's agenda has only one item. He didn't waste words, directly pushing the newspaper on the table to the center so everyone could see the front page photo clearly. The ability changes of King and Jack of the Beast Pirates. You should all have seen them from the newspaper. Akiji is rushing back from the scene, and his conclusion is, Sengoku paused. King and Jack's abilities are not evolution. It's more like they ate new devil fruits, replacing their original abilities. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Then it erupted. That's impossible. A vice admiral slammed the table. A person can only eat one devil fruit. That's an iron rule. Eating a second one will cause explosion. There are clear records. Records are records. Reality is reality. Another vice admiral frowned at the newspaper photo. Jack used to be a mammoth, now he's a fish. How to explain this? Evolution can't change a mammoth into a fish. Perhaps some special means. What means could allow a devil fruit user to eat another fruit? No one has done it in 800 years. Why should the beasts be able to? You all know how many resources Kaido has invested in researching devil fruits. His subordinate queen is a mad scientist. No matter how mad, you can't break the laws of nature. Sengoku raised his hand. Everyone's voice simultaneously vanished. Today we are not here to discuss whether it's possible. The facts are already before us. King and Jack have indeed changed abilities. King's ability has been elevated to the point of facing Akiji Hiden, and Jack's ability has been elevated to an unbelievable. He paused. What we need to discuss today is, how should the Navy respond to the beasts next? The meeting room fell silent again. Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke first, her voice not loud, but clear and organized. We cannot start an all-out war. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. The 4 emperors maintain a delicate balance. If the Navy launches a full-scale war against the beasts, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Red Hair will not stand by idly. Today the Navy can attack the beasts, tomorrow they can attack them. Akainu snorted coldly, arms crossed, his tone full of impatience. Then fight them one by one. If we strike the beasts first, the other 3 won't react immediately. By the time they react, the beasts will be gone. Naive. Vice Admiral Tsuru put down her teacup and glanced at Akainu. If the beasts are gone, what about the Navy's losses? To fight one Emperor crew, we need to mobilize all admirals and more than half of the vice-admirals. After the battle, how much combat power will the Navy have left? Will the remaining power be enough to deter the other 3 emperors? Akai's lips twitched, but he didn't speak. Kizaru sat in his chair cross-legged, filing his nails with a soft scraping sound. Scary. The beast's 2 lead performers. From now on, those people will need 2 admirals to feel safe when they go out. His tone was lazy, but everyone could understand. The beast grew stronger, and the Navy's pressure increased. Sengoku was silent for a long moment, then spoke. The decisions are as follows. Everyone simultaneously sat up straight. First, do not initiate war. An all-out war benefits no one. The Navy, the world government, or the civilians. The beasts have not provoked war, so the Navy has no reason to strike first. No one objected. Second, the celestial tribute must be protected. It is the lifeline of the world government and the bottom line of the celestial dragons. As long as the beasts try to seize the celestial tribute, the Navy must stop them. An admiral will personally escort each route, and not a single one must be missed. Akainu frowned slightly, but didn't argue. Third, other matters. Sengoku paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. Don't start a war with the beasts over trivial matters. What they do in Wano is Wano's business. Wano is not a member nation. Besides, if they have conflicts with other pirate crews, that's a pirate matter. The Navy cannot manage everything. Garp finally stopped chewing his senbei. He turned his head to look at Sengoku, his lips moving slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing and lowered his head to open a second pack of senbei. That's all. Sengoku leaned back in his chair. Speak now if you have objections, if not, execute. Also raise the bounty of King the Wildfire to 3 billion belly. The meeting room was silent for 3 seconds. No one spoke. Sengoku nodded. Dismissed. Wherever the news bird flew, no sea remained calm. The New World. An unnamed island. Pirates crammed into a shabby tavern, eagerly passing around the same newspaper, their mouths stuffed with food as they engaged in heated discussion. Admiral-level combat power. What the hell did those beast madmen do? Evolution. Who on this sea has ever seen Drought Jack change from a mammoth to a fish? That's insane. I heard that thing is called something like Bardo. It can fly and control gravity. How do you know? Hee, I've got a guy in the beasts. Never mind what it's called. I just want to know, can the beasts really let a person eat a second devil fruit? That question made the tavern fall silent for a moment. No one could answer it. But everyone realized the same answer. If this was true, the rules of this sea would be rewritten. The New World Whole Cake Island. Big Mom sat at the head of a massive dining table, a mountain of desserts piled before her. Cream chocolate fruit tarts layered and emitting a cloying sweetness. But she didn't eat a single bite. In her hand, she clutched the newspaper. In the photo, King's golden wings blazed in the sunlight, while Jack's dark golden giant fish body loomed, blotting out the sky. Den Den mushy. Bring me a Den Den mushy now. Parasparrow beside her was startled, then scrambled to find a golden Den Den mushy from under the table, holding it out to Big Mom. Big Mom snatched the Den Den mushy and dialed Kaido's private channel with one hand. Brew brew brew. Click. The Den Den mushy's expression changed, morphing into Kaido's rugged face, wearing a grin that said, I knew you'd call. Yurororo. Linlin, you saw the newspaper. Big Mom's brow relaxed and she asked with curiosity, Kaido, don't play games with me. Are those things in the newspaper real or fake? Did your people change abilities? What's going on? Yurororo. Kaido laughed, even louder, the laughter exploding from the Den Den mushy, making Big Mom's eardrums ring. You want to know? He paused, his tone clearly provocative. If you want to know, come over yourself. My Onigashima doesn't welcome guests, but for old-time sake, it'll let you in the door. The elderly woman's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Her fiery temper barely contained. Kaido, you brat still owe me a lifetime of gratitude. If it weren't for me back, then you wouldn't even have gotten to eat the Azure Dragon. Now you're putting on airs with me. The Den Den mushy on the other end went silent for a moment, then Kaido's laughter ceased. Humph, just one word then. Click. The call ended. The elderly woman stared at the Den Den mushy in shock. What was happening? For a moment, she couldn't accept reality. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The elderly woman instantly erupted in fury, yearning to immediately pin Kaido to the ground and beat him savagely. Kaido, you dare hang up on me? Her roar was like a bomb, instantly shattering the entire Whole Cake Island. The sound waves radiated outward from its center, shattering windows, and her children and grandchildren nearby crouched on the ground, covering their ears. Burning with rage, the elderly woman hurled the Den Den mushy to the ground. Remarkably tough, it didn't break and lazily retreated into its shell. Kaido, you just wait for me. In the New World, in a certain sea area, the Red Force sailed slowly across the calm sea surface. Shanks sat on the ship's railing, a bottle of sake in hand, the newspaper in front of him fluttering loudly in the sea breeze. On the front page, King's golden wings clashed heat with Akiji's ice wall, the shockwave ripping apart the surrounding clouds. On the deck, the officers were all occupied with their own tasks, but each of them cast part of their attention toward Shanks. Ben Beckman leaned against the mast, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The smoke dispersed and coalesced in the sea breeze. He also held a newspaper, having read it from cover to cover 3 times. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and frowned at Shanks. Shanks, if this news is true, then the balance of the seas has reached a precarious point. Shanks didn't answer immediately. He took a swig of sake, his gaze still fixed on the distant horizon. Yeah, balance. Beckman stubbed out his cigarette on the mast and said in a low voice, should we make a trip to Wano? At these words the others on the deck stopped their movements in unison. Lucky Roo slowed his chewing of meat. Yassip's hand wiping the gun barrel paused midair, and he too looked over. Everyone awaited Shanks' answer. The sea breeze swept across the bow, fluttering the cape on his shoulders. Shanks glanced down once more at King's photo in the newspaper, set sail. To Wano. He jumped down from the railing. I have to see with my own eyes what that bastard Kaido is up to. Beckman nodded and turned toward the helm. All hands prepare. Change course, destination Wano. Oh, we should have gone long ago. Haha, it's been ages since we last visited Wano. Lucky Roo wolfed down the remaining meat in a few bites, wiped the grease off his hands, and strode toward the rigging. Yassop polished the last section of his gun barrel, clicked it back into the stock, and rose to his feet. The deck grew busy as sails were hoisted, ropes tightened, and the bow slowly turned. Shanks stood at the bow, the sea breeze billowing his cape behind him, his red hair blazing like a flame in the sunlight. Kaido, what exactly have you done? The Red Force carved a white wake across the sea of the New World, heading toward Wano. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the white whale rocked gently on the calm sea, its white sails swelling and falling in the sea breeze like a slumbering giant breathing slowly. Edward Newgate Whitebeard sat in the colossal specially made chair at the bow, a sake bowl in hand. The foretube extended from the medicine bottle on the chair's backrest, piercing into his sinewy arm. Before him lay the newspaper. Morgan's front page covered the entire tabletop. King's golden wings and Jack's dark golden giant fish form were magnified to the extreme, every detail glaringly sharp. Gu-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. That old Kaido has really come up with something incredible. Admiral-level combat power. Gu-ra-ra-ra-ra. That Sengoku must be having a headache right now. His laughter echoed across the deck, and the others joined in with forced chuckles. Just then Marco emerged from the cabin, holding a bowl of freshly warmed medicinal broth. He stopped beside Whitebeard, his gaze falling on the newspaper. Pops. Marco handed over the broth. Thatch just told me. If the Beast Pirates really have mastered that technology to alter devil fruit powers, shouldn't we go have a look? Whitebeard took the broth, but didn't drink. He merely held it in his hands. Thatch also poked his head out of the cabin, a plate of freshly cut fruit in hand. He hurried over in quick steps, placing the plate on the armrest beside the chair. Pops, Marco's right. If the beasts really have a way to let someone eat a devil fruit again, his voice dropped, then maybe it could cure your illness. The moment those words were spoken, the air on the deck seemed to freeze. Several crew members wiping the deck stopped their movements, the lookout on the mast leaned out, and those playing cards in the cabin fell silent. All eyes were on Whitebeard. If Pop's illness could be cured, that would be wonderful. Marco said nothing, his gaze fixed earnestly on Whitebeard, hoping for a nod. Thatch stood nearby, his smile long gone, watching Whitebeard with equal seriousness. In the corner of the crowd, Teach leaned against the cabin wall, clutching a large slice of cherry pie and eating with his head down. But his eyes weren't on the pie. His gaze shot out from beneath his lowered eyelids, landing on Whitebeard, his expression inscrutable. He took a bite of the cherry pie, chewing slowly, lost in thought. Whitebeard held the bowl of medicinal broth, staring down at the brown liquid. The bowl's surface reflected his wrinkled face. He looked at it in silence for a long time. Then he raised the bowl and drank it all in one gulp, bitterness spreading down his throat. We're not going. Marco's brow furrowed, unwilling to give up. Pops, I said we're not going. Whitebeard's voice grew heavier. He turned to look at Marco, Thatch, and the crew members who were staring at him with eager eyes. His gaze swept across every face as if counting his family. Life and death are fate. I've had so many family members by my side in this life. I'm content. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Marco, you've been with me the longest. You should know that what I've always pursued is not a longer life, but a life worth living. Marco's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out. He lowered his head, his hair veiling his eyes. The old man had spoken truly, and he found no words to refute. Thatch opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but Whitebeard's gaze silenced him. Yet he still tried to argue. Pops, we're not. We just don't want. His words caught in his throat, unable to continue. Whitebeard reached out and patted Thatch on the head. I know you mean well, he said, his voice softening. But even if the beasts truly have that thing they want, easily give it to outsiders. Whitebeard reached out and patted Thatch on the head. I know you mean well, he said, his voice softening. But even if the beasts truly have that thing they want, easily give it to outsiders. And besides, he paused for a moment, his voice dropping low. Even if my ailment were cured, what then? Live a few more years, take a few more glances at this sea. Enough, it's enough. My ship already has the best family. I don't need favors from others to prolong my life. Marco lifted his head, his eyes reddening slightly. Pops, his voice was hoarse. Don't say any more. Whitebeard waved a hand, a hint of irritation in his tone. Yet beneath that irritation lay an unmistakable tenderness. Go on, attend to your duties. Thatch, take the fruit away. Oh, I don't want it now. Marco, finish the medicine and take the bowl. And he glanced at Marco. Don't even think about sneaking off to Wano. I said we're not going, so we're not going. Marco was silent for a moment, then nodded. He bent down, picked up the empty bowl, and turned toward the cabin. Thatch stood there, his mouth opening and closing again, until finally he said nothing, picked up the fruit plate, and followed Marco. The crew on deck averted their gaze, their faces full of regret, and went back to scrubbing the deck, pulling ropes and sweeping. Holy land, Mary Geos. The power chamber. At the center of the long table lay the newspaper, the front page, facing up with King's photo, dominating the center of the spread. Golden red wings blazed in the sunlight, and his golden vertical pupils gazed down upon everything. Beside the photo, Morgans had written a headline in bold red letters: "The Sun God descends upon the sea. Flame disaster. King claims to be the Sun God, his combat power reaching admiral level." The atmosphere fell into silence. Four of the Gorosei stared at the photo, at the man who called himself the Sun God. No one spoke, but that silence itself was a pressure. The one sitting at the center, Jupiter, spoke first. Sun God? Huh. A mere birdman dares to call himself the Sun God. What an audacious claim. Venus slightly opened his eyes, his gaze resting on the photo. King's golden vertical pupils stared directly into the lens, as if locking eyes with him. That bird Morgans will write any headline to sell newspapers. A pirate with gold wings, and that makes him the Sun God. Ridiculous. But that devil fruit is indeed related to the sun, Saturn, seated on the left, interjected. His tone was calm, but his brow was slightly furrowed. Horus, Falconhead, Lord of the Sky, power of King's abilities are significantly amplified under the sun. This intelligence has been confirmed. From the perspective of devil fruit power, calling himself the Sun God isn't entirely not far-fetched. Jupiter snorted, his voice dripping with contempt. This sea has only one Sun God. That forbidden name. He paused, his gaze darkening. Nika. The moment that name fell, the air in the power chamber seemed to freeze. The Gorosei fell silent in unison. Nika. A name erased from history by the world government. A name that represented liberation, resistance, and the legendary warrior of freedom who could bring smiles to all slaves. The Sun God. For 800 years that name had been purged from every document by every means available. But while names could be erased, some things were etched into the very bones of this sea, never to be completely eliminated. Nika was one of them. That legendary figure. Jupiter in the center spoke slowly, his voice lowered to a whisper. For centuries there has been no sign of awakening. The Hito no Mi model Nika is known as the most absurd power on this sea. Its awakening conditions remain unknown, but one thing is certain. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the other four. That is the true Sun God, not something a pirate who ate a bird-type fruit can compare to. Mercury, seated at the far end, had remained silent, his eyes fixed on the photo. After a long pause, he finally spoke. King calling himself the Sun God might not be a bad. The other four turned to look at him. If the true Sun God were to awaken, you all know what that would mean. Liberation, resistance, slaves, the nightmare of the celestial dragons. But this bird, he extended a finger and tapped. He's just a pirate. He calls himself the Sun God, and the whole world thinks the Sun God is his devil fruit ability. That instead, he paused, his lips twitching slightly, instead buries the existence of the true Sun God even deeper. The power chamber fell silent once more. The other four elders exchanged glances, none of them speaking immediately. A sliver of sunlight filtered through the gap in the heavy curtains, casting a long, thin beam. Keep investigating the beasts, Venus said, his voice returning to its emotionless calm. But don't let Morgans use the word sun. Whether it's a pirate or something else, this sea can only have one Sun God. He lifted his head, his gaze landing on a corner of the room. Inform CP0, if Morgans uses that headline again, the World Economy newspaper will cease to exist. Agreed. 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 The order was conveyed. Soon the silence of the power chamber was broken by the ringing of a den mushy. BRRR BRRR BRRR. A red encrypted den mushy vibrated at one end of the long table, its shell gleaming with a dark red luster in the sunlight. Venus reached out and pressed the answer button. Gorosei, we have a reply from the World Economy newspaper. Speak. The elder in the center uttered only one word. President Morgans asked me to convey, I am the king of news. I have the most professional journalistic spirit. Most of all, reporting needs truth. The den mushy mimicked Morgan's tone, its voice rising, resounding, and flamboyant. After saying that, the snail's expression reverted to the original blank face of the red den mushy. Oof, how insolent. Jupiter hung up the phone directly. That Morgans has really lived too long. News king, huh? Just a worm's journalism spirit, and yet you dare to talk about truth. A bird talking about journalism spirit with the world government. The Mercury in the middle had a grim expression, his patience running out. His gaze fell on the newspaper that had been turned over on the table, where King's golden wings were pressed underneath, replaced by the back page of the newspaper, an advertisement page with a giant den mushy printed on it. CP0. Here. A response came from the air. Find Morgans and tell him this is the final ultimatum. Yes, esteemed Gorosei. The air fell silent again. Yet the atmosphere among the powers did not ease. That bird was far more troublesome than they had imagined. World Economy News Co. Headquarters top floor. Morgan stood laughing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, clutching the den mushi. He had just hung up, his eyes filled with contempt and mockery. A final ultimatum from the world government. Recalling his conversation with CP0, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The tall, thin chief intelligence editor stood by the door watching his frenzied boss, and spoke with some concern. Chief, the Gorosei might not like what you just said. What's wrong with me writing about the sun god? Not only will I write it today, I'll write it tomorrow, and every day. What's wrong with me writing about the sun god? Not only will I write it today, I'll write it tomorrow, and every day. He grabbed the photo of King on the table, claiming to be the— If this isn't news, what is? If I suppressed this and didn't publish it, that would be dereliction of duty. That would be a disgrace to the name of World Economy News Co. The tall, thin man held a cardboard box and was silent for a moment. Chief, everything you say is correct, but the Gorosei might not be reasonable. Morgan's laughter gradually subsided. What you say is not without reason. Those madmen are capable of anything. Saying this, he pressed the photo onto the table and began to think about what to do next. A moment later, he looked up with madness in his eyes. Prepare to relocate immediately. The tall, thin man nodded. Only a fool wouldn't run after angering the Gorosei. The tall, thin man nodded. Only a fool wouldn't run after angering the Gorosei. Then he pushed open the door and went out to convey the order. Everyone attention. Chief's orders: full evacuation. Assemble in 10 minutes. The balloon ship takes off. Destroy on-site anything that can't be taken. Move quickly. The office area was silent for a second. Then everyone moved at once. Secretaries grabbed archive boxes from file cabinets and stuffed them into cardboard boxes. Technicians unplugged den mushy cables, coiled them up, and stuffed them into backpacks. Cleaners pushed trash bins through the corridor, but the bins weren't filled with trash, they were filled with shredded manuscript remnants from the paper shredder. The entire headquarters of World Economy News Co. operated in an orderly manner. Morgan stood in the center of the editor-in-chief's office watching all this. His eyes were full of excitement. The Gorosei disliked his report, which meant he had reported correctly. The Gorosei were so angry they wanted to shut down his newspaper, which meant his paper had struck a nerve with someone. And Morgan's this was what he was best at in his life. 10 minutes later, on the rooftop of the World Economy News Co. headquarters, a giant balloon ship slowly rose. Chief, where are we going? Who knows? Fly to a place where no one can find us. The news of this sea, without the World Economy News Co. What would it be called? The balloon ship slowly ascended through the clouds. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting dappled shadows on the basket. Morgans looked down at the photo of King in his claws, then let go. The photo drifted down, tumbling in the wind farther and farther away until it disappeared into the clouds. The golden-winged birdman who called himself the sun god vanished along with that photo into the vast sea of clouds. Morgans averted his gaze, took a cigar from his pocket, and lit it. The smoke dispersed in the wind, quickly blown away without a trace. Those who write the news cannot be written by the news. Whatever the Gorosei want the world to forget, it'll make the world remember. That's the romance of the News King. At the same time, East Blue Kokoyashi Village. The ruins of Arlong Park were still smoking. Among the broken walls and rubble lay shattered tables and chairs and broken bottles. The smell of blood hung in the air. The flag of the Arlong Pirates was torn from the tower and soaked in muddy water, its red background and black characters blurred by the filth. The Arlong Pirates that had occupied this place were destroyed. The battle was over. Luffy picked up his straw hat and put it back on his head, laughing carefreely again. It's over. Ha ha ha. Nami crouched to the side, hugging her knees, her eyes still red and swollen. She looked at the boy standing there laughing foolishly, tears streaming from her eyes. Her nightmare was finally over. Suddenly, cuckoo, a flapping sound came from above. A news bird swooped down from the sky, clutching a stack of newspapers in its claws. As it passed, it released its claws, and the newspapers fluttered down, scattering noisily. One of them was caught by the sea breeze and slapped against Luffy's face with a smack. The front page featured a huge photo of King's golden wings burning in the sunlight. The headline was in bold, so large it seemed about to leap off the page. The front page featured a huge photo of King's golden wings burning in the sunlight. The headline was in bold, so large it seemed about to leap off the page. Mythical Zoan Horus. Flame Disaster King. His combat power has reached Admiral level. Next to the photo was a small picture beast, Drought Jack, a dark golden giant fish suspended in midair, its scales blocking the sky beneath it of frozen ice. The caption under the small picture read, Drought Jack clashed with Admiral Akiji and remained undefeated. Luffy held up the newspaper, frowning as he read for a long time, his brow furrowing deeper. His gaze was entirely on King. Sun God. Luffy scratched his head, looking stupidly confused. That name sounds familiar. But so what if he repelled an admiral? No matter how strong the opponent, he'll punch them away. In the man who's going to become the Pirate King. He tossed the newspaper aside carelessly, then grinned. One day, he'll become the Pirate King. Sun God, 4 emperors, admirals, he'll knock them all away. On the other side, Zoro leaned against a coconut tree that had been tilted by the shockwaves of the battle, arms crossed, his green headband draped over his shoulder. He also caught a falling newspaper. His gaze fell on the front-page photo of King Golden Wings burning in the sunlight, golden vertical pupils looking down on everything. His gaze shifted from King's photo to Jack's photo, the dark golden giant fish floating above the ice, surrounded by the distorted halo of a gravity field. These guys, each one of them is like a monster. He glanced sideways at his idiot captain, who was still jumping around, then at Nami crouching nearby, and finally looked away. Leaning against the tree trunk, he smiled. Such an era is truly exciting. Zoro rolled up the newspaper, tucked it into his waistband, and rested his fingers on the hilt of the Wado Ikemanji, feeling its familiar touch. Hey Luffy. Moi. Luffy turned around. Time to set sail. Zoro's gaze fell upon the small boat drifting on the distant sea. This ocean has only just begun. Hey Luffy. Moi. Luffy turned around. Time to set sail. Zoro's gaze fell upon the small boat drifting on the distant sea. This ocean has only just... The sea surface shimmered under the sunlight, seagulls circling overhead. Let's go. Flower capital Wano country. This place, ruled by Orochi for decades, bore broken doors, smashed carts, empty shop windows, and tax notices plastered on the walls, faded white from rain. A scene of ruin and poverty. The people here lived in abject misery, struggling to have enough to eat each day. But today the flower capital was different. Yesterday the streets were deserted, with citizens hiding indoors, peeking through door cracks at the outside. Today both sides of the street were packed with people. Commoners in coarse clothes, women holding children, old men leaning on canes. They filled the entire main road from the city gate to the shogun's residence. A dense dark mass of people crowding so tightly that even the rooftops along the street were covered with onlookers. All eyes were fixed on the pair walking down the street, filled with gratitude and trust. That young man had killed Orochi, ending his decades-long dark reign. On the street, Rossen walked at the front of the procession. He wore a simple dark robe with no extra adornments. It was early autumn in Wano, the air slightly cool, and the hem of his robe fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of unremarkable straw sandals underneath. His face bore its usual calm expression, but the atmosphere behind him was completely different. Ultai walked slightly behind, into his side, hands clasped behind her back, taking small steps forward while humming a tuneless melody. Her hair was neatly tied back, making her look much more well-behaved than usual, at least on the surface. Jack followed behind, his massive frame conspicuous among the crowd. His eyes scanned the surroundings warily, every approaching person within his perception range. His mission was clear: protect Rossen. The procession continued, and soon arrived at the shogun's residence. This enormous mansion, occupying the very center of the flower capital, had its gates tightly shut and walls towering high. A row of people knelt on the open ground before the gate. More than 20 of them, men and women dressed in fine kimonos, their foreheads pressed firmly against the ground, hands placed flat before their knees. They were the old retainers of the shogun's household, the steward, the accountant, the maids, the captain of the guards. As for Orochi's trusted advisors, they had long fled upon learning. Now at the sound of footsteps, the remaining people all shuddered simultaneously. The steward at the front raised his head, seeing Rossen's expressionless face, and then the woman and the giant behind him. His knees went weak, and he slammed his forehead back on. Mercy, my lord. Mercy. We were merely serving under Orochi. All those exorbitant taxes, the plundering, the oppression. It was all done on Orochi's order. We were only following orders. The row of people behind him also began kowtowing, their foreheads striking the bluestone pavement with dull thuds. Some kowtowed so hard that blood seeped from their forehead. It truly had nothing to do with us. We only obeyed his commands. Please show mercy, my lord. Please spare us. Voices rose and fell pleading. Rossen stood before the shogun's residence, looking down at the more than 20 kneeling people. His gaze swept across each face, then he walked unhurriedly toward the mansion's gate. From today onward, I am directly taking over the shogun's residence. All assets within this mansion are to be seized. From today, the flower capital is under the direct jurisdiction of the beasts. The steward on the ground was stunned. He raised his head, saw Rossen approaching the gate, opened his mouth as if to say something, but Rossen stopped, his gaze falling on Ultai behind him. Ultai, I'm here, brother Rossen. Ultai's voice was sweet as honey. She lowered her hands from behind her back, tilted her head, looked at Rossen's profile, and waited eagerly for him to speak. If anyone resists, burn them directly. Got it. Then Ultai turned her gaze to the kneeling people, rubbing her fingers with ill intent. Vermilion flames flickered between her fingertips, sending chills down theirs. The faces of the kneeling people turned white instantly. No, we dare not resist. The steward's voice cracked completely. He kowtowed faster, blood from his forehead, now streaming down to his nose. We pledge our loyalty. No disloyalty. No disloyalty. The row behind him also kowtowed, the thudding sounds rising and falling. Ultai pouted her tone, carrying obvious disappointment. TCH, they caved in so fast. She trotted a few steps to catch up with Rossen, clasping her hands behind her back again. Brother Rossen, next time there's resistance, could you let me burn them first before they beg? Rossen pretended not to hear. If I let you burn them first, there would be no one left to beg for mercy. That girl is becoming more and more of a little witch. Entering the shogun's residence, the ground was paved with bluestone slabs. On both sides stood neatly trimmed dwarf pines. Ahead was the main hall of the mansion with flying eaves and upturned corners, its vermilion pillars gleaming warmly in the sunlight. But Lussen's gaze did not fall on the main hall. It landed on the two people standing before the hall's entrance. A woman. A samurai. The woman wore a kimono so luxurious it bordered on opulent. The outer robe was dark purple silk embroidered with golden chrysanthemum patterns, and the sash buckle was set with a thumb-sized pearl. Her face was exquisite and alluring, her brows and eyes carrying a composure that seemed out of place in this dilapidated city. A faint, perfectly measured smile curved her lips. Kamurasaki, the most renowned courtesan of Wano country. The samurai beside her wore a long sword at his waist, its scabbard a dark crimson engraved with delicate patterns. Kaishiro, a samurai in Oroka's service. Rossen stood outside the threshold of the shogun's residence, his gaze passing over Kamurasaki's delicate face, and then over Kaishiro's steady eyes, his own face utterly expressionless. Kamurasaki bowed slightly, her voice soft and gentle. Lord Rossen, thank you for killing Orochi. For 20 years the people of Wano have suffered unbearably. Today they can finally see the light of day again. Kaishiro said nothing, only waiting with his head bowed. Rossen looked at them calmly, and his next words shocked everyone present. Arrest them all. Altai. Jack was also stunned. Just like that, arrest them. The steward and advisors kneeling on the ground lifted their heads, their faces filled with astonishment. Little Z had just come out to thank Rossen, so how had she been arrested in an instant? Little Z's composed expression cracked, and a flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. But she quickly steadied herself and spoke. Lord Rossen, what is the meaning of this? Rossen gazed at her calmly. Kazuki Hiyori, there's no need to hide in front of me. In my domain, the remnants of Odin all deserve to die. As these words were uttered, the air instantly fell dead silent. Everyone was stunned and appalled. Kazuki Hiyori. Wasn't that Kazuki Odin's daughter? The courtesan Little Z was actually Kazuki Hiyori. Truly shocking. Little Z's pupils contracted sharply and panic surfaced on her calm face. How do you? Kaishiro's heart also trembled. His brows furrowed and his hands hanging by his sides secretly moved to the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment. Lord Rossen. Kaishiro looked up at Rossen, his eyes unreadable, but his voice low. On what grounds do you claim we are remnants of Odin? Rossen glanced at him dismissively. On what grounds? On the grounds that I said so. Is that not enough? Kaishiro. The crowd kneeling on the ground didn't dare to breathe. This Lord Rossen was too over. His words were the evidence. Oh, anyone who dared resist would die. Rossen turned to Altai behind him and said, Altai, kill on the spot anyone who resists. It'll be good practice for you. Altai nodded excitedly. Vermilion flames in her palms spread along her arm to her entire body. A feather-thin vermilion fiery battle robe materialized in the sunlight, its shoulders slightly raised like pauldrons, and the waistline tightened to outline a sleek curve. Flames surged from her body, but did not harm her, spreading a reddish-gold halo beneath her feet. Great. Just the thing I needed for practice. Thanks, Lozongej. A chill ran down Lawson's spine. Just then Altai transformed into a streak of fiery light and shot straight at Kaishiro. Kaishiro did not retreat. Instead, he stood in front of Little Z and drew his sword directly. The dark red blade was wrapped in armament haki with black patterns spreading from the hilt to the tip. Sword light clashed with flames. Clang. The metallic screech exploded in the courtyard. Kaishiro's blade struck the flame armor on Altai's left arm. As the edge cut into the flames, a scorching recoil traveled back along the blade to his wrist. He gritted his teeth and stepped back, resetting the distance. Holding the sword with both hands, he locked his gaze on Altai. Altai stood still, a shallow cut on the flame armor of her left arm visible, healing at a visible rate. Oh, you actually managed to hit me once. That's a little more impressive than I thought. Kaishiro's face darkened. What a disgrace. He was one of the Akazaya 9. He took a deep breath, and the armament haki on his blade gathered again, its aura sharper than before, beginning to flow. Raya. To die in battle is a samurai's honor. He gripped his sword and charged once more. Then die. Sword light and flames interwove, collided, and tore through the front courtyard of the shogun's palace. Kaishiro's swordsmanship was indeed not lacking. Each stroke carried the sharpness and precision of a Wano samurai, wherever the blade passed the air was sliced, producing a sharp whistling sound. But Altai wasn't even trying. She was just playing, having finally found something fun, she had to savor it. At the same time, she was familiarizing herself with her abilities, mastering the rhythm of combat. She wove, spun, and leaped through the gaps of sword light, trailing vermilion fiery feathers behind her, burning the bluestone slabs in the courtyard. The surrounding temperature began to soar. Damn, how is this woman so fast? Kaishiro's breathing grew ragged. Maintaining high-speed slashes, his stamina was rapidly draining. The vermilion bird excelled at flight and speed. Kaishiro gradually lost his edge's pace, slowing the armament haki on his blade, fading while Altai's speed increased, and her flames blazed brighter. Boring. Time to end this. Altai's voice came from behind Kaishiro. What a... His pupils shrank as he spun around and swung his sword. But the blade cut through empty air. Altai was no longer behind him. She was above him. Her vermilion feathered wings spread fully in the sunlight, wingtips burning with a reddish-gold light. A short spear of condensed flames took shape at her fingertips. Vermilion bird-piercing strike. The short spear plummeted from the sky. The scorching light pierced through Kayashiro's body, pinning him into the bluestone pavement before the shogun's palace. Bang! The stone shattered, dust rose, and reddish-gold flames continued to burn in the pit, emitting a sizzling sound. Kayashiro's sword flew from his hand, tumbled twice in the air, and stuck with a clink into the roots of a nearby pine tree, the blade still trembling slightly. Ulti descended slowly from the air, her wings retracting, the flames fading, and she returned to her light red kimono. She turned to Lawson, wearing an expression that begged for praise. Lozongedge handled it easily. Lawson nodded, shifting his gaze from Kayashiro's corpse to Little Z, who stood nearby. Little Z's face had gone completely pale. Trembling at the corners of her mouth, she stood under the veranda of the main hall, her hands clutching the front of her kimono, her eyes filled with nothing but despair. Lawson looked at her, then, after a moment of silence, said, "Take her away. I will interrogate her personally." The lackeys responded and dragged Little Z away, disappearing into the shadows behind the side door of the main hall, ready to send her to Lord Lawson's room that night for a thorough interrogation. Then Lawson withdrew his gaze and turned toward the main hall of the shogun's palace. "Jack, here's Senj. Put away Kayashiro's sword. It can probably fetch a few coins." "Got it." Jack strode forward, pulled the dark red longsword from the pine roots, weighed it in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and then tucked it into his own belt. Ulti trotted up to catch up with Lawson. "Lozongedge, that Little Z. Is she really Odin's daughter?" Lawson pushed open the door of the main hall. Sunlight poured in from outside, illuminating the interior. The chair was upholstered in dark red velvet with delicate dragon patterns carved into the armrests. From today onward, this shogun's seat had a new owner. Lawson walked up step by step, then turned to face the crowd, sat down, and found it average, though the softness was comfortable. He then remembered that the remnants of Odin must be thoroughly cleansed. That was the prerequisite for the stability of Wano. He knew these people were scattered everywhere, but all within his control. Then he looked at the beast members in the hall. Next began the capture of the remaining Akazaya 9 remnants. The hall fell silent for a moment, though everyone pricked up their ears. Kayashiro, also known as Denjiro of the Akazaya 9, is dead now. Little Z has been captured, but there are still a few scattered outside. Ashura Doji and Kuri Kawamatsu in Udon prison. As for Kinemon Kenjuro Reizo Kikunajo. Lawson then recalled that these Akazaya remnants, along with Momonosuke, had all been sent forward 20 years in time, to Wano 2 years later. No way to kill them now. Jack scratched his head, unsure what Senj was thinking. Just then Lawson looked up and said, "Apart from them, the Akazaya remnants also include Inuyarashi and Nekomamushi, currently far away in Zo. They won't escape. So let's start with Ashura Doji and the defectors of the Anawabanshu." Luo-san paused, his gaze falling on Jack. Feeling the weight of Luo-san's stare, Jack instinctively straightened his back, a look of excitement spreading across his face. A job. As expected, Luo-san's next task included him. Jack, head to Kuri. Ashura Doji is hailed as the strongest monster of Kuri, but that's just an empty title. His strength shouldn't surpass Kayashiro's. For you, it's a piece of cake. Jack grinned widely, thumping his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, Senj. They'll go to Kuri and drag that guy back. If he dares resist, they'll crush him into a meat patty." Luo-san then turned to Run-T, who was listening attentively. "Run-T, go to the ruins of Odin Castle. Kinemon's sister Shinobu might be nearby. She was once a member of the Odin retainers, revering him as a god, foolish to the core." Luo-san paused, then added, "Be careful. She's skilled in ninjutsu, and is a user of the paramecia type ripe fruit capable of instantly ripening anything. Avoid letting her touch you at all costs." Run-T let out a defiant snort. "Humph, what a bizarre ability. But don't worry, Luo-senj, whether it's Shinobu or some stray cat or dog, if they resist, it'll burn them all." Luo-san nodded and added, "Spare no one. Those who resist are guilty of the same crime. Kill them." "Understood," they answered in unison. "Luo-senj, wait for me to come back. You promised to teach me arithmetic." Luo-san gave a slight nod. "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten." Only then did Run-T turn around and leave satisfied. The main hall fell silent. Luo-san sat on the shogun's throne, thinking of the mess Orochi had left behind, and muttered to himself, "Wano country. Must start from scratch, but am too lazy to deal with these tangled accounts." In the 20 years since Wano country fell, Kuri had gradually turned into a wilderness, dense forests, rugged roads, and sparse population. In the 20 years since Wano country fell, Kuri had gradually turned into a wilderness, dense forests, rugged road. Ashura Doji sat at the hut's entrance, holding a bowl of coarse tea, gazing at the distant ridge. "I heard Orochi is dead. Though it deviates from the plan, the overall goal remains unchanged. As long as Kaido stays in Wano, this land will never know peace." As he muttered to himself, the sky suddenly darkened. Puzzled, Ashura Doji looked up and saw a massive dark golden figure plummeting from the clouds, accompanied by howling winds and a distorted gravity field. "What is that? A fish? How can it be so huge?" It was the giant fish form of Jack. His body was like a mountain, his dark golden scales exuding a 18 gravity nodes lit up along his spine, and the surrounding force field repelled every speck of dust in the air, Ashura Doji's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a terrifying pressure descending from the sky, like a mountain crashing down. What? Then the heavy impact struck the clearing in front of the hut. Boom. The shockwave toppled every tree within 100 meters, sending rocks and soil flying into the air, forming a brown curtain. The hut collapsed in the shockwave, thatch and planks scattering everywhere. Ashura Doji barely dodged, but the residual force still pushed him several meters back, carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. As the dust settled, the dark golden giant fish slowly contracted, the light faded its size, shrank, scales receded, and finally reverted to a burly humanoid form. Not bad, not bad. This kind of entrance suits me. The fight is all about getting close. Jack strode over, rolled his shoulders and grinned. You're Ashura Doji. Senj sent me to fetch you. I advise you to come quietly, or he'll kill you on the spot. Ashura Doji stood up from the ground, his eyes fixed on Jack. He had always known Kaido would come for people like them, but he hadn't expected it so soon. He slowly gripped his greatsword, the blade gleaming with a cold light. Hey, you want me to surrender? Dream on. And then there's no other way. The battle erupted instantly. Ashura Doji's reputation as the strongest monster of Kuri was no idle boast. Killing him meant preparing for mutual destruction. But the next moment he was shocked to find his sword stuck as if fixed in his hand, the tip embedded in the ground, impossible to pull out. Damn it, what did you do? At that moment, an invisible force pressed down on him, like a mountain, crushing every bone from all directions. The air turned thick as mud, the ground beneath him caving in at his feet, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Impossible. How can I lose before it even begins? Ashura Doji's arm muscles bulged as he tried with all his might to pull out the sword, but it remained motionless, as if held by an invisible giant hand. Ha, this is my gravity field, Jack said, standing there casually. The all-stars of Emperor Kaido. Are all this monstrous? Ashura Doji gritted out, sweat pouring down his forehead. It seemed today he would fall. Jack waved his left hand casually, and the greatsword that Ashura Doji treasured as his life flew out of his grip, spinning in an arc before embedding itself deep into the trunk of a giant tree 20 meters away, the hilt still vibrating. Then step by step Jack approached, and placed his hand on Ashura Doji's right shoulder. In an instant Ashura Doji felt as if an entire island had descended upon his shoulder. His bones creaked, his knees unable to bear the terrifying downward force, bending further, until bang. Ashura Doji fell to his knees smashing into the soil, sending gravel and grass clippings half a meter into the air. What a joke. Just the pressure alone was enough to keep him from standing. Jack was quite satisfied with his handiwork. This was the gravity manipulation ability granted by the SS-class fruit, the Bahamut form, allowing him to impose 10-fold or 20-fold gravity fields anywhere. And he was practicing precise control right now. So far the effect was surprisingly good. As for the pressure Ashura Doji was enduring, Jack hadn't even started getting serious. Let's go. Jack's voice was calm as he grabbed Ashura Doji with one hand and lifted him out of the pit. Let me go, you bastard. Fight me fair and square. Ashura Doji dangled in the air, powerless, resorting to empty threats. He tried to struggle, but the gravity field still pressed down on him, making even the slightest movement exhausting. Jack turned and strode back the way he came. Meanwhile, the ruins of Odin Castle were ablaze with fire. Run-T had arrived and set the place alight directly. Luo Senj said these defectors are loyal to Odin to the bone. If I burn this place, they'll be more anxious than anyone and will definitely come out immediately. Now flames were leaping on the streets, rooftops, and walls. A figure hidden inside a house, peeking through the crack in the door, saw the raging fire outside and turned pale. Bastards! How dare they treat Lord Odin's home like this? Outside, Run-T walked along the street, glancing around casually and laughing. If you don't come out soon, everything will be burned to the ground. As everything outside was engulfed in flames, Ren's fury knew no bounds. She recognized the one outside. It was Run-T, one of the beasts flying 6. I knew this day would come eventually, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Ren's gaze turned cold. Shadow escape. She immediately activated her ninjutsu, her breath calming as her body slowly sank into the shadow of the walls, slipping silently through the crack of the door. She knew the strength of the flying 6 was formidable. To defeat her opponent, she must land a single devastating blow, otherwise failure was certain. As for retreating, impossible. Concealed within the shadow, she crept closer, her ripening fruit ability poised to unleash. Anything she touched would rapidly decay, ripen, and crumble. Soil, stone, steel. Nothing could withstand her touch. The distance closed. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. A run moved through the shadows cast by the flames, each step landing in the blind spots of Run-T's vision. Her speed increased, the distance dwindling. 5 meters. Now. Her right hand shot out, aiming straight for Run-T's nape. Got her. Before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock and she froze in place. Because Run-T's figure had vanished. Impossible. It all happened in a flash. Her mind had already registered Run-T's disappearance and wanted to stop, but her hand didn't halt, grabbing directly onto the wall behind where Run-T had stood. A dull thud echoed. Instantly a ring of dark brown patterns spread rapidly across the wall's surface. The bricks and stones decayed, turned brittle, and crumbled into a handful of dark red powder. A cold breeze swept by. Arin spun around sharply only to see Ron-T standing 10 meters behind her clad in a vermilion fire feather battle robe that covered her entire body. Flames danced obediently around her. With her hands behind her back, she glanced at the decayed wall, a hint of shock in her eyes. Tsk. Brother Luo-san was right. Your ability is truly terrifying. Lucky I didn't let you touch me, or I'd have turned into an old hag. As she spoke, Ron-T's flames suddenly erupted, her entire being consumed by rage. Brother Luo-san doesn't like old hags. You're unforgivable. You're finished. Ron-T raised her hand, flames gathering in her palm. A vermilion glow surged from within her, spreading along her arm to envelop her entire body. The temperature skyrocketed, distorting the air with heat. The flames in Ron-T's palm compressed to their limit, turning a blazing gold like a miniature sun. Vermilion bird burns the sky. Flames erupted from her palm. A column of blazing gold fire like a rampaging dragon carried heat capable of melting steel and hurtled straight toward Arin. Ninja art earth dragon escape. Arin's hands moved swiftly, forming seals with fingers flying, each seal taking shape at her fingertips one after another, so fast that afterimages overlapped. She stomped heavily on the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath her feet. Mud surged upward, rising before her into a thick wall of earth. The fire column slammed into the wall. A thunderous crash. The earthen wall cracked under the flames' fissures, revealing blinding golden light. Arin gritted her teeth, reinforcing the wall with another earth dragon escape. The barrier held on the brink of collapse, the cracks widening under the heat until it burst apart with a boom. Fortunately, the fire column was also cancelled out. Arin gasped for breath, sweat beading on her forehead. Ron-T stood still, breathing evenly, a flicker of interest in her eyes. You blocked one strike. Not bad. Then try a second. What a... Before Arin could catch her breath or adjust her stance, the air around her suddenly shifted. It felt like an invisible net closing in from all directions, enveloping her entirely. The air grew heavy, the sound of flames became muffled, and even her own heartbeat was amplified several times, echoing clearly in her ears. Vermilion flames spread from Ron-T's feet, instantly engulfing the surroundings, including Arin. Startled, Arin almost thought she would be burned alive. The sea of flames around her was silent, yet carried a suffocating presence. The temperature didn't rise further, but a searing heat grew within her, intensifying until it felt like she would ignite at any moment. This is my karma flame domain. Count your sins. Ron-T's voice came from all directions. The moment the words fell, the heat inside Arin ignited, and the karma flames blazed from within, burning fiercely. Her organs, her entire being. Nothing escaped. Then vermilion flames erupted on the surface of her body, shoulders, chest, arms. 3 spots burst into flames simultaneously. The flames burned quietly, not scorching her skin, but piercing her very soul like needles. Ron-T tilted her head, watching the karma flames on Arin with keen interest, as if observing an experiment. Let me see what wrongs you've done. Nothing. Then. Killed many people. Doesn't seem like it either. You've been hiding here, haven't killed many. Ron-T frowned slightly. Then what sin do you have? She stopped mid-sentence. Because she saw the karma flames on Arin weakening. The flames shifted from vermilion to pale red, then to pinkish orange, like the dying embers of a fire, one by one flickering out and dissipating. On Arin's body, only a few faint sparks remained, fading silently into the air. That's not. Ron-T was stunned. The karma flame domain was her strongest sensory ability. The flames burned karma. If there was sin, it would ignite. Killing, theft, anger, deceit. No one on this sea could escape the judgment of the karma flames. But Arin had almost none. Or rather, the tiny amount of karma she had wasn't enough to sustain the flames. Ron-T stared at Arin for several seconds, then sighed in admiration. Tsk. You're really loyal to that fool Odin. Arin stood there, the karma flames completely extinguished, but she remained on guard, maintaining a defensive stance as she addressed Ron-T. Lord Odin is the true shogun. I am a retainer of the Kazuki clan, and I follow my lord with a clear conscience. Ron-T snorted coldly, her tone dripping with disdain. Brother Luo-san was right. As long as you people live, Wano will never know peace. Every day you breathe, you dream of restoring the Kazuki family. For Wano, you are the root of all chaos. The moment her words fell, Ron-T thrust out her right hand, fingers forming a claw. Dark armament haki instantly covered her hand, flowing from her knuckles to her forearm, like ink tattoos on her skin. She could feel the power contained in that fist. Instinctively, she tried to retreat, but before her body could move, Ron-T was already in front of her. Less than an arm's length away. How? So fast? Ron-T threw a precise punch, striking Arin's abdomen. A dull thud. Amid the muffled sound, Arin's body arched backward, feet leaving the ground, and she was sent flying. Boom. She crashed through the earthen wall behind her, then continued through several more, finally embedding herself into a wall with a bang. Gravel fell around her, and dust instantly filled the space. She felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, her organs churning, and her breath chaotic like a pot of churning seawater. Then she lifted her head looking at the red figure standing outside the dust. Run-T stood still as calm as ever, not even a wrinkle in her clothes. She tilted her head looking at a run embedded in the wall, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips. How can the gap in strength be so huge? Were you just playing with me from the start? Ren's mind was filled with this thought, her eyes dazed. From the very first second her opponent had never been seen. Her vision began to blur, her eyelids grew heavy, and her consciousness receded like the tide bit by bit. Before she completely succumbed to darkness, she heard Run-T's voice floating from afar, tinged with a hint of regret. But still, being able to make me use armament hockey to deal with you is not bad. Then she completely lost consciousness. Run-T walked over to Run, reached out to check her breath, still alive. Then picked her up with one hand, turned, and flew back the way she... Flower Capital General's mansion front courtyard. The afterglow of the setting sun covered the bluestone floor. Run-T pushed open the gate, and was stunned by the scene in the yard. Because Jack was back. He stood in the center of the yard, arms crossed, grinning, as if he had been waiting there all along. Kneeling in front was a person, hands on the ground, trembling all over, but with a straight back. Though kneeling, an indomitable spirit radiated from every bone. It was the captured Axie Luo. Luo's son sat casually on the steps of the main hall, holding a cup of tea with a stack of half-read account books beside him. Run-T pouted. Brother Luo's son him back too. This Aren was really troublesome. She almost touched me. Then she threw the person directly onto the ground. A thud. Aren's body hit the bluestone with a dull sound, collapsing softly to the ground, upper body leaning forward, head drooping, long hair falling over her face. Luo's son glanced at Aren, his eyes passing over the burn marks and fist prints on her body, then set down his teacup and spoke calmly. Good work. Her ability is indeed troublesome, but as long as you weren't touched, it's fine. Hearing this, Run-T's eyes lit up and her lips curled high. She was about to add a few more words to get more praise from Brother Luo's son when she suddenly heard soft footsteps behind her. She turned around. The side door of the main hall of the general's mansion was pushed open. Xiaozi entered, and her gaze immediately fell on the two miserable figures in the center of the yard. Axio Tongzi knelt on the ground, his knees embedded in the stone, back straight, but trembling uncontrollably. Aren knelt beside him, head bowed with injuries on her face. A dried trail of blood stretched from the corner of her mouth to her chin, dyed dark brown by the setting sun. Axia Luo Tongzi. Xiaoren, what happened to you? Xiaozi's hands clenched tightly at her chest. Her lips moved 1,000 words on the tip of her tongue, but they were all stuck in her throat, not a single one able to escape. Luo's son looked at Xiaozi, his gaze calm. Letting her see was enough. He then waved his hand, take them away. Immediately several members of the beast stepped forward, one on each side, lifting Axilo Tongzi and Aren from the ground, half dragging them toward the side courtyard. As Axilo Tongzi passed by Xiaozi, he turned his head and glanced at her with a complex look, but said nothing. His body was exhausted to the extreme by the gravitational field, lacking even the strength to struggle. He just hung his head, letting them carry him away. Aren still hadn't woken up, her arms held by two people, like a lifeless puppet being dragged through the corridor. Xiaozi's eyes followed the two figures being carried away until the side door closed the panels, shutting off her view. Luo's son stood up, walked over to Xiaozi, and said calmly, see that. If you have something to say it directly. Please. Please spare them. I will bear all the guilt. Please. Her voice grew weaker and softer. Take her to my room. I will interrogate her thoroughly tonight. Two beast underlings took Xiaozi away, sending her to the Lord's room. Luo Sen's gaze swept over the remaining bloodstains in the yard, then he turned and walked back to the main hall. Run-T, go rest. Jack, you go too. Keep an eye on those two, don't let them die, and see if you can get any useful information. Got it, brother son. Jack strode after him. Brother Luo Sen, don't forget your promise about the counting. Run-T trotted a few steps after him, reminding him, then turned and headed toward the side courtyard. Main hall, side chamber. Xiaozi had already been brought in. She had changed out of her luxurious, deep purple kimono, and was now wearing a simple light blue single garment, with no belt at her waist, and her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. With a creak, the door opened. Luo's son pushed the door and entered, acting as if he didn't see Xiaozi, walking straight to the low table, then sitting on the cushion behind it. On the desk in front of him was an open account book. He then picked up a brush and wrote something in the blank space, the tip scratching the paper with a faint rustling sound. The candlelight cast sharp lines of light and shadow on his face, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyelashes trembling in the candlelight, his expression focused. Xiaozi stood by, completely unsure what Luo's son was going to do. What interrogation? What was there to interrogate? What could she possibly be interrogated about? After a moment of silence, she moved. She walked to the low table, stopping 3 steps away from Luo's son. Slowly she bent her knees, placed her hands flat on the wooden floor in front of her knees, and lowered her forehead onto the back of her hands. A thud. Her forehead touched the ground, a direct kneeling plea. She struggled to hold back her tears, not letting them fall. Lord Luo's son, the Kazuki clan's restoration plan has already been destroyed. I know I can do nothing now, and I dare not ask you to spare me. But Aren and Axilo Tongzi, they are not Odin's retainers, and now they have no power left. They pose no threat to the beasts. Please. Please don't kill them. She didn't lift her head, her voice growing softer, as if she had pressed all her dignity into the 3 steps between them. As long as you don't kill them, they'll do anything really. Anything. The side chamber was silent for a few seconds. The rustling of the brush on paper stopped. Luosen's expression was calm. He closed the account book and placed it on the corner of the desk. Then his gaze fell on the kneeling figure before him. Really anything. I'm not forcing you. Xiao Zi's shoulders trembled slightly, then she nodded gently. Luosen's lips curled. He had been waiting for her to say that. This was her voluntary choice, not him forcing her. If word got out, it would be the princess protecting her subjects with herself, taking all the good reputation. Then let him be the villain. Princess Hiyori, I am very angry right now. Xiao Zi blinked, bewildered. Fire. She was clearly at a loss, unable to grasp the meaning of Luosen's words. Luosen withdrew his gaze from the knight, glanced at her, then leaned sideways, and whispered a few words by the candlelight. His voice was so soft that only the distance between them could catch it. As Xiao Zi listened, her face instantly flushed red. The blush spread from her ears to her entire face, crimson as blood. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but then thought of the captured people. She hesitated. After 2 deep breaths, her gaze fell on Luosen's profile, and she asked in a faint voice. Only this way. You can. Let them go. You are in no position to bargain. Xiao Zi lowered her head, her hands clutching her clothes, loosening and tightening. After a long pause, she nodded as if summoning all her strength. Luosen stood up, walked around the low table, and said, Then what are you waiting for? Xiao Zi also stood up, trembling, her shoulders shaking slightly. Yes, Lord Luosen. The next morning, sunlight seeped through the gaps in the paper windows, spreading long, slender golden ribbons across the wooden floor. The morning breeze of Wano country carried the scent of mountain grass and trees drifting through the half-open window and stirring the gauze curtains hanging beside the bed. Xiao Zi woke up. Opening her eyes, she stared at the unfamiliar ceiling and dark wooden beams. After a moment of daze, she recalled everything that had happened last night. Although she was a courtesan, her role was limited to performing arts, as she had never been. Thinking of that event, her cheeks instantly flushed. She shifted slightly, sensing the warmth of the person beside her and his steady, even breathing. She turned her head. Luosen was lying beside her, breathing calmly, his face appearing much softer than usual in the morning light. At this moment, she had a chance to study him carefully. His eyelashes were long, his sleeping posture serene, as if he had even let down his guard. Xiao Zi looked at him calmly, gripping the corner of the blanket. A pair of scissors was hidden under the pillow. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she killed this man, she would be free. But in an instant her mind flashed with the image of Ashura Doji kneeling in the courtyard, a Ren's pale bloodless face, as she was dragged away, and the retainers locked in the side courtyard, their fate unknown. She couldn't. She could sacrifice her own life, but those who had followed the Kazuki family to this day were still in the enemy's hands. Xiao Zi slowly released her grip on the blanket corner, then turned her gaze back, lying flat on the tatami. Staring at the ceiling, she let out a long sigh, her heart trembling humbly. Everyone. I'm sorry. Before she could finish, she felt the person beside her move. Luosen turned over facing her, but without opening his eyes, he said lazily, sighing so early in the morning. Xiao Zi's body stiffened. You? Awake? Luosen opened his eyes and looked at her calmly, without any trace of the grogginess of just waking up, as if he had been awake for a long time, merely resting with his eyes closed. You were about to kill me, yeah? Xiao Zi's pupils contracted sharply, her face instantly turning pale. No, I didn't. It doesn't matter if you thought about it. Luosen sat up, stretched his shoulders, and began to dress with his back to her. Though I'm just an accountant, you can't kill me with your abilities. He turned his head to glance at her, and warned, so before you thoroughly anger me, you'd better behave yourself. Xiao Zi remained silent for a moment, then nodded in resignation. As if remembering something, she bit her lip, and spoke, Lord Lu, I have a request. Speak. My brother Tao Jiju is he now? Please. Before she could finish, Luosen turned back, his gaze falling on her face. Tao Jiju, huh? If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd almost forgotten about that brat. Spare him. Luosen frowned. Tao Jiju was not in this timeline at the moment, like Jin Wyman Kenshiro Juzisheng Leizong, and others, he would only... Spare him. Luosen frowned. Tao Jiju was not in this timeline at the moment, like Jin Wyman Kenshiro Juzisheng Leizong, and others, he would only appear in Wano 2 years later. But Xiao Zi clearly didn't know this, as she only knew that her brother and the others had been sent away. He looked up at Xiao Zi and began to make empty promises. Spare Tao Jiju. Easy. Xiao Zi's eyes suddenly lit up as if grasping a lifeline. But on the condition that you stay put and don't let me detect any rebellious thoughts in you otherwise. Without waiting for the rest, Xiao Zi nodded vigorously, without hesitation. I promise. Ill behaved. As long as you can spare him. Got it. Luosen interrupted her, stood up, walked to the corner of the room where a wooden box sat open, the lid, took out a stack of clothes, and casually tossed them beside the bed. Put these clothes on. Xiao Zi looked down at the stack, picked up the top piece, and unfolded it. Her eyes instantly froze. It was a thin net-like fabric almost entirely made of holes with so little cloth that wearing it would be barely different from wearing nothing. The white mesh extended from the neckline to the hem, with slits on both sides reaching almost to the waist. A very thin ribbon was tied around the waist, barely serving as decoration. She thought that was already enough to make her blush, but her gaze fell on two small accessories nearby. A pair of rabbit ears, fluffy and pure white. Xiaozi's face burned from her ears down to her neck, crimson as blood. This is... Her voice trembling, she held the thin white net dress and murmured with courage, "This is too revealing, like a fishing net. How can I wear this?" She looked down again at the rabbit ears. "And this?" "I'm not a rabbit," Luo's son with his back to her said calmly, and without room for argument. "Is it so hard to put on some clothes?" Xiaozi opened her mouth to say something, but all words got stuck in her throat. She looked down at the fishnet-like dress and the rabbit ears, took a deep breath, and made up her mind. He'll wear it. Luo's son nodded with satisfaction. These were clothes he had carefully prepared. After being transported for so long working hard, why shouldn't he enjoy himself? A moment later, Xiaozi's face was already completely red, standing in the room, wearing the white fishnet dress. On her head was a pair of fluffy rabbit ears, a ribbon tied around her waist, her bare feet, with toes slightly curled, and her hands didn't know where to hide, nervously twisting together in front of her. "I am dressed." Kazuki Hyora's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her gaze darting away, too timid to meet Luo-sen's eyes. Luo-san turned around, frozen in place, and even the air seemed to hold its breath. What is pleasure? This is true pleasure. Black fishnet stockings climbed from her toes upward, the mesh fine and tight, clinging to her long slender legs. The pale whiteness of her skin seeped through the grid, like moonlight sliced into tiny squares, spilling over. The silk ribbon at her waist cinched into a graceful curve, making her waist appear so delicate, it seemed it could snap with a single bend. Yet the lines below suddenly swelled round and firm, half hidden beneath the hem of the netted garment. Her collarbones were straight, her neck long and elegant, her shoulders bare and smooth within the cutouts of the netting. Her skin was as white as fine porcelain, glowing with a warm, soft luster in the candlelight. The majestic curves before her were gathered into a perfect rise and fall by the netting, the valley between them all the more tantalizing under the grid's concealment. A pair of rabbit ears perched atop her hair, fluffy and direct, accentuating the ultimate sensuality. She lowered her head slightly, her eyelashes trembling in the candle's shadow, a blush spreading from her cheeks to the tips of her ears, even tinting her neck a delicate pink. "My lord, are you satisfied?" Luo's son snapped back to reality as well. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. The size was a bit small, or rather Hiyori had grown quite a bit. It seemed last night's inspection had yielded good results. "Come dance for me. Anything will do." Xiaozi was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed with shame. How could she dance in such an outfit? What a bastard. Dance? This? How can I possibly dance like this? You are a courtesan. Aren't you well versed in these things? Xiaozi's lips moved, then she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze had changed. The gaze of a courtesan. The dance of the most renowned geisha in the land of Wano, courtesan Xiaozi. Even in that absurd attire, her posture remained so elegant it took one's breath away. Her arms rose, her fingertips tracing an arc through the air, her waist gently swaying to an imagined rhythm. The wooden floor beneath her bare feet let out a faint creak. Luo-san leaned against the low table, his gaze calm as he watched. In the past, he would never have seen such a sight without paying. As the dance ended, Xiaozi stood in the center of the room, slightly breathless, her face flushed. Whether from shyness or the exertion of the dance, it was impossible to tell. She looked at Luo-san, her heart anxious, waiting for him to speak. Luo-san nodded, rose to his feet, and clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad. A flicker of relief rose in Xiaozi's heart, but then she saw Luo-san walking toward her. But still not enough. He immediately pulled her slender waist close. Last time the inspection had been insufficient. This time, he must conduct a thorough investigation. To get to the bottom of everything. The next day, as morning light once again seeped through the cracks in the paper window, Xiaozi lay curled up weakly on the bed, her entire body aching. Luo-san was already fully dressed, standing at the door with his back to her. "Don't go out today. Rest well." Then he pushed open the door, and the morning light flooded in from outside, spreading a blinding band of light across the wooden floor. Jack walked in front, his arms crossed, his face full of excitement. "Runty." Xiaozi lay face down on the bed, her face buried in the pillow. It was a long time before she lifted her head, her cheeks still carrying a lingering blush, her hair disheveled across her shoulders, the rabbit ears tossed carelessly aside. This man. His investigation went way too deep. Flower capital. The sky had just brightened, and the morning mist still lingered in the streets when two figures left the gates of the shogun's palace. Jack walked in front, his arms crossed, his face full of excitement. Runty followed a few steps behind, a wild flower she had picked somewhere in her hand, its petals being plucked one by one and scattered along the roadside. "How many do you think we'll catch today, eh?" Jack asked without turning his head. "Who cares how many?" Runty said, blowing away the last petal and clapping her hands. "Either way, they're all destined for the quarry to break rocks." Jack grinned. "True. Brother-son said anyone who doesn't obey no matter who gets sent to Queen. That guy's been expanding his quarry and is short on labor. Runti nodded, already planning in her mind. We've already searched Kuri and Ringo yesterday. The rest should be hiding in more remote villages. We'll just search them one by one. The distant mountains appeared faintly in the morning mist, and scattered villages lay at their feet with wisps of cooking smoke rising, as if just awakening from slumber. Runti stopped squinting at the villages. Let's start with the nearest one and sweep through them all. Whatever you say. Jack strode forward, heading toward the nearest village. The villagers were preparing breakfast, and the streets were still quiet. A few early rising farmers passed by with hoes over their shoulders. When they saw the two figures emerging from the mist, they froze for a moment, then recognized them. The beast pirates flying 6. The giant fish that had crashed down from the sky the day before, and the great fire that had consumed the ruins of Odin Castle. News of these events had already spread to all the surrounding villages. Some threw down their hoes and fled, others hurriedly shut their doors and windows, and a few stood dumbfounded in the streets, as if still processing what had happened. Runti raised her voice and shouted, her voice carrying far through the air. Listen up. Any remnants of the Akazaya 9 come out on your own. Don't make me search one by one. No one answered. Only the sound of doors slamming shut one after another from one end of the street to the other, the dull thuds of wood echoing in the morning mist. Jack scratched his head. Looks like no one's coming out. Runti snorted coldly, and a wisp of flame landed precisely on the roof of an empty house at the street corner. The fire spread across the roof, burning through the thatch and exposing the charred beams beneath. Crackling thick smoke began to drift everywhere, making several nearby villagers cough uncontrollably. Not coming out. Then we'll burn until you do. Behind the wooden doors, the eyes of those hiding were filled with terror. Were these people really going to wipe them all out? But where were any remnants of the Akazaya? They had nothing to do with it. Soon it worked. The fire on the second roof had just started when a door at the end of the street swung open. A young man, his face pale with rage, stepped out, trembling with fury. He shouted at Jack and Runti, butchers of the beasts. Take me if you must, but leave these innocent villagers out of it. Jack walked over and looked at the man. Quite the righteous one. Why didn't you come out earlier? You had to wait until a few houses were burned before showing yourself. I don't get you people. He turned to look at Runti, who curled her lip and withdrew the flames. Take him away, take him away. Queen needs the labor. The underlings behind him stepped forward to seize the man who offered no resistance. He knew that any defiance would only bring calamity upon the villagers behind him. Where there was one, soon there were 2, then 3, then 4. One by one the doors along the street swung open, and men and women emerged from behind them. Their expressions varied. Some bore fear, others resentment, and many looked utterly bewildered, but they all shared one thing none resisted. Take them all. Altai glanced at Jack and pursed her lips. Doesn't seem that hard, does it? I wonder what the hell Orochi was doing all this time. Isn't that obvious? That snake couldn't even compare to a single hair on Seng's head. Of course my Luo-san is the strongest. Let's go. Next village. By noon, they had swept through 5 villages around the capital of flowers, capturing over 200 people, men and women, young and old. Without exception, they were all remnants of the Red Scourge. Even if there were innocent ones, Altai had no interest in distinguishing their guilt. Luo-san said to seize anyone with rebellious tendencies, so she did. After all, once they were sent to the quarry, Queen would sort them out. In the afternoon, Jack and Altai continued north, sweeping through several outlying villages near Onigashima. The villagers there had heard the news earlier. Some had already fled while others were still waiting to see what would happen. The number captured was small, but whenever they grabbed someone, Jack would add casually, once you're at the quarry, work hard, and don't even think about escaping. This is the land of Wano. Even if you run, where could you go? Soon over 200 prisoners were marched to the entrance of the quarry at the outskirts of Onigashima. Queen had already received word, and was standing at the quarry entrance early, holding a cup of steaming red bean soup. Pushing up his glasses, he looked at the prisoners being escorted in, and said, Yo, that many. Jack, you're pretty efficient. Jack grinned. Haha, Senge said all these are for you. If any go missing, you can take it up with him. Queen took a sip of his red bean soup, patted his chest with satisfaction, and assured him, Don't worry, once they're with me, none will be lost. Then all the prisoners were sent into Udon, registered, and assigned to various quarry work teams. In the afternoon, north of the capital of flowers, on the cliff face of Onigashima's outskirts, there was an inconspicuous stone cave. The cave entrance was sealed with heavy iron bars, each as thick as a wrist, covered in rust from years of exposure, and several claw marks of varying depths. The guards at the entrance snapped to attention and saluted as Luo-san approached. Open it. Yes, Lord Luo-san. The guard quickly pulled out a key and unlocked the iron lock with a clatter. The iron gate screeched as it was pushed open, the sound echoing for a long time in the silent cliff face. Luo-san stepped into the cave. The light inside was dim, with only the afternoon sunlight seeping through the entrance, barely illuminating the first few meters of the stone walls. Going deeper, the ground sloped downward, and the air grew damp and chilly, mingling with the scent of rock and dust. He walked about 20 paces and stopped. There in the deep shadows of the cave sat a figure. White-haired, wearing a loose kimono with both hands chained to the stone wall behind her by heavy shackles. The chains were long enough to allow her some movement within a limited range, but she could not leave the cave. It was Dahi. She heard the footsteps, but did not look up. After a long while she finally turned her head and glanced at Luo's son, her gaze faint in the dim light. You again. If you're here to persuade me, I suggest you give up. My faith will never change. Luo-sen stopped 3 paces in front of her, hands tucked into his sleeves, ignoring her tone. Orochi is dead. Dahi's body trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head, her eyes meeting his. What did you say? Orochi is dead. I killed him. Luo-sen's voice was calm without a ripple. The shogun's mansion in the capital of flowers is under my control. His advisors, confidants, and lackeys. Those who needed to be caught have been caught. Those who needed to be killed have been killed. The remnants of Odin are also being purged. The true ruler of the land of Wano is now the 100 Beasts. Dahi stared at him in silence, then, after a moment, spoke. Are you telling the truth? Do you think I need to lie to you? I won't let the 100 Beasts face even the slightest risk. The remnants of Odin have no reason to keep jumping around. Luo-sen's tone carried no emotion. Dahi's gaze dropped to the stone floor in front of her, and she remained silent for a long time. After a long pause, Luo-san continued, the greatest scourge of the land of Wano. From today onward, the fate of this country is mine to command. He paused, looking down at Dahi. Are you going to stay in this cave guarding a man who died 20 years ago? What's the point? It's nothing but a waste of life. Dahi's head snapped up, her eyes turning icy. What did you say? I mean Kazuki Odin. Luo-san continued expressionlessly, his words striking like thunder. That fool who was tricked by Orochi for 5 years and stood in a cauldron of boiling oil for an hour, holding up his retainers. He believed in some fatalistic prophecy and waited until the last moment to act, only to throw away his own life and the entire land of Wano. Do you think he's a hero? In my eyes, he was nothing but a spineless waste who could only wait for others to save him. The so-called prophesied child of destiny. All of it is bullshit. Shut up. Dahi's voice exploded in the cave. The chains were yanked taut with a deafening clatter. She leaned forward, almost rising from the ground, her arms stretched straight by the chains. The iron rings bit into the flesh of her wrists, but she seemed not to feel the pain. Lord Odin was not what you say. Each word was forced through clenched teeth. He sacrificed himself to protect the people of Wano. He didn't want innocent people to die because of his resistance. He was a true samurai. Luo-san met her furious gaze without stepping back. Protect the people. And what happened? When he died, how were the people of Wano faring? Orochi plundered for 20 years. How many starved to death? Have you counted? Dahi's lips trembled. She wanted to argue, but found no grounds for rebuttal. All you know are the stories of Odin filtered through a rosy lens, and that worthless diary you read. Luo-sen's voice was neither loud nor low, but every word was clear. Did you see him with your own eyes? Did you drink with him? Did you witness the expression on his face after he stood in that boiling oil for an hour? His gaze rested calmly on her. No, you didn't. You only know what others told you, and then you made that the entire meaning of your life. Relying solely on what others feed you, never using your own eyes to see the world, someone like you, is even more foolish and worthless than Odin. Dahi clenched the chains, and the cave fell silent save for the faint clinking of the trembling metal. Luo-san did not waste another word. He turned and walked toward the cave entrance. When he reached the barred gate, his voice came, before long, I will show you the results. He strode out of the cave, and the guards quickly locked the door again. Dahi sat in the darkness, the words of Luo-san echoing endlessly in his mind, his head bowed for a long time. General's Mansion Main Hall. After returning from the cave, Luo-san did not go to his room, but directly entered the depths of the main hall to the chamber he had temporarily set up as a meeting room. The room was unlit, the twilight outside the windows slanted through the half-open lattice, casting a gray-blue strip of light across the floor. He sat down at the low table upon which lay a stack of recent income and expenditure accounts along with a sea chart marked with the routes of the celestial tribute from various. The sea chart was from some time ago. The Navy must have made changes these days. He lowered his head to look at the chart, contemplating the next move. The Beast's pirates had been very busy these past few days. Jack and Run-T left early and returned late, sweeping the remnants in the villages around the flower capital. Queen was busy at the quarry, overjoyed with the new labor force that allowed him to continue developing his medicines. The grunts on Onigashima were also busy all day, some escorting prisoners, some transporting supplies, some inquiring about the celestial tribute at various ports. Everyone was making money, but relying on T-money was too slow. Luo-sen's gaze fell on a location marked with a red route on the sea chart. That was one of the routes used by the world government to transport the celestial tribute. Every few days a batch of gold, silver, and jewels would be shipped from all over to Mary Geos. Capturing one route would bring in tens of billions. Capturing 10 would mean 100 billion. Then the entire prize pool would be at his disposal. But doing so would directly invite relentless attacks from the 5 elders and the gods' knights, a loss far outweighing the gain. For now the Beast's pirates were not strong enough to break with them. Luo-san leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting from the chart to the night sky outside the window. The sky over Hijiguo was clear, with a canopy of stars spread overhead like a handful of crushed diamonds scattered on a deep blue velvet cloth. He recalled many things. He remembered the One Piece storyline he had scrolled through on his phone screen in his past life. The War of the Best, the Battle of Wano Nikis, awakening the arrival of the Age of Gods. Those ability users were increasingly absurd. Sun God form in Ida, Hwagyu form Forest God form Rain God, and so on, along with Emu's demonic abilities. Every battle was at a world-shattering level. If it were the former beasts, they wouldn't even have a seat at the table facing these mythical zoans with divine forms. But now it was different. With their own SS-grade devil fruits, every member of the beasts would become a god in the future. Luo Sen's gaze fell back on the table as he muttered to himself. In the later stage, it's all the Age of Gods, a complete battle of deities. Now these mythical zoans are just getting started. To make the beast the strongest mythical zoan army relying solely on team money is not enough. He paused, his gaze fixed on the table. Every mythical zoan must also be awakened. He Lu Si has the power of the sun god, Bahamut has the ability to bear the world, and Zhu Ke has the fire of nirvana and rebirth. If these abilities cannot be awakened into true divine power, what difference is there from ordinary zoan types? In Luo Sen's plan, he intended to forge the beast's pirates into an army of awakened mythical zoans. A divine army. And to achieve this, the two most important things were battle and money. Battle tempered the proficiency of abilities, while money brought more fruits and possibilities. Making money was not difficult. The key was knowing where to find it. And on this sea there were plenty of places to plunder money. The beast didn't know, but he did. His gaze moved across the sea chart, finally stopping at a blank area high above paradise. There were no island markers there, only a notched island, Jaya. And above Jaya was the location of the Sky Island. He remembered that there was a vast amount of gold on the Sky Island, but to the Scipians it was merely decoration or left to gather dust in corners. A terrible waste. The gold of the Sky Island must be taken first. Moreover, there was a troublesome fellow on the Sky Island, Ai and Ilu. That guy had eaten the rumble fruit, a Logia-type lightning, and if placed in paradise, he could be considered a top figure. Unfortunately, he was arrogant and didn't even know hockey. Luo-san pondered for a moment. For Ai and Ilu, if he could be recruited, recruit him, if not obedient. Then send him to the Tudan quarry to dig rocks. His gaze continued to move, looking at the boundless sea, and thought of the entertainment city on the sea, the Golden City. Gold Emperor Gr de Tais Luo, a legitimate operator recognized by the world government, controlled the largest money flow network on this sea. That guy was also very rich. The money from the Gold Emperor is enough to draw several SS grade ones. Luo-san had even set his sights on the Gold Emperor. Then his gaze stopped at the location of Pang Ku Hasada. There was still a pink divine dragon devil fruit there. He couldn't forget it. He had to take it first, not let that brat Tao Jiju benefit. Pang Ku Hasada, it seems I have to make a trip. Next was Zou. The moving country on the back of a giant elephant was home to the Mink tribe-born warriors skilled in electrical attacks, possessing exceptional combat talent and productivity. If they were all captured and put to work for the beast, the labor shortage in Hijigua could be alleviated by at least 30%. The Mink tribe of Zou is excellent productivity. Finally, his gaze fell on a more distant place. Weilai Dao, the brain fruit ability user Bei Jiaopeng Ku. A genius scientist under the tight protection of the world government, he had developed countless technologies that surpassed the era, even delving into the realm of devil fruit. Since he could research and develop those decent devil fruits, it meant he had the ability to create more possibilities for the beasts. Bei Jiaopeng Ku, since he can replicate the Qinglong form, he can also research other decent devil fruits. In the future there will be a place for him as a worker on Gui Dao. Luo-san noted down these targets one by one. The plan already had a framework. The next step was to execute it step by step. He blew out the candle, and the meeting hall fell into darkness. Luo-san pushed open the door of the side hall and walked toward the bedroom. The corridor was dark, with only moonlight seeping through the window lattices, spreading a cold silver-white light across the wooden floor. When he reached the bedroom, the candle had already gone out, but the moonlight outside was bright enough to discern the delicate silhouette on the bed. Xiaozi was not asleep, yet as she lay on her side, her back to the door, and her body tensed slightly at the sound of footsteps. Luo-san walked over and sat down by the bedside. "Where did you go today?" Xiaozi's voice came cautiously. "I went to the stone cave and saw Dahi," Luo-san said bluntly. Xiaozi's body trembled. She wanted to turn her head, but held back. "What did you say to her? Are you prying into my affairs?" Xiaozi quickly shook her head in denial. No, I was just curious." Luo-san chuckled and pulled Xiaozi into his embrace. She curled up, flattered and surprised. "It's nothing really. I just offered her a few words of advice." Xiaozi asked no more. Luo-san glanced down at her profile. Bathed in moonlight, she looked even more delicate and pitiable, stirring a pang of tenderness in his heart. "You promised me. If I behave, you won't kill them. You must keep your word." "Of course." Xiaozi was silent for a moment, then whispered pleadingly. "Can you not make any new demands today? I'm a little. I can't hold on anymore." "That won't do, but you can take a break tomorrow." "All right." The next morning, Onigashima Great Hall, Kaido sat slouched on the colossal throne, frowning at Luo-san, standing below. He had only drunk half his bowl of sake, and his mood had soured. You want to set sail, eh? Kaido was baffled. Why would Luo-san suddenly want to leave Wano country when everything was going well? Luo-san, think carefully. This is a critical time. The Navy just suffered a setback. Those old geezers and the Five Elders are definitely brewing some scheme. All the routes to the Celestial Treasure are under the Admiral's watch. If you go out now, what if something happens? And I heard you took over Orokus Mansion and took that courtesan Xiao Zi into your chambers. You have a paradise of pleasure. Why would you want to sail? I just don't get you. Luo-san twitched the corner of his mouth. Kaido knew about that, but it didn't matter. He stuck his hands in his pockets and said, Boss Kaido, I'm not a child anymore. Besides, Jack and King can fend off even an admiral. With Ultai along, even if an admiral really comes, it won't be a problem. That's war. War is different from going on a long voyage. Kaido's voice rose another notch. He still didn't want to let Luo-san leave. You are the brain of the Beast's pirates. If something happens to you, who will manage this vast legacy of mine? I have a reason to go. Kaido's brow furrowed. What reason? Luo-san lifted his head, meeting Kaido's gaze with calm eyes. Last night, I dreamed there was a mythical Zoan fruit on Punk Hazard. It's like your ability, but different in color. Kaido froze his sake bowl, stopping in midair. How long had it been since he'd heard something so absurd? A dream. You bastard, do you even hear yourself? Luo-san knew how ridiculous it sounded, but he couldn't just say he knew it for a fact, could he? So he had to keep spinning the lie. It's related to Vegapunk. Luo-san began to fabricate, mixing truth and falsehood, until even he believed it. I dreamed that after you were captured by Vegapunk, he used your bloodline to create an artificial devil fruit. The same fish fruit, Mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form. Only the color is different. That fruit is now on Punk Hazard. If we don't get it soon, someone else might beat us to it. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then Kaido's expression darkened, his eyes turning cold. Luo-san's dreams did have some basis. Kaido had indeed been captured when he was young, taken to a lab, and had plenty of blood drawn. If he hadn't escaped back, then he'd still be a lab rat. You sure know how to dream. Could it be that your observation haki has awakened? Kaido teased. Luo-san pretended to be casual, almost there. I've mastered armament haki, and am just a bit short of grasping observation haki. Kaido. Then he dropped the subject, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Vegapunk. He might really have used my blood to make something like that. Luo-san nodded, citing evidence. It must have been a long time ago. I heard that during the period when you were captured, they extracted your bloodline and gave it to Vegapunk for research. Perhaps that fruit is one of the results. Kaido clenched his sake bowl. With a bang, it shattered. Then he burst into sudden laughter, the sound shaking dust from the ceiling beams. Muralololo. Good. Very good. He'll definitely capture that Vegapunk bastard one day and make him pay for using my blood. Luo-san nodded. I'm of the same mind. He stepped forward, standing at the foot of the throne, looking up at Kaido. With Vegapunk, we won't have to spend so much money drawing fruits every time. His research, his mind, his technology, their value is immeasurable. Kaido's laughter gradually subsided. He looked down at Luo-san and slowly nodded. If my dream is real, then the fact that he can create a fruit of that level means his understanding of devil fruit surpasses everyone. If we get him, we can manufacture our own fruits. Then, fruit replication. Luo-san paused. Even those losers who can only laugh will be able to eat SS-grade devil fruits. Kaido's eyes lit up. But they dimmed again. He frowned at Luo-san and said sullenly, Luo-san, forget about manufacturing those fruits. This is all based on your dream. There's no telling if it's true. You'd better come drink with me instead of daydreaming all day. Luo-san. Boss Kaido, how will we know if we don't try? What if it's true? Kaido. He was silent for a moment, then leaned back into his throne, downed his bowl of sake, and fixed his gaze on Luo-san, his tone softening. Since you're going to sail, it will definitely draw the Navy's attention, and others. Luo-san nodded. The Navy bastards were surely monitoring the Beast's pirates' every move. In that case, Kaido stood up, hefting his spiked club in his hand, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor. He'll use the time you go out and draw the whole sea's attention to go to Future Island alone and personally bring that old man Vegapunk back. Luo-san was stunned. They always said Kaido was simple-minded, only good for fighting and drinking, but when it came down to it, the guy's brain worked pretty well. Kaido bossed this move. Brilliant. Kaido also laughed heartily, having never expected Luo-san to praise him. This guy never compliments anyone, so today was truly rare. It seemed his decision was absolutely correct. He strode down the steps and looked at Luo-san. Aro. Rare to hear you praise someone. Alright, you go prepare your stuff, I'll go prepare mine. We'll split into two groups. Luo-san nodded, then turned and walked toward the main hall entrance. At the door he paused and looked back at Kaido. Kaido boss. There's a protective shield over the brain on Future Island. Don't force your way in. Also, don't die. Kaido was somewhat surprised hearing someone tell him not to die for the first time. Aro. Luo-san, don't forget I'm the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Who could kill me? Just take care of yourself. Luo-san said nothing more and walked out of the hall. Sunlight poured in from outside, casting a long shadow behind him. Kaido stood in the hall watching Luo-san leave, squeezed the hachisai, and muttered with a grin, that kid. The next day at the port of Onigashima. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and a thin layer of gray-white vapor hung over the sea. The distant horizon was faintly visible in the mist, as if veiled by a translucent gauze. Luo's son stood at the edge of the dock. The sea breeze blew from the ocean, making his clothes rustle. He carried a small travel bag containing a few changes of clothes and a rolled-up sea chart. Nothing else. Heavy footsteps sounded behind him. Jack strode over, cracking his neck as he walked, his eyes brimming with excitement. Finally, he could go out and do something big. He wore the great sword seized from a Shura doji at his waist. Though he couldn't wield it, it made him look imposing. Senj, I'm ready. Then he raised his wrist. Here, I found the log pose of Onigashima. Never worry about getting lost again. We can set off any time. Luo's son nodded, his gaze shifting past Jack to the distance. A golden light shot rapidly from the horizon, tracing a straight burning trail through the morning mist. The golden light drew closer, then abruptly condensed as it neared the dock. King descended from the light, his golden wings folding behind his back. He swept his gaze across the dock, confirming nothing was amiss, then spoke. No threats ahead. The route is clear, the weather is good. We can depart immediately. As he finished, a vermilion pillar of flame erupted from the main building of Onigashima. Run-T ran out from the flames, grabbed Luo-sen's arm, and cooed. Luo-senjij, ride me, let me fly you, okay? Jack covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, while King coughed dryly and looked away. Luo-sen's mouth twitched. The words sounded a bit awkward. But he didn't want to refuse Run-T's kindness, so he nodded. Run-T immediately bounced up in excitement. Then, let's go. Jack took a deep breath, and dark golden light exploded from within him. Scales surged, his body expanded, and the giant fish form of Bahamut rapidly took shape above the dock. His dark golden scales gleamed with a metallic coldness in the morning light, and 18 gravity nodes lit up one by one along his spine. He hovered in midair, his massive fish head turning toward Luo's son, his voice booming down like muffled thunder. Senj, are you really not coming up? Before Luo's son could answer, Run-T glared at him. Idiot Jack, what are you doing? Luo-senjij is mine. With that, Run-T leaped into the air, her body expanding as flames burst from her shoulder blades, rapidly condensing, shaping, and spreading in the air. A pair of vermilion wings over 10 meters wide unfurled, followed by tail feathers and body feathers. Vermilion light surged and flowed over her form. The vermilion bird's sacred mark on her forehead glowed, and her crimson gold eyes opened. She tilted her head toward Luo's son, her voice cheerful. Luo-senjij, come on up, let's go. Luo's son smiled, leaped onto Run-T's back, and gripped the feathers firmly. King also transformed, shot into the sky, and took the lead. Flying high in the sky, Luo's son looked down. The mist over the sea gradually dispersed, revealing the azure water and the rolling waves in the distance. The surface of the new world spread out in the morning light, like an endless blue satin ruffled by the wind into fine creases. Run-T's voice came from ahead. Luo-senjij, am I flying steadily? Steady. Then it'll fly faster. Hold on tight to me. The vermilion bird's speed suddenly increased, vermilion flames flowing over her body. Surprisingly, they didn't harm Luo's son at all, but smoothly parted the airflow ahead. Alright, slow down a bit. Luo's son clung tightly to Run-T's feathers. This girl alternated between fast and slow, and he had no idea what mischief she was plotting in her mind. Got it, Luo-senjij. Jack followed closely behind. Though he couldn't keep up with Run-T's speed, he flew with all his might, and wasn't left too far behind. For figures flew toward Punk Hazard, with the outline of Wano country growing distant behind them, and the boundless sea and sky ahead. At the main hall of Onigashima, Kaido watched the figures in the sky grow smaller until they disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Then he withdrew, his gaze turned, and picked up the Den mushi on the table. Buruburubaru. Click. The Den mushi's expression changed, displaying a face with sunglasses and a grin stretching to the ears. Fufufufu. Mr. Kaido. What a surprise, you actually called me. Doflamingo's voice came from the other end, tinged with shock and disbelief. Kaido calling him was extremely rare. Kaido got straight to the point. Doflamingo, Luo's son, has set sail for Punk Hazard. You know what to do. There was a momentary silence on the other end, as if he were thinking. Then Doflamingo's voice rang out again, more serious than before. Vice Captain Luo's son. Going to Punk Hazard. Fufufu, rest assured, Mr. Kaido. He'll make all the arrangements. Luo Sendono won't encounter any problems. Without further ado, Kaido hung up the phone. The Den mushi's expression returned to its dull face. Dressrosa, the royal palace. Doflamingo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the disconnected Den mushi in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly behind the sunglasses, then he burst into laughter. Fufufu. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Luo's son was actually coming to Punk Hazard in person. He had long coveted the transformations of the 100 beasts, and after learning they were connected to Luo's son, he realized that if he could establish a rapport with Luo's son and satisfy him, he too might obtain similar changes. He put away the Den mushi, turned, and strode toward the hall, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. Pass down the order. Immediately summon all the executives. Assemble within 10 minutes. Several attendants rushed off to deliver the command, their footsteps echoing urgently down the corridor. Doflamingo strode into the meeting hall, plopped down onto the spacious sofa, propped his legs on the edge of the coffee table, and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, his mind already racing with calculations. Luo's son had set sail, heading for Punk Hazard. This meant that the 100 Beasts' gaze was no longer confined to Wano, they were reaching out to more distant lands. On Punk Hazard lay the remains of Vegapunk's laboratory and the artificial devil fruits managed by Caesar. In less than 10 minutes the hall was filled with people. Treble leaned against the wall, his mucus nearly dripping to the floor, idly wiping his glasses. Pika shrank into a corner, his voice piercing and subdued. "Young master, why have you called us? What's the matter?" Diamante stood at the front with arms crossed, baby 5 by the door, gazing at Doflamingo, and Gladius waited nearby for the young master to speak. Doflamingo swept his gaze across the room, struggling to contain his excitement as he spoke slowly. "A monumental opportunity has arrived. Kaido's Vice Captain Luo's son has set sail for Punk Hazard. Kaido himself called to tell us to be vigilant and ensure Vice Captain Luosen's safety." The hall fell silent for a moment. Then Diamante spoke first. "The 100 Beasts Vice Captain is coming to the New World." Doflamingo nodded. "And he's heading to Punk Hazard. That island is still nominally under Navy control, though it's largely deserted. But we've been secretly using the laboratory there. This time, even though we don't know why Luo-san is coming, his movements will inevitably draw the Navy's attention. We must ensure everything goes smoothly." Everyone realized the danger. Luo-san was too prominent a target to go unnoticed. He paused, then picked up the Den Mushi and dialed a number. Soon the call. "Virgo." Virgo's voice came through here. "A secret mission. Luo-san will be arriving at Punk Hazard soon. Have your men monitor the Navy's movements and ensure they don't interfere with his actions. If absolutely necessary, take a few people to patrol the outskirts of Punk Hazard as a show. If you receive orders to approach the island, report immediately. Do not reveal your identity. Just keep an eye on the Navy's deployment routes." "Understood." Virgo asked no further questions and hung up. Doflamingo then turned to Pika. "Pika, take a team to Punk Hazard and clean up the island. Gather what needs to be gathered, dispose of what needs to be disposed. Don't let Vice Captain Luo-san see anything he shouldn't." "Yes, young master." Pika's voice was shrill as he turned and walked out the door. Doflamingo leaned back on the sofa, tapped the armrest twice, then looked at Treble. "Treble, you'll handle the reception on the island. If Vice Captain Luo's son arrives, provide him with everything he needs, food, water, intelligence, communication. Give him whatever. Kiki, leave it to me." Treble nodded in agreement. "Baby 5. Huh, I heard Luo's son likes beautiful women. If needed, he might require your services." Baby 5 immediately blushed, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes in embarrassment. "Really? Will Lord Luo's son truly need me?" "Of course." Doflamingo nodded with a straight face, determined to do whatever it took to latch onto Luo's powerful support. Having given all the orders, he stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the distant sea. Punk Hazard lay northeast of Dressrosa, not too close, not too far. Given the speed of the 100 Beasts people, they might arrive by the afternoon the day after tomorrow. He hid his hands inside his feathered coat, his sunglasses glinting in the sunlight. Vice Captain Luo's son, the source of all upheaval. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fufufu. I absolutely cannot fail. On Onigashima. After warning Doflamingo, Kaido figured the timing was about right. He then strode out of the great hall. The underlings at the entrance snapped to attention at the sight of Kaido, their eyes filled with awe. Kaido walked to the center of the plaza, looked up at the azure sky, and slowly bared his teeth in a grin. "Wororo, it's time for me to get to work." Then his form began to swell. Azure scales surged from beneath his skin like a tide, his arms transformed into claws, his spine elongated into a thick, powerful tail, a dragon's head rose with jagged fangs, and whiskers fluttered in the sea breeze. The fish fruit model Azure Dragon, the true form of the Yonko Kaido. The Azure Dragon soared into the sky on blazing clouds, the updraft scattering the banners around the plaza as dust and smoke billowed into a ring-shaped shockwave spreading in all directions. The underlings on Onigashima looked up in awe at the azure figure charging into the clouds. Kaido is leaving again. Vice Captain Luo's son just left, and now Kaido is leaving too. Are they preparing for a big battle? Stop guessing. Let's just guard Onigashima. The chatter rose and fell across the plaza, but Kaido was already beyond hearing, having pierced through the clouds and flying toward the future island at tremendous speed, dwindling to a blur in an instant. In Wano, at a hidden watchtower, a figure in a gray cloak crouched atop the tower, holding a spyglass trained on Onigashima. The moment he saw the Azure Dragon rise, his breathing quickened. He didn't act rashly, waiting until Kaido's figure completely vanished into the clouds before lowering the spyglass and ducking inside the watchtower. Though small, the space was well equipped. On the table sat an encrypted Den Mushi. He dialed. BRR. Click. The Den Mushi's expression transformed into Sengoku's stern face. Report. An unusual situation has occurred in Wano. Speak. This morning, the 100 Beasts Vice Captain Luo's son, along with Jack the Drought King, the Conflagration, and the Flying Six-member Ultai left Onigashima, heading southwest. Then less than 2 hours later Kaido himself left Onigashima in his Azure Dragon form heading northeast. Destination unknown. A brief silence came from the other end of the line. Sengoku's voice sounded again heavier than before. Kaido left too. The direction is definitely northeast. Confirmed. Extremely fast and possible to track. Sengoku fell silent once again. Understood. Continue surveillance. Yes, sir. The call ended. Silence returned to the watchtower. The figure in the gray cloak picked up the telescope again and aimed it toward Onigashima. The silhouette of Onigashima loomed faintly in the morning mist, everything as usual except for those departing figures. Marineford, the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. He walked to the window. On the sea outside, warships were docked. Luo's son had left Wano Country, taking 3 top-tier commanders with him, flying southwest. Kaido had also left Wano Country, flying alone toward the northeast. Both sides are moving separately, and all flying out. Could there be something urgent? Sengoku murmured to himself. He put his glasses back on, walked to his desk, and opened the New World Sea chart. His gaze shifted between the southwest and northeast directions, and he tapped his fingers twice on the desk. Southeast. Passing through the area where Zunisha roams, and farther beyond. Punk, Hazard, and Dressrosa. Then his finger moved to the northeast, his brow slightly furrowing. Future Island, Elbaf, Water 7. Sengoku's brow tightened further. These routes involve too many islands to determine their target. Nor could he rule out the possibility of them heading to paradise, given the erratic and whimsical nature of the beast's pirates' ideas. Most critically, both directions had routes used for transporting the heavenly tribute. Who knows what they intend to do? Sengoku's expression darkened. His gaze stopped on the desk, moving on the same day, flying in 2 different directions. Are they trying to confuse me? After a brief deliberation, Sengoku finally withdrew his gaze and picked up another Den Mushi. Issue the order. All 3 admirals are to deploy. Kizuru covers the route from East Blue to the western section of the New World. Akainu covers the southern section of the New World to the Calm Belt, and Akiji covers the eastern section of the New World to the vicinity of Wano Country. Each take 3 warships. Report immediately upon encountering any member of the beast's pirates. Also notify all branches to heighten alert. Once traces of Luo's son or Kaido are found, report immediately. Do not engage without authorization. Report coordinates and direction first. Yes, the call ended. Sengoku set down the Den Mushi and returned to his seat. Even after issuing these orders, he felt increasingly uneasy, yet he couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. Oh well, no matter what the beasts are plotting, the Marines cannot stand by. He rose and walked to the window. The military port of Marineford was now bustling with activity. 3 Admiral-class warships were already being replenished. Sailors ran back and forth carrying ammunition and supplies, while short whistles and officers' commands rang out in succession. Near the G1 branch, a lookout received the Fleet Admiral's telegram and hurriedly handed it to the duty officer. The officer frowned after reading it, raised his telescope to scan the distant sea, his expression grave. The officer of the West Blue branch had just hung up the phone. He looked up at his adjutant and said, "Notify all patrol ships if they see the flag of the beast's pirates, report immediately. Don't even think about charging in to die." One by one, orders were dispatched from Marineford, spreading to all branches. Telegrams flowed through every Marine channel. South Blue, North Blue, East Blue. The Marines fully mobilized. Somewhere in the New World seas, the Red Force sailed steadily across the sea, its sails full, the bow cutting through the waves, leaving a white trail of foam that glittered in the sunlight. Shanks sat on the railing at the bow, a cup of wine in hand, his gaze fixed on the gradually sharpening horizon. Ben Beckman leaned against the mast, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, flipping through an old notebook. Spotted Zunisha again. Can't even remember how many times we've been here. Lucky Roo stood at the gunwale, gesturing with his chin toward the massive, slow-moving elephant in the distance. Want to go up and have a look? The mink tribe might be able to give us some intel. Shanks took a sip of wine and shook his head. No need. Head straight for Wano Country. Yasop was also curious. So is right in front of us. Wanda must be missing you like crazy, Captain. You sure you don't want to stop? Positive. Shanks put down his cup. Wanda is in a special period. Besides, the intel we can get from the mink tribe is about the same as what we'll find in Wano Country. Might as well go, disrupting the balance of the seas. I must intervene. No one pressed further. The Red Force skirted around the flank of Zo without choosing to land. The great elephant slowly trudged away, stirring up tiny ripples along the way. Evening New World. The setting sun blazed into an orange-eared fireball on the distant horizon, its afterglow flooding the entire sea, dyeing the boundary between sky and ocean into a continuous stretch of amber and gold. Clouds piled low in the sky, their edges outlined in fiery gold by the sunset. For figures had been traveling through the high sky for an entire day and finally slowed down. Jack spoke first, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Singe, I've been flying all day, kinda tired. Can we find a place to rest?" Luo's son sat on Ultai's back, raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sunset, and gazed down at the sea below. Gradually, the outlines of some islands emerged on the sea surface. These islands had peculiar shapes. Some were round with a depression in the center like a giant donut floating on the sea, others were layered like a sliced millefeuille cake, with white rock formations resembling cream hanging from the edges, still others were covered in colorful frosting-like stripes that shimmered in the sunset. Seeing this, Jack recognized the place. Senj, look at those desert islands below. We must be in Big Mom's territory, Tado. He slowed down, his body shrinking slightly, but his vigilance remained undiminished. Ultai's gaze also came over her, crimson feathers gleaming brightly in the evening glow. Wow, this place looks so sweet. My nose is getting cloyed. King flew back from ahead and hovered in front of Luos, and below is indeed Tado land. Based on my perception, the nearest island is about 5 kilometers away, an outer territory of Tado land. There shouldn't be many of Big Mom's officers stationed there. Jack added, Big Mom has a terrible temper. If we go over with so many people, she might think we're here to fight. Then we'll have a whole heap of trouble. The emperors never casually set foot on each other's turf. Luosin nodded. Yeah, let's avoid the hassle. Then let's find another place. Fly a bit further ahead, and we'll stop once we see a normal island. Understood. Jean flapped his twin wings, transforming into a streak of golden light as he led the way forward. Jack adjusted his direction, his massive dark golden fish body slowly turning in the air to follow Jean with Run T close behind. Jean flapped his twin wings, transforming into a streak of golden light as he led the way forward. Jack adjusted his direction, his massive dark golden fish body slowly turning in the air to follow. The scent on the sea breeze shifted from cloying candy sweetness to the normal salty tang of the ocean. Twilight deepened the orangerd on the horizon, fading to deep purple, then to gray-blue. After another 20 minutes or so of flight, Jean's voice came from ahead. Found it. Following his gesture, they saw a moderately sized island in the distance. Green trees covered most of the hillside, white sand carpeted the beach, and an abandoned lighthouse stood on the rocky shore, its tower bearing the marks of time and several cracks weathered by the sea wind. Land there. Let's go. For figures descended slowly from the sky, landing on the white sand. The grains shifted beneath their feet with a soft crunch, and the sea breeze rustled through the coconut grove, stirring the leaves. After Ron T landed, Luo's son also steadied himself on the soft sand, the feathers receding from his body as he returned to normal. Then, as if all his strength had been drained, he flopped onto a large rock by the beach and let out a long sigh. We're here. Finally can rest. I'm exhausted. I swear I'm never flying again. His hair was a mess, strands plastered to his cheeks, too tired to care about appearances. Go play. Nice. Mirror little ball, hee. Ah hee hee. Jack had also reverted to human form, rolling his shoulders on the beach. Seeing Run T's utterly drained state, he burst out laughing. Ha! Run T can't even last a day of flying. And I'm bigger than you. Run T lifted her head from her arms and shot him a sidelong glance. Nonsense, stupid Jack, you eat more than I do. I'm a delicate girl, and you're so huge, of course you're not tired. Jack crossed his arms, smugly ignoring Run T's twisted logic. Anyway, I'm not tired. It'll take Sun go flying again tomorrow. Whatever. Run T pursed her lips and buried her face in her arms again, as if she had no energy left to argue. All she wanted now was to rest. Luo's son was used to their bickering. Instead, he scanned the unfamiliar island, assessing the surroundings for any threats. The environment is a bit rough, but at least it's deserted and undisturbed. It's a good place for a temporary rest. Jean stood nearby, his golden wings already folded. He looked around, then toward the distant woods. He'll go check that area and find some food. Don't go too far. Luosin nodded. Jean gave a slight nod and turned to fly toward the forest. After Jean left, Jack gathered some stones and arranged them into a simple fire pit. Sungu, when Jean brings back some game, well roasted here. Roast meat. At the mention of barbecue, Run T perked up. Great. I love roasted meat. He'll start the fire and Jack can do the roasting. Jack. Luo's son was already accustomed to their squabbling. About 10 minutes later, a rustling sound came from deep within the forest, followed by a short pained grunt, then the metallic clang of collision. Clang. It sounded like two blades clashing at extremely close range. Then another sound, boom. Something heavy smashed into a tree trunk, startling a flock of birds into the air, their wings flapping as they burst through the canopy, scattering in panic against the twilight sky. Then, a blinding golden light exploded from the depths of the forest. Accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, it pierced through the treetops and shot into the sky, illuminating the entire woodland for an instant. On the distant beach, Run T whirled toward the forest. What's that noise? A fight. Jack was already on his feet, squinting in that direction. It's from Jean's side. Is someone? Luo Sen's gaze fixed on the golden light. Let's go check it out. Before he finished speaking, Jack and Run T were already dashing toward the forest, with Luo's son following close behind. Their footsteps alternated between sand and soil, quickly swallowed by the trees. Deep in the forest, the golden light flared again, followed by another thunderous collision, then the crash of a falling tree. Before long, they reached the destination. Luo's son and the others halted the scene before them, making him narrow his eyes. A clearing had been forcibly carved out, a circular area dozens of meters in diameter. Thick tree trunks lay scattered on the ground, their broken ends jagged and uneven. The The ground was pitted with craters of varying depths, scorched marks, and light-beamed patterns interwoven. In the center of the clearing, two figures were exchanging rapid blows. One was engulfed in golden flames, his golden wings fanning a scorching gust that sent leaves and gravel flying in all directions. It was Jean. The other wore deep purple trousers and a black leather jacket, his upper bodice muscular lines sharply defined in the sunlight. A dark scarf covered the lower half of his face, revealing only a pair of exceptionally calm eyes. It was the sweet Commander Charlotte Katakuri. His body shifted as he moved, Machi surging from his arms, shoulders, and back hardening just before an attack to block. Jean's attacks were swift. Horus light feathers rained down like a golden storm, densely peppering every part of Katakuri's body. Katakuri's observation haki had already predicted the trajectory of every feather. His body began to move a fraction before the attacks landed, his Machi-like form twisting, dodging, and recovering at impossible angles, letting the feathers streak past his sides, over his head, and off his shoulders. Not many actually struck him. Even those that did were blocked by his armament haki, causing little damage. You're quite tenacious. Huh. The calamity of the beast's fire, Jean, your ability has truly evolved. Shocking. Jean's eyes turned cold. He said nothing, but his speed increased once more. He transformed into a golden beam, appearing abruptly at Katakuri's side. His right fist, coated in armament haki and infused with concentrated solar energy, drove toward Katakuri's ribs. All your attacks before me will ultimately find no refuge. Katakuri predicted the trajectory of this punch and leaned his body backward in advance, but Jean's fist suddenly changed direction, midway swinging upward at an extremely tricky angle. Katakuri's brow twitched. In that instant, he had to abandon evading and crossed his arms in front of his body. Machi, armament haki hardening. Boom. A dull collision sound exploded across the clearing, making the ground tremble underfoot. Katakuri's body slid backward several meters, his feet plowing two deep furrows on the ground. He steadied himself and looked down at his forearms. Even though he had used armament haki to resist, after releasing it, his skin was still scorched red. He looked up at Jean, his eyes full of admiration and greed. Horus form. Indeed a good devil fruit. Jean hovered in midair, his golden vertical pupils looking down at Katakuri. His wings slowly flapped. He did not continue attacking, but remained still because Luo's son had arrived, and he could sense that the other had no intention to fight. At most it could be considered a spar. At the edge of the clearing, Luo's son stood with his hands in his pockets, while Jiaka stood behind him ready to strike at any moment. Runti stood on his other side, chin slightly raised, not taking Katakuri seriously. Seeing that the two had stopped fighting, Luo's son stepped forward and spoke. Katakuri, one of the sweet three generals. What a surprise, I didn't expect to meet you here. But what's this about? You come as a guest and start fighting without a word. Hearing this, Jean withdrew his fist and landed from the air. Katakuri's Machi-like body returned to normal. His eyes moved away from Jean and fell on Luo's son. The atmosphere also eased. His gaze paused on Luo's son for a moment, then he spoke calmly. Vice Captain of the Beasts, I've long heard of your name, but it seems a bit weak. Upon hearing this, Luo's son did not get angry, but smiled instead. Indeed. I've only just mastered armament haki, and my observation haki is mediocre, far inferior to you. But none of that matters. What matters is that we meet on this deserted island. What a coincidence. How about a drink? I assume we have no grievances. Katakuri looked at Luo's son, his eyes flickering with surprise. They say the Vice Captain of the Beast is moody, but now it seems the rumors are exaggerated. He paused, lowered his arms, and relaxed from his previous defensive posture. But as for a drink, because I'm not just passing by. Luo's son raised an eyebrow slightly. I waited here specifically for you. These words fell in the empty woodland, making Jiaku and Run-Ti instinctively alert. But Luo Sen's expression did not change. He was silent for a moment. How did you know I would come to this island? Has your observation haki become so terrifying? Katakuri's gaze lingered on Luo Sen's face for a moment, then he answered with Luo Sen's own words. My observation haki hasn't reached that level, but that's not important. What matters is, Mom has a message to convey. Luo Sen hadn't expected such an answer, but it was understandable. Then Katakuri continued. Mom wants to know, how did you make the beast stronger? Whatever the cost, we can accept it. As he finished speaking, the air fell dead silent. Sea breeze swept through the forest, rustling the leaves. In the distance came the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, steady and rhythmic. Are you out of your mind? Why should we tell you the reason for the beast's strength? Run-Ti immediately protested. Indeed, it's strange. Is this something you can just tell people at? Jiaku also scratched his head, puzzled. I really don't know what you're thinking. You look like a smart guy, but when you speak you seem even dumber than me. Ha 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 ha, stupid Jiaku, so now you know you're dumb. Run-Ti never missed a chance to mock Jiaku. Is that so? Jean said, stop arguing. Then Jiaku and Run-Ti looked at Luo-san. Katakuri never cared about others' opinions, his gaze never left Luo-san. He was waiting. Luo-san was silent for a few seconds, then the corners of his mouth lifted. To be honest, before the beasts have all obtained Mythical Zoan, we won't consider anything else. He did not beat around the bush, directly rejecting Katakuri. In response, Katakuri did not answer immediately. His gaze lingered on Luo-san for a few breaths, as if trying to discern more useful information. But Luo-san's expression remained normal, without any flaw. Vice Captain Luo-san, please don't rush to refuse. Katakuli's voice still carried that composed tone, but there was something new in it. Mom's promise is always valid. Whenever you've made up your mind, just send someone to pass the word. With that, he was about to leave. When he reached the edge of the clearing, he stopped, turned his head, and glanced at Luo-san. He'll speak to Mom. I hope you will seriously consider it. We are truly sincere. I will. Luo-san's voice was calm as usual. Katakuli said no more, turned, and walked into the shadows of the dense forest. His footsteps gradually faded, finally swallowed by the wind and the sound of the waves. The clearing returned to quiet. Jieku scratched his head in confusion and turned to Luo-san. Brother-san, was he really waiting for you specifically? It seems so. How did he know we would come to this island? Luo-san looked in the direction where Katakuli had disappeared. His observation haki is indeed strong, but predicting the future to this extent is unlikely. It's more likely that our route was captured by the intelligence network of the whole cake. He waited here in advance, which is much more convenient than chasing after us. Runti pouted. He talks so nicely, saying they can accept any cost. They just want to dig out our secrets. Brother Luo-san, you did well to refuse. Luo-san did not respond. He stood still, looking at the tree shadows where Katakuli had vanished. Then, after a moment, he withdrew his gaze. The flames licked the gathered firewood, crackling. The orange-eared glow illuminated the faces of the seated group. The flames licked the gathered firewood, crackling. The orange-eared glow illuminated the faces of the seated group, flickering now bright, now dim. The sea breeze blew from the ocean, carrying a salty, damp scent, pushing the bonfire smoke toward the dense forest, where it dispersed into a long, thin gray-white ribbon in the night. Luo-san sat on a relatively flat rock, holding a cup of hot water in his hands, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. Lost, Jieku sat opposite him, poking the fire with a twig, repositioning the half-burned logs, focusing intently on roasting meat. Runti kept urging Jieku. Stupid Jieku, it's almost burnt. Whoa, flip it quickly, cook faster, I'm starving. It's already fast. At this moment, Jean walked back from the dense forest carrying a dressed beast and some edible tree fruits. Runti immediately picked it up and threw the beast to Jack. Hurry up, Jack, roast this one too. I want to eat lots and lots of meat today. Eating too much makes you fat. Get lost, stupid Jack. I want get fat. Jean was also annoyed by the two's bickering, so he simply placed the things on a stone slab by the fire and sat down not far from Luo-san. The firelight danced on his profile, illuminating the face that was usually half covered by a mat. Luo-san shifted his gaze from the fire and looked at Jean. What do you think of Katakuri's strength after fighting him today? Jean thought for a moment, as if organizing every frame of the battle in his mind. Very strong. His observation haki can predict all my attacks. Every time I strike, he already knows the trajectory and landing point. I tested 12 attacks, and only the last 3 actually hit him. He paused and continued. Those 3 were after I continuously changed direction, causing a delay in his judgment. If I didn't transform and use extreme speed, probably every attack would be blocked. Jack stopped stirring the fire and looked up with surprise. Is that guy really that strong? Yeah. Jean nodded. Katakuri's observation haki has indeed reached a level where he can foresee the future. Within his prediction range, attacks at normal speed are almost ineffective against him. Whether it's a sword or a fist, it will be dodged or blocked in advance. Luo-san picked up his cup and took a sip. Predicting the future. It's normal to be blocked. Jean did not refute, but his eyes narrowed and his words were full of fighting spirit. But next time we meet, it won't be so simple. He turned to look at Luo-san, his tone carrying the confidence of a strong man. He'll transform directly and attack with extreme speed. Even if he can foresee the future, so what? In the face of absolute speed, seeing it doesn't mean he can block it. Luo-san nodded. That was indeed the case, and it was even more despairing than being hit directly. Because you clearly know where the opponent will attack, but you have no way to avoid it. This is already a huge gap in strength, making it easier to defeat the opponent psychologically. Jack stirred the fire again, sparks crackling, and suddenly grinned. Then when I run into him later, it's simple. Just use gravity suppression. Who cares about his future prediction? Let him foresee himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he gestured, pressing his big hand down, as if to push something invisible into the ground. Runti looked up at this, quickly swallowed the roasted meat in her mouth, and muttered, Stupid Jack, you're actually pretty smart in battle. Of course. I'm drought Jack. Jack said smugly. Runti was amused by his expression, laughed for a while, then stopped, continued to gobble down 2 big mouthfuls of roasted meat before speaking again. But that Katakuri guy is really not simple. The words he said when he left didn't seem like idle talk. Luo-san put the empty cup on the reef. Given his personality, he probably wasn't joking. And we all know Big Mom's personality. She must get what she wants and won't stop until she has it. Today she sent Katakuri to deliver a message and test the waters. Next time she comes, she might bring berry. Then what do we do? Jack asked. Nothing. Luo-san's tone was calm. In this matter, the initiative is in our hands. We're short on money, but not to the point of selling a mythical Zoan. If they can't come up with a tempting offer, well, just leave them hanging. With that, Luo's son stood up and brushed the sand off his clothes. Let's rest first. That guy should be gone and won't come back. Rest well, and we'll set off tomorrow. Ooh, brother Luo's son, I want to sleep next to you. Run-T wiped her mouth, then ran over to Luo's son and hugged his arm. Although Run-T was petite, her assets were formidable. Pressed like this, Luo's son couldn't stand it, so he pried Run-T off. Run-T, there's plenty of space here. You don't need to squeeze. No, I want to sleep next to brother Luo's son. Stupid Jack and Jean, they both stink. I like brother Luo's son. Luo's son. Cough cough. Seeing this, Jack voluntarily found a tree stump farther away and lay down. I may stink, but I can't stand the sour smell of your romance. A few seconds later, he began to snore steadily. Jean knew that Run-T dared to say anything and confront anyone, so he said nothing, just took a piece of roasted meat and left. Luo's son couldn't refuse Run-T, so he could only rub her head. All right. Let's rest quickly. We still have to travel tomorrow. But in morning, you don't move around. Run-T immediately nodded excitedly. Don't worry, brother Luo's son, I definitely won't move. Then Luo's son lay down near the bonfire. He wasn't a devil fruit user and didn't have the tough body of a mythical Zoan, so he still needed the fire for warmth at night, otherwise he might catch a cold or fever. Run-T obediently lay down beside him, holding his arm and burying her head in his chest. Without looking, one could tell she was snickering. Sleepiness overcame them. Just as Luo's son was about to fall asleep, he heard Run-T mutter softly, "Brother Luo, son, you smell so good." Luo's son's face darkened. "Go to sleep. Stop fooling around." Oh. After a short while, Luo's son heard Run-T's steady breathing, and then he also relaxed and gradually fell asleep. The sound of the sea waves rose and fell in the night. The charcoal in the fire pit gave off faint crackling sounds. The night wind blew through the coconut grove, carrying the scent of grass and sand. The firelight flickered in the darkness, leaving a warm halo around the small camp on this deserted island. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a thin layer of mist still hung over the sea, for figures had already taken to the air again. The morning wind blew from ahead, carrying the unique salty and humid scent of the new world, blowing away the fatigue of the night and the lingering warmth of the bonfire. This time Luo's son sat on Jack's broad back. Run-T also stopped flying and sat on Jack's back as well, just as she said, "Wherever brother Luo's son is, she will be." Jack didn't mind. One more or one less person made no difference to him. Because of the gravity field node, he could reduce the weight of others on his back to nearly zero. This was also the reason he could carry mountains without getting tired. At this moment, Luo's son unfolded a sea chart and checked the direction. After a night's rest, Jack and Jean were in much better shape, and their flying speed was noticeably faster than yesterday. Jean still led the way at the front, his golden light carving a straight trajectory through the morning mist. After flying for about 3 hours, the silhouette of an island emerged on the sea ahead. That island was unlike ordinary ones. The rocks at its edge bore an unnatural dark red hue, as if steeped in something for ages or scorched by intense heat. The terrain was rugged, with several conical peaks jutting from the ground, their slopes shrouded in grayish-white dust. In the center lay 2 large, irregularly shaped lakes, their waters shallow and spread across a considerable area. Punk Hazard. Exactly where we were headed. Jean slowed down, circled back, and hovered beside Luo's son. Punk Hazard is here, and there are people below. Luo's son looked down. As the height decreased, he saw a group of people gathered on an open stretch of coast on the north side of the island, standing on a temporarily cleared patch of ground. The most conspicuous was the flamingo duo fuming in a pink feather coat. It was impossible not to recognize him. Jieku also saw it, his voice carrying approval. That duo fuming fellow has some sense. He knew brother son was coming and set up such a grand welcome. Looks like he's summoned the entire family cadre. He paused, then added, all decked out with lanterns and streamers, just like a New Year celebration. Indeed, the coast was not only lined with flags, but also hung with several colorful ribbons fluttering in the morning breeze. Someone had even placed a long table on the clearing covered with a white cloth, upon which rested several plates of fruit and a few bottles of wine. Run-T leaned and glanced down at the scene below, pursed her lips, lifted her chin, and snorted coldly. Humph, my brother Luo-san is the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates. What is duo fuming? Just a mere kawaii. It's his honor to welcome brother Luo-san. Jean approached Luo-san's side, his gaze fixed on the figures below, lowering his voice. Duo fuming is a collaborator of the Beast Pirates, considered one of its subordinates. However, he paused, his eyes growing serious. If he, like Katakali, seeks to become stronger, what then? Luo-san's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Jean's question. Since he places himself under the Beast Pirates, we'll treat him as one of our own. Give him some sweeteners to keep him working diligently. He glanced at the arrangements along the coast, and added, besides, his underground market is useful. We can offload the gold and treasures we acquire through him quickly. All in all, his value warrants some incentives. Jean nodded slightly. Understood. He said no more. Luo-san's response was impeccable. Every decision was made with the big picture in mind, neither leaving collaborators disappointed nor revealing his cards too easily. He struck the perfect balance, truly worthy of Jean's recognition. Then Luo-san looked at the meticulously prepared coast below. One doesn't strike a smiling face. Let's descend. Jieku began to lower his altitude, his massive body slowly descending, casting a vast moving shadow in the morning light. The people on the coast clearly saw the four approaching figures in the sky. Those who had been chatting immediately straightened up and looked up. The giant fish landed on the clearing of the coast. The dark golden light faded and Jieku reverted to human form, standing steadily. Jean also landed his golden light, converging, returning to his Duo Fuming stepped out from the crowd to welcome them, arms wide open, face brimming with enthusiasm. Fu. Vice Captain Luo-san, welcome to Punk Hazard. This place is crude, but I've prepared everything that could be needed for you. Luo-san met Duo Fuming's gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting just enough. Minga, you've been thoughtful. This setup is even more thorough than I imagined. Duo Fuming, hearing Luo-san call him Minga, laughed even more broadly, lowering his arms and gesturing toward the tent. Fufu, naturally. It's rare for Vice Captain Luo-san to visit the New World. I couldn't let you rough it on a deserted island, could I? This way, please. The island's conditions are limited, but we have plenty of wine. He turned sideways, making an inviting gesture. Luo-san didn't stand on ceremony and strode toward the tent. Run-T followed behind, but she didn't bother to show a friendly face to the others. In her eyes, only brother Luo-san was worth paying attention to. Oh, and Xiaopei, of course. Inside the tent, the aroma of wine filled the air. The long table was laden with a variety of dishes: grilled sea fish, cut fruit, steaming stew, and several open bottles of wine. The clinking of glasses and the murmur of conversation intertwined, echoing within the tent. Duo Fuming sat beside the head of the table, yielding the seat of honor to Luo-san. He lounged in a side seat, a wine glass in hand, occasionally raising it in Luo-san's direction before taking a sip. His gaze behind the sunglasses remained observant. The cadres were seated on both sides. Tuoliboer sat near the entrance, occasionally glancing up at Luo-san, then lowering his head, as if giving orders. Diamandi sat opposite Duo Fuming, chatting loudly with Jieku, occasionally slapping the table. Baby 5 sat near the middle of the table, an unlit cigarette dangling from her lips, her gaze flitting toward Luo-san before quickly darting away. In her heart, she murmured, wondering when Luo-san might need her, and if he did, what should she do? The thought made her cheeks flush, and she dared not look at him again. Luo-san sat at the head of the table, his wine glass barely touched. He was unaware of Baby 5's fantasies. When others toasted him, he merely held the cup, occasionally bringing it to his lips for a sip, but mostly he just swirled it, listening to Duo Fuming's pleasantries and nodding from time to time. Duo Fuming raised his glass again toward Luo-san. Vice Captain Luo-san, this toast is for you. Your visit to Punk Hazard is a pleasant surprise. I truly need your guidance here, and I hope to become stronger too. He tilted his head back and drained the glass, then turned it upside down to show Luo-san. Luo-san picked up his glass, took a sip, and set it down. Duo Fuming smiled and put down his glass, his gaze drifting to Baby 5 as if struck by a sudden thought. Baby 5, don't just sit there. Vice Captain Luo-san has traveled a long way. Aren't you the best at shoulder rubs? Why not show your skills? Baby 5 snapped back to reality of being called out, her body tensing. She put down the unlit cigarette and stood up. She walked around the table, stopped beside Luo-san, her movements awkward, as if unsure where to put her hands, but she finally reached out, her fingertips gently resting on Luo-san's shoulder. Lord Luo-san. You've been traveling for so long, you must be tired. This humble woman. Would you like a shoulder rub? Baby 5 was anxious, dreading rejection. Before her stood the vice captain of an emperor, a man whose status and authority far surpassed her own. Luo-san tilted his head, his gaze falling on Baby 5's flushed, nervous face. Without much thought, he said casually, that's perfect. The constant travel has been quite tiring, and I could use someone to massage my shoulders. Baby 5's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. A young woman finally being needed. You've got spirit. Luo-san, seeing that look, finally remembered. Baby 5, upon hearing that she was needed, would become uncontrollably and intensely attached. An unintended consequence. But the words were already spoken. He was the vice captain of an emperor and a man of his word. Besides, having someone massage his shoulders would indeed relieve the fatigue of the job. Backing out now would only make things awkward. So he nodded. I'll leave it to you then. Baby 5's breath caught for a moment. The tips of her ears reddened, and a blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. She was so excited. At the same time, her fingers gently pressed into Luo-san's shoulders. Lord Luo-san truly needs this humble woman. This humble woman is deeply moved. Her voice grew softer, the last words barely audible, as if murmured to herself. She took a deep breath, as if mustering all her strength to steady herself. Her fingers slowly pressed and kneaded Luo-san's shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure, careful not to hurt him. Rest assured, Lord Luo-san. This humble woman will serve you well. Luo-san gave a slight nod, allowing Baby 5's fingertips to massage his shoulders. Duofu Langming sat to the side, his gaze hidden behind sunglasses, sweeping between Luo-san and Baby 5. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I don't have much to keep me busy. If Lord Luo-san is pleased, Baby 5 may attend to you. That works. Luo-san nodded. A beautiful woman offered on a silver platter. Who would refuse? Duofu Langming felt greatly relieved and quite pleased. He picked up his wine glass and took another sip. If he accepted, then the next matter was as good as settled. The company continued to toast and drink. However, while some rejoiced, others fretted. Ever since Baby 5 had moved behind Luo-san to massage his shoulders, his gaze had never left that direction. She was still chewing, but her pace slowed, each bite becoming more forceful, as if she were wrestling with some invisible adversary. Oomph! A loud, sharp snort, neither too loud nor too soft, was just enough for everyone at the table to hear. Then she lowered her head and launched an attack on her chopstick stabbed into the fish with such force that the plate shook. She scooped up a large piece and stuffed it into her mouth, cheeks bulging as she chewed, yet her eyes kept drifting toward Luo-san and Baby 5. Jieka sat across from her, clinking glasses with Diamante. Out of the corner of his eye he caught his expression suppressed a smirk and wisely continued drinking. Amid the clinking glasses and toasts, the atmosphere at the table gradually relaxed. Duofu Langming had drunk quite a bit, but he remained clear-headed, waiting for the right moment. Finally, just as Luo-san set down his chopsticks and raised his wine glass, Duofu Langming also put down his cup, leaned forward slightly, and his tone shifted from casual to more formal. Vice Captain Luo-san, speaking of which, our Don Quixote family has served under the Beast for some time now. The Beast's business, artificial devil fruits intelligence networks. We've been handling all of it. Luo-san held his wine glass, saying nothing, just looking at him. Duofu Langming spread his hands, his smile candid. But you know, we're called the Seven Warlords in polite terms, but bluntly we're just a bunch of drifters making a living on the sea. Our strength, just so-so. We can hold our ground in the new world, but when we really run into tough customers we still have to rely on the Beast's name to keep things in line. He paused and got to the point. I was thinking, if the Beasts have any way to enhance strength, could you perhaps extend a little favor to us? After all, if we grow stronger we can handle things more efficiently. It wouldn't hurt the Beasts either. Luo-san looked at Duofu Langming, but said nothing. The tent fell silent for a moment. The eyes of the officers all fixed on Luo-san. Baby 5's fingers paused slightly, and Run-T put down her chopsticks. Everyone awaited Luo-san's answer. This was the true purpose of the day. Hearing this, Luo-san smiled faintly, his gaze calm. Speak plainly. He placed his wine glass on the table. We all serve the Beasts. If it's a reasonable request, they'll do my best to accommodate it. Duofu Langming's eyes lit up instantly, his heart pounding. After all the groundwork, all the drinking, and even giving away one of his subordinates, his goal was finally within reach. Fufufu. With Vice Captain Luo-san's words I can rest easy. To be honest, Lord Luo-san, the Beast's power is truly inspiring. Especially the latest sensation across the seas, the evolution of abilities, the new Mythical Zoan forms. It stirs the heart. If possible, we too would like to obtain an evolution of our abilities. As Duofu Langming's words fell, the tent fell silent for a moment. He took a sip of wine, trying to appear relaxed, his gaze fixed on Luo-san, awaiting the verdict. Luo-san had anticipated this long ago. It would have been strange if Duofu Langming hadn't brought it up. Minga, I understand your meaning. Luo-san set down his glass and looked at Duofu Langming. The Beast's recent transformations are known across the seas. Jean's ability evolved from a pterosaur to Horus, Jiekes from a mammoth to behemoth. It would have been strange if you hadn't asked. Duofu Langming nodded in agreement and continued to listen quietly. But Luo-san paused here, and the air in the tent tightened slightly. As one of the underworld emperors, you know that Mythical Zoans aren't cabbages. Each one has its value. It's not something you can just buy with a pile of money. Of course, Duofu Langming knew that. Mythical Zoans are rarer than Logia types, completely unavailable on the open market, and no one would sell. Thus in the underworld, Mythical Zoans are simply priceless. At this point, Duofu Langming quickly interjected. Indeed, Mythical Zoans are extremely precious. So Lord Luo-san, what price do you consider reasonable? His tone was even more respectful than before. When begging, there's no shame. He immediately added, in terms of money, I can mobilize about 5 billion in liquid assets. If that's not enough, I can give priority to the Beasts in underground market deals. He'll open up all my casinos, weapon routes, and intelligence networks in the new world. Take as much as the Beasts need. He spoke candidly, having calculated these chips many times in his mind. Besides that, Duofu Langming tilted his head back, scanning the officers behind him, then turned back to Luo-san. If Lord Luo-san needs manpower, whether for tasks or errands, I, Duofu Langming, will do whatever I can without a second thought. As the words fell without a second thought, the entire tent fell silent. Treble leaned against the wall, his expression turning serious, while Diamante set down his cup, his gaze shifting between Luo-san and Doflamingo. Pika, huddled in the corner, remained silent, but his eyes were fixed on Luo-san. Even Jack put down the half-eaten chicken leg, watching Luo-san, waiting for him to speak. All eyes fell on Luo-san. His expression remained calm, and without much hesitation he said, all right. That single word landed lightly, as if it were nothing. Since Doflamingo has put it that way, I won't hold anything back. The ability evolution of Mythical Zoan types can indeed be realized, but each one requires a cost. Doflamingo's heart leaped violently. Though he didn't laugh aloud, his smile was already however, he forced himself to suppress it by thinking of all the sad things. It worked. Finally succeeded. Doflamingo set down his glass and said in a steady voice, cost is no problem. If there's a cost, it means it can be traded. Lord Luo-san, whether it's berries or something else, I Doflamingo will accept it. The executives around the table exchanged glances. Diamante was the first to snap out of it, raising his glass toward Luo-san with a bow. Thank you, Lord Luo-san. Treble slowly picked up his glass, his voice as sticky as ever. We'll have to trouble Lord Luo-san for more care in the future. Pika's voice came from the corner, sharp and earnest. Thank you, Lord Luo-san. Even Baby 5 stopped what she was doing and whispered from behind Luo-san, Lord Luo-san. Really? Amazing. Ultai had a mouthful of grilled meat, her cheeks puffed out, staring at Luo-san with a resentful look. Humph, brother Luo-san is natural. Then she glanced at Baby 5, who was massaging shoulders behind, and added quietly, he's just too attractive. Jack caught the last part, and quickly held back his laughter, turning his head aside to pretend to drink. In this atmosphere, Doflamingo stood up, raised his glass, and said solemnly, Lord Luo-san, from today onward the Don Quixote family is fully bound to the beast's great ship. Luo-san looked up at him, said nothing, merely lifting his chin slightly, and spoke in a calm tone, don't get too excited. I haven't mentioned the specific price yet. Doflamingo grinned broadly, very magnanimous. Fufufu. Price. Lord Luo-san, just name your price. The atmosphere in the tent reached its peak with these words, everyone waiting eagerly. Since we're all on the same side, it'll be straightforward, the worst Mythical Zoan, 500 million berries. Luo-san's words fell, and the tent fell silent for a moment. No one expected a Mythical Zoan to cost only 500 million berries. This was a Mythical Zoan, not some ordinary animal-type trash. They wondered if their ears were deceiving them, because this price was even lower than their own bounties. Everyone's eyes instantly blazed with fervor. The future looked promising. Doflamingo's hand paused on his glass, stunned by the price. He truly hadn't expected Mythical Zoans to be so cheap. Could it be a fake? However, with Luo-san's status, he wouldn't joke like that. From this, it was clear that Luo-san truly regarded him as one of his own. 500 million as a starting point, that's a fair price. Doflamingo set down his glass and looked at Luo-san respectfully, asking, since there are the worst ones, there must be better ones. What about the prices of other Mythical Zoan devil fruits? Luo-san continued, explaining that the worst Mythical Zoan he mentioned earlier referred to the lowest grade devil fruit. For decent ones, 2.5 billion berries. Luo-san continued, explaining that the worst Mythical Zoan he mentioned earlier referred to the lowest grade devil fruit. For example, King's ability evolution, the bird fruit Mythical Zoan Horus form, is 8 billion berries. The air in the tent instantly froze. Jack sat diagonally across from Luo-san, still holding the half-eaten chicken, leg his mouth slightly open, his mind buzzing. Wait, is this right? Did Brother Luo say it wrong? His gaze flickered between Luo-san and Doflamingo. He swallowed hard, and if I recall correctly, King's fruit Brother Luo obtained it by using 3 billion berries, right? In this resale, he makes a net profit of 5. Hiss. Managing the accounts is truly Brother Luo's forte. King sat in the inner part of the tent, leaning back in his chair with arms crossed. When he heard Luo-san's quoted price, his pupils constricted sharply. 8 billion. He glanced at Luo-san's profile without a change in expression, not even a blush. Truly the most ruthless man of the beasts. The original price was 3 billion, yet he dared to resell it for 8 billion. Seeing Luo-san acting as if he were treating you like a brother almost made him forget how much the thing originally cost. However, King remained silent, merely adjusting his posture and averting his gaze, afraid he might laugh out loud. But would the other party buy it at such a high price? Definitely not. Ultai was also wolfing down meat, and her chopsticks stopped in midair. 8 billion. See. She swallowed hard. How dare he ask for such a price? She counted on her fingers. Brother Luo-san spent 3 billion on Horus, 10 billion on Bahamut, and 5 billion on her own vermilion bird. Yet when quoting to others, he turns around and sells something that cost 3 billion for 8 billion. Ultai looked at Luo-san's calm and composed face and suddenly felt. Brother Luo-san is so handsome. She managed to keep a straight face, quickly grabbing a large piece of grilled meat and stuffing it into her mouth, continuing to eat as if nothing happened. On the other side, Diamante's glass paused at his lips. 8 billion. Even if he were sold, he wouldn't be worth that much. Treble's snot was almost dripping onto his collar, but he didn't bother to wipe it. His gaze turned serious. He usually talked a lot, but at this moment he didn't utter a single word. Baby 5, standing behind Luo-san, was also stunned by the 8 billion. She blinked, thinking she had misheard. 8 billion. She secretly glanced at Luo-san, his expression calm, as if he had casually quoted a price. Baby 5 suddenly felt that this Lord Luo-san was far more formidable than he appeared. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, unaware of these thoughts, had already been shaken by the high price of 8 billion. After a moment, he set down his glass, leaned back slightly into his chair, and began to calculate. 500 million as a starting point. 8 billion as the ceiling. He repeated, his tone much calmer than before. This price is not unacceptable. Luo-san took a sip of his drink, and then Doflamingo continued. Lord Luo, sin, you know my family has many members. I can't buy just one. I wonder if there's a bulk discount for multiple purchases. Doflamingo, shamelessly pleading, felt compelled to speak. If each of his family members were to obtain a devil fruit worth 8 billion, how much would that cost? An astronomical figure. Adhering to the principle of saving wherever possible, he had no choice but to open his mouth and wait for Luosen's response. A group discount. Luo-san was taken aback, almost forgetting who had just sworn not to haggle. As he was about to speak, Ultai, standing nearby, sneered mercilessly, "Tisk, can't afford it, just say so." Doflamingo's face darkened instantly, but Ultai paid no heed, munching on grilled meat as she continued. "Let me tell you something you don't know. On the way here, Big Mom sent that katakuri to buy a mythical Zoan from Brother Luo-san. No matter what price was offered, Brother Luo-san flatly refused. Do you know what that means? Figure it out yourself." With that, Ultai said no more, but her cutting remark struck Doflamingo right where it hurt. Big Mom's money couldn't buy it. That meant only insiders could purchase. Luo-san truly regarded him as one of his own, yet he was still thinking about a group discount. His sincerity was met with suspicion. Oh, what a fool he was. Doflamingo immediately apologized, respectfully raised his glass, and drained it. "Forgive me, Lord Luo-san. Forget the group discount. We will buy." Luo-san hadn't expected Ultai's words to change Doflamingo so drastically. He then continued quoting prices, as there were even greater devil fruits yet to mention. "Seeing your sincerity, they'll give you a bit more information. There are even stronger mythical Zoans." The tent fell silent again. Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat. It felt less like learning of stronger mythical Zoans, and more like another larger blade was about to bleed him dry. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. "Lord Luo-san, about how much would these stronger devil fruits cost?" The atmosphere in the tent shifted slowly. Luo-san spoke calmly. 100 billion. To start. The tent fell into absolute dead silence. Doflamingo said nothing, knowing Luo-san wasn't joking. But a mythical Zoan for 100 billion. Before he could respond, Luo-san dropped another bombshell. "Of course there are also those above 100 billion. The top-tier mythical Zoan." At these words, everyone present was left utterly speechless. 100 billion wasn't even the ceiling above it. Existed top-tier mythical Zoans. Was it real? Doflamingo was too stunned to speak, swallowing hard. A top-tier mythical Zoan. "Might I ask Lord Luo-san what kind of mythical Zoan qualifies as top?" Luo-san hadn't expected Doflamingo's first reaction to be about the type rather than the price. Was he actually considering buying the most expensive? Given Doflamingo's wealth, one top-tier mythical Zoan wasn't beyond his means. Luo-san then spoke. "Jack's ability is a top-tier mythical Zoan." "Jack the Drought." Luo-san nodded. "As you understand it, his ability evolved into the fish fruit mythical Zoan model Behemoth. Genuine top-tier mythical Zoan." All eyes instantly fell on Jack. Jack hadn't expected to be the center of attention. He cleared his throat twice, lifted his chin, and looked down his nose at everyone. Ultai snorted and curled her lip. Diamante cautiously asked, "Then Lord Luo-san, how much is Lord Jack's top-tier mythical Zoan?" Luo-san swept his gaze across the room, and finally spoke. 300 billion berries. No one had expected that price. They were all stunned. 300 billion. Even if they sold everything they had, they wouldn't come close to 300 billion. Unless they liquidated the entire Don Quixote family's assets, there was no way to scrape together that. Diamante's glass slipped and hit the table with a thud, spilling wine everywhere. His mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. Treble Pika and the others were all too shocked to speak, their eyes filled with sheer incredulity. Baby Five stood behind Luo-san, her hand frozen. 300 billion. She couldn't earn that in a lifetime. Doflamingo stood frozen, the smile on his lips clearly stiff. He took a deep breath to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, he had prepared himself mentally, otherwise upon hearing this price, he might have slammed the table. 300 billion, huh? His throat bobbed as he slowly turned his gaze toward Jack. Jack was also stunned. He had been boasting just moments ago, but hearing 300 billion nearly made him slip up. He glanced at Luo-san, then quickly calculated in his mind. Even with his poor memory, he clearly recalled that the top-tier mythical Zoan had cost only 100 billion. Now, Senj was asking for 300 billion, enough to buy 3 of him. Just then Jean was drinking water, and the mention of 300 billion made him choke. He managed to suppress it, or he would have blown his cover. If he exposed himself, it would be a huge embarrassment. After all, Jack and Ultai had held it together. If he slipped up, Ultai would probably have a new target for her mockery. He set down his cup and turned his face away, as if admiring the scenery outside the tent. Ultai was completely dumbfounded. She had already admired Luo Senjich to the highest degree, but now she admired him so much she was practically prostrate on the ground. Now 300 billion. Who she dared not look up, afraid she would burst out laughing. She could only secretly pinch her thigh until it hurt so much she almost cried. Luo Senjich was absolutely ruthless. Jack, that fool, had gotten his hands on it for 100 billion, and Luo Senjich turned around and quoted 300 billion. She was now eagerly hoping Doflamingo would buy one so the beast pirates could acquire 3 top-tier mythical Zoans. She finally swallowed the grilled meat in her mouth, then lowered her head, picked up her bowl, and pretended to drink soup. At the entire table, only Luo-san remained calm. He slowly lifted his glass, took a sip, set it down, and then looked at Doflamingo, waiting for him to digest the information. Doflamingo came to his senses. Fufu, indeed worthy of a top-tier mythical Zoan. It's worth the price. He then turned to Jack, dropping his casual demeanor and speaking formally. Seeing is believing. Lord Luosun, since you say Bahamut is a top-tier mythical Zoan, why not let us have a glimpse? Let us see what a legendary top-tier mythical Zoan truly looks like. He then turned slightly toward Jack. Jack the Drought, would you mind showing us? Jack was taken aback. He had no objections, but it all depended on Sung's word. He turned to look at Luosun. Luosun nodded. Just a simple demonstration. Jack grinned, put down his grilled meat, wiped his hands, and stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, showing off one's ability was akin to basking in glory. It was always satisfying. Ha ha ha, Sen said, so we'll show you a thing or two. But we'll have to go outside. This place is too cramped. Jack turned and walked out of the tent, waving his hand behind him to signal the others to follow. When he reached the tent entrance, he looked back, his gaze sweeping over the group, and grinned innocently. But I gotta say this first. When I show you what I've got, don't be too shocked. He finished speaking. Diamante frowned, as if wanting to say something, but held back. Treble's mucus hung in the air, momentarily unresponsive. Pika, following behind the group, spoke in a piercing, quite an arrogant tone. Jack. The others didn't say anything, but the disdain in their eyes said it all. Scared just by a demonstration of ability. Do they really think we're rookies who just entered the Grand Line? Dwarfu Langming also rose from the back of his chair, his hands hidden in his feather coat, and said with a smile, Fufu, don't worry, Jack. Go ahead and show us. We the Tangjide family have enough insight not to be frightened by your ability. He paused, then added, but you'd better not be too perfunctory. We want to see the true top-tier mythical Zoan. Not too perfunctory. No problem. Jack shot a deep glance at Dwarfu Langming. Want to see the real thing, huh? Just wait, he'll show you what a top-tier mythical Zoan really is. Without another word, he turned and strode out of the tent. Sunlight poured in through the lifted tent flap, and the others followed. Runti ran out, while waving at Luosun. Brother Luosun, come quick. That idiot Jack is about to show off. We can't miss this. She also pulled Luosun and ran out of the tent. Jean got up and followed leisurely behind. The sunlight outside the tent was intense. The sea breeze swept over the rocky coast of Ponka Hassad, carrying a faint scent of sulfur and salty sea air. Jack had already walked to a relatively open area on the shore, about 70 or 80 meters from the tent. He stood there, his back to the crowd facing the sea. He loosened his shoulders and neck with a few cracks, then turned to look at the others. Luosun, standing on the open ground outside the tent, nodded. Dwarfu Langming and all the other executives stood still, waiting for him to show his hand. Jack stopped standing there like an idiot. Get on with it. Runti also couldn't stand Jack's showy pose. Here we go. Jack grinned, took a deep breath, and used his ability Bahamut form. A dark golden light burst from within him. In an instant, the air over the shore seemed to be violently compressed by something invisible. Scales surged, bones extended, muscles swelled. Jack's body rapidly deformed, stretched, and reconstructed within that light. His feet left the ground, his body rose into the sky, and dark golden scales emerged one after another under the sunlight, forming an impenetrable armor. The giant fish form of Bahamut rapidly took shape over the coast of Ponka Hazade. What appeared was a massive fish large enough to cover a vast expanse of the sky, a full 1,000 meters long. Its dark golden scales reflected a metallic cold light under the midday sun, and its streamlined body floated in the air like a moving fortress. The 18 gravity nodes on its back lit up one by one, emitting a faint, thunderous hum that echoed in the sea breeze. Jack's fish head turned toward the crowd below, his voice low and muffled. Haha, did you see that? This is my ability. Top-tier mythical Zoan Bahamut form. He hovered in midair, his dark, golden giant tail gently swaying, stirring up a gust of air that swept across the ground, blowing everyone's clothes and hair backward. Diamante instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, took half a step back, then lowered his hand, and squinted as he looked up at the giant shadow that could cover half the sky. This is Bahamut. Diamante lifted his chin dismissively, arms crossed, merely thinking it was decent, but not breathtaking. It's certainly big, but just a bit bigger. Anyway, what's the use of being that big? The so-called world-bearing giant fish. Isn't that a bit much? I think it's just a slightly bigger fish. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone around heard it clearly. Runti, standing beside Luosun, her eyes lit up at that, and she directly shouted at Jack, Jack, can you even do it? Someone's mocking you, too small. Since it was Runti who said it, the level of mockery was maxed out. Jack paused in the air, his fish head frozen midair, then he grinned. The smile looked especially exaggerated on his fish face. Someone mocking me. Ha ha ha. Good. He suddenly stopped laughing, his pupils scanning the crowd below. That was just a warm-up. Since you want to see big, Jack took it, then let me show you what a world-bearing giant fish really is. The moment the words fell, Jack's aura changed. This change could be perceived even without sensing hockey. The air around him began to tremble violently, and dark golden light burst from the gaps between every scale, like a volcano awakening. Then his body continued to expand, faster than the previous transformation. The dark golden scales spread outward in the light, and the fish's outline like a sail being stretched taut crazily extended from the center in all directions. Then his body continued to expand, faster than the previous transformation. The dark golden scales spread outward in the light, and the fish's outline like a sail being 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, still growing. The shadow on the coast began to shift, and Jack's body blocked patches of the midday sunlight. Gradually the entire sky went dark. Diamante looked up, his eyes filled with shock. The sky has gone dark. Dark? His gaze followed Jack's continuously expanding body, moving from the fish's belly upward, upward, upward. He couldn't find Jack's end at all. The dark golden giant fish hovered above Ponca Hassad, its size having expanded to cover half the entire island. The shadow spread from the coast all the way to the rocky hills of the island. The dark golden scales still gleamed with a deep luster in the shadows, like a floating continent in the sky reflected on the sea surface. The shadow spread from the coast all the way to the rocky hills of the island. The dark golden scales still gleamed with a deep luster in the shadows like a This can't be. Treble also looked up at the sky, his gaze following the giant fish's outline from the head to where the tail disappeared at the edge of his vision. Even so, he couldn't see the fish's boundary. Kikikik. This thing is abnormally big. Pika stood beside Toliboer, his body trembling slightly. It's still growing. If it falls, no matter where we flee, we'll be crushed to death. Baby 5 stood at the back of the crowd looking up at the sky, her gaze fixed on the overwhelming dark golden shadow that blotted out the sun, and she said in a trembling voice, "Is there truly no limit?" Dwarfu Langming stood beside Luo's son looking up at the giant fish that had swollen to the size of half an island. Silent again. After a long while he spoke, his voice low enough that only Luo's son could hear. "Lord Luo's son, this size is unscientific even for a Zoan type. Even among Zoan fruits with large bodies there is a limit, but this." He saw Jeek's body still expanding like a balloon that would never stop inflating, hanging in midair. It was utterly unscientific. As everyone knows, the larger the body, the greater the weight. How much could such a huge fish weigh, and yet it could still fly? Dwarfu Langming clicked his tongue. Lord Jeek's fish fruit mythical beast behemoth form. Defies common sense with no upper limit in sight. Luo's son stood beside him, his expression calm, hands in his pockets looking up at the dark golden giant fish that blotted out the sky. The behemoth is originally the fish that carries the world. Now its size is still less than an island, so what limit is there? If you really want to see its limit, you'd have to go to the moon. Dwarfu Langming. Above the dark golden giant fish covered the sky, its shadow enveloping the entire Ponca Hazade. The edges of the dark golden scales gleamed coldly under the sunlight, and the massive tail fin slowly swayed behind it, each sway causing a rumbling sound like thunder in the air. Looking up, it was suffocating. If not for seeing it with one's own eyes, who would believe it? Jekka turned the fish's head, swept his gaze over the crowd below, and finally locked onto Dwarfu Langming. When he spoke, his voice boomed like thunder. "So you're the one who said I was being perfunctory, huh?" The tone was simple and honest, but coming from the mouth of the giant fish, who would dare to think it was simple? Dwarfu Langming caught under Jeek's gaze, froze his smile, then immediately raised his hands and waved in surrender. Fufu. He let out a few awkward laughs, his words carrying a rare tone of submission. No, not perfunctory. I was too quick with my mouth just now. Please don't mind, Mr. Jekka." It was clear that Dwarfu Langming had surrendered and lowered his posture considerably with none of his initial arrogance. Diamandi stood nearby watching his young master like this and twitched his mouth. Was this? But he didn't say it out loud. He himself had just said that Jekka was just a slightly bigger fish, and now he felt his face burning. Now if this fish fell from the sky, it could crush him to death. Oh well, if even the young master had surrendered, how could a mere executive not do the same? Toliboer then lowered his head, pretending to wipe his nose. Runti stood beside Luo's son, watching Dwarfu Langming's submissive demeanor, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. She leaned close to Luo Sen's ear and whispered gloatingly, "Brother Luo's son, look, that flamingo has surrendered." Luo's son did not respond. A wise man adapts to circumstances. Dwarfu Langming was indeed someone who had risen from the bottom. Jekka in the air heard Dwarfu Langming's words and burst into laughter, but to everyone's ears it sounded like thunder. "Surrendered, huh? Surrendering is useless." Jekka seemed to think of something, paused and grinned. "That was just a warm-up. He'll show you a real trick. Let me show you what the real behemoth is." Everyone had question marks floating above their heads. Was this not the real form? There's more. The moment the words fell, the densely arranged gravity nodes on Jeek's back lit up simultaneously. A dark golden light expanded outward from within his body, flowing and converging along the patterns of his scales, then formed a visible halo around his figure. The edges of the halo were slightly distorted like light passing through heat waves. Jeek's voice came down from the high sky. "I can't carry the world yet, but carrying an island or something." "No problem." The moment the gravity field was fully activated, the entire Ponca Hazade felt as if it had been violently punched. Boom. The entire island of Ponca Hazade rumbled, as if from deep underground. The sound was extremely deep and the tremors spread from the earth in all directions, making everyone feel the violent shaking under their feet. Diamandi bent over abruptly, his hands on his knees. What's happening? An earthquake? Tuoliboer staggered and nearly fell, grabbing the nearest Pika to steady himself, his eyes scanning the ground. This is not an earthquake. Something feels wrong. Pika crouched fully on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, his voice panicked and shrill. The ground is moving. The whole island is moving. Baby 5, already swaying, grabbed hold of Luo-san, her gaze terrified as she looked at the ground beneath her feet. Luo-san also felt the surprising elasticity of his arm being squeezed, but he stood firmly on the shaking ground, hands still in his pockets, slightly tilting his head up to watch Jeek's performance. Before on Gue Island, Jekka had only demonstrated his massive size, but he had not tried to carry an island or bear the world. One reason was that he had just eaten the devil fruit, and if he messed up he might flip Gue Island over and throw it into the sea. The second reason was that his abilities were not yet fully mastered, and now that there was a suitable experimental island, why not give it a try? Runti was also unsteady on her feet. Seeing Baby 5 holding Luo-sen's left arm, she rolled her eyes and reached out to grab Luo-sen's right arm to steady herself. So you can grab and I can grab too. Then she looked at Jekka. Has Jeek's ability broken through? Is he really going to carry this island? Jean also stood still, curious about Jeek's power. After all, Pankahazade was a true island while Gue Island was merely a man-made pseudo-island. If Jekka could truly carry an island, many problems would be solved. As soon as Runti finished speaking, the answer was clearly presented before everyone. Pankahazade began to rise. Although the ground underfoot showed no signs of cracking or collapsing, the entire island slowly and steadily left the sea surface. Seawater slid down along the edges of the island, forming white waterfalls that poured down through the crevices of the rocks. Fine mist exploded in the sunlight, forming rings of rainbow-colored halos that surrounded the slowly rising coastline. The overall outline of the island began to detach from the sea surface. Diamandi staggered back 2 steps, tilting his head skyward, his mouth agape, so wide it could fit a fist. His gaze traced the island's edge, watching the familiar reefs, withered trees, and hills rise slowly beneath the sunlight, while below the receding sea splashing waves and dissipating. He opened his mouth, words forcing their way out. Flying. It's flying. The entire island is flying. Tuoliboer's eyes bulged, fixed on the cascading waterfalls of seawater streaming down the island's rim, his voice completely distorted. Is this a joke? This island weighs at least hundreds of millions of tons. Pika slumped to the ground. Young master, we're in the sky. Doflamingo stood at the forefront, his feet planted firmly, gazing at the gradually expanding vista in the distant sea. Punk Hazard was rising. The sea grew farther beneath their feet, clouds drifting slowly at their sides. The rocks, withered trees, and ruins of the abandoned research facility along the coastline basked in the midday sun, their edges outlined in a bright halo of light. Everyone's gaze followed the direction beneath the island. At the far horizon, a colossal island gilded in gold and crimson by the sun emerged into view. That island's topography was strikingly distinct. At its center, a vast rocky, circular highland surrounded by orderly flower fields and town outlines with white buildings and harbors dotting the coastline. Seen from above, the island resembled a meticulously polished gem embedded in the azure sea. Dressrosa. Baby 5 also spotted the island. She tightened her grip on Luo-sen's arm, her gaze slowly shifting from distant Dressrosa to the dark golden colossal shadow in the sky. He could actually move an island. How incredible! And such a powerful person obeyed Lord Luo-san, while she herself was needed by Luo-san. So her own importance. He could actually move an island. How incredible! And such a powerful person obeyed Lord Luo-san, while she herself was needed by Luo-san. TCH, anyone can do that. Then she hugged Luo-sen's arm tightly, her voice syrupy. Brother Luo-san Runti is also so happy. Luo-san sensed the tension and wisely pretended not to notice. At that moment, Jeek's colossal form hovered hundreds of meters above the island. All gravity nodes blazed dark golden streams of light woven into chains, locking the entire Punk Hazard firmly within the gravitational field on his back. Then the island was gradually pulled onto his back by gravity chains, maintaining a slight distance from his scales without fully touching. Thus he carried the entire island light as a feather suspended in midair. The wind swept through the clouds, whistling against the island. Jekka turned his head, grinning smugly at the people on the island. Ha ha ha, how about that? Still small. Still just a big fish. No one on the shore answered him. Everyone was still reeling from the reality, staring at the receding sea. Runti, still holding Luo-sen's arm, showed her support by shouting to Jekka, Jekka, you're amazing. They'll never make fun of you again. Jekka grew even prouder, finally getting some recognition. Luo-san nodded slowly at the giant shadow and spoke. Jekka seems simple, but that doesn't mean his ability is weak. He paused, not moving his gaze from Jekka, the next words seemingly directed at Doflamingo. This is a top-tier mythical Zoan. Doflamingo stood beside him, his throat moving slightly. Gazing at the dark golden giant bearing the entire island, he spoke in a lower, more solemn tone than before. A 30 billion berry mythical Zoan truly lives up to its reputation. I believe it now. Luo-san glanced at him, still lost in awe, then called to Jieka. Alright Jieka, put away your divine power. Got it, son, go. Jeek's giant fish form adjusted its angle in the air, 2/3 of the gravity nodes on his back dimming, and the entire punk hazard island began to descend smoothly under controlled guidance. Dark golden light enveloped the island's edges, lowering it from the clouds back to the sea. The moment it touched the water, a dull boom resounded. White foam surged from the reefs, spreading along the coastline in all directions before gradually calming. The ground steadied. Everyone regained their footing, but the sensation beneath their feet couldn't erase the shock they had just experienced. Diamantis' legs still trembled slightly. Tualabor leaned against a tree for a long moment before letting go. Pika picked himself up from the ground without a word. Jieka descended from the sky, his dark golden scales receding, the colossal fish form that had blotted out the sky, gradually shrinking back to a humanoid silhouette, landing steadily before the crowd. He shrugged his shoulders, easily grinning as he walked toward them. Well, seen enough now. I said I could carry an island into the sky. Wasn't that a lie, was it? Run-T walked up to him, lightly punching him in the chest with genuine admiration in her eyes. Jieka, I never knew you were this strong. I won't tease you anymore. Jieka pretended to be pushed back half a step, scratched the back of his head, and chuckled. First time I hear you praise me. The sun must have risen from the west today. Run-T humphed, but the smile on her lips remained as she turned back to Luo-san. Doflamingo had been silent since that moment. His sunglasses hid his eyes, but not the burning desire ignited within him. How incredible! Carrying an island this big directly on his back. If he dropped it from midair, even the naval headquarters could be smashed to pieces. This was a strategic weapon. He cast a lingering glance at Jieka, then turned to Luo-san and spoke in a low voice. Lord Luo-san. Luo-san turned to look at him. You mentioned the fish fruit mythical Zoan behemoth form just now, but wasn't Jieka previously in mammoth form? Jack turned and walked out of the tent, waving his hand behind him to signal the others to follow. When he reached the tent entrance, he looked back, his gaze sweeping over the group, and grinned. Luo-san looked at Dwofu Langming's puzzled gaze and said in a calm tone, I've told you long ago that was what you thought was evolution. In reality, the fundamental principle is just making someone eat a new mythical Zoan devil fruit. Just now I told you that the worst mythical Zoan is crank, and above that there are brank, a rank, srank, s rank, and the topmost ss rank mythical Zoan. Dwofu Langming was also shocked at heart. Such a detailed classification. Too professional. Luo-san nodded slightly, speaking as if counting his family treasures, and simply explained everything to Dwofu Langming at once. Although there are many ranks, it doesn't mean that the higher the rank the stronger you become after eating it. It all depends on whether it matches your own compatibility. He paused and looked at Jieko. Jiekes is SS rank, the fish fruit mythical Zoan behemoth form. And Bahamut is the creator god in a certain legend, the pinnacle of mythology. Dwofu Langming's pupils dilated as if suffocating. His gaze seemed to follow Luo-san's words, rising from crank all the way up, finally landing on that unreachable peak. Creation myth. Then his gaze fell back on Jieko before him, the SS rank Bahamut, the god who bears the world. Dwofu Langming swallowed hard, so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. Tualabor, standing nearby, was somewhat puzzled and couldn't help speaking. Wait, Lord Luo-san. According to common sense, a person who eats 2 devil fruits will explode because the body cannot withstand the conflict of 2 powers. Even a mythical Zoan would explode, right? Before Luo-san could speak, the silent gene rarely opened his mouth and simply explained. It won't explode. The new ability will overwrite the original one. The original fruit ability disappears, and the new mythical Zoan ability takes its place. No side effects and no risk at all. Tualabor opened his mouth, but said nothing. If the rumors were true, Gene should be the first person to eat a devil fruit and successfully overwrite it. He had the most say, so what else could he say? This completely overturned the information he had always known. Then he pushed his glasses and muttered to himself. Overwrite. Such a domineering ability. So essentially it replaces the fruit factors in the body. That means as long as one is willing, they can change at any time. This has completely exceeded the rules of devil fruits. The others were also shocked at heart, completely dispelling their doubts. And the executives, who were already ability users, had even more fiery eyes. They had thought that since they already ate devil fruits, they were out of luck for such freakish mythical Zoan devil fruits, but they never expected to be able to overwrite. Each of them could eat another devil fruit and master the power of mythical Zoans. Even if they couldn't be as strong as Jieko, at least they could surpass their current selves by dozens of times. With such a path before them, who wouldn't be envious? Dwofu Langming also came back to his senses with shock still lingering in his eyes. If he could really overwrite, he could also become a new god of mythical. His heart was surging with excitement. His gaze returned to Luo-san, and he suddenly smiled a genuine and frank smile. Fufufufu. Lord Luo-san's description is fascinating. I definitely want to get an SS rank. Then he spread his hands and said helplessly. But currently I don't have that much money. 300 billion, even for me, I can't come up with it at once. Luo-san looked at him quietly. Dwofu Langming continued. So let's start with 2 rank ones. He paused and quickly calculated in his mind. 2 shrank totals 16 billion berries. The funds I can mobilize immediately are about 10 billion berries. As for the remaining 6 billion, please give me 2 days. I have several accounts being collected, and they can be credited within 2 days. At this point he asked respectfully. I know Lord Luosen's time is precious. Please, in consideration of our long service to the beasts, make an exception. The money will definitely be in place in 2 days. Everyone's eyes turned to Luo-san, waiting for his answer. The sea breeze blew across the coast, causing the cloth curtain at the tent entrance to flutter loudly. The sound of waves hitting the rocks came from afar, steady in rhythm. Luo-san nodded slightly. All right. When someone is eager to send money, there's no reason to refuse. But as the vice captain of the beasts, he had to maintain some dignity. He couldn't just agree immediately as soon as the other party spoke. That would be too lacking. Hearing Luosen's agreement, Duofu Langming was ecstatic. Then he heard Luo-san continue. When the money arrives, the fruits will be delivered. I have also seen the contributions of the Tangji Hida family to the beasts. But only 2 days. If it exceeds the time, don't blame me for being unkind. When these words fell, Duofu Langming's eyelids twitched slightly, then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Fufufu. 2 days, that's enough. He bowed slightly to Luo-san, his voice carrying a determination that had already been ignited. Tomorrow I will deliver the first installment of 8 billion berries. The day after the second. I must get those 2 shrank mythical zoans. He straightened up, his gaze lingering on Luosen's face for a moment. In this deal, Duofu Langming will never let Lord Luosen down. Luosen didn't say much, just nodded slightly as a response. Run-T stood nearby watching Duofu Langming's fervent expression and secretly leaned close to Luosen's ear to whisper. Brother Luosen, he seems even more excited. Luosen turned his head to look at her and smiled. Normal. When you get your favorite thing, of course you're excited. Then Run-T is also very excited, saying that she hugged Luosen's arm tightly again, and at the same time, she pouted her lips at Baby 5, who was already standing beside Luosen. Luosen. In this situation he was too lazy to respond, and let her be. Luosen looked toward the distant gray-white rocky hills, and said casually. By the way, the artificial devil fruit lab is on the island, right? Since we're here, let's take a look. After all, it's also our business, we should visit it. Duofu Langming immediately picked up the conversation and agreed readily. Of course, the lab is behind those hills ahead. It's only about the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks to walk there. As he spoke, he had already turned sideways, looking as if he was about to lead the way. Luosen stood still and said to Duofu Langming. No need to lead the way. He'll just look around myself. You go ahead with your business. Duofu Langming's movement paused for a moment, then he withdrew his steps without any hesitation. All right then, I won't follow. He turned his head, swept his gaze over the crowd, and landed on a figure who was absent-mindedly kicking a stone. Baby 5. Suddenly called by name, Baby 5 jerked her head up, her gaze flustered as she looked at Duofu Langming, as if caught daydreaming. She quickly straightened up, her fingers unconsciously pinching the hem of her clothes. Here, young master, Duofu Langming instructed. You take Lord Luosen to the lab, you know the way. Ought to lead the way. This little woman is needed by Lord Luosen again. Baby 5's gaze quickly turned to Luosen, then swiftly retracted as she struggled to suppress her inner excitement. I know it. I've been to the lab many times. Then lead the way. After saying this, Doflamingo gave a slight bow toward Luosen, his smile sincere. Lord Luosen will take my leave now. If you need anything, Baby 5 can relay the message. Luosen nodded slightly. Doflamingo lingered no longer, turned around, and walked toward the coast. After 2 steps, his hand had already pulled a small den mushy from his coat pocket, dialing as he walked. His pace was brisk. He rounded a few bends among the coastal rocks and soon disappeared behind the boulders. Diamante, Treble Pica, and the others also set off to follow. As they passed Baby 5, a Diamante patted her shoulder and whispered, treat them well, then hurried after. Diamante, Treble Pica, and the others also set off to follow. As they passed, Baby 5 stood still, took a deep breath, suppressing all her earlier fluster and excitement. Then she turned to face Luosen, striving to make her voice sound professional. Lord Luosen, the lab is this way. Please follow me. She raised her hand to point toward the gray-white rocky hills in the center of the island and stepped forward. After 2 steps, she stopped again and glanced back at Luosen, as if confirming he was following. Let's go. Luosen stepped forward and followed. Run-T trotted a couple of steps to stay by his side, her gaze sweeping over Baby 5's back. Her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing, merely pursed them slightly, then pressed close to Luosen's other side as she walked. Jieka followed behind, rolling his shoulders. The earlier display had consumed a fair amount of energy, but his spirits remained high. As he walked, he glanced left and right at the terrain of Punk Hazard. Jean walked at the rear, his pace unhurried, his gaze calmly sweeping over the surrounding rocks and sparse vegetation. He remained vigilant, neither drawing too close nor falling too far behind. The 5 of them walked along the narrow passage between the rocky hills toward the center of the island. Baby 5 led the way, occasionally glancing back at Luosen's position before quickly turning forward again. Her fingers twisted together in front of her, wanting to strike up a conversation, but not knowing where to start. After about 5 or 6 minutes of walking, she finally gathered her courage and turned her head slightly to ask Luo-san in a low voice. Lord Luo-san, after traveling such a long distance, are your shoulders still sore? As she finished, her pretty face instantly flushed red. Her heart was tense to the extreme, and her gaze quickly flickered over Luo-san's profile before darting away before he could notice. Runti immediately raised her head alertly. Luo-san shook his head slightly. It's okay. After you rubbed it just now, it feels much better. Thank you. No need. It's just what a humble girl should do. Baby 5 replied softly, turned back to continue leading the way, her cheeks so red they seemed to bleed. Runti withdrew her gaze, her expression slightly relaxing, but her steps unconsciously edged closer to Luo-san. Ahead through the gaps in the rocky hills, the faint outline of a gray-white building could be seen half buried among rocks and gravel, as if grown from within the mountain itself. That was Caesar Clown's artificial devil fruit laboratory. On the coast, after confirming that Luo-san and his party had gone far, Doflamingo immediately connected his Den Mushi. The Den Mushi's expression shifted from dazed to flamboyant, its mouth stretching wide into its signature loud laugh. Sure, Doflamingo. How do you have time to call me? Caesar Clown's voice came through the receiver with the background hum of instruments and the gurgle of bubbling liquids. Doflamingo frowned and said succinctly, Caesar, listen up. Luo-san, the vice-captain of the beasts, is heading your way with his people. Stop those messy experiments you're doing and tidy yourself up. This is a big client of ours. If you neglect him, the consequences will be severe. There was a moment of silence on the other end. There were few things that could make Doflamingo explicitly state severe consequences, especially when the other party's identity was the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates. This could not be neglected at all. Caesar's voice sounded again much more serious than before. Luo-san. The vice-captain of the Beasts, huh? Sure, don't worry. I know what to do. He'll tidy up right away and definitely won't disappoint him. It better be so. After saying that, Doflamingo hung up, but he still felt somewhat uneasy. That Caesar, aside from his other skills, his talent for causing trouble was top-notch. He had agreed readily enough, but who knew if he would stir up some trouble in the lab. To be safe, he picked up the Den Mushi again and dialed another number. After a few rings, the Den Mushi connected, its expression shifting from dazed to a cool, aloof face with a hint of distance and respect. A voice came through the receiver, clear and crisp. Young master. Doflamingo's voice lowered a notch, his tone softer than when he had spoken to Caesar, but still carrying an unmistakable sense of authority. Monet, listen to me. A very important guest is coming to the lab, far more important than those experiments Caesar has. You must personally receive him and be very cautious. There was a moment of silence, then Monet's voice sounded again. Understood. Monet, you should know this lord is the one who can evolve devil fruit powers. The other end of the line was quiet for a moment. Doflamingo continued, his voice weighty. You've seen the recent changes in the beasts. Jean is no longer a pterosaur, Jiaku is no longer a mammoth, but a giant fish behemoth. All formidable mythical Zoan types. You must have felt the island's movement just now, right? Wasn't that an earthquake? Monet asked in confusion. It wasn't an earthquake. Jiaku lifted the entire island. If he could even throw the island into the sea. You should understand what I'm saying. What? Lifted the entire island. Monet's breathing quickened, and she remained silent for a long while. Doflamingo did not urge her, waiting for her to digest the information. After a moment he added, and all these changes were brought about by this Lord Luo-san. Huh. Monet suppressed the shock in her heart, her voice lowering again. Those ability changes in the beasts were man-made. Yes. Doflamingo said no more, simply leaving the fact there for Monet to gradually comprehend. Then he added, but the price of such mythical Zoans is not something ordinary people can afford. Even I have to pay a considerable cost to get one or two. Monet did not reply. With so much information at once, she felt her mind was overwhelmed. Then, as if remembering something, Doflamingo, also this lord has a characteristic, he likes beautiful women. As he spoke, Doflamingo's lips curled into a smirk. Baby 5 is now by his side. After all, serving close to the lord, if she can win his favor, she will eventually be rewarded with a mythical Zoan. He paused as if leaving Monet room to choose. If you also have such thoughts, I will not stop you. After all, the strength of every executive is a glory to the Don Quixote family. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, so long that Doflamingo even glanced at the Den Mushi's receiver to confirm it hadn't disconnected. Then Monet's voice came through. If the young master wishes, I am willing to sacrifice myself. Having said that, Monet fell silent, waiting for the reply. Doflamingo was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the sea. After a few breaths, he spoke, his voice tinged with a rare sincerity. Monet? Yes. You Baby 5, Treble Diamante, Senor Pink Sugar, and all the others are my family. I have always regarded you as my sisters. Now that such an opportunity lies before us, no matter where you are, we are still one family. After these words, the line fell silent. Doflamingo did not continue, but paused for a few seconds before speaking again. Though it is all for the glory of the family this time, I allow you to consider yourself. Those few words struck Monet profoundly, for Doflamingo rarely made promises. The other end did not respond immediately. After a long silence, Monet's voice came through again. Young master, I understand. Then her voice regained its clarity, and she added, I will receive Lord Luosin well. Young master, please rest assured. The call ended. Doflamingo put down the den mushy, his gaze fixed on the sea ahead. Shortly after, the other executives arrived, and they set sail back to Dressrosa. Meanwhile, somewhere in the New World, 3 giant marine headquarters battleships sailed in a wedge formation, leaving 3 straight white wakes under the afternoon sun. The marine seagull flags hung on both sides of the ships with the massive words, Justice, prominently displayed on the hulls. Armed marines stood guard at intervals along the gunnels, their eyes scanning the sea vigilantly. On the deck of the central battleship, a group of marine officers huddled around a sea chart, speaking in low voices. The leading vice admiral's gaze fell upon a red route marker on the chart. He let out a long sigh, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his chest. This time, with an admiral accompanying the heavenly tribute route, we can finally rest easy. A rear admiral beside him lowered his binoculars and took up the conversation, his voice carrying a sense of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. No kidding. After that incident in the west, the entire marine headquarters nearly exploded. 3 vice admirals with a full fleet were soloed by 1 man, without even a chance to fight back. The atmosphere on the deck shifted slightly as they spoke. The officers around the chart exchanged glances, all sharing the same uneasy expression. A short-bearded captain standing at the periphery couldn't help but interject. I heard that those comrades who barely escaped came back completely changed. They used to be tough as nails, but now they turn pale at the mere mention of beasts and won't say a word more. The vice admiral looked up at him and nodded. That incident spread throughout the entire force. Not a single CP0 agent returned. 3 vice admirals were injured, one of them so mentally shattered that Hell likely retires soon. 4 of the 6 accompanying battleships sank, and the other 2 escaped only by sailing in opposite directions. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Ever since then, all routes involving the heavenly tribute have been reinforced with at least double the forces. This time, they even managed to have an admiral personally oversee it. He gestured with his chin ahead. On the sea in front, a slightly larger battleship was leading the formation, with a flag flying at its bow that was completely different from the rest. On the deck of that ship stood a figure in a white coat, the insignia on his shoulder glinting in the sunlight. Admiral Akiji. The vice admiral continued in a low voice. This time, all 3 routes, east, south, and north, have admirals stationed. If the heavenly tribute runs into trouble again, Fleet Admiral Sengoku might just tear Marineford apart. The short-bearded captain pressed his lips together with a complex expression, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the calm sea ahead. Is it really that serious? I heard that the beasts only have a few strong individuals, right? The vice admiral shot him a look. Still too young. Have you ever seen a man take on 3 vice admirals and a CP0 squad single-handedly? It said that Admiral Akiji later intervened, turning half the sky golden. The 2 fought fiercely, and in the end, Admiral Akiji had no choice but to retreat. There are rumors that the opponent didn't even show his full strength. The short-bearded captain was left speechless, his lips moving, but no words coming out. The rear admiral beside him took over, his tone calmer than the vice admiral's, but still tinged with unease. The latest intelligence is clear. The Beast Pirates Vice Captain Rossen has set sail with 3 of his top officers, Jack the Drought, King the Wildfire, and Ultai the Flying Six. All mythical Zoans, each more outrageous than the last. What's more, Kaido himself has left Wano and is sailing alone. The rear admiral folded the sea chart, his gaze fixed on the sea ahead. Though his voice was steady, the tension in his words was unmistakable. If Kaido's target happens to be our route, tell me, wouldn't you be nervous? The deck fell silent for a moment, with only the sound of the wind and the ship cutting through the waves. With an admiral leading the way, even if the beasts go wild, they wouldn't dare charge head-in into a direct confrontation. That would benefit no one. Let's just focus on our own duties. The men acknowledged and dispersed to their posts. Whistles sounded on the deck as the Marines reformed their formations, their eyes still vigilantly scanning the sea. On the leading battleship, the figure in the white coat stood motionless in the sea breeze. The vice admiral stood alone by the rail, gazing at the calm sea ahead and the silhouette of the admiral-class ship in the distance, feeling a sense of relief deep within. He knew in his heart that no matter how many forces were added to the heavenly tribute route, no matter how many admirals were stationed, it was stable on the surface. But everyone understood that this stability was built on the premise that the enemy had not yet arrived. What if they really come? The vice admiral suppressed this thought, picked up the telescope again, and gazed toward the sea ahead. Time passed minute by minute. Before long, the messenger returned and stood at attention before the vice admiral. Report. Admiral Qingji told you to report on your own. He is too lazy. The admiral is monitoring the enemy situation at all times. Understood. The sea breeze blew across the deck of the warship. The vice admiral also put down the telescope and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. The admiral is as usual, but the surroundings are too calm. The sea stretches endlessly, the azure sky and deep blue sea meet at the horizon in a straight, thin line with no abnormalities. He turned and walked toward the bridge, pushed open the hatch and entered. Inside the bridge, several communication soldiers on duty immediately stood up and saluted upon seeing the Vice Admiral. The Vice Admiral waved his hand and walked straight to the encrypted din mushy on the table. He picked up the receiver and dialed the familiar channel. Brew, brew, brew. After a few rings, the din mushy's appearance changed and a serious face appeared. What is it? Fleet Admiral Zhang's voice came from the receiver, his steady tone making one unconsciously straighten their back. The Vice Admiral immediately stood at attention and spoke respectfully. Report, Fleet Admiral. The Celestial Gold route is completely normal with no abnormalities so far. No ships have approached on the sea, not even a suspicious shadow. We have dispatched scout ships to expand the search range, and within hundreds of miles there is no trace of the beasts. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment. The Vice Admiral thought he might have spoken too casually, so he cautiously added, "Is our intelligence wrong? Could it be that the beasts never came this way, eh?" Zhang's voice rang out a few degrees heavier than before. No abnormalities. Yes, none at all. The beast's few flying ability users are fast. Illogically, if they were really heading this way, they should have appeared within the reconnaissance range by now. But so far nothing. Admiral Qingji is also on constant alert and has found nothing. The Vice Admiral paused after speaking, waiting for Zhang's reply. The din mushy's expression remained unchanged, and then the voice came. Don't let your guard down. Ever since Luo-san became the vice captain of the Beast's pirates, they have never been idle. Now that they are acting separately from Kaido, it would be strange if nothing happens. You know people like him. Do not do things without purpose. The Vice Admiral listened without interrupting. The purpose of his voyage is uncertain now. But no matter where he is going or what he is doing, not seeing him now does not mean he is not nearby. Zhang paused, lowering his voice. Stay vigilant at all times. As long as the Celestial Gold has not been handed over to Mali Chaoya, we cannot relax. The Vice Admiral immediately responded. Understood. He paused, then tentatively asked, then, what if it's really just a false alarm? Zhang was silent for 2 seconds, then said calmly, a false alarm is better than a real problem. Continue the mission, do not slack off. Yes, sir. The call ended. The Vice Admiral put down the receiver, stood still for a moment, then turned and walked out of the bridge back to the deck. Sunlight poured down from above, and the sea breeze with a salty damp scent blew against his face. The sea sparkled, everything as usual. He picked up the telescope again, glanced into the distance, and swept his gaze across the horizon. Still nothing. The sea was clear and cloudless, not even an extra cloud. The Vice Admiral put down the telescope, relieved, and ordered his adjutant. Have the scout ships expand another 20 miles and maintain vigilance. The adjutant acknowledged and left. The Vice Admiral stood by the railing, the sea wind rustling his military coat. His gaze fell on the sea ahead, unconsciously tapping the railing. Fleet Admiral Zhang was right. Not seeing does not mean not there. He took a deep breath, thought for a moment, then raised the telescope again and looked toward the distant horizon. New world 10,000 meters high. The clouds below spread into a continuous white plain thick enough to bear any weight. Sunlight poured down from the higher zenith, gilding the cloud tops with a dazzling golden edge. Occasionally cloud pillars rose from the sea of clouds in the distance like silent mountains growing from the white earth. A massive azure figure pierced through the clouds. The Azure Dragon's scales shimmered with a deep cold light in the sun, each one large enough to cover the deck of a small vessel. The dragon's whiskers fluttered in the fierce wind at high altitude. Its head drooped slightly, and its vertical pupils occasionally glanced through gaps in the clouds at the scattered island outlines on the sea below. Flame clouds surged beneath his feet, propelling this enormous body forward at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary ships. The airflow was split by his form, leaving a twisted cloud trail behind him like a white wound slashed across the sky. Kaido flew silently, his mind repeatedly replaying the words Luo-san had said before leaving. Bei Jiapeng could use your lineage factor to create an artificial devil fruit. Also a fish fruit, Mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form. Bei Jiapeng could use your lineage factor to create an artificial fruit replication. Even those failures who only laugh might be able to eat an SS-grade devil fruit. Everything is uncertain, but the future is promising. Kaido slowly narrowed his eyes while flying at high altitude, his dragon whiskers stretched taut by the stronger airflow ahead. Bei Jiapeng cool. He had never really thought much about this guy before. A scientist at most, just someone who does experiments. But he never expected such capabilities. Fortunately, it's not too late. Uroro, it seems Wano country has been closed off for too long. I can't keep up with the changes outside. If not for Luo-sen's information, these changes would be like a wall to him, many things vague and distant. But now it's different. Those Mythical Zoans are each more outrageous than the last. A bit expensive, but worth the price. And each time it relies on that kid Luo-sen's ability to extract them, but in the end it's all about luck and money. What if we can make them ourselves? All 10,000 of the beasts can become Mythical Zoans, soaring through the heavens and diving into the earth invincible. We could directly pierce Mali Chaoya. Kaido's dragon head rose as he thought, his eyes blazing. He accelerated the flame clouds, surging more violently beneath his feet, the Azure Dragon's body carving an even straighter trajectory above the clouds. Future Island is just ahead. Bei Jiapeng, this time we must capture him. Regardless of any marine escort or world government protection, I'll do it myself. Wait. Kaido suddenly slowed down, struck by a question. What if he can't take Bei Jiapeng away? Thinking this, his gaze fell on the inconspicuous black silk pouch on his left claw. It was tied firmly at the base of the sharp claw, not loosening at all during the heist. This was what that kid Luo-san had thrust into his hand before leaving. Kaido still remembered the brocade pouch vividly. He recalled the situation at that time. Luo-san stopped at the entrance of the Grand Hall, turned around, and pulled out from his bosom a black cloth bag the size of a palm. It was devoid of any pattern, stuffed so full that one could not tell what was inside. Luo-san's tone was casual at the time. Boss Kaido, take this with you. What is it? A secret brocade pouch. If you fail to take by force or persuade that old man, open it, and take a look. Luo-san's tone was serious, then his expression calm. Once you open it, find a way to give what's inside to Vegapunk. It will surely make him willing to follow you. Really? Kaido didn't believe it at the time. If that's the case, why didn't I just take it out directly? Luo-san burst into hearty laughter. Wouldn't that make you look utterly useless, boss, eh? Kaido's face darkened. He simply tucked the brocade pouch into his belt, waved his hand, and left. Luo-san always acted with discretion. Though he could be infuriating at times, his decisions were invariably correct. Now high in the sky, Kaido stared at the brocade pouch for a long while, his vertical pupils narrowing slightly. What was inside? A note? A log pose? Or a manual on how to persuade that stubborn old man to come with me? Kaido weighed the pouch in his hand. It was so light he could barely feel any weight, the fabric soft to the touch. After a moment of thought, he placed it back on his claw and continued flying forward. He was in no hurry to open it. Since Luo-san had said to open it only if force failed, there was no point in looking now. He would try his own way first. If he truly couldn't succeed, he could open it later. Uroro. This one's in the bag. A plume of white mist shot from the Azure Dragon's nostrils, quickly dissipating in the cold air. His vertical pupils focused forward again as he pierced through yet another layer of thicker clouds, continuing northeastward toward the horizon. The black brocade pouch hung quietly on his claw root, swaying gently with the rhythm of flight. At the same time, in the New World, at a certain Marine branch observation post, a Marine soldier on the top of the watchtower raised his binoculars, his gaze idly sweeping across the distant sea line. Suddenly his body tensed. Wait. He adjusted the focus of his binoculars, pulling the small black speck closer. His pupils contracted sharply. The silhouette of a ship gradually sharpened in the lens, a massive dragon head bow carving a blackened pirate flag fluttering on the mast, the skull with a diagonal scar across the eye socket. The Red Force. It was the Red Hair Pirates. At that moment the Red Force was sailing steadily across the sea, its bow cutting through the waves, leaving a long white trail behind. Several figures could be seen moving on deck. Someone on the crow's nest seemed to be looking in this direction. Too far to tell if they had noticed the observation post, but the ship's course was unmistakable. The Marine lowered his binoculars, turned, and rushed inside the watchtower. His fingers trembling, he picked up the den mushi on the table. Report. Emergency. Speak. The duty officer's voice came through the receiver, alert and disturbed by the urgent call. The Red Hair Pirates. Spotted the Red Hair Pirates. Direction. The Marine took a deep breath, raised his binoculars again to confirm. Their ship is heading for Wano. There was a second of silence on the other end, then the duty officer's voice came again, laced with shock. Confirmed. Course accurate. Confirmed. Based on the current course, the Red Force is heading straight for Wano. Understood. Keep watch. Report any new developments immediately. I'd. The call ended. The information quickly traveled up the Marine communication network. From a branch's alert report, it became an encrypted telegram transmitted along dedicated lines from the New World observation point all the way to Marineford. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku stood by the window gazing at the distant sea, one hand behind his back, the other clutching a den mushi. When he heard the report from the den mushi, he stood there motionless. Red Hair. Heading to Wano. He repeated the words, then his brow slowly furrowed. At this time, what is Shanks going to Wano for? His gaze fell on the calm sea outside the window, but his eyes were not focused on anything. His mind was racing to grasp the possible implications of this new intelligence. The Beast Pirates had just left. Kaido had flown northeast. Luo-san had taken 3 main forces out to sea. Wano was now almost completely defenseless. And then Red Hair chose this moment to go to Wano. Sengoku turned and walked back to his desk. No, from his own perspective that was indeed the case. But from Red Hair's perspective, he wouldn't know that the Beast's pirates were depleted, nor that Kaido had left Wano. Going to Wano now might be to seek out Kaido. With that thought, Sengoku picked up another den mushi, gave a few instructions, and hung up. Setting down the den mushi, his eyes fell on the sea chart on his desk, lingering on the location of Wano for a long time. He felt there were still threads he hadn't managed to connect. On that land shrouded in mist and surrounded by mountains, events were unfolding that he could not see through his intelligence network. He felt there were still threads he hadn't managed to connect. On that land shrouded in mist and surrounded by mountains, events. Vice Admiral Tsuru entered with steady steps. Her gaze landed on Sengoku as she walked in with no pleasantries, and she went straight to the chair opposite the desk and sat down. Garp followed behind, still holding a bag of rice crackers, chewing as he entered. He mumbled indistinctly, "Sengoku, why the rush to call us here? What's happened now? You old man stealing my rice crackers again." "Ha ha ha, too late to notice now. This is the last bag." Sengoku felt a headache coming on, but he took a deep breath and let it go. He turned to the two of them and relayed the latest intelligence. The red hair pirates have appeared. Their course is clear. They're heading for Wano. Upon hearing this, Tsuru didn't respond immediately. Instead, she looked at the spread sea chart and found the location of Wano. Confirmed. Our marine eyes saw it with their own eyes. The red force shows no sign of changing course. Sengoku nodded, picked up a brief report just delivered, and pushed it across to Tsuru. This is the latest observation record. If they maintain their current speed, they are expected to enter Wano's outer waters within a few days. He took the brief, glanced at it, and after a moment of reflection voiced her judgment. If Red Hair and Kaido were to meet, it would certainly be no small matter. She paused, lifting her gaze to Zhanghua. However, there is no need for us to intervene in a battle between emperors. Zhanghua remained silent, but the tension in his expression eased. He walked to the window, turning his back to the two, his gaze fixed on the sea beyond. After a moment of silence, "He and I think alike. I feel the same. Let us wait and see." "Kapu." Zhanghua turned around to face Kapu, "But we must still do what is necessary. I have already notified our informants in Wano country to investigate the purpose of Red Hair's visit. Know your enemy, and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without peril." Kapu leaned against the wall, finally swallowing the last bite of his rice crackers, brushing the crumbs from his hands. Shanks may be a bit of a rogue, but he's not the type to stir up trouble for no reason. Heading to Wano at this time. He must have his own reasons. Let's just watch and not meddle. Zhanghua glanced at him, but did not refute. He nodded, rose, and walked to the table. She scanned the navigation records on the brief, then shifted her gaze back to Zhanghua. Red Hair and Kaido, both are emperors. If they fight, the commotion will be immense. But for us, a mutual defeat is far more valuable than a complete victory for one side. She lifted her head, her tone still calm. Let all branches heighten their alert, but do not actively engage the red hair pirates. Maintain observation from a safe distance. Zhanghua gave a slight nod. Good. I was just about to inform them. Kapu. Zhanghua ignored Kapu's expression, turned, walked to the desk, picked up the transponder snail, and dialed the communication channel. The transponder snail connected. Order all branches in the New World upon spotting the red hair pirates, maintain close observation. Do not actively engage, provoke, or obstruct. Furthermore, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the position of Wano on the chart. Notify all undercover agents in Wano to investigate the purpose of Red Hair's visit with full effort. Report any information immediately without delay. Yes, sir. Zhanghua set down the transponder snail, and the office fell into a brief silence. Kapu straightened up from the wall, stretched his joints, emitting faint cracks. All right, I'm heading back. Call me if anything comes up. He turned and walked toward the door, pausing at the threshold to glance back at Zhanghua. By the way, Zhanghua, don't keep hoarding those rice crackers. Next time, save me some of the good ones. Get lost. Ha! Kapu walked out laughing. He did not leave immediately, but went to the window and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhanghua, gazing at the sea. A clash between emperors. We will not interfere, but we must see clearly what is visible. Wano country, coastal waters. The morning mist had not yet fully dispersed, veiling the sea in a thin gray-white haze, as if the ocean had been covered with a translucent. The shore was lined with jagged rocks, waves crashing against the black stone with a steady roar. All else was still. The silhouette of a ship emerged from the mist. A dragon-head figurehead, a flag fluttering on the mast in the sea breeze, the hull parting the mist as it glided toward the coast. The Red Force had docked. On the shore, the Beast Pirate's lookout was crouched in his post atop a high reef, clutching a monocular telescope, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. When he saw the ship emerge from the mist, the cigarette fell from his mouth, rolling into a crevice in the rocks. That flag. He lowered the telescope, his mind buzzing. No way. Could it really be? He raised the telescope again to confirm. The red scar across the skull's eye socket on the flag was unmistakably clear. It really is the Red Hair Pirates. Damn! The lookout leaped from his post, nearly dropping the telescope. He turned and ran inside, tripping over a rock and almost falling. Steadying himself, he grabbed the transponder snail on the table, his hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to dial. Report. Emergency. Report. Emergency. Report. Emergency. The voice of the duty officer on the other end came through, tinged with annoyance at the interruption. What's all the fuss about? It's Red Hair. The lookout took a deep breath, his voice trembling with fear. The Red Hair Pirates have docked, right off the coast. Red Hair himself has come ashore with his crew. There was a pause on the other end, as if the officer thought he had misheard. Then a sharp voice responded. What did you say? Red Hair. The Emperor Red Hair. You're saying he's come to Wano? Yes, Red Hair. His ship is anchored just offshore. They've already landed. Damn, what are they doing in Wano? The lookout swallowed hard, his gaze drifting back to the shore through the observation slit. Red Hair Shanks was stepping from the ship's side onto the coastal rocks, followed by a group of executives, their pace unhurried. The aura radiating from the Emperor was palpable even from such a distance. The lookout's voice quivered. They're definitely not here for a visit. The way they look. They're coming with force. No way this is just for a drink and a chat. So they're here to fight. I don't know. But it's definitely nothing good. The duty officer on the other end was also hopping with urgency. Damn it. Kaido, First Mate Rossen, and all the calamities are away. There's hardly anyone left on the island who can fight. Red Hair is coming while we're vulnerable. This is a disaster. The lookout was uneasy as he watched Red Hair's group heading inland. Wano was now practically an empty fortress. The highest combatants left on Onigashima were merely a few flying six and ordinary officers. An emperor with his own pirate crew had set foot on Wano's soil at such a moment. The lookout's palms began to sweat. He gripped the transponder snail, his voice squeezing through clenched teeth. So, what do we do? What else can we do? Report immediately. Pass the message to whoever can make decisions. Kaido and First Mate Rossen are away, but someone must take charge. The call ended. The lookout set down the transponder snail and raised the telescope again to the shore. Red Hair's group had fully set foot on Wano's land, moving along the coastline toward the interior. The call ended. The lookout set down the transponder snail and raised the telescope again to the shore. Red Hair's group had fully set foot on Wano's land. An emperor had set foot on another emperor's territory. Such a thing had not occurred on the high seas for many years. On the desolate path stretching from the coast inland in Hajigua, morning mist drifted slowly among the thickets, and the dirt road beneath was darkened by dew, each step producing a faint muddy squelch. The sea breeze blocked by the distant mountain walls could not reach here. The air was filled with the damp scent of vegetation and the smell of freshly turned earth. Xiang Kasi walked at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the withered trees, wild grass, and rain-washed rocks along the path. His brow furrowed slightly. Bakuman walked to his right, and slightly behind, a cigar in his mouth. He withdrew his gaze from the distant mountain contours, fixed it on Xiang Kasi's profile, and spoke in a leisurely tone. Going straight to Kaido like this, I'd say he's already furious. The act of one Yonko stepping onto another's territory became a year's worth of gossip on the seas, but doing it every step was like walking on a blade's edge. Yisubu, carrying a long rifle, walked in the middle of the group. Hearing Bakuman's words, he grinned. Furious? Isn't that even better? Better than arriving to find them drinking in silence, ignoring everyone. He paused, his gaze scanning the surroundings with anticipation. Besides, I'm pretty curious to see what those beasts have become now. The papers make it sound so grand. Sun God, giant fish. Reading about it is never as satisfying. Lachi Lu walked beside, Yisubu gnawing on a half-eaten jerky, chewing as he walked, his words muffled. It's been so long since we fought, my hands are itching. Wonder if the beasts have gotten stronger. If they're still the same, it won't be fun. He took a big bite of the jerky, his cheeks bulging, and added, but I heard that Jiaku can carry an island while flying, so he can't be that bad. The others behind said nothing, but their steps were unhurried and composed. That was the confidence of a Yonko crew. Xiang Kasi, still at the front, had not spoken. After walking for a while, he finally slowed his pace, shifting his gaze from a withered tree by the roadside to the gray-green slopes farther away. This place is truly desolate. These words fell, and the group fell silent for a moment. Xiang Kasi continued walking, his tone subdued. Can anyone really survive in a place like this? His gaze passed over the wild grass, the wind and rain-eroded rocks, the tree stumps left after logging, and the rough-hewn abandoned fields, and grew even more silent. Bakuman matched Xiang Kasi's pace, his own gaze following the same line of sight. Then he spoke slowly. Kaido has ruled here for decades. It said it wasn't like this before. Xiang Kasi did not respond, continuing forward, his expression a shade darker. Yisubu also lost his smile, his gaze pausing on a ruin by the road, and murmured, I heard that Hajigui used to have many towns and farmlands. But now, everything we've seen along the way is like this. Lachi Lu stuffed the last piece of jerky into his mouth, and for once did not join in. After landing at the port of Lingho, the group traversed barren hills and abandoned farmlands, following a gradually rising mountain path deeper inland. The morning mist dissipated as the sun rose higher, and the landscape of Hajigua gradually revealed itself under the thin. The mountain walls were steep, the withered trees sparse. Occasionally remnants of stone walls and wood ash could be seen by the roadside, as if places once inhabited had been weathered into this state by time. Xiang Kasi stopped at the top of a slope. Below lay an open valley where houses, walls, and roads should have been, but only a scorched black ruin remained. Charred timbers lay scattered in the ashes, stone walls were cracked by the intense heat, a few surviving beams and pillars stood alone like bones left behind after a great fire. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ash. When the wind passed through the valley, it lifted fine black dust, and the air still carried a faint, burnt smell. On one side, a black plaque bore the faint inscription, Utiancheng Ruins. Xiang Kasi stood at the edge of the slope, his gaze slowly sweeping over the scorched earth, his expression darkening. Everything was burned down. Bakuman stepped forward. From the look of it, it's been some time. Yisubu came up from behind, crouched, pinched a bit of ash, rubbed it between his fingers and frowned. This isn't ordinary fire. The texture of the ash is off. The temperature was much higher than a normal blaze. Xiang Kusi said nothing. He walked down the slope into the valley, stepped onto the ash-covered ruins, his feet sinking into a thick layer of black dust with a faint crunching sound. He approached a remnant stone wall, touched the cracked surface. The rock bore an unnatural glassy sheen, as if it had been melted by extreme heat, and then cooled. Just then a rustling sound came from nearby. A stooped figure poked its head out from a broken hut at the edge of the ruins. It was an old man in tattered clothes with sparse gray-white hair plastered to his scalp, a face full of wrinkles and eyes that held the startled look of someone long accustomed to fear. Seeing Xiang Kusi and his group, he instinctively shrank back, as if to retreat into the hut. But Bei-Koman quickly called out, "Old man, don't be afraid. We're just passing through." The old man stopped in place, looked at Bei-Koman, then at Xiang Kusi, standing among the ruins. After a brief inner struggle, he cautiously emerged from the broken hut, still wary. "You are from outside." Xiang Kusi turned to face him, keeping his voice as calm as possible. "Old man, when did the fire here happen?" The old man's face changed at the question. His cloudy gaze drifted involuntarily to the blackened ruins. His lips moved, and after a long pause he managed to squeeze out a sentence. It was that red great bird." He shuddered, as if recalling something terrifying, his voice trembling. A red great bird descended from the sky. With a flap of its wings the whole city burst into flames. If we hadn't run fast, we would have been burned to ashes too. That fire was too terrifying. Water couldn't put it out. Pouring water only made it burn even fiercer. Xiang Kusi's gaze rested on the old man for a moment, also puzzled. Red great bird. The old man hesitated. It was a woman, flying in the sky with red wings on her back. That fire was released by her. Xiang Kusi's eyes flickered. "Old man, are you sure she was part of the Baisho pirates?" The old man's expression froze. He lowered his head and pondered for a long while before nodding firmly. "Yes. It was the Fei Lu Bao adult run tea. That woman's ability. It wasn't like this before. Later, somehow it changed." "How did it change?" The old man opened his mouth, then closed it, and finally waved his hand helplessly. "I don't know. These things. How could ordinary people like us know?" He shrank his neck as if afraid of being questioned further, and took 2 steps back. "Those big shots matters. I don't know. I don't know anything." Yasop reassured the old man not to be nervous, and only then did the old man's emotions stabilize. "These guys are truly bastards." Shanks turned around, paced along the edge of the ruins, his gaze sweeping over the traces left by the flames before speaking. "These guys are truly bastards." Shanks turned around, paced along the edge of the ruins, his gaze sweeping over the traces left by the flames before speaking in a low voice. "But isn't this Odin's homeland? As I recall, his combat prowess was not weak. Yet, how could he be so oppressed by Kaido?" He stopped, glanced sideways at the distant ridge line. "It seems the news has been sealed off for too long. We've all lost touch with the men behind him followed silently, no one uttering a sound. The old man looked around warily, and only after confirming no other figures did he speak. "You're outsiders, and don't know the situation here. They'll tell you the beasts are different now, completely different. In the past those ability users were things like Brachiosaurus and Mammoth, but now they've all changed." The old man grew more agitated. "That big red bird wasn't like this before. And there's a huge fish that turns into the sky." He gestured with his hands, spreading them to the limit before lowering them. "Too big. It's simply terrifying. When that fish flies in the sky, the entire sky is blocked, half the island goes dark." The men listened quietly without interrupting. Shanks stood aside, and after listening asked, "Is that giant fish named Jack?" The old man was stunned, not expecting the other party to know the name, and then quickly nodded. Yes, that's the drought Jack. He used to be a mammoth, and now he's become a very large fish." Shanks did not continue questioning. Beckman asked a few more questions, but the old man's answers were incoherent, mostly repeating what he had said before, occasionally interspersed with exclamations like, "Too terrifying, don't know how they changed," but almost no substantive information. Shanks asked no more after listening. He shook his head slightly at Beckman, then turned and walked toward the direction outside the ruins. Beckman followed and whispered beside Shanks. "I have a rough idea now." Shanks nodded. The group left the Odin Castle ruins and continued along the mountain path. After passing through several barren fields and abandoned villages, the road ahead gradually. At the end of the distant skyline, the outline of the flower capital could be faintly seen emerging in the morning mist. Those layered roofs and occasional rising smoke were among the few signs of life on this desolate. But after walking a while, trouble came. About 7 or 8 beast grunts emerged from a checkpoint by the roadside. Those men wearing beast uniforms were startled when they saw the red hair crew, then immediately erupted. "Who goes there? Damn, they're outsiders. Wait, aren't they?" Before the words were finished, a grunt drew his blade and charged toward Shanks, the sword's arc cutting straight toward Shanks' chest. But the blade stopped an inch away from Shanks' shoulder. Beckman had somehow sidestepped to Shanks' side, a black gun barrel pressed against the grunt's jaw. The speed was so fast that the grunt's reaction lagged by a full beat. The grunt's eyes widened. Beckman's gun was steady as he spoke calmly. Don't move. What followed was almost without suspense. Those beast grunts were like paper before the Red Hair Pirates executives. Yasup's bullets precisely knocked out 2 men trying to reach a din mushy in the distance, while those with blades were swiftly dealt with by Lucky Ru closed not even uttering a groan before collapsing by the roadside. The whole process took less than half a minute, and all 8 were taken down. The beast's foot soldiers are just like this. It seems only the top ones have gotten stronger. Lucky Ru grinned. Hope the guys in the flower capital are more interesting than these. Shanks walked at the front, his gaze fixed on the gradually clear outline of the flower capital, his voice calm. Let's go. The group crossed the last stretch of wasteland and continued toward the flower capital. Ghost Island Main Hall. Hasty footsteps converged from all directions, boots stomping on stone slabs, creating a chaotic noise occasionally interspersed with the clang of weapons and hushed conversations. Both sides of the long table in the center of the hall were already filled with people, the rest standing by the walls, all eyes fixed on the empty chairs. Kaido's seat was currently empty. Rossen's seat was also empty. King Jack and Ultai's seats were all empty. The atmosphere was heavy. Who sat on the left side of the long table, arms crossed, his face expressionless, his calm gaze sweeping over every face present. Everyone's here. What about Queen? A soldier quickly replied. Lord Queen is in seclusion, focusing on scientific research. Who snorted coldly, unreliable fellow. Black Maria leaned back in her chair, a long smoking pipe between her fingers, smoke curling from her lips and slowly dispersing in the air. She tilted her head slightly, her tone grave. Forget about Queen for now. If we lose, that guy won't escape either. Then she looked at the others. The Red Hair Pirates have landed in Ringo and are advancing inland. Confirmed information so far. They stopped at the Odin Castle ruins, then continued toward the flower capital. Sasaki sat on the other side of the table, frowning deeply. That red hair guy, one of the 4 emperors, personally leading a team into Wano. This is no ordinary visit. Even if he's visiting, he wouldn't pick a time like this. He paused and said directly, Kaido and Vice Captain Rossen are not here. The only ones left on the island who can fight are us. Red Hair chose this time to come. I don't believe it's just a casual visit. Page 1 sat in the corner, hands folded on his knees, looking up at the surrounding executives. Then, what should we do? The hall fell silent for a moment. Then who spoke, his voice steady. This is our turf. Even if Red Hair comes, so what? Who had a grudge against Red Hair anyway? Now that the other party had come to the beast's territory, it was time to settle old and new scores. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over every person present. The beast's pirates flying 6. With Kaido not here, we are the last defense of this island. We must fight, or else what kind of 4 emperors' beasts are we? Sasaki slammed his hand on the table upon hearing this. Well said. That red-haired man is a Yonko, but we're no pushovers. We can't just hide indoors and pretend not to see when he's at our doorstep, can we? He stood up, his voice hard. No matter what, he's here, for that red-haired man has stepped onto the territory of the beasts with his crew. That's a provocation. We must fight. Black Maria spoke slowly, her attitude clear. I agree. We have to show our stance. Even if we can't win, we can't let outsiders think the beasts are defenseless. Who nodded, then turned to Page 1. What about you? Page 1 hesitated for a moment, but still raised his head. I agree too. Who swept his gaze across everyone present, then stood up and made a decision. All right, it's settled. Kill the red-haired man. He turned and walked toward the hall's entrance, his steps steady and powerful. If he's heading to Flower Capital, well, intercept him there. This is Wano country, not his territory. Notify all available forces. Before Kaido-sama returns, we must uphold the dignity of the beasts. Black Maria waved her hand and spoke calmly. Fighting is one thing, but we can't be reckless. Red-haired is a Yonko, we don't know what his objective is. We can't just charge headlong with blind passion. Who stopped at these words, turned around and glanced at Black Maria. What do you mean then? Fighting is a stance, but we shouldn't throw everyone into a death trap. We should first inform Vice Captain Luo-san. She paused, carefully choosing her words before continuing. Although Vice Captain Luo-san is out at sea, he must be informed of what's happening in Wano. He needs to know that Red-haired has set foot in Wano. At least, let him know our judgment and movements here. If he has other plans, we can adjust accordingly. Sasaki, standing at the foot of the steps, immediately nodded upon hearing this. Right, I almost forgot about Vice Captain Luo-san. Page 1 also nodded. When Vice Captain Luo-san is here, nothing ever makes us panic. Now that he's away, we should let him know what's happening. Who was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Well said. Fighting is about the beast's face, but we can't just bumble around like headless flies. Vice Captain Luo-san must be notified. He turned his head and glanced at the communications soldier standing by the hall's entrance, his voice crisp and decisive. Issue the order. Contact Vice Captain Luo-san via encrypted channel. Send a complete report that the red-haired pirates have landed at Ringo and are advancing toward Flower Capital. Also state the Flying Six have decided to engage, but we will not rashly initiate a full-scale conflict. The communications soldier immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Yes, sir. Who turned back, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Listen up before we set out. Don't fight blindly. Stall if we can, block if we can. If red-haired truly has other motives, well, find out first. Everyone nodded in agreement. The communications soldier swiftly ran to the communications room deep within Onigashima. Soon the sound of the telegraph machine echoed from the side hall. Encrypted radio waves shot out from Onigashima, piercing through the thick clouds over Wano, and flew toward the direction of Luo-san and his crew. Flower Capital Shogun's mansion. Kamurasaki sat on a low couch by the window. Beside her a half-open wooden window let in the afternoon sun slanting through the lattice and casting a long narrow strip of light on the floor. Her fingertips held a small fan, its surface painted with elegant chrysanthemum patterns. She had always been composed. From the day Luo-san brought her into the Shogun's mansion, she had learned to hide her emotions, but even when storms raged in her heart, her face remained as calm as still water. But at this moment, a long-dormant resentment began to swell within her. A maid in a plain kimono stood by the door, quietly repeating the news from outside. The red-haired pirates have landed at Ringo, advancing inland. They've already passed the ruins of Odin Castle and are now heading toward Flower Capital. Kamurasaki slowly lowered her fan, her fingers gently brushing over its surface. Her gaze fell on the sunlit courtyard beyond the window, her voice as calm as a still pool. They couldn't come earlier or later, but they had to come now. Her voice betrayed little emotion, but the chrysanthemum pattern on the fan was pressed into a dent. Kamurasaki lowered her eyelids, then raised them, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, her eyes complicated. She already belonged to Luo-san. This fact was like a nail driven into a place she couldn't avoid. The initial reluctance and humiliation had, over days of daily interaction, slowly transformed. She had seen how Luo-san handled government affairs, allocated supplies, and dealt with the remnants of troublemakers. Every task was done with decisiveness, without any hesitation. Moreover, she had to admit that Wano had changed. Under Orochi's rule, the streets were empty, the farmland barren, the people numb. In those years, standing on the attic of the pleasure district, she had looked down to see hollow faces. But now it was different. After Luo-san took over, food began to be distributed to villages and towns. Abandoned fields were reallocated to landless farmers. At the port, merchant ships gradually resumed sporadic traffic. Though far from prosperous, the numbness was receding from people's faces, replaced by a disbelieving brightness. Kamurasaki herself hadn't realized that the tone in which she spoke of Luo-san had shifted from the initial grudging compromise to a frankness tinged with protective intent. She tightened her grip on the fan's handle, her voice gentle. Finally, someone is willing to take this place seriously and manage it well. Now someone else comes to disrupt. She paused, her gaze turning cold. That red-haired man had better just be passing through. The maid stood by the door with her head bowed, not daring to respond. Kamurasaki was silent for a moment, then stood up, smoothing the hem of her kimono. Her voice returned to its usual composure and gentleness. Go inform Bao Huang. Tell her about this. The beast's crew should be making moves. The maid acknowledged and exited the room with quick small steps. Moments later, in a hidden attic somewhere in Flower Capital, Bao Huang, concealed within a hood, listened to the messenger's report and responded vaguely. This matter has already been reported. After a moment's thought, she added, things won't fall apart here. We'll keep an eye on what needs watching and relay what needs relaying. On the streets of Flower Capital, everything was as usual. The common folk were still working, trading, and walking as usual. Occasionally someone would glance up at the distant horizon, then quickly lower their head to attend to their own affairs. They didn't know that a Yonko was approaching, only vaguely feeling that the wind on the road today was colder than usual. On the other side, Punk Hazard. The iron door of the laboratory slowly creaked open before Rossen and his group, the sound piercing as it echoed through the corridor. The light within illuminated the narrow passage. Caesar Clown's figure floated out, clad in a white lab coat, a fawning smile plastered across his face. Shirororo. Welcome. Welcome, Vice Captain Rossen. Caesar spread his arms in an exaggerated greeting, but abruptly halted 3 steps away from Rossen, fearful that getting too close might seem presumptuous. His gaze swiftly swept over the figures behind Rossen. Jack's massive frame nearly blocked half the corridor. King stood silent, but towering like a mountain, exuding an oppressive presence. Ultai lingered behind, and to the side of Rossen, surveying her surroundings with boredom. Caesar's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced a smile. Huh. So these are the all-stars of the Beast Pirates. Jack the Drought King, the Conflagration, and that little girl. Each one as terrifying as a monster. Rossen gazed calmly at Caesar, knowing that one should not strike a smiling face, but he had no patience for pleasantries. Caesar Clown was nothing but a scientist built on funds, some talent, but not much, with a mouth full of flattery and a cunning, treacherous nature. Rossen had seen too many of his kind to waste time. Spare me the formalities. He strode into the corridor without pausing. I came here for only one purpose. Caesar froze for a moment, then hurriedly followed, rubbing his hands together. Sure, Lord Rossen, just say the word. If there's anything I, Caesar, can do, I'll give it my all. As long as it's possible. Where is Vegapunk's devil fruit? Caesar's steps abruptly halted, the smile frozen on his face. It took 4 or 5 breaths before he could regain his composure. His eyes flickered as if trying to gauge from Rossen's expression how much he knew, but finding Rossen's face impassive, revealing nothing. A fruit. He gave a dry chuckle. Which fruit does Lord Lawson mean? I have quite a few experimental materials here. Lawson did not stop walking, elaborating carefully. Lawson did not stop walking, elaborating carefully. The one Vegapunk created using Kaido's lineage factor. What? Do I need to be more precise? As his words fell, the entire corridor fell into a dead silence. If you listened closely, you could hear Caesar's pounding heartbeat. Caesar was stunned. His smile faded, and he realized there was no escaping today. How? How do you know? Lawson did not answer, merely glancing back at Caesar. Lead the way. Caesar stood rooted to the spot, his eyes locked. Before he could speak, a small door on the side of the corridor swung open. A figure emerged from behind the door. Her long green hair shimmered softly under the white light, her stature tall and graceful, her face cool and clear. Her gaze shifted slightly as she took in the group, then returned to calm. Monet bowed slightly, her voice crisp and polite. Lord Lawson, I've long admired you. I am Monet, here to assist with the laboratory affairs on behalf of the young man. Her eyes lingered on Lawson's face for a moment, then naturally shifted away, scanning the figures behind him without revealing any extra expression. Caesar's eyes lit up at Monet's appearance, and he quickly forced a dry laugh. Sure, Oro. Monet, perfect timing. Lord Lawson is looking for that devil fruit. You know more about it than I do. I have an experiment that needs monitoring, so I'll take my leave. He stepped back 2 paces, his smile clearly relieved. Monet, take Lord Lawson to the lab, where the failures are stored. Everyone, Lord Lawson, it'll be off then. With that, he turned and swiftly flew toward a side door at the other end of the corridor. The corridor fell silent. Monet stood there, not expecting Caesar to flee so quickly. Then her gaze settled on Lawson, and she smiled, faintly gesturing to the side. The pink devil fruit. Lord Lawson, please follow me. She stepped forward at a leisurely pace, her long green hair swaying gently behind her as she walked. The group followed, the only sounds being their footsteps. Baby 5 trotted up from the back of the line, sidling up to Monet with some excitement. Sister Monet, I'm so glad you're here. That Caesar is so over the top, I didn't want to spend another second with him. Monet's lips curved slightly. Are you doing well? Following Lord Lawson, no mistakes. Baby 5 shook her head vigorously, her cheeks flushing slightly. No, Lord Lawson has been very kind to me. She glanced back secretly at Lawson, then quickly turned forward, pressing closer to Monet. In her heart, she sighed. If only Monet were with her, she would have a companion. But she could only dream. After the second turn, the corridor widened, the walls replaced by large transparent observation windows. Inside, complex experimental equipment was visible, huge cultivation tanks, metal platforms connected by dense bundles of tubes, and instrument panels displaying flickering data. After the second turn, the corridor widened, the walls replaced by large transparent observation windows. Inside, complex Monet turned her head toward Lawson, pointing to a set of equipment behind an observation window on the left, introducing it warmly. Lord Lawson, please look. This is the basic cultivation device for artificial devil fruits. These nutrient solutions are extracted from SAD, then transported to the core reactor through a circulation system. She spoke in great detail, unconsciously leaning slightly closer, the tips of her green hair nearly brushing Lawson's shoulder. Lawson did not notice Monet's unusual proximity, thinking to himself that Monet wasn't as cold as had imagined. She seemed quite enthusiastic. A Logia-type snow fruit user. Later on it became mundane, its offensive power pitifully weak, and she eventually died in punk hazard. A pity. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Monet's explanation continued. She took another small step closer to Lawson, pointing in another direction. Over there is the stability test chamber for the formed fruits. Generally, artificial fruits are most unstable within 72 hours after leaving the culture medium, requiring 3 stages of reinforcement treatment before reaching edible standards. As she spoke, she unconsciously leaned toward Lawson. A few steps behind, Jack was walking with long strides. He had been curiously looking around at the experimental equipment when his eyes accidentally caught sight of Monet, almost pressing against Brother Lawson. He was taken aback, then sighed in realization. Brother Sin's charm is truly immense. Run-T walked behind, seeing everything clearly. Such an obvious approach. Who couldn't tell? Only Brother Luo-san was She withdrew her gaze, let out a cold snort, then turned her face away. Out of sight, out of mind. But her clenched fists betrayed her. Baby 5 walked at the rear of the group, her gaze never leaving Mo-Nai. She had been planning how to persuade Sister Mo-Nai to come to the beasts, her little scheme already spinning fast, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Sister Mo-Nai was taking the initiative. Baby 5's mind raced. She was already Luo-sen's woman, no doubt about that. The young master had sent her to Lord Luo-sen's side, so she would definitely follow him back to the beasts. But what kind of people were at the beasts? The all-stars, the Toby Rappo, each more terrifying than the last. If she went alone, she would inevitably feel a bit lonely. But if someone could accompany her, that would be wonderful. Baby 5's gaze fell on Mo-Nai's back. The more she looked, the more feasible this idea seemed. Sister Mo-Nai was beautiful, steady in her actions, and didn't look out of place walking with Lord Luo's son. Moreover, Sister Mo-Nai was also a member of the Tenjihiti family. If she also followed Lord Luo's son back to the beasts, then she wouldn't be alone. The more she thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. Up ahead, Mo-Nai continued her explanation. This unit is the current mature generation. If Lord Luo-san is interested, I can prepare a detailed technical specification. No need, just take me to the— Mo9 nodded, offering no further explanation. Then please follow me. The laboratory where the fruits are stored is ahead. She led the group through a narrower passageway, where observation windows grew fewer and fewer. The rust, and where marks on the metal walls became evident again. After about 2 minutes, Mo9 stopped before a door at the end of the corridor. She took out a key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. The space inside was not large, roughly the size of an ordinary bedroom. The room contained several rows of metal shelves piled with all kinds of devil fruits, all failures. This was also where Caesar stored his failed devil fruits. Among them, one devil fruit was round and plump, its skin a faint pink with clear and even patterns. Mo9 stepped forward, carefully picked up the pink fruit, turned, and walked to Luo-san. She presented it with both hands. Lord Luo-san, this should be the devil fruit you mentioned. Luo-san reached out and took it. The surface of the fruit felt warm, with a texture harder than ordinary fruits. He turned his wrist and examined it carefully, confirming that the surface was intact, and its preservation was far better than he had expected. He breathed a sigh of relief. A mythical Zoan picked up for free. Though it was pink, its abilities and other data were exactly the same as Kaido's Azure Dragon form. A true mythical Zoan. Luo-san put away the fruit and smiled at Mo9 in approval. You did well. Just then, from the corner came a faint rustling sound followed by a clang. A metal file box that had fallen against the wall was knocked by something. Suddenly, a rat ran out. Mo9's back stiffened instantly. Oh. In panic, she sprang backward, and without any deviation instinctively threw herself into Luo-sen's arms. Her body trembled, her breath quickened. Her hands tightly wrapped around Luo-sen's neck, her face buried in his chest, and her legs locked around his waist. She hung on him like a koala, clearly terrified by the sudden appearance of the rat. Luo-san felt the sweet impact on his chest, and was momentarily distracted. He offered a slight sign of respect. After all, being suddenly hugged by a beautiful woman, it would be abnormal not to react. At that moment, he also saw the rat. Scared, it scurried around and charged toward him. Luo-san kicked it away with a single clean strike. The rat was dealt with. All right, you can get down now. Mo9 finally recovered from the panic. She released Luo-sen's neck, instantly blushed, and hurriedly stepped back half a pace. Thank you, Lord Luo-san. I lost my composure, she said, stepping back another step. Luo-san withdrew his gaze and said nothing more. Being startled was a human instinct, and he wasn't petty. A hug caused him no loss. But the gazes of the others around changed. Jack stood frozen, his eyes shifting from Mo9 to Luo-san. He coughed dryly twice, thinking Run-T is still young. She doesn't understand that showing weakness is how you capture a man's heart. Your brother Luo-san is about to be snatched away again. Run-T snorted, coldly displeased that Mo9 had hugged brother Luo-san. She turned her head away. What's there to be afraid of in a rat? Her voice was icy, trying hard to suppress the sourness. What a cowardly woman. Baby 5 stood half a step behind Run-T, having witnessed the whole scene. She was a little puzzled. Was Sister Mo9 really that afraid of rats? But she didn't bother to think about it, because she saw that when Mo9 hugged Luo-san, he didn't resist. In other words, Luo-san could accept Sister Mo9? Great. That way she would definitely come with me. Mo9 stood with her hands folded in front of her, as if gathering herself. Then she looked up and said seriously, Lord Luo-san just saved Mo9. Having no way to repay you, I can only offer myself to you. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Heartbeats became exceptionally clear. Luo-sen's expression froze. Wait, I just killed a rat. Is this right? Mo9. No need, it's just a rat. Mo9 shook her head, her eyes fixed on Luo-san with unwavering certainty. To Lord Luo-san, it's a rat. To Mo9, it's a life-saving grace. Even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. The moment these words fell, Run-T couldn't stand it anymore. The smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. What kind of gushing spring is that? It's a flood. Run-T crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and glared at Mo9. Baby 5 stood behind Run-T, her eyes full of admiration. Sister Mo9 is amazing. She quickly stepped forward, tugged at Luo-sen's sleeve, and looked up, pleading softly, Lord Luo-san, please let Sister Mo9 come along. She blinked, her voice growing softer. We'll go back to Wano together. It's nice to have a companion on the road. Otherwise I won't have anyone to talk to. This little girl will be lonely. The last 2 words were drawn out, combined with that expectant expression, making the effect quite lethal. Whether others could withstand it, he didn't know, but Luo-san certainly couldn't. All right. With that, Baby 5 jumped up excitedly. Mo9 also had a smile on her lips. Only Run-T stood to the side, puffed with anger. Mo9 bowed slightly to Luo-san. Thank you, Lord Luo-san. Baby 5 grabbed Mo9's arm. Sister Mo9, I knew you could do it. Run-T stood there watching the scene, bit her lip, and then turned away sulkily. At that moment, the den mushy at Jack's waist rang without warning. Bring. The sound was abrupt, shattering the tension in the air. Strange, who could be calling me at this hour? He reached down and picked up the den mushy, which transformed into the face of one of the beast pirate's underlings. The voice was urgent. Master Jack. Red Hair is here. Jack's smile froze. He thought he had misheard. What? Who did you say? The Red Hair pirates. Red-haired Shanks. They landed at Ringo and are advancing toward the flower capital. Lord Who's who has already gathered the Flying Six to engage. The Flying Six ordered us to immediately inform Vice Captain Lawson. The voice of the Den Den Mushi echoed through the corridor. Jack stood stunned, clutching the Den Den Mushi in his hand. He looked at Lawson, clearly also taken aback by the sudden news. The atmosphere around them shifted in an Altai also stared at Jack in disbelief. Red hair. The Yonko red hair. No way. Baby 5 unconsciously tightened her grip on Monet's arm. The weight of the word Yonko was something everyone on the seas understood. Monet stood nearby, her expression also grave. Brotherson Redhair has gone to Wano, and the Flying Six are preparing to fight. With those words, everyone's eyes. Lawson frowned slightly, his expression not showing much change. Redhair going to Wano at this time. He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Kaido was not in Wano. He had taken 3 of their main forces out to sea, leaving limited combat power on Onigashima. Though Queen of the Plague was there, he alone could not stop the Red Hair pirates. Red Hair setting foot in Wano at this critical juncture. A Yonko stepping into another Yonko's territory was itself a signal of war. Logically, Shanks, though decisive, was never reckless. He had stood firm in the New World for so many years, relying not only on his swordsmanship and haki, but also on his judgment of the situation. Starting a war between Yonko. Lawson shook his head inwardly. Red Hair wouldn't do that. Then what was he here for? Lawson's gaze sharpened as he thought of the Beast Pirates' recent actions. The golden light of Horus had burned through the sky of the West Blue, and the colossal shadow of Bahamut had blotted out the sunlight over half an island. These news had spread across the entire sea. Balance, huh? That was what Red Hair cared about most. Lawson let out a light breath. He suspected that Shanks' visit to Wano was most likely aimed at the Beast Pirates' changes that were upsetting the balance. But he probably hadn't expected that Kaido was away and Lawson himself was also absent, leaving Wano an empty city, a wasted trip. Moreover, Doflamingo still owed payment for 2 glass Mythical Zoan devil fruits. 160 billion berries, no small sum. Since the deal was already agreed upon, why would they walk away just because of Red Hair's sudden appearance? Furthermore, even if they set off immediately from Punk Hazard, the fastest they could return to Wano would be 2 or 3 days. In 2 or 3 days, if Red Hair really started a fight, it would already be over. Going back to collect bodies or clean up the battlefield. Neither was a good option. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. The corridor fell silent, leaving only the occasional sound of liquid flowing from distant pipes. Lawson spoke calmly, "It's just Red Hair. What's there to be nervous about?" He looked at Jack. "Tell the Flying Six to first find out Red Hair's purpose in coming to the Beast Pirates. What exactly does he want? Who is he targeting? What is he after?" Ask clearly before taking any action. If he insists on making a move. Lawson paused, his gaze steady on Jack's face. "Call me directly. He'll handle everything." Jack clutched the Den Mushi, stunned for a moment. "Brother son, this. Is it really okay?" As soon as he said this, King, who had been silent beside him, shot him a cold look and said bluntly, "Don't question the vice captain's decision." Jack shrank his neck and scratched the back of his head too, was just asking. He said no more, lowered his head, picked up the Den Mushi, and dialed the number that had just called. The Den Mushi rang twice before connecting. Jack cleared his throat. "Hey, it's me." The vice captain said. "First find out Red Hair's purpose, don't rush into a fight. If he really wants to fight, call again." Then he hung up. "Brother son, it's done." Lawson withdrew his gaze and resumed walking toward the exit, treating the matter as a mere unimportant interlude. "Let's go. We'll finish our business with Daffy, and then head back." The others followed. Monet's eyes lingered on Lawson's back, unable to look away for a long time. The tone he had used earlier was too casual. Even with a Yonko at the doorstep, he remained completely composed, not even a frown. Facing the invasion of a Yonko, that calm confidence that came from the very core of his being was impossible to ignore. Monet felt she couldn't tear her gaze away. That silhouette in the corridor's light seemed somewhat slender, utterly different from the burly pirates she usually saw. Lawson was neither tall nor robust, but in her eyes he was a towering mountain that could only be looked up to. So this was the vice captain of the beasts. Unbeknownst to Monet, her heart had already been firmly seized. As the corridor turned a corner, the sunlight ahead grew brighter. Monet withdrew her gaze and lowered her eyes, a faint, indescribable emotion stirring in her heart. And it wasn't just Monet. Jack, walking carelessly in the middle of the group, still harbored deep doubts. Red Hair's strength was no joke. What made it worse was that Red Hair wasn't just a formidable fighter, he was also smarter than Jack, making him a very tough opponent. And then there was that ship full of monstrous officers. Ben, Beckman, Yasop, Lucky Roo, every one of them famous in the New World. Jack couldn't figure out how Brother Son could be so sure of making them leave peacefully. But when his gaze fell on the figure ahead, his heart unconsciously relaxed. Brother Son always had a plan, and every time he managed to keep the situation under control. So this time would be no different. Jack convinced himself inwardly, and then strode forward to catch up. King walked at the rear of the group, remaining silent. Though he also had doubts if Lawson dared to arrange things this way, there must be a... King didn't need to know the reason, he just needed to follow Lawson. As for Ultai, naturally Brother Son's word was law. Not even Kaido could overrule it. Strength might be the foundation of a pirate crew's power, but trust was the root system that made the crew grow stronger and stronger. The light in the laboratory hall was much brighter than in the corridor. Several chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, casting warm yellow halos on the metal floor. Kaisa stood by the long table in the center of the hall, holding a steaming cup waiting. The moment he saw Rossen and the others emerge, a smile immediately spread across his face. His gaze swept quickly over the group, then lingered half a second longer on Monai. The omnipresent cameras had informed him of what had happened, but he said nothing. Sure, Aurora. Sir Rossen, you've had a long journey. Are you satisfied with that devil fruit? Rossen glanced at him and said calmly, we will stay on this island for 2 days. Do not disturb us unless necessary. Kaisa nodded immediately. Of course. I've arranged the rooms. There are several clean rest chambers on the east side of the lab, though they can't compare to the conditions in Wano country. No need. Rossen interrupted him. Kaisa closed his mouth tactfully, refraining from insisting, and put on a smile again. All right. Then, as Sir Rossen wishes. Rossen strode toward the exit of the hall. Jiaku and Run T immediately followed. Eugene walked unhurriedly at the rear, his steps steady. Baby 5 also stepped forward to follow. Monai turned her head to look at Kaisa. Her cool face bore no extra expression as she spoke. Mr. Kaisa, I'm leaving. Kaisa's smile froze. He feigned shock, widening his eyes, and exaggeratedly said, leaving? Coming back for dinner. I am already Sir Lawson's woman. I will remain Sir Lawson's shape from now on. Monai stated bluntly. Kaisa had anticipated this, but pretended to be startled. After a show of reluctance, he bowed slightly toward Monai. Shoro. That is, congratulations. Monai gave a slight nod without another word, turned, and walked toward the group, quickly catching up with Baby 5. The two stepped out of the hall side by side. Kaisa watched them leave, his smile fading. Interesting. One by one they all run off. Flower Capital Main Street. The afternoon sun shone on the bluestone pavement, casting long, slender shadows. The pedestrians on the street had long since dispersed, closing their doors and windows because the beast pirates Tobarapo had arrived along with a group of unfamiliar faces. In an extremely short time the street became an empty corridor. The red hair pirates appeared at the end of the street. Shanks walked at the front, his steps unhurried. Behind him Beckman, Yasop, Lucky Roo, and the others spread out in a loose formation. They did not arrange themselves deliberately, but each occupied a position covering a different direction. At the other end of the street, several figures strode out from the corner. Fuzi Fu walked at the front, his gaze crossing the empty street and locking directly onto the figure ahead. Behind him followed Shermuhe Malia and Pei Jivan. The four of them lined up in a horizontal row, completely blocking the street. Fuzi Fu stopped about 20 paces from the red hair pirates, and the three behind him also halted. Heh! He crossed his arms over his chest, chin slightly, raised his gaze resting brazenly on Shanks. Shanks frowned, looking at the figures across the empty street. Beckman held a cigarette in his mouth, his gaze lazy. After scanning the opponents, he said, the beast pirates are so arrogant. To welcome an emperor, they send only small fry like you. Yasop rested his rifle but on his shoulder, his eyes glancing over the few, and added casually, where's Kaido? The two sentences fell onto the street, and the air seemed to ignite thick with gunpowder. Fuzi Fu's gaze turned cold. He slowly lowered his arms to his sides, his chin still slightly raised. Small fry. He took a step forward, his eyes fixed directly on Beckman's face. His voice was a few degrees colder than before, sharp and aggressive. I'm already a Tobarapo, and you call me small fry. What a damn bastard. Then he looked at Shanks and sneered, do you think you can see Governor Kaido just because you want to? As he spoke, he twisted his wrist and drew the slender sword from his waist. The blade gleamed coldly white in the sunlight. If you want to see Governor Kaido, you'll have to get past me first. The moment his words fell, Fuzi Fu moved. An emperor? So what? Dodge your edge. Ridiculous. His figure left a blur on the bluestone, the slender sword aimed directly at Beckman's side. This strike was extremely fast. The sharp scream of the blade tearing through air exploded in the empty street, showcasing his full strength in an instant. Beckman still held the cigarette in his mouth. He turned his body sideways, his gun barrel precisely blocking the blade's landing point. Clang. The metallic clash was crisp and short. The moment Fuzi Fu's blade was deflected, he twisted his wrist, the sword changing direction in midair, slashing horizontally toward Beckman's neck. How's this strike? Beckman leaned back half a body length. The blade swept past the gust of air, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Still trash. He did not retreat. Instead, his right foot stepped forward, pushing the gun barrel sideways, the muzzle pressing toward Fuzi Fu's abdomen. Fuzi Fu sidestepped to avoid it, his blade sweeping back. In an extremely short time, the two exchanged 5 or 6 attacks. The afterimages of sword and gun barrel flickered and clashed in the air, and the metallic sounds were as dense as a string of firecrackers. Chief, this is really a battle that can't get me excited. Lucky Roo was fat, but surprisingly agile. In an instant he sidestepped, letting the blade smash into the ground. Chief, this is really a battle that can't get me excited. Lucky Roo was fat, but surprisingly agile. In an instant he sidestepped, letting the blade smash into the ground. Bluestone shattered and flew up, dust rising in a puff. And Lucky Roo's fist was already there. He backhanded a punch to Shermu's sword back. The force was so heavy that Shermu's tiger's mouth went numb, and the saber nearly slipped from his hand. Shirmu gritted his teeth and steadied himself, twisting his wrist to change the blade's direction, slashing horizontally. Lucky Roo nimbly retreated half a step again, avoiding the blade's range. His eyes smiled as he stared at Shirmu. Shirmu gritted his teeth and steadied himself, twisting his wrist to change the blade's direction, slashing horizontally. Lucky Roo nimbly retreated. The battle on the street had fully erupted in this brief contact. Sparks from the clash of blade and gun barrels scattered in the sunlight. Dust and debris were constantly kicked up in the melee. Within just a few minutes the ground was covered with cracks and pits. Shanks stood at the back, his gaze calmly sweeping over the battlefield. Everyone's fighting now. Kaido should be showing up soon. On distant rooftops and through gaps in windows, pairs of eyes secretly watched the chaos, then quickly withdrew, as if afraid. In the battlefield, Fuzi Fu was forced back 2 steps by the butt of Bakeman's rifle. He steadied himself, his gaze falling on Zyankasi behind. With a flicker in his eyes, he made a decision in an instant. Red hair. I was once a CP elite. It was you and your pirate crew that branded me a failure. His blade thrust straight at Zyankasi's face as he roared. Today I settle the red hair. I was once a CP elite. It was you and your pirate crew that branded me a failure. His blade thrust straight at Zyankasi's face as he roared. Today I settle the old grudge. The air in the street tightened. Beekman had stopped, and seeing Fuzi Fu charging at Red Hair, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Zyankasi saw Fuzi Fu, his expression unchanged, his right hand gripping the hilt of the western sword at his waist. So it's you. After all this time you still remember the old grievance. A sword light flashed in the sunlight, red-black lightning sparked and coiled around it. Then, Shimbi. As the 2 words were uttered, the surrounding world darkened. Everything seemed to freeze in silence. Fuzi Fu's body in midair looked as if struck by something. His blade, still half a foot from Zyankasi's sword light, began to bend, and then shattered. Then he was sent flying by the slash. Bang! He crashed into a wooden wall on the side of the street. The wooden wall shattered, dust rose, and Fuzi Fu's body slid down through the broken planks, rolling twice on the ground, before falling supine, barely conscious, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. Cough. He coughed violently, trying to push himself up from the ground, but the force of the blow was far heavier than he had imagined. After some struggle, he barely propped himself up on his elbows, turned his head to spit out a mouthful of blood, but his gaze was fixed on Zyankasi. Just as he was about to utter some harsh words, the den mushy at his waist rang. Brr brr brr. The sound was especially abrupt amidst the aftermath of battle. Fuzi Fu was startled, looked down at the vibrating den mushy, his eyes flickered, then he simply lay on his side and struggled to take off the den mushy. Wait a moment, I need to take a call. Red hair. Still he stopped, finding it hard to believe that someone would still have the mood to take a call at this moment. Could it be someone he couldn't refuse? Fuzi Fu pressed the answer button and listened to the voice coming from the other end. The battle on the street seemed to fade into background noise, leaving only the calm and steady voice in the receiver. Lord Luosin said everything is under his control. What is red hair? When necessary, just call Lord Luosin directly. Fuzi Fu then grinned, his lips curling, then wiped the blood from his mouth. With Lord Luosin backing him, he felt immensely reassured. However, ending the battle like this would be a pity. He propped himself up again, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he slowly looked at Zyankasi and roared again. This strike was faster than the last. The ultimate transcendence, a final blow staking everything. Zyankasi sidestepped slightly, and Fuzi Fu brushed past him, missing by a finger's width. A battle staking one's life. At this moment Zyankasi's right hand had already gripped the sword hilt again. The sword light flared once more. Just like before, the blade traced a semicircle and struck Fuzi Fu without deviation. Fuzi Fu was again engulfed, heated by that force. This time he flew farther, crashing into a wooden door on the street. Bang! The door panel shattered with chips flew, and his body passed through the door and slammed into a counter inside before stopping. Zyankasi sheathed his sword and walked unhurriedly toward Fuzi Fu as if everything had been settled. My patience is exhausted. Now I want to know, why did the beast disrupt the balance of the sea? Why is Kaido not here? Where are the 3 lead performers? His gaze fell on Fuzi Fu's face, smeared with dust and blood. Where is everyone? Fuzi Fu was in a miserable state, his body sunk into the shattered counter, blood from his mouth, staining his collar, his chest, heaving violently, breathing labored, but his eyes met Zyankasi's gaze with utter disdain. Suddenly he grinned. Heh, even if I die I won't tell you. Zyankasi's eyes darkened for a moment, his hand tightened slightly on the sword hilt, then relaxed. The battle on the street was nearly over. Tima's half-body was slammed into a stone wall by the roadside, the wall cracked, and rubble fell. He tried to stand up using his sword hilt, but his knee buckled, and he knelt back down, a streak of fresh red blood at the corner of his mouth. Himalaya leaned against a wooden pillar on the other side, her smoking pipe broken in 2. Paijuan had been completely knocked down with no strength to rise. The Tobi Rappo all annihilated. Zyankasi slowly moved his gaze from Fuzi Fu, sweeping over the fallen or half-kneeling figures on the street. They haven't shown up even now. It seems they really aren't here. In that case, it doesn't matter if I kill you all. These words fell on the street, sending a bone-chilling cold through everyone. Fuzi Fuss' eyes suddenly froze, then he sneered. If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. Being so hesitant you call yourself a Yonko. Huh? Red Hair's expression was indifferent. Just then a figure pushed open the tightly closed wooden door from the side of the street and stepped out. It was Guan Yue Rai. She stood at the edge of the street, her face cold, her gaze fixed on Zyankasi. Without fear or hesitation, she walked out under the eyes of the Red Hair pirates and stood in the middle of the empty street. Stop! Her voice was not loud, but clear enough. She stared at Zyankasi and shouted, Wano finally has peace. Why do you come to destroy it? Zyankasi's hand paused on the sword hilt, looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared. His brow furrowed, he seemed not to know her. You are. I am Guan Yue Rai, daughter of Guan Yue Yutian. Zyankasi's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered. She was the daughter of Kazuki Oden. Guan Yue Rai looked at Zyankasi, her voice deepening the pent-up emotions, finally, finding an outlet. You come neither early nor late, but exactly when Wano is recovering. Where were you when my father needed your help? These words fell on the street like a stone thrown into a deep pool, silently spreading ripples that touched every quietly standing figure. One by one they fell silent. When my father was oppressed by Kaido, when Wano was ravaged by Orochi, when the people barely survived in hunger and fear. Where were you? She lifted her chin, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Even though the opponent was a Yonko, she still stared straight at him. You? What are you here for now? Zyankasi was silent for a long time, looking at the woman standing between the ruins and sunlight, deeply moved at the bottom of his eyes. You're right. At that time we really couldn't make it. Shanks paused, contemplating the implications of today's events, and his expression turned cold. But today, we must know the true reason why the beasts have disrupted the balance. Kazuki Hiyori clenched her sleeves, but she did not retreat. What did it matter if she was a weak woman? No one could destroy her Wano country. At that moment, a heavy footstep echoed from the end of the street, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, as if something extremely heavy was approaching. Soon Queen's figure appeared. Ha ha, a newly appointed Yonko ha. Red Hair, coming to the beast pirates' territory to cause trouble, did you ask for my permission? Queen rolled his shoulders, his neck cracking softly. Plague Queen finally one appears. Queen did not give him much time, and though his figure was massive, his speed was astonishing. His mechanical arm with a whistling wind smashed toward Shanks' shoulder. The force was clearly immense enough to crush the skull of an adult sea king. Shanks sidestepped, and the mechanical arm grazed the edge of his cloak and struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Broken stones and dust rose, obscuring half the street from view. All you can do is dodge. Again, Queen's mechanical arm retracted through the dust and swept out horizontally again, its range covering the area where Shanks stood. Queen, where are the others? Shanks stepped back half a step to avoid the sweeping strike, his figure calm amidst the dust. He drew his sword again. It struck precisely at the joint of Queen's mechanical arm. The sound of metal clashing exploded. Queen's mechanical arm was knocked sideways by the force of that sword strike, the immense inertia causing his body to spin a half-turn. Queen gritted his teeth and steadied himself, adjusting his center of gravity, as if he hadn't even noticed the impact. Sure, Ororo. Others. Is that all the strength you've got? He waved his hand violently to stabilize the mechanical arm and pressed forward again, this time with a combination of smashes and charges, as if using his entire body as a weapon to break through Shanks' defense. Shanks swung his sword again, the blade imbued with haki striking Queen's side, producing a dull impact sound. Queen stepped back 2 paces, a shallow sword mark appearing on his chest. The fabric was cut open, but his flesh was almost... Fortunately, his armament haki defense was quick. Shanks' expression darkened slightly, and the light of his sword rose again faster than before. The blade struck Queen's shoulder, the force of infused haki, numbing his entire arm for a moment. The joints of the mechanical arm creaked, and he staggered 2 steps sideways before regaining his balance. This time Queen did not immediately lunge again. He stood still, flexing his numbed shoulder with heavy breaths, shook his hand, and beckoned to Shanks with his finger again. Shanks looked at Queen. I have no intention of a full-scale war today. Explain clearly what happened to you. The balance of the sea cannot be broken. Queen burst out laughing. You've beaten up all my men, and now you tell me you're not here to start a war. Do you think I'm a child? Ha ha. Red Hair, look at what you've done to my brothers. Or are you here to make a joke? If I don't leave a mark on you today, people will think I, Queen, am a coward. Queen's mechanical arm smashed toward Shanks again, the wind pressure lifting dust from both sides of the street with rubble and wood chips flying in the air. Fuzi Fu, holding a broken blade, tried to stand up from the rubble. Shermu, leaning against the stone wall, gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on the battle. The air was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder, and the echoes of metal clashes still reverberated between the eaves. At that moment, a clear female voice pierced through the clamor of battle. Everyone stop. Kazuki Hiyori's voice was not loud, but at this moment, it was She stood at the edge of the street, holding a projection, Den Den Mushi, its lens already aimed at the empty space beside her. Lord Lawson has something to say. When Queen chose to continue the fight, she knew that today's battle would not end well, and would only worsen. She didn't know what the outcome would be, but it would certainly not be in her favor. So she directly contacted Lawson. Now carrying Lawson's intent, she projected him before everyone. As soon as Kazuki Hiyori spoke, everyone instantly stopped their eyes, turning unanimously toward her direction. She placed the projection Den Den Mushi on the ground, adjusted its angle, and pressed it. The Den Den Mushi's eyes lit up with a white light, and the rays projected a clear light screen in the air. Lawson's face appeared in the light screen. In the image, Lawson was lying on a recliner basking in the sunlight and sipping tea. The surroundings were beautiful with birdsong and floral fragrance, fresh and pleasant, just like a vacation somewhere. Beside him, Run-T was brewing tea, and two other beauties were busy with something unknown. Jekka was grilling meat while Jean was on alert, checking for any anomalies. When this scene appeared, the street fell into instant dead silence. They had been fighting for their lives, yet the instigator was enjoying life on a perfect vacation. Queen stepped back half a step, also looking at the light screen, his eyes full of envy. If only I had known, I would have gone too. Fuzifu, leaning against something, also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lawson appear. He had received Lawson's call earlier, but he was unwilling to let it go and wanted to get some interest from Red Hair, not expecting to be beaten so badly. Fortunately, Brother Lawson had arrived. Hey, Malia leaned against a wooden pillar, her expression relaxed, as if even if Lawson hadn't come, as long as he appeared, all difficulties would be resolved. This was trust. On the Red Hair Pirates side, Yasubulaki, Luke, Binxiang, Beekman, and others all turned their gazes to the face in the light screen. Everyone waited. Who was this person? At the same time, Lawson calmly scanned each person, from the fallen Flying Six on the ground to Queen in the battlefield to the officers of the Red Hair Pirates, and finally resting on Shanks. His gaze paused for a moment, then a steady voice emerged. Red Hair, as a Yonko, you came uninvited and trashed the host's place like this. Is that polite? No one answered on the street. Shanks was also taken aback, clearly not expecting the other's first words to be this. Then he frowned and looked at the projection. Who are you? Hearing this, Lawson smiled slightly, his gaze falling on Shanks through the screen. You came to Wano country precisely because you want to understand the reason for the broken balance, right? Now the reason is right before your eyes, yet you don't know who I am. These words fell on the empty street, so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. Shanks' pupils contracted. He looked at this young man who was very unfamiliar to him. Was there such a figure on the sea? He had never heard of him before. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed from the ruins. Fuzifu leaned against the shattered counter, half of his body buried in wood chips and dust, his body still bearing the scars of battle. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered directly. You don't even recognize our beast pirates, Vice Captain Lois. Red Hair, you truly are a frog at the bottom of a well. Shanks paid no heed to Fuzifu's taunt, his gaze fixed on Lucen's face in the screen, Vice Captain of the Beast Pirates. It seems that the recent changes in the Beast Pirates are due to you. The street fell silent for a moment, and all eyes turned to the two of them. In the screen, Luosin remained composed, having anticipated Red Hair's words. He nodded slightly, indicating for Shanks to continue. The Beast Pirates will cease their incursions. The balance of the sea must not be disturbed, or I won't hesitate to have your forces right now. As he finished, everyone could feel the sudden chill. The Red Hair Pirates executives held their positions without extra movement. Shanks' weight was already clear, and everyone, the faces of the Tobi Rappo changed. Sasaki tightened his grip on the stone wall. Black Mariah's fingers clenched around the broken cigarette holder. Page 1 lifted his head from the ground, his eyes filled with unconcealed tension. Fuzifu, still leaning in the ruins, refocused his now distant gaze. Even Queen paused for a moment, turning his head to look at Shanks' back. His usual grin was gone, replaced by a grave expression. All eyes were fixed on the screen, waiting for an answer. Fuzifu sneered. Red Hair, go ahead and strike. He pulled his lips, the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth glaringly bright. If I even frown, it'll be your grandson. The atmosphere on the street tensed. The Tobi Rappo exchanged glances, and everyone propped themselves up again. Even Page 1, who could barely stand, used his elbows to raise himself a few inches. Shanks did not look away from the screen, ignoring Fuzifu as if he hadn't heard a word. In the screen, Luosin spoke calmly. Red Hair, are you sure you want to do this? Kill my men, and then what? You're in Wano country right now. Kaido may not be here, but do you think hell let you off? Or do you plan to start an all-out war with the Beast Pirates now? His voice was not loud, but every word pierced through the screen and landed in everyone's ears. After speaking, Luosin remained seated there, not even adjusting his posture. With a casual stretch, he placed his hands on his knees, smiling as he looked at Shanks and his executives. Then a figure appeared at the edge of the screen. Ultai leaned in from the side, placing a hand on Lucen's shoulder, and began to massage it unhurriedly. Her movements were not very skilled, as if she had just learned. On the other side, another figure handed over a steaming cup of tea. Luosin took it casually, took a sip, and set the cup down. The whole process took only a few seconds, yet it was like a silent bomb dropped on the streets of the flower capital. A Yonko, Red Hair. In front of the Beast Pirates vice captain, they were nothing more than extras. Seeing Lucen's leisure as if he didn't care about them at all, the members of the Red Hair Pirates furrowed their brows simultaneously. Yasop Beckman and Lucky Roo all dropped their smiles, their expressions dark. Hongo placed his hand on his sword hilt. Shanks also frowned, unable to figure out what the other party was playing at, or what cards they held. Vice Captain Luosin of the Beast Pirates. Do you think I wouldn't dare to strike? Luosin set down his teacup and said nonchalantly, then go ahead and strike. That sentence landed on the street, and everyone's breath seemed to stop for a beat. Queen froze for a moment. Fuzzy Fuss gaze suddenly sharpened, and even Black Maria and Ultai on the other side of the screen stopped massaging, looking at Luosin with surprise. Luosin seemed indifferent to the reactions, continuing, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to the East Blue anyway. He paused, his gaze fixed on Shanks, and his next words made the other man tense up. You wouldn't want the hope you've placed in the East Blue to come to harm, would you? What? Shanks' expression changed instantly, his pupils constricted, the usual calm and composure on his face torn apart. What East Blue? What are you talking about? Luosin took another sip of tea, his eyes strange as he looked at Shanks, but he did not answer. Shanks' mind raced. That matter, apart from the executives of the Red Hair Pirates, he had only told two people, Dracul Mihawk and Silvers Rayleigh. No one else could possibly know, absolutely no one. How did Luosin know? His gaze fixed on the young face in the screen, trying to find any trace of deception on that flawless face, but found nothing. Too calm. Too confident. Are you threatening me? Shanks stared at Luosin. The scene in the screen was silent for about 3 seconds. How am I threatening you? Luosin savored the wording of the sentence, then continued. Is it that only you can act first, and others cannot follow suit? Ridiculous. This seat is not yours yet, Red Hair. Shanks did not speak, his lips tightened, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze deep. It had been a long time since he had tasted the bitterness of being threatened. This feeling was truly unpleasant. The others were also tense, afraid that a conflict might break out at any moment. The invisible confrontation in the air grew heavier. On the eaves of the flower capital, a few startled birds flapped their wings and flew away. Shanks took a deep look at Luosin, then withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Only one word. The Red Hair Pirates executives sheathed their weapons. Yasop lowered his gun, Lucky Roo unclenched his fists, and Hongo slid his sword back into its scabbard. Beckman took one last look at Luosin's face in the screen, took the cigarette from his mouth, crushed it in his palm, and turned to follow Shanks. The Red Hair Pirates walked back along the empty street, toward the direction they came from, maintaining a calm pace. But anyone could see that the word defeat was written on their backs. In the screen, Luosin watched Shanks turn and leave, then set down his teacup. Take good care of your injuries. The Beast Pirates will remember today's grudge. The screen slowly dimmed, the Den Mushy's eyes closed, and the projection vanished into the air. On the streets of the flower capital, Fuzzy Fu was the first to break the silence. He leaned against the shattered counter, covered in wounds, the blood at the corner of his mouth already dried. But his eyes were blazing bright. He laughed heartily, the laughter pulling at his injuries and making him cough a few times, yet he still laughed. Huh. Cough. Just like that he left. How pathetic, Red Hair. They'll laugh at you for the rest of my life. There was no dejection of defeat in his eyes, instead of fire burned within. One sentence. Vice Captain Luosin's single sentence had vanished. There was no dejection of defeat in his eyes, instead of fire burned within. One sentence. Vice Captain Luosin's single sentence made the entire Red Hair Pirates retreat. He paused, the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth still unwashed, but a grin had already spread across his face. Incredible. Sasaki straightened up from beside the stone wall, one hand propping himself against it, the other flexing the shoulder that had been struck by Lucky Roo, wincing in pain. Yet there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. Staring at the direction where the light screen had vanished, he uttered a sentence from his throat. In my life I've never truly... Boss Kaido was number one before, but now. He spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva and grinned. They'll have to put Boss Kaido in. Black Maria let out a soft breath, her slender fingers brushing through the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead. Her gaze slowly lifted from the rubble-strewn street. Her voice was as elegant and composed as ever, but those familiar with her could detect an unmistakable tremor buried beneath the... One sentence, and the Red Hair Pirates left. She shook her head, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Page 1 sat on the ground, hands propped behind him, staring up at the sky as he panted for a long while. His chest still heaved violently, but his eyes had calmed. Looking at the sky, he murmured in response. Big Sis is right. Following Vice Captain Luosin. There's nothing to fear. Queen scratched the back of his head, his massive frame leaning against the shattered stone wall, his expression unusually serious. His mechanical arms still emitted wisps of smoke from the fierce battle moments ago, and his body bore several bruises and abrasions, but at that moment, he paid them no heed. I fought for half the day, aching all over, and I couldn't even take down a single Red Hair officer. He looked down at his dust-covered hands, then threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing through the ruined street. Brother Sun hadn't even finished his cup of tea before the Red Hair Pirates left on their own. This battle. I'm convinced. Utterly convinced. At the edge of the street beneath a roof, untouched by the conflict, Kazuki Hiyori still stood. Her hand had long since moved away from the Den Mushy, yet she had forgotten to lower it, leaving it suspended in midair. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction where the projection had vanished, as if the scene still lingered before her eyes. The leisurely seated posture, the unhurried tone, the absolute composure that hadn't even flickered an eyebrow from start to finish. She didn't know what leverage Luosin held over the red-haired emperor. But she knew that the man who had been drinking tea so calmly within the light screen had made an Emperor of the Sea retreat in a way she could never have imagined. Like playing a game of chess, the pieces were placed without a sound and the opponent had already risen and left the board. She clenched her sleeve, and for a moment, she could almost understand why those unruly monsters of the beast pirates trusted and worshipped a man so deeply. Punk hazard temporary encampment. The sea breeze drifted in through the half-open windows. The campfire had been lit, its orange-earth flames dancing across the pale gray stone walls, stretching and shortening the shadows of the few people there, bathing the humble temporary quarters in a warm glow. Fat dripped into the flames, sizzling and crackling, the aroma spreading through the air, mingling with the salt. Fat dripped into the flames, sizzling and crackling, the aroma spreading through the air, mingling with the salty sea breeze, and the smoky scent of the fire, stirring a craving deep in the stomach. He focused intently on the roasting, his large head nearly leaning into the flames as he turned the leg, occasionally muttering to himself. This part is just right. This side needs another turn. Does Brother Sun prefer it crispy or tender? Forget it'll roast it a bit longer, safe bet. Then he looked up and grinned at Luo-san, revealing a row of white teeth. Brother Sun. The roast will be ready soon. The first piece goes to Brother Sun. Luo-san leaned against a relatively smooth rock wall, his posture relaxed, legs stretched out casually. In his hand was the cup, now more than half empty, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames, lost in thought. The firelight cast flickering shadows on his profile, alternating between light and dark, making his already expressionless face appear even more composed. You all eat first. I'm in no hurry. Monet approached from the side, a copper kettle in hand, crouching beside Luo-san and skillfully refilling his tea. Steam rose from the cup, blurring her features. Her gaze lingered on Luo-san's profile for a moment. This was the man. Minutes ago, across millions of miles, facing the red-haired emperor, he hadn't even changed his sitting posture. Cup in hand, leisurely and unruffled, neither servile nor arrogant. And that red-haired Emperor Shanks, who had made countless pirates tremble in fear after a single sentence from him, fell silent and left. She lowered her gaze and gently placed the copper kettle by her feet. She had seen many powerful men. The sinister cunning of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, the tyrannical might of Kaido, the madness of the underworld desperados. But Luo-san gave her a completely different feeling. He was so young, with none of the oppressive aura of a powerhouse. In fact, one could search his entire frame and find no muscle that resembled a warrior's. Yet he could unravel a hopeless situation with a few words, as if it were nothing. Lord Luo-san, she said softly, her tone carrying a tenderness and respect she hadn't even noticed herself. You are truly remarkable. One sentence, and an Emperor of the Sea retreated. Humph. A petulant snort came from the side. Altai cast a sidelong glance at Monet, then turned her gaze to Luo-san's profile, arms crossed, chin lifted slightly, her tone proud. Of course. Who do you think my brother Luo-san is? That red-haired guy can't even compare. She spoke with perfect conviction, as if it were not a matter for debate, but a truth etched into her bones. Baby Five sat beside Monet, holding her own cup, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Lord Luo-san is the one sentence, and an Emperor of the Sea obediently left. In all my years with the Don Quixote family, even young Master Doflamingo was afraid when the red-haired emperor was mentioned, but Lord Luo-san. She didn't finish her sentence, nearly spilling the tea in her excitement, and quickly steadied the cup. King sat slightly farther from the fire, arms crossed back against the gray stone wall. His mask concealed all expression, but through the narrow slit his gaze rested on Luo-san, lingering longer than usual. He had thought he was gradually getting a grasp on the vice-captain style of action. Calm, precise, infallible, never doing anything without certainty. But what happened today still exceeded his expectations. A single sentence had made the red-haired emperor retreat. This meant Luo-san held leverage over him, and the leverage was weighty enough to make an emperor abandon a battle already underway. He moved the corner of his mouth, almost imperceptibly. It seemed he still didn't know the vice-captain well enough. His cards were not limited to one, or rather he had never revealed all his cards. When you thought you had seen his limit, he would show you in a completely unexpected way that the bottom had not yet been reached. On the opposite side of the campfire, Jekka had already completed his cooking endeavor. He carefully removed the golden, juicy roasted beast leg from the branch, placed it on a clean broad leaf, and walked toward Luosan, holding it with both hands. The posture was not like presenting a piece of roasted meat, but rather like holding a priceless treasure. The firelight flickered on his face, and in his eyes was an almost blind adoration, pure and fervent. Brother Sun, the first piece. He offered the leaf with the beast leg to Lawson, the hot steam rushing toward him, the aroma of meat mixed with the burnt scent of charcoal aggressively filling his nostrils. The skin of the beast leg was crispy, with oil still sizzling on the surface, surprisingly good-looking. Luosan took it with a smile. Jekka scratched the back of his head, chuckled, turned around, and strode back to the campfire to continue roasting the remaining meat, humming an unknown tune under his breath. At dusk, at a hidden sea newspaper stronghold, the afterglow of the setting sun poured in diagonally from the western porthole, dyeing the entire office a warm orange. Scattered on the desk were several half-written manuscripts and a steaming coffee cup. In the corner, a din-din mushy telephone snail lay quietly, occasionally emitting a faint electric buzz, as if dozing. Mojinsi sat behind the desk, his wings casually draped over the chair back, reading the latest telegram manuscript. There had been quite a bit of news on the sea recently, but the truly sensational ones could be counted on one hand. Then he saw the latest telegram. His pupils suddenly lit up. The 4 Emperor's red-hair pirates land on Haji Guo, engage in fierce battle with the beasts Tobarapo and Queen. His voice exploded in the small office, startling even the din-din mushy in the corner, which shrank its neck. He read the telegram again, word by word, pausing after each line, as if confirming that he hadn't misread a single character. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the second telegram. At the height of the battle, the beast's Vice Captain Rossen appeared via a projection din-din mushy, and had a remote dialogue with red-hair Zyankasi. After the conversation, the red-hair pirates voluntarily withdrew from Hajigua. Mojinsi placed the 2 telegrams side by side on the desk, stared at them for a full 5 seconds, then leaned back in his chair and burst into a thunderous laughter. Gwahaha! The beast's Vice Captain Rossen ha! He slammed the table, jumped up from the chair, and his wings bristled with excitement. Sensational. Super sensational. The 4 Emperors' red hair invaded the beast's territory, driven back by a single word from the beast's Vice Captain. The whole world was waiting to see a full-scale war between 2 Emperor crews, but it was resolved by a Vice Captain with a single sentence and via a projection, din-din mushy. He turned around, scanning the editors and layout workers in the office, raised his voice. Did you all hear that? Overtime tonight. Print the newspapers overnight. The headline must be big. The letters must be black. Leave a whole column blank on the front page. No leave half. For illustrations, put up whatever ship photos we can get of the red hair side, and the projection din-din mushy images of the beasts, as many as possible. Let the whole world, when they open their eyes tomorrow morning, first see this face. The editors all looked up, their eyes lighting up with the unique fanaticism of newsmen. Pencils flew across paper. Some had already begun drafting headlines, some grabbed din-din mushy to contact the printing house, others rummaged through the archives for all stored photos of the beast's pirates and red-hair pirates. The sounds of footsteps rustling paper and the running printer intertwined, appearing especially urgent and fervent in the afterglow of the setting sun. Mojinsi sat back, down, his wings casually resting on the armrests, picked up the din-din mushy, and smoothly dialed several key channels. He spoke very fast, but every word was enunciated clearly. Tomorrow morning, this newspaper must cover all major routes and ports from Zyangbadi Islands to the New World, and every inhabited island. Not a single place can be missed. After hanging up, he leaned back, took a sip of the already cold coffee, and gazed out the porthole at the night sea. Moonlight shattered on the wave crests like a layer of scattered silver. In the distance, the silhouettes of newsbirds returned to their nests. Between the 4 Emperors, the beast's Vice Captain. He repeated these words softly, as if savoring the core value of this news on his tongue. This Rossen is too mysterious. A warehouse manager who appeared out of nowhere, climbed to the second-in-command in a year, holds the secret of Mythical Zoan, drove back an emperor with a single word. He paused, his beak-like mouth curling into a meaningful smile. The person of the year, no one else. Night fell. The sound of printing presses ran all night in the newspaper stronghold. Gears meshed with gears, rollers rolled paper. The smell of ink and paper filled the air. Piles of fresh newspapers exuding the fragrance of ink were continuously stacked neatly, waiting for dawn to be sent to every direction of the sea. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight leaped over the horizon, dyeing the sea into flowing molten gold, the boats loaded with the new batch of newspapers had already left the stronghold, dispersing in all directions. Those newspapers with oversized headlines were packed into waterproof pouches, picked up by newsbirds, flew across the morning mist-filled straits, and landed on various ports. There was only one headline, but it was enough. 4 Emperor's red hair lands on Hajigwa, driven back by a single word from the beast's Vice Captain. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, the ripples spreading across the entire sea at an astonishing speed. From the Grand Line to the calm belt, from the auction houses of Zyangbadi Islands to the hidden corners deep in the New World that even charts cannot find, everyone was talking about the same name. The beast's Vice Captain Rossen. From the Grand Line to the calm belt, from the auction houses of Zyangbadi Islands to the hidden corners deep in the New World that even charts in the land of the 10,000 nations on Cake Island. The colossal castle palace exuded a cloying, creamy luster with candy-colored decorations embedded in the windowsills, reflecting a kaleidoscope of bizarre and eerie light in the morning glow. Icicle-like ornaments made of crystallized sugar frosting hung from the eaves in the distance, permeating the air with a thick sweetness mingled with the caramel aroma of baked cakes and the faintly sour scent of fermented fruit. Icicle-like ornaments made of crystallized sugar frosting hung from the eaves in the distance, permeating the air with a thick sweetness mingled with the caramel. Big Mom sat upon her massive throne, her form occupying 2/3 of the entire seat. In her hand, she clutched a newspaper that had just arrived that morning. Her thick fingers pinched the edges of the paper, her gaze fixed on the oversized headline on the front page, the corners of her mouth widening bit by bit. Mama, mama, mama. The laughter echoed through the castle hall, causing the crystal ornaments on the chandeliers to tinkle and shake. The red-haired brat was driven back by a single sentence. She raised the newspaper higher as if to reconfirm that the headline was not mistaken, then burst into even louder laughter. Mama, 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 this new emperor is getting weaker and weaker. The children seated on both sides of the long table exchanged glances, none rushing to speak. Yet everyone wore expressions of amusement. Some had the corners of their mouths twitching, some had sharp glints flashing in their eyes. Yet everyone wore expressions of amusement. Some had the corners of their mouths twitching, some had sharp glints flashing in their eyes, and some were silently calculating what this piece of news meant for their intelligence networks. Katakuri sat at the inner end of the long table, his teacup untouched, the steam long dissipated. He kept his eyes slightly lowered, not joining the whispers of his siblings, clearly already aware of what the newspaper— Mama, mama, mama. Big Mom's laughter gradually subsided. She turned her head, her gaze crossing the entire length of the table to land precisely on Katakuri. Though her eyes were squeezed into mere slits by fat, the light emanating from those slits was sharp enough to make one dare not meet it. Katakuri, that vice-captain. The one who refused us last time. Katakuri raised his head, meeting the old woman's gaze, his voice as steady as still water. Yes, mother. Rossen, vice-captain of the Beast Pirates. Last time I approached him on your behalf, but he politely declined the offer of a transaction. Big M narrowed her eyes slightly, her fingers tapping twice slowly on the armrest of the throne. Refusing us, and with a single sentence making red hair withdraw. Mama, mama, mama. This kid. I'm starting to like him more and more. Marineford, the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku sat behind his desk, clutching a newspaper that had just arrived. His gaze was fixed on the headline, reading the entire report word by word, then reading it again from beginning to end. The newspaper clearly stated the Red Hair Pirates landed on Wano country, engaged in fierce battle with the Beast Flying Six, and Queen, the Beast's Vice-Captain Rossen, appeared via a projection. Din mushy, the content of the conversation unknown, but after the conversation, the Red Hair Pirates voluntarily withdrew from Wano country. Sengoku put down the newspaper, removed his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. A deep frown furrowed his brow, the wrinkles on his face deeper than usual. The situation was completely beyond his expectations. Red Hair. How could he retreat so easily? He murmured to himself, his fingers rubbing the edge of the newspaper, his gaze lingering on the name Vice-Captain Rossen for a long moment. This man was the core. Sengoku placed the newspaper on the table, was silent for a moment, then turned back to his desk, picked up the Din mushy, and dialed the conference room channel. Convened the highest-level meeting immediately. All vice admirals and above assemble within half an hour. He set down the Din mushy, sat back in his chair, his gaze falling on the topmost file on the corner of the desk. It was an intelligence summary regarding the East Blue, buried beneath several urgent war reports, a thin layer of dust already settled on its cover. These days his attention had been constantly drawn by the movements of the beasts. King's Golden Giant, Phoenix Jax, Sky-devouring Colossal Shadow, and Kaido himself were all urgent matters like fire singeing his eyebrows. Intelligence on the East Blue had been repeatedly shelved, pushed aside to a corner. He reached out and pulled out the file, opened the first page, and skimmed a few lines. Routine patrol records, arrest reports of small-scale pirate activities, quarterly crime statistics for several. All ordinary matters, nothing unusual at first glance. But Red Hair would not retreat for ordinary matters. Sengoku closed the file, placed it by his hand, ready to bring it up at the meeting. This matter could not be resolved by him flipping through documents alone, it required the full cooperation of the intelligence department. Red Hair would not withdraw without reason. If he would rather retreat, then let Rossen reveal that thing in the East Blue, then the value of that thing was likely far greater than the deterrent power of an entire marine fleet. Half an hour later, the conference room's long table was already filled with people. Vice admirals filed in to take their seats, the insignias on their collars reflecting a cold, hard gleam under the lights. The air was thick with the tension that preceded a great battle. No one whispered, everyone read the weight of this meeting from Sengoku's silence. Sengoku sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across every face present, cutting straight to the point. The Red Hair Pirates landed on Wano country and actively withdrew after a conflict with the beasts. You should have all seen the news in the newspaper. What I want to talk about is another matter. He paused, his gaze turning sharper, his voice lowering a few notches. Red Hair's retreat was because the beast's Vice-Captain Rossen said a single sentence during a projection call. According to intelligence, the content of that sentence was related to the East Blue. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Several vice admirals exchanged glances, but no one was in a rush to speak. Everyone caught the implication behind his words. A secret that could make an emperor retreat lay hidden in the weakest sea. Sengoku's voice continued, this time without looking at any file. His gaze slowly swept across the face of every vice admiral, laying the underlying logic of the entire situation bare on the table. This man Rossen, from a mere warehouse keeper on Onigashima, step by step became the vice captain of the beasts. From having nothing, he made king into Horus, made Jack into Bahamut. The knowledge this man possesses is clearly far more than we previously estimated. He leaned forward slightly, pressing his hands on the tabletop, his voice carrying a heavy weight. And the thing that made Red Hair cautious is in the East Blue. That is the only thing we know at present, and it is also the thing we need to investigate most urgently. Sengoku leaned back into his chair, his voice resuming the decisiveness of a fleet admiral. Immediately launch a thorough investigation of the East Blue. Pull out every island person's stronghold and past record related to the Red Hair pirates in the East Blue region. All of them, sift through each one. I need to know what exactly is in the East Blue that makes Red Hair prefer to retreat rather than take a risk. Then he paused. This pause was longer than any preceding one, so long that everyone in the conference room instinctively held their breath. In addition, Sengoku's gaze became more focused. The true core of this meeting was just now surfacing. From now on, the name Rossen is elevated to the same priority level as the Emperor's. In the New World Sea area, the Moby Dick. The massive whale-shaped bow glowed with a warm woody luster under the afternoon sun, her sails billowing taut with the sea breeze. The hull cut steadily through the azure waters, leaving a long white wake in her path. On the deck, the crew's daily chatter and the crisp clink of bottles mingled with the air, which carried the aroma of grilled fish and the faint briny scent of the sea. Occasionally, someone cast a fishing line over the railing, startling a few circling seagulls. Whitebeard sat upon his massive throne, his frame like a small mountain. He clutched the morning newspaper in his hand, his thick fingers gripping the edges. His gaze lingered on the oversized headline on the front page for a moment, then he threw back his head and laughed. Goo la 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 la. That red-haired kid finally got a taste of defeat. The surrounding crew were infected by the laughter and joined in. Someone raised a glass in agreement, while another slapped his thigh in schadenfreude. Red-haired, that emperor, who always cares about his pride, was actually driven back by a single word. This is enough to keep us laughing for 3 days and nights. Marco stood by the railing holding a steaming cup of drink. He turned his head to glance at the newspaper's front page. Red-haired isn't the type to be scared off. He walked over to Whitebeard's side cup and hand, his tone unhurried. If he withdrew from Wano, it couldn't have been just because of a few words. Whitebeard set the newspaper aside, his smile fading as he leaned back into his chair, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. That vice-captain of the 100 Beasts, he was unknown before. Hearing this, the crew around him grew quiet, setting down their cups and grilled fish as they pricked up their ears. Pops rarely comments on distant affairs, but since he spoke, it means he saw something deeper. Now that it's exposed, we know he's the root of all the changes in the 100 Beasts. Whitebeard raised his cup, took a sip, and set it down. His tone was flat. I know Kaido's nature. He's the type to charge and headlong during a fight, but all these twists and turns aren't his style. The recent changes in the 100 Beasts, Hilusi Bahamute, these aren't things Kaido could have come up with. He set down his cup, his voice returning to its usual calm. But it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with us. I just want to take care of my family. Fighting territorial disputes, resource grabbing, none of that concerns us. Then he paused, a flicker in his eyes. But I am curious. What is there in Donghai? These words fell, and the deck fell silent for a moment. Not only Whitebeard, but even Marco's hand holding the cup paused midair, and the other crew members exchanged glances. Yes, what is there in Donghai? That weakest sea where even a decent pirate crew can't be mustered. What could it possibly hide that made red-haired retreat from the battle? At the same time, the eyes of the entire sea turned in the same direction, Donghai. A sea long looked down upon by other regions, hailed as the weakest sea, and in the eyes of Grand Line adventurers merely as stark. It lacked the violent weather of the New World, the proud technological heritage of the North Sea, and the underground networks flourishing across the West Sea. In most people's eyes, Donghai's greatest characteristic was that it was unremarkable. But now everything had changed. The day after the newspaper spread across the seas the news that Red-haired had landed on Wano and was driven back by a single word from the 100 Beasts vice-captain had reached its peak. Every report, every reprint, and every newspaper in the taverns mentioned the key word that turned everything around Donghai. And so this one sweet sea overnight captured the world's attention. Off the coast of Fengshe village, a ship flying a Jolly Roger appeared on the horizon. It was not large but fast, its bow cutting through the waves as it raced toward the island. On the deck, several pirates of various builds were arguing heatedly over a newspaper, their voices so loud even the sea breeze couldn't drown them out. Donghai is huge. Where exactly is the treasure? The newspaper didn't say a specific location. Just search everywhere. Comb through every island one by one, and we'll eventually find something. If we find what even the emperors fear first. The speaker's eyes glinted with greed. The rest of the sentence remained unspoken, but everyone on the deck knew what he meant. Find it, and you could rise to the heavens in one step, transforming from a nobody into someone no one on this sea dared to provoke. Perhaps you could even make the Emperor's Yonkasi do your bidding. Just the thought was not far away. Another ship was coming from the opposite direction, cutting through the waves. The two ships spotted each other from afar, each seeing the Jolly Rogers on the other's deck. No one slowed down. Both ships hoisted full sails and accelerated toward the same destination. Across the entire Donghai, such ships were visibly multiplying. From one ship to two, from 2 to 10, from 10 to countless sails. Like sharks catching the scent of blood, they swarmed from all directions, stirring the one scum sea into a boiling cauldron. Sia Air Z-Town, the harbor. The once quiet docks were now packed with a motley collection of ships, their sails adorned with various emblems. These ships were moored haphazardly, ropes carelessly tied to the bollards. Men kept jumping off the decks, looking around as they sized up the peaceful little town, as if eyeing a piece of unclaimed fat. The tavern was several times livelier than usual. Seats were long gone and latecomers could only lean against the counter or squatting. A scar-faced pirate slammed the table, making the cups jump. His voice was thick with impatience. Where exactly is it? The newspaper only mentioned Donghai. Do you know how big Donghai is? It's like looking for a needle in the ocean. In the corner, a few townsfolk huddled together, whispering. What's going on lately? More pirates have come this month than in the last 10 years combined. Shoo, keep your voice down. Those people are trouble. Last time the fishmonger at the dock just took one look and got a tooth knocked out. Meanwhile, at Marineford Intelligence Division, the lights had not been extinguished all night. On the wall of the conference room hung a huge map of the Donghai, now densely marked with red dots and blue lines. Each red dot represented an unidentified vessel, and each blue line a newly opened route. Intelligence officers bustled in and out, their steps hurried, the piles of documents growing thicker by the minute. Sengoku stood before the sea chart, his gaze slowly sweeping over the densely marked points. The red dots had tripled since yesterday, and the blue lines were now so thick that in some places a magnifying glass was needed to discern them. What Red Hair fears lies in the East China Sea, he said, his brow furrowed. Unfortunately, we know nothing about it yet. He turned to face the intelligence officer behind him, his voice regaining the decisiveness befitting a fleet admiral. Reinforce personnel. Raise the intelligence priority for the East China Sea region again. Record the routes of all pirate crews entering the East China Sea. Intercept them if possible. We cannot let these fools rummage blindly through the sea, turning it into a chaotic mess. The intelligence officer snapped to attention, acknowledged the order, and hurried away. Sengoku did not move. His gaze returned to the sea chart, the area where Red Hair had operated in his early years. A few inconspicuous small islands, names unmarked on most charts. Also select some reliable agents. Focus on investigating the islands where Red Hair once lingered in the East China Sea, especially his early routes. There must be a place in those waters that Red Hair does not want anyone to touch. He withdrew his fingers, lingered over the chart for a few last seconds, then turned and walked back to his desk. The eyes of the entire sea were now fixed on the East China Sea. News traveled faster than any ship. The treasure hunters sailing toward the East China Sea had no idea what they were about to face. At this moment, a single thought burned in their minds. There lay something precious. A secret that even an emperor feared. If they could find it first, they would become the newest focus of Lobetown Marine Branch. Smoker stood before his desk, hands pressed against the edges, staring down at the spread-out map of the East China Sea. The chart was covered in dense red circles, each marking a new report of pirate activity. A cigar hung from the corner of his mouth, ash growing long and unshed. These red circles were driving him to the brink. Damn, bastards. He ground out the words through clenched teeth. He had been working nonstop for over 20 hours since the early morning. The bloodshot veins in his eyes were denser than the red circles on the map. That beast pirate's vice captain, what's his name? Rossen. One sentence. Just one damn sentence. And it multiplied my workload 20 times. He rose irritably, grabbed the cigar box from the corner of his desk, pulled out a fresh cigar, and clamped it between his teeth. He struck a match and lit it. Smoke rose as he took a deep drag, as if using the pungent tobacco flavor to forcibly drag himself back to reality from the haze of consecutive overtime work. On the desk sat a half cup of coffee that had long gone cold. Beside it lay several unprocessed reports. Every report bore a similar title: Pirate Crew A landed near Island XX. Pirate Crew B attempted to force entry into the port. Pirate Crew C clashed with local residents in waters YY. Changed the island name and ship name, and it was a new report, but the content seemed molded from the same template. Smoker released the cigar between his fingers and pressed hard against his throbbing temples. Then he picked up one of the reports and scanned. Again, the East China Sea, always the East China Sea. He threw the report back onto the desk, his voice carrying a barely suppressed irritation. Those pirates heard there's a secret in the East China Sea that even an emperor fears, and now they're all charging madly this way. A desolate little island that used to see no pirate ships for half a year now gets 3 visits in a single afternoon. He set down the report, grabbed his coat from the edge of the desk, and threw it over his shoulders. Just then the office door was flung open. A Marine stood panting at the entrance, his voice laced with obvious tension. Captain Smoker. An unidentified pirate ship has been spotted near Dock 3 approaching the shore. At least 20 people on deck, some have already jumped off. Smoker paused mid-motion, his expression turning cold. He strode toward the door, the cigar smoke trailing a gray line behind him. Notify Tashigi to lead a blockade of the port. He'll go meet them. Perfect. I've been itching for a place to vent my anger. Above the future island, a cyan dragon silhouette tore through the clouds. Sunlight poured through the rift, illuminating the island below, which glowed with a cold white luster. Every inch of this land radiated the essence of technology. Towering spires covered in luminous patterns, massive mechanical arms slowly rotating along the coastline, minuscule aerial vehicles drifting along fixed tracks in the sky like a swarm of bees around a hive. Projection screens scrolled streams of incomprehensible data in the midair. The entire island was eerily silent save for the low-frequency hum of machinery echoing through the air. Kaido hovered in his dragon form, gazing down at the unfamiliar scene below. His dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind, and the fiery clouds beneath his feet churned endlessly. Urororo, finally here. That old fool Vegapunk hiding in a place like this. He slowly descended his dragon, head sweeping across the cold light buildings below. The technological vibe was overwhelming, so strong that it felt completely out of dimension with the rough, primitive style of Wano. On Onigashima, everything was rock and iron. Here, everything was glowing lines and smooth curves. He was pondering where to land when suddenly, a blinding white light flared atop one of the towers on the ground. The light rapidly condensed and expanded, shaping into a massive dinosaur within a single breath, dozens of meters tall. Its scales gleamed with a metallic sheen in the light, each scale's edge radiating a cold gleam. It opened its enormous maw and let out a silent roar toward the dragon in the sky. Air surged from its mouth, though no sound came. It stirred up a fierce gale. Then it lunged forward. Kaido didn't even blink. Humph. He tilted his dragon head slightly, and deep in his throat flames gathered. A scorching beam of dragon breath erupted. The heat breath pierced the charging dinosaur's body, entering through its back, and exiting through its belly, exploding a scorching trail in the air behind, sparks raining down like a storm. After the smoke cleared, the dinosaur stood there unharmed. The wound where it had been pierced showed no trace of torn flesh, only a slight distortion of light. Moi. Kaido narrowed his eyes. It was a projection formed from light. Below on the plaza, a figure emerged from the passage at the base of a tower. A tall woman with short hair, each step striking the stone pavement of the plaza with a dull thud. She looked up at the circling dragon in the sky. The moment she recognized the identity, her pupils contracted sharply. You are Emperor of the Sea, Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido looked down at her, wondering who this suddenly appearing girl was, but since she could call out his name, it saved him trouble. Uroro, since you know me, spare me the nonsense, and take me to Vegapunk. Atlas stood warily rooted to the spot, and spoke cautiously. I am Vegapunk. Kaido's dragon head paused, his gaze filled with undisguised suspicion. You? Atlas met his gaze and added, I am one of the clones. Kaido stared at her for a full 2 seconds, then threw back his head and laughed. Uroro. Clones. What a bizarre thing. The laughter abruptly stopped. The dragon head lowered again, almost level with her figure reflected in his vertical pupils. Regardless of clones, or not, I'm here to capture Vegapunk. The dragon head lowered again, almost level with her figure reflected in his vertical pupils. Regardless of clones, or not, I'm here to capture Vegapunk. Round. The speed was extreme, the airflow at the edges of his scales was sliced into white trails, and the air on both sides of the dragon's body exploded with sharp sonic booms. Atlas did not retreat. Her feet ground 2 shallow pits into the stone floor. She lowered her hips, clenched her right fist, pressed her center of gravity to the lowest point, and then punched toward Kaido. Huh. The fist collided with Kaido's dragon claw with a roar. After a brief standoff, Atlas was sent flying directly, her body bouncing twice on the stone floor of the plaza, creating a deep crater with debris scattered. Kaido remained motionless. Too weak. Disappointed, he snorted a burst of hot breath from his nostrils. It seems that Kid Lucen's plan won't be needed. The dragon body slowly shrank within the flame cloud, scales retracted, dragon horns pulled back, and within a few breaths, he returned to human form. He cracked his neck joints popping, walked over to Atlas, and looked down at her. Forget it, no rush for now. Call Vegapunk here, and I'll have a talk with him. Atlas struggled to get up and retreat, but Kaido wouldn't let her. He flashed with such speed that Atlas' pupils couldn't even contract before his arm had seized her wrist, his grip like a red-hot iron clamp. What, so fast? Atlas' arm was firmly held in Kaido's hand. Ew, she tried to struggle, but his hand was immovable. Kaido looked down at her, grinning widely. Uroro, Vegapunk is nothing special. He grabbed Atlas by the back of the neck with one hand, lifted her to his face, and examined. Atlas was suspended in midair, her expression still cold and hard. She was about to say something when she suddenly paused, as if a sound had reached her consciousness through a channel Kaido couldn't hear. After a few seconds, her expression changed to smile, curling at the corner of her mouth. Catch one of me, and there will be thousands more. Kaido frowned, not loosening his grip. What do you mean? What do you mean by thousands more? Atlas met Kaido's gaze, the smile deepening. There are 5 more clones just like me. We are all Vegapunk. Kaido froze completely, his expression blank. 6 Vegapunks. Atlas watched his rare loss of composure, said nothing, just hung quietly in his grip, a playful smile on her lips, as if waiting for him to digest the fact. Kaido's mind buzzed. That kid Luosen never said there were so many Vegapunks. He only said Vegapunk was on Future Island, not that there were 6. 1 Vegapunk was already troublesome enough. 6. If we catch them all, won't Onigashima be turned upside down? He took a deep breath, suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, then grinned. Whatever, the more the merrier. 6 or 8, he'll catch them all. He stared at Atlas's tone, leaving no room for refusal. Take me to those Vegapunks. Atlas was released and landed on the ground, flexing her numb shoulder, the metal joints emitting faint clicking sounds. She glanced sideways at Kaido, her expression still cold, but the smile at the corner of her mouth never faded. She raised her hand and pointed toward the depths of the island where a tall tower stood, its top enveloped in a translucent barrier that shimmered with a faint blue glow under the sunlight. Head that way. Deep within Future Island, in a hidden control room. Dense screens covered the entire wall, each one silently displaying real-time footage of corridors with automatic doors, instruments operating in labs, energy core pipelines, the outer plaza, and the largest screen in the center. A cyan figure was gripping Atlas as it strode through the central passage. The blue-white cold light of the screen illuminated an expressionless face. Shaka sat before the console, staring at the figure on the screen, his gaze following Kaido's steps from the entrance of the central passage all the way to the first intersection. He reached out and pressed the communication button on the desk. His voice, calm and steady, traveled through the built-in transmitter to all clone receivers across Future Island. Kaido of the Beasts has arrived at Future Island and is currently being guided by Atlas toward the destination. His fingers quickly swiped across the console, calling up another screen showing avatar icons of the 6 clones. Except for Atlas, the other 5 lit up in sequence, indicating the message had been delivered. Then he added, additionally, we cannot yet determine the purpose of their visit. Why they want to capture us is still unclear. I suggest all clones maintain a state of alert, but avoid initiating conflict. The avatars on several screens flickered. Shaka switched the communication channel to the main Botus private line and pressed the button. The image of a Den Mushi appeared on the screen. After a few rings, the other party's image lit up, revealing an elderly man of average height, with an apple-shaped head, standing in a room cluttered with experimental equipment. In his hand was a test tube with liquid dripping, and behind him a workbench was scattered with dense drafts and parts. Vegapunk himself appeared on the screen, his eyes still fixed on the experimental data in his hand, not lifting his head. Oh, what is it? Shaka calmly reported as routine. Kaido of the Beasts has arrived. He is now inside the island and moving toward the central tower. Atlas is guiding him. Vegapunk's movements paused slightly. He put down the test tube, removed his gloves, and finally looked up, his gaze falling on the screen. Kaido of the Beasts. What is he doing on Future Island? Not sure. He hasn't disclosed more information yet. He just said he's here to collect you. Shurjao paused. Should we implement defensive measures? Or shall I have Atlas divert him to another area? No need. Vegapunk interrupted him, then chuckled. Let him come. Original body, this could be risky. The combat power of an emperor. I know. Vegapunk picked up a clean cloth from the table, leisurely wiping residual reagents from his fingers. Kaido, for all his brute force and simple mind, isn't the type to come all this way without reason. If he wanted to cause destruction, he would have started fighting the moment he landed, not waited until now, and certainly not followed Atlas obediently. Since he's here, there must be a reason. Rather than blocking him outside and forcing him to break in through violence, let him in and see what he truly wants. He paused, placing the cloth on the corner of the table, and added, besides, I'm not meeting him alone. Take him to the isolation room. Shurjao nodded, accepting the reasoning. Understood. They'll make the arrangements. The transmission ended. Shurjao turned, his fingers dancing swiftly across the console, causing several screens to switch to different display modes. The security doors in the corridors went on standby, all laboratories along the route were locked down, and the surveillance system in the isolation room was fully activated. He connected to Atlas communicator. Atlas, adjust the route. Bring him to isolation room now. 3. The original body wants to speak with him. A confirmation came through the communicator. On the outskirts of Future Island, at a concealed observation post, the cooling fan on the metal bulkhead hummed low, the stifling air mingling with the smell of machine oil and rusted. Through a narrow observation window, the gaze locked onto the cyan figure moving within the island. The CP0 intelligence agent's eyes shot wide open. He jolted up from his seat as if electrocuted, spun around, and lunged toward the communication equipment in the cabin, his fingers trembling several times before managing to dial correctly. Kaido at Future Island. No mistake. Wasn't he supposed to be plundering the celestial tribute? Why would an emperor be at a secret Navy research base? This was so absurd that he even hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should pinch himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. This was too important. He had to report immediately. Regardless of plausibility, the message had to be sent first. The moment the communication device connected, he roared, urgent report. Urgent report. Urgent report. 100 Beasts Kaido has appeared at Future Island. Repeat, 100 Beasts Kaido has appeared at Future Island. This encrypted wave pierced through layers of relays within seconds straight into the power center of Holy Land Mary Geos. In the Five Elders Council chamber, Saturn Saint stood by the table, his brow furrowed after hearing the report. 100 Beasts Kaido. Instead of plundering the celestial tribute, what is he doing at Future Island? He snorted coldly. A brainless brute. Could he possibly be trying to develop technology? The other elders exchanged glances. Some shook their heads, slightly surprised by the event, though their surprise took different directions. Kaido wasn't the type to wander aimlessly. His territorial instinct was fierce. He rarely even left Wano. For him to suddenly appear at Future Island, it was hard to believe it was mere coincidence. Saturn Saint's gaze paused for a moment before he picked up another Din Din Mushi and dialed the encrypted channel of Navy headquarters. The call connected quickly and Sengoku's voice came through. Moshi Moshi, this, oomph. Saturn Saint's voice was colder than usual, skipping even the pleasantries. Sengoku, send someone to Future Island immediately to stop Kaido. Future Island is a core Navy base, and he's already landed without your knowledge. You as Fleet Admiral are derelict in your duty. Silence fell on the other end. Whether from shock at the news or anger at the Elder's rebuke, perhaps both. After a moment Sengoku's voice came through, steady and devoid of emotion. Understood. We'll handle it promptly. Saturn Saint hung up and leaned back in his chair. Kaido's actions are indeed unexpected. Jupiter crossed his arms with a cold snort. Clearly with Kaido's mind, he wouldn't suddenly head to Future Island. He can't even read a navigation chart. Without someone guiding him, he wouldn't even know where Future Island is. Exactly. There must be some purpose. Have the people stationed there investigate. Agreed. Agreed. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters Marineford, he then put his glasses back on, his gaze falling on the regional sea chart of Future Island spread across the desk, his brow knotted tightly. Kaido. He then put his glasses back on, his gaze falling on the regional sea chart of Future Island spread across the desk, his brow knotted tightly. Kaido. Future Island. How did it come to blows again? A continuous stream of tangled affairs was draining the last shred of his patience. The pile of documents on the desk was even higher than yesterday. On the left, reports of pirates flooding in from the East Blue. On the right, the latest assessment of the 100 Beasts, Vice Captain Rossen. Now the intelligence about Kaido landing on Future Island was added. 3 fronts, 3 troubles. Every single one of them tied to that man named Rossen. Ever since that Rossen appeared, why are there so many problems? One after another, giving me no peace. He paused for a moment, then picked up another Din Din Mushi and dialed the frontline command channel. His voice regained the composure befitting a fleet admiral. Dispatch the nearest fleet to Future Island, prioritizing Vice Admiral and above combat strength. Target. He paused mid-sentence. Kaido was an emperor, not an ordinary pirate. Sending Vice Admirals would be sending them to their deaths. The truth was harsh, but as Fleet Admiral, he couldn't pretend otherwise. After a moment his tone softened slightly. Act according to circumstances, prioritize expulsion. Avoid direct confrontation with Kaido until an admiral arrives. Sengoku knew whether it was Akainu Akiji or Kizaru, none could reach Future Island in time. He hoped they understood the implication. Across the desk, Garp leaned against the wall. He was munching on senbei, the crunching sound blatantly filling the Fleet Admiral's office. One hand was stuffed in his pocket, the other clutching the bag of senbei, already half-eaten. His entire posture and expression radiated a leisurely, entertainment-seeking demeanor. Sengoku's complaints flowed in one ear and out the other like background noise, until he heard the words Kaido and Future Island, causing Garp's chewing to slow. He swallowed the senbei, an idea forming in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Sengoku, since it's like this, I might as well take a trip back to the east.